Transmigrating into the Male Leads Villainous Older Sister Chapter 45 to Chapter 89. Unthinkable Challenge was really hyped up in the early stages. The outdoor advertisements were very large, and even some people who weren't interested in variety shows were attracted by this short 2-minute trailer. Of course, because there were two top celebrities, Ji-Lin and Wen Yuan, their fans had already crazily reposted and promoted the show on Weibo. The show became popular before it even aired, and even Xiu, who couldn't even be considered invisible, had some sense of existence. Unthinkable Challenge aired on TV and Green Fruit Channel's official website at 8 p.m. on Saturday night. As one of Ji-Lin's big fans, Liu naturally turned on the TV and the computer at the same time, planning to interact with the bullet screen while watching. At the beginning of the show, the staff went to pick up the guests. Liu didn't have much interest in the others. When it was Ji-Lin's turn to appear on camera, she perked up and sent a string of bullet screen cheers. Liu originally thought that Ji-Lin came alone, but unexpectedly, Ji-Lin suddenly moved a little and pulled out a petite girl from behind him. Liu took a look. Isn't this Zhou Xiu? The two of them came together? The audience obviously also noticed this, and rows of bullet screen comments instantly floated across the screen. After comparing them, I feel that Zhou Xiu is like a little chick next to Brother Ji. The height difference is too cute. The staff is also a fan of Xiu's appearance. The moment they came up, they asked for an autograph and completely ignored Brother Ji behind them. Look at Brother Ji's eyes, they're about to spit fire. Only I think that Brother Ji isn't dissatisfied with the staff's neglect, but with someone else hugging and pinching Xiu. Look at his eyes, they're staring at the staff's claws. Tisk, tsk, tsk. When Liu saw the words in the bullet screen, she carefully observed it again. It was true. Ji-Lin's gaze was like that of an abandoned little puppy. It seemed that the rumors that he had a good relationship with Xiu were true. As a hardcore fan of Ji-Lin, Liu should have been very vigilant towards Ji-Lin's special attitude towards the opposite sex. However, she didn't know if it was because Xiu always looked weak and sickly in front of the camera, like a pitiful little animal, but Liu's heart overflowed. She suddenly felt that such a weak little girl shouldn't think the worst of others. They didn't look like that at all. Therefore, Liu originally intended to flood the screen with comments for Ji-Lin. However, her hand trembled and the bullet screen she sent became, "Why do I feel that Miss Xiu has lost a lot of weight since the last time she appeared? Is it my imagination?" A string of, "It's not your imagination, it's true," floated below. The netizens' deepest impression of Xiu was that she was a sickly beauty. People who were born weak were more likely to gain more sympathy and love. Therefore, for the first time, the fans of the show, who had always been strict and sharp-tongued, didn't express any ill feelings towards Xiu, who was a pure newcomer. There were only a few sporadic bullet screen comments mocking her for coming to the show even though she was sick. However, they were all rebutted and didn't dare to appear again. When the results of the drawing of lots were announced, Liu couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw that Xiu, Ji-Lin, and Wen Yuan were in the same group. However, Xiu was a traitor in the group. Ji-Lin didn't know anything about it but still had a smug expression on his face. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was instantly slapped in the face. I can only say 666 for this group. Brother Ji must have thought that this wave was in the bag. Look, before the drawing of lots, he was still praying that he would be in the same group as Little Missy. In the end, he was in the same group. Little Missy is a traitor. She is in Chow Chow's camp but her heart is elsewhere. Sad. Let's wait for Brother Ji to fail. Chu Shuangyan is so shameless. Brother Ji doesn't even care about her and she still insisted on being in the same group as Brother Ji. Can't she see that Brother Ji's face has turned green? Chu Shuangyan has been crazily chasing after Brother Ji for more than a day or two. However, Brother Ji has always treated her like air. Don't worry. Liu frowned when she saw Chu Shuangyan's fixed gaze. As fans of Brother Ji, they didn't have a good impression of Chu Shuangyan. Xiu was better. She didn't fight or cause trouble. She was a quiet and beautiful wallflower who could still attract everyone's attention. Such a person definitely wouldn't cause trouble. She was different from a troublemaker like Chu Shuangyan. If Xiu and Ji-Lin were in the same group, she wouldn't be a burden to him. However, Lu Yu was quickly slapped in the face by reality. Siyu used her professional ability to stir up trouble to tell everyone that a traitor would always be a traitor. It was impossible for her to not cause trouble. Her only joy was to trick people. When the show aired the quick question and answer game, almost no one thought that Ji Lin and Wen Yuan would lose. After all, they were the most popular celebrities on the show. If they lost too badly, wouldn't it be embarrassing? The production team had a sense of propriety. They definitely wouldn't do that. They all thought that Siyu wouldn't come up with any tricky questions. Who would have thought that she would take the unusual path and ask the two male idols to point out their shortcomings? Ji Lin was immediately silenced. The director knowingly gave him a close-up of his face. Ji Lin's face was dumbfounded. He even looked a little silly and cute. This kind of silly and cute behavior was completely different from his usual cool and handsome style. The fans didn't have time to denounce Siyu for coming up with random questions. Instead, they all howled because of his rare expression and rushed to praise Siyu Gan. Especially when Ji Lin was pretending to be cool, he was slapped in the face by a bucket of water that fell from the sky in the blink of an eye. The bullet screen was still laughing and laughing. The fans who usually couldn't wait to put their idols in a display window to protect them all burst out laughing. Thank you, Miss Siyu, for fulfilling my long-time wish. I can finally see Brother G's silly and cute side. Brother G, even if you're drenched in water, you're still so handsome. Brother G, I'm so angry, but I have to keep smiling. TSK, Brother G, look at the movie king next to you. His EQ, his reaction speed, and his sweet words are at his fingertips. He coaxed Miss Siyu until her face turned red. Look at yourself, sigh. When Miss Siyu asked this question, Brother G was dumbfounded. I think he must have thought, shortcomings? How can I say it if I don't know? The thoughts of a straight man make me cry. Siyu is also amazing when she asks about the food he hates. I still remember that Brother G said in an interview that he likes to eat everything. Ha 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 ha, as straightforward as Brother G. If he likes everything, he likes everything. He can't miss anything. You're all concerned about Brother G's tragic experience. Am I the only one who cares about Wen Yuan? His interaction with Siyu is so romantic. The production team even added a BGM. I'm so full of young girls' hearts. Lu Yu watched as people started to talk about Wen Yuan and Siyu in the bullet screen and pursed her lips. She still felt that Ji Lin and Siyu were the most interesting when they stood together. However, they didn't seem like a normal couple. Instead, they seemed more like siblings? Could it be because of the age difference? She casually sent a bullet screen. The combination of the bad sister and the silly and sweet brother is too cute. One is digging a hole, and the other is jumping in. Miss Siyu really knows Brother G well. Her questions can make him choke on his words. Brother G didn't lose in vain. Lu Yu forgot about it after she sent it. However, she didn't expect that the production team of Thoughtless Challenge had been watching the live broadcast. When they saw some interesting bullet screen comments, they would edit them into a compilation and post them on Weibo to stir up popularity. Lu Yu's unintentional joke was immediately edited by the production team and released on the official Weibo account. Lu Yu didn't expect that her joke would cause such a stir. In Xianxia, Lu Xingzhou went to report to Fifth Master Lu as usual. As soon as he entered, he found that Fifth Master Lu wasn't reading as usual. Instead, he was holding a tablet computer. He didn't know what he was looking at. Lu Xingzhou tried to walk over as quietly as possible. He sneaked a glance at the screen and saw that a variety show was playing on it. The screen was filled with colorful bullet screen comments, and Fifth Master Lu was watching it very intently. He didn't even blink. Lu Xingzhou. Did he enter the wrong room? Didn't Fifth Master Lu say that he wasn't interested in this kind of chatty variety show that only knew how to put on a show? Why was he suddenly so serious? After another glance, Lu Xingzhou suddenly saw Siyu's thin and small figure on the screen. He understood. Oh, so it's because of that sick rabbit. No wonder. Fifth Master Lu was so engrossed in watching that he didn't even look away. Lu Xingzhou could only sit quietly on the side and wait for him to finish watching. However, after a while, Lu Xingzhou felt that something was wrong. He rubbed his arms and wondered, why do I feel like my body is getting colder and colder? He couldn't sit still and took out his phone to search for information about this variety show. However, as soon as he opened Weibo, the first thing that popped up was a headline, #Zhou sesame stuffing and custard buns #. What is this? When he saw the familiar name, Lu Xingzhou's curiosity was piqued and he immediately clicked on it. He saw that the audience was fiercely discussing Xiu and Ji Lin's performance on the show, especially because Xiu had obtained the identity of a traitor. Not only did she not show mercy to Ji Lin, who had a good relationship with her, but she also tried her best to trick him. Ji Lin had never been in such a sorry state since his debut. However, in front of Xiu, he was constantly losing ground and could only be played. Even Ji Lin's fans didn't express any sympathy. Instead, they gloated and said that Xiu Gan had done a good job, showing them a different side of Ji Lin and so on. And a certain audience member's comment about evil sister x silly sweet brother pushed this wave of discussion to the peak. Lu Xingzhou scrolled down and saw a long list of comments that expressed their delight. A sesame stuffing and a custard bun. These two are so compatible. I feel like Brother Ji is like a comedian in front of this big sister. You're making me want to eat buns. Seriously, the sibling relationship between these two is so strong. I originally wanted to eat a couple, but I realized that I couldn't bring myself to eat it. I can't tarnish this pure sibling relationship. I'm going to force it. The orthopedics department has locked the door. The key is hidden by Best Actor King. Let go of Best Actor King. It's clearly a movie with 3 people, but I don't have a name. Best Actor King is personally making soup for the big sister. Don't you think that's very romantic? I think Brother Ji wants to show off his cooking skills in front of the big sister. In the end, setting fire to the kitchen is even more romantic. What do you know? A man's romance is a sea of fire. But to be honest, I think that when Brother Ji and Big Sister Ji stand together, the two of them look a little alike, especially their eyes and mouths. They are almost identical. Could it be because they are close? When Lu Xingzhou scrolled to this comment, his hand trembled and he almost dropped his phone. This audience member's eyes were too sharp. How could he tell? But they were siblings, so naturally, they would look more alike. There were too many people shouting to support Wen Yuan Xiu or Ji Lin Xiu CP. Lu Xingzhou trembled and secretly glanced at Fifth Master Lu. He happened to see the scene of Wen Yuan blowing cold medicine for the Xiu on his screen. He suddenly understood. F*CK, I was wondering why the murderous aura in the room was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that this master was unconsciously jealous from watching the variety show. Custard buns? What custard buns? Ji Lin ate his breakfast while listening to his assistant, Xiaoai, tell him about the netizens' reactions after the broadcast of Thoughtless Challenge yesterday. When he heard that his name and Xiu's name were on the hot search list, Ji Lin couldn't help but smile. However, when he heard that his fans compared him to a custard bun, the kind that was filled with filling, his smile suddenly stiffened. Young Master Ji silently lowered his head and looked at the custard bun in his hand. He suddenly couldn't eat it. It's all these fans' fault. What kind of lousy comparison is this? It doesn't match my image at all. Speaking of which, his fans have always been known to dote on their idols in the entertainment industry. Why haven't I felt it recently? These people don't just dote on him. They even have fun criticizing him. Xiaoai glanced at him and thought, it's not the netizens' fault. Who asked Brother Ji to be so cowardly in front of Sister Xiu? Like a lackey. The handsome and aloof image you created in the past is shattered into pieces when you meet a girl. Who else can they laugh at but you? However, for the sake of her year-end bonus, not only did Xiaoai not dare to tell the truth, but she also had to go against her conscience. No, Brother Ji, you're thinking too much. Everyone is praising you. They're praising you for being gentle and considerate to Sister Xiu. Once Xiu was involved, young Master Ji was very easy to coax. Sure enough, Ji Lin immediately turned from grief to joy. At least they have good taste. Xiaoai. Sigh, there's no saving him. Generally speaking, when a male and female celebrity like Ji Lin and Xiu appeared on the hot search list together, the team would have to come out and do some public relations. Especially a superstar like Ji Lin, who was even more cautious because once he was involved in a scandal, it would become very troublesome. However, it was obvious that the netizens' focus was completely off this time. Everyone else took the opportunity to hype a wave of coupling, but these two went to the other extreme. They became popular because of their touching sibling relationship. It could be said that they were a mudslide in the entertainment industry. Xiaoai looked at this magical trending topic for the whole night and finally decided not to interfere with it. Anyway, it seemed that this wave of popularity had a positive impact on Ji Lin. Moreover, Ji Lin was now in a transition period. It was not enough to rely on his previous cold and aloof persona. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it could make him more approachable and down-to-earth. This would be helpful for his development in the future. Unlike Xiaoai's indifferent attitude, Siyu's assistant, Xinyu, had been excitedly clinging to Siyu's shoulder for the entire morning due to the increasing number of searches. Sister Xiyu, Xinyu's expression could not hide her excitement. She originally thought that Siyu's participation in the unthinkable challenge was because of Ji Lin. Perhaps the program team would not give her too much screen time. She would be satisfied as long as she could show her face in front of the audience. Who would have thought that after the program was broadcast, her popularity would be the highest? In the hot search list with Siyu's name, one of them jumped to the first place, and 4 of them were in the top 50. This result was enough for a new star like her to shine. Moreover, what was even rarer was that the company did not do anything from the beginning to the end. This popularity was all spontaneously pushed by the audience. In other words, Siyu did not just show her face. She had successfully made the audience remember her as a person. It's not good to say too much now. Let the netizens discuss it among themselves. I have more important things to do. Siyu took out the tablet that she had always carried with her and began to draw on it. Xinyu was puzzled. More important things? Could it be that she was drawing? But what was the use of drawing? Shouldn't the most important thing to do now be to stabilize the fans or discuss with Ji Lin if they should join forces to create another wave of hype? Speaking of which, the two of them could form a Christian carp group. The name sounded nice and easy to remember. Siyu did not know that her little assistant's imagination had started to run wild again. She was concentrating on drawing character sketches. After filming yesterday, she actually went to catch up on the comments on the live stream. Naturally, she saw the netizens saying that she was sesame fillings and Ji Lin was custard buns. However, Siyu did not forget about it after laughing. She suddenly thought, wasn't this ready-made comic material? Her previous fashion strategy was already in the middle and late stages of its serialization. Originally, Siyu had only intended to be a serialization, so she used a simpler cartoonish drawing style. She did not expect it to become such a hit. Recently, she had been thinking about what to draw for her next comic. Ji Lin had delivered himself to her door. It was decided. She would draw the story of a pair of siblings making a name for themselves in the entertainment industry. The elder sister was a black-bellied and scheming woman, while the younger brother was a naive and sweet custard buns. The two of them debuted as a duo. The elder sister was in charge of playing music, while the younger brother was in charge of singing. Later, the two of them were chosen by a famous director at the same time. They made a name for themselves in the entertainment industry. With a ready-made template, Siyu was filled with inspiration. She quickly listed out the outline of the story and immediately started drawing the first chapter. During this time, she was so focused on drawing that she did not even hear a knock on the door. Xinyu looked at her sprawled on the table and shook her head helplessly. She walked over to open the door. The person they were talking about just now was standing outside the door, Ji Lin. Xinyu was stunned. Then, she quickly smiled and welcomed him in. Because Siyu's popularity had increased because of him, Xinyu's actions were more attentive than before. "Brother Ji, why are you here?" Ji Lin did not reply. Instead, he stretched his neck to look for his elder sister. When he saw Siyu busy at the table, his curiosity was piqued. He slowly and quietly approached her. He originally wanted to sneak a peek at what his elder sister was doing, but Siyu was blocking his view. Ji Lin could not see anything. He could only see that she was holding a pen and seemed to be writing something. He could not help but ask, "Elder sister, what are you doing?" Xiu was shocked when she heard his voice. She immediately reacted and closed the laptop. As she turned around, she quietly hid the tablet in her hand and pretended as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing. I'm just studying the script." How could this silly child walk without making a sound? Fortunately, Jilin did not see that she was drawing. Xiu felt a little guilty. It was not that she deliberately hid it from Jilin. It was just that it was so fun to see Jilin's shocked expression. Moreover, she also liked to share Jilin's dark history with those cute fans. It was especially interesting. If Jilin found out that she was a koi, not only would she be deprived of this fun, but she was afraid that her image would also be damaged. Xiu thought without blushing. As an elder sister, she had to maintain a sense of mystery in front of her younger brother. So, about drawing a fake identity, it was better not to talk about it. Jilin had always been very obedient in front of her, so he did not ask any more questions. Instead, he pulled Xiu and started to talk about where to go after filming. He did not know that he had missed a great opportunity. The filming of Lethal Beauty was officially completed a month later. Xiu finished filming the last scene where she jumped off a tall building to commit suicide. When she came out after changing into her regular clothes, she saw Director Liang smiling as he gave out red packets to all the staff. She also received a thick one. Director Liang also asked her if she had any plans to act in other movies and said that he could introduce her to other production teams. Xiu said tactfully, "Director Liang, I want to rest for a while. I have to go to the hospital for a checkup soon." Of course, of course. Director Liang liked this kind of hardworking and talented newcomer very much. He was not at all unhappy about being tactfully rejected. He even felt that Xiu knew how to strike a balance between work and rest. She was not eager for quick success, which was very rare. He said cheerfully, "Don't worry. I'll keep an eye out for you. If there's a suitable opportunity, I want to work with you again." Xiu quickly thanked him. In fact, when she first joined the cast of Lethal Beauty, she only played a minor role that appeared for less than 2 minutes. She did not expect that so many things would happen in the middle. Su Qingwan was kicked out halfway and she, the third female lead, had to take her place. In the end, she survived to the end. Xiu had been exhausted for the past few months. Her body really could not take it anymore. It was better not to do these things in the future. It was better for her to stay at home and draw with peace of mind. Next was the post-production of the film. This period of time was equivalent to giving the actors a break. When it was nearing the release date, they would have to go to various places to do road shows. Director Liang even specially instructed Xiu to just choose a few important scenes to do so that she would not be too tired. The cast and crew dispersed and went back to their own homes. Han Tian was very reluctant to part with Xiu, but she had to go back to the company to deal with a series of troublesome matters after leaving the group. She could only reluctantly say goodbye. "Xiu, I won't forget how you kicked me into the pit. It's all your fault for recommending Koyu's new book, Sesame Milk Filling. It only has 3 chapters. 3 chapters, and you actually dragged me into the pit just like that. I won't forget about staying up all night to disfigure my face. I'll take revenge next time." Xiu. Was it her fault? Jilin. Why was Koyu still here? This Sesame Milk Filling was a new comic that Xiu had written based on the memes of the netizens. She did not hide who she was based on, and everyone knew at a glance. Coincidentally, the combination of the two of them, Sesame Milk Filling and Sesame Milk Filling, was very popular. As soon as the new comic was released, it became very popular and almost took the entire fanbase by storm. Everyone realized, what the F***ck, you can play like this? By the time Jilin realized this, it was already too late. At that time, his fans were all spamming, "Congratulations, Brother G, for your great achievement in comics." He was so angry that his teeth itched. Thus, he secretly flipped through 2 pages with the mentality of wanting to see how Koyu would defame him. Then, oh my, this Koyu still had some good points. His sister was so cute. Her face was cute, her personality was cute, and everything she did was cute. Seeing that Koyu had put in so much effort in drawing a character based on his sister, he decided to forget this person this once. Young Master G secretly added this new comic to his favorites folder and even set a special notification to ensure that he would receive updates immediately. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with this at all. After filming, Jilin naturally flew back to Xianxia with Siyu. As soon as they walked out of the airport, the two of them bumped into the subordinates of the Ji family who had come to stop them. Jilin immediately frowned. A trace of impatience flashed across his eyes as he asked coldly, "What are you trying to do? Are you trying to take me home?" "Young master, you've misunderstood. We're not here to look for you. We've been entrusted by Madam to invite a guest." Those people were very respectful to Jilin, but their eyes were fixed on Siyu. A row of people blocked them from leaving. Although their tone was very polite, there was still a sense of superiority. "Our madam wants to talk to Miss Zhou. Would it be possible for you to leave? The Duan Roland wanted to see her?" Siyu looked at the Ji family's subordinates who were blocking her way. These people had invited her over as a guest, but in reality, they didn't seem to have considered the possibility that she would refuse. The car was already waiting outside. Siyu could predict that if she continued to be so close to Jilin, the Duan Roland would not be able to sit still one day. However, she didn't expect her to be so impatient and want to take her away in front of her son. The Duan Roland felt that the only stain in her life was Siyu, her ex-husband's daughter. Siyu originally thought that after she embarrassed her last time, this Duan Roland wouldn't take the initiative to look for her again. However, she still underestimated the extent to which the Duan Roland hated her. Since the Duan Roland was annoyed by her, Siyu wanted to disgust her again. Thus, Siyu pressed Jilin's wrist and suppressed her younger brother's scolding. She smiled and said, "Okay, I haven't seen Lady Ji in a long time. I have a lot to talk to her about." The subordinates had expected this and made way for Siyu to get into the car. They didn't think that there was anything wrong with Siyu immediately agreeing. Instead, they felt that this little girl was quite tactful. After all, they had checked before coming here. This Zhou Siyu was just a small celebrity and wasn't worth mentioning. Logically speaking, the Ji family was one of the top local tyrants in Jiang City. They wouldn't care about this kind of powerless little girl at all. Perhaps it was because this Zhou Siyu overestimated herself and seduced the young master that caused the madam to be vigilant. She was still too young. Was it so easy to enter the Ji family? The subordinates shook their heads and glanced at Siyu with some regret. Siyu didn't care about these people's expressions. Instead, it was Jilin who looked anxious. He looked like he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Just like her, Jilin did not expect the Duan Roland to come knocking on their door. Didn't he make it clear when the Duan Roland forced him to return home? "It's fine." Just as Jilin was feeling extremely uneasy and almost forced the driver to stop the car, he suddenly felt a cool touch on his palm. He looked back, but Siyu wasn't looking at him. She looked straight ahead and said softly, "I know what the Duan Roland wants with me." Therefore, when the bodyguards sent by 5th Master Lu were about to rush up, she shook her head slightly at them, indicating that they did not need to interfere. Although by doing so, the news would definitely reach 5th Master Lu in the next second, Siyu did not care. Under Siyu's gentle tone, Jilin slowly calmed down. He didn't ignore that Siyu had called his mother by her name, and there was no emotion in her tone at all, as if she was talking to a complete stranger. However, it was this discovery that made him feel slightly relieved. Great. As long as he didn't have any expectations, he didn't have to be afraid of disappointment. The car drove directly into the Ji family's mansion. Siyu was led into the hall by a servant, and she saw the Duan Roland sitting on the sofa at first glance. The Duan Roland was nearly 50 years old, but because she had lived in a wealthy family for more than 20 years, all the hardships she had suffered in her previous marriage had long been worn away. It was as if she had lived like this since she was born. The Duan Roland usually attached great importance to all kinds of maintenance, so she looked no more than 30 years old and was still very charming. When Siyu walked in, she didn't even look at her. She just looked at Jilin and said in a very loving tone, "Alin, your father happens to be at home today. Can you talk to him in the study?" Jilin subconsciously refused. Mom, if you have anything to say to my sister, just say it now. It won't be too late for me to talk to my father later. He really didn't feel at ease with his biological mother. The Duan Roland's face stiffened when she heard the word sister from Ji Lin's mouth. Her long nails unconsciously dug into her palms. At this moment, the Duan Roland finally looked at Siyu properly. With her extremely picky eyes, this daughter of hers was naturally full of flaws. Siyu represented her unbearable previous marriage. From the moment this child was born, everyone seemed to have to make way for her illness. The Duan Roland still remembered that the small two-bedroom apartment used to be filled with a strong smell of Chinese medicine all day long. It was like a nightmare that she couldn't get rid of. Fortunately, she met Ji Wenhan later and was finally able to escape that place. The Duan Roland never felt that Siyu should be her responsibility. She also didn't know how big of a blow it was for her to leave her young daughter behind. Even if Siyu died of illness, the Duan Roland would only say that she was unlucky. This time, she took the initiative to look for Siyu. In the Duan Roland's eyes, she was already very sullen. If possible, she didn't want to see this wretched girl ever again in her life. It was all because Siyu and Ji Lin's variety show was too popular. There was also a group of nosy netizens. They could say anything, but they actually said that they were siblings. The Duan Roland trembled with anger when she saw this. Not to mention, some of her friends actually used this matter to ridicule her. No. What if this matter was made public? Her reputation, her position in the upper-class circle that she had worked so hard to stabilize. It would all be destroyed by Zhou Siyu, this lowly child. Therefore, the Duan Roland decided to make the first move. Lady Ji, what's the matter that made you so anxious? In contrast to the Duan Roland who appeared calm on the surface but was actually anxious, Siyu was really calm. She didn't have any feelings for the Duan Roland, so other people's attitudes didn't matter to her. The Duan Roland's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't lose her composure. She could only force a smile at the daughter she hated. I want to discuss something with you today. You're still young, so you don't know how dirty the water in the entertainment industry is. You're a girl alone outside, so it's inevitable that you'll be bullied. If you have someone backing you up, then it'll be much better. Just then, Siyu's phone received a new text. She picked it up and saw that it was from Fifth Master Liu. It only had one short sentence: "Why are you going to the G residence?" Siyu casually replied, "I'm forced to be filial to my biological mother." Then, without looking up, she said to the Duan Roland, "Lady Ji, please be more direct. A young person like me doesn't understand your lecture." What's there to lecture? Seriously, child. The Duan Roland's palms were about to bleed. She secretly hated her daughter for not knowing how to appreciate favors. Every word she said was adding to her heart. Thus, she simply laid it out and said, "Zhou Siyu, among the projects that our Ji family is investing in, including several big productions that are about to start shooting. I can even help you get the female lead role, but the condition is, in the future, whenever a Lin attends an event, you're not allowed to appear." Ji Lin had been holding it in for a long time because Siyu was secretly comforting him, so he could still hold it in. Now, he couldn't hold it in anymore. "Mom, what do you mean by this?" The Duan Roland glared at Ji Lin. She really didn't understand. Her son was so outstanding in every aspect. Why was he so close to Zhou Siyu, that short-lived ghost? "Lin, don't worry about this. Mom won't harm you. I'm doing this so that there won't be any burdens by your side, understand?" The Duan Roland's tone was strict. Her eyes were very similar to Siyu's, but unfortunately, her eyes were full of calculation and covered 90% of her quick-witted beauty. Siyu reached out to stop Ji Lin, who was about to argue with the Duan Roland, and asked slowly, "Burdens? Lady Ji, I'm afraid that's your true thoughts, right? Back then, you thought that I was a burden, so you could leave your daughter without any burden, right?" Duan Roland opened her mouth, but before she could make a sound, Siyu interrupted her and pressed on, "What you said just now, were you trying to persuade me as a mother, or a warning as the madam of the Ji family? Also, why are you so sure that I can only survive in the entertainment industry? It's as if I can't survive if I leave this place." Siyu didn't use any harsh words the entire time, but to the Duan Roland, every word pierced her heart. She was instantly blinded by anger and sneered. If it wasn't for Lin supporting you, how far do you think you can go? Zhou Siyu, you're so sick that you can't carry anything. If you don't stay in the entertainment industry, who would want you outside? How long can you last without money or medicine? Siyu's expression was still indifferent. So you also know that I need money to buy medicine. Then when you took away all the valuables before leaving home, you didn't plan to let me live, did you? Mom. Ji Lin's eyes widened in shock. He immediately turned to look at the Duan Rolan. He only asked someone to verify his blood relationship with Siyu, but he didn't ask about the life of the Duan Rolan before she married into the Ji family. When he heard the truth exposed by Siyu, he almost couldn't believe his ears. You really did, all this? The Duan Roland's expression turned extremely ugly. The atmosphere in the living room froze with Siyu's words. The person who broke the ice was Chu Shuangyan, who suddenly barged into the mansion. She ignored the butler's attempts to stop her and insisted on rushing in. Move aside. I know you brought Lin back. He's at home, right? I want to find him. Chu Shuangyan met Siyu's gaze and immediately froze. She was stunned for a few seconds before pointing at her and exclaiming, Zhou Siyu? Chu Shuangyan reflexively looked around. When she realized that Siyu wasn't behind that terrifying big shot, her tense body slowly relaxed. She had been scared to death. Now that she saw Siyu, she was reminded of the embarrassing meeting from before. More importantly, she told Father Chu that she seemed to have offended Fifth Master Lu's woman. Father Chu was so angry that he wanted to hit her on the spot. In the end, she was locked up for an entire month and was only released yesterday. After that, the Chu family naturally hurried to apologize to Fifth Master Lu. However, it wasn't easy to meet him. The Chu family was given the cold shoulder and had no choice but to turn to Siyu. However, before they could even see her face, they were chased out by Fifth Master Lu's bodyguards. At that time, the Chu family truly realized that they had offended someone they couldn't afford to offend. Fifth Master Lu didn't get close to women, but now he was protecting a girl in every way possible. It was clear that Siyu's status was extraordinary. Chu Shuangyan went up to her and offended her. Wasn't she courting death? During the month of detention, the Chu family took turns to remind Chu Shuangyan that if she met Siyu again in the future, she must do her best to repair the relationship between them. In short, she must let Fifth Master Lu feel the sincerity of the Chu family. At this time, Chu Shuangyan also remembered the instructions of the elders. She paused and changed her words to Siyu. She called out obediently. Sister Siyu. Ji Lin's expression was as if he had eaten a fly. Did this little overlord flower change her personality? Chu Shuangyan didn't expect to see Siyu on this trip to the Ji family. She immediately regretted that she didn't prepare anything before leaving. As a result, she didn't have anything on hand now. She couldn't even give a gift. Shuangyan, come and sit. Duan Roland didn't hear Chu Shuangyan call out. When she saw who it was, she immediately became happy. She came at the right time. Chu Shuangyan hated it when Ji Lin was surrounded by orioles and swallows. She didn't hold back when dealing with these people. When she saw Zhou Siyu, wouldn't she immediately drive her far away? Chu Shuangyan took 2 steps forward. She seemed to have thought of something. She stopped and turned around. She tentatively reached out and pulled Siyu's sleeve. When she saw that she didn't object, she mustered up her courage and pulled Siyu to the sofa. Sister Siyu, sit. What do you want to drink? I'll pour it for you. Ji Lin's face was numb. This isn't Chu Shuangyan, right? Duan Roland's enthusiastic smile froze on her face. Was she seeing things? Why would Chu Shuangyan be so polite to that short-lived person? However, under everyone's gaze, the little princess of the Chu family eagerly poured tea for Siyu. She even specially blew on the tea to cool it down before offering it to her. Even if her own father came, he definitely wouldn't find the word pampered in her. Ji Lin and Duan Roland were shocked. Especially the Duan Roland. She had watched Chu Shuangyan grow up since she was a child. When had she ever seen the little princess be so polite to anyone? How did Zhou Siyu do it? Duan Roland couldn't figure it out. She asked tentatively, Shuangyan, since you're here, Auntie has something to ask you. Chu Shuangyan seemed to have just realized that there was someone else in the room. She quickly sat up straight and said, Auntie, please go ahead. Duan Roland glanced at Siyu. It's like this. I just told Zhou Siyu that it's not easy for a girl like her to survive in the entertainment industry without any backing. You should be able to understand, right? Chu Shuangyan was baffled. No backing? How is that possible? Auntie, you must be joking. Don't you know that? Ouch. Before she could finish speaking, Siyu reached out and gently pinched her waist. Chu Shuangyan swallowed her words in pain. According to her original temperament, she might even throw her handbag at Siyu. However, when she looked up and met Siyu's calm gaze, Chu Shuangyan felt guilty and didn't dare to make a sound. If she didn't want to say it, then don't say it. However, why was Zhou Siyu's gaze so similar to Fifth Master Lu's at that time? Duan Roland became suspicious and asked, Yan Yan, tell me more clearly. Is there anything I don't know? It wasn't that she believed that Siyu had the ability to escape from her grasp. However, seeing Chu Shuangyan's abnormal behavior, she was afraid that it would be inconvenient for her to make a move if Siyu was on good terms with the Chu family. Chu Shuangyan was harboring a huge secret in her heart. Unfortunately, the main character of this secret was sitting right next to her. How could she dare to say it? The repeated warnings of the elders of the Chu family were effective. Chu Shuangyan shook her head and said, Auntie, don't ask me any more. If Sister Siyu is willing to say it, let her tell you. Duan Roland sneered. How could she not know Zhou Siyu's capabilities? What was the point of asking her? However, it seemed that there was a problem with the Chu family. At this moment, the housekeeper rushed in and said in a panic, Madam, the Lu family suddenly came. Duan Roland didn't hear clearly for a moment. Who came? Why are you so flustered? The housekeeper took a deep breath. The Lu family of Rongqing. Without waiting for Duan Roland to react, the housekeeper hurriedly ran upstairs to inform Ji Wenhan in the study. Duan Roland was left stunned for a few seconds before jerking her head up. The Lu family? They had no dealings with the Lu family at all. No, it should be said that Ji Wenhan's biggest goal was to climb up the Lu family's boat. However, even though they were local tyrants in Jiangqing, they were even less than ants in front of the Lu family. Why would the Lu family come looking for them? Could it be that Wenhan had offended someone in the business world? Duan Roland was unsure. She didn't care about Siyu at all and hurriedly ordered the servants to bring out the most expensive tea leaves in the house. At the same time, she quickly tidied up her attire and said to the head of the family, Ji Wenhan, who was rushing down the stairs, Wenhan, what's going on? Ji Wenhan was a sly old fox in the business world. He usually didn't show his emotions on his face, but at this moment, he couldn't hide the shock on his face. It was obvious that the Lu family's visit wasn't within his scope of knowledge. He swept his gaze across the few people sitting in the living room, completely ignoring Siyu. He only thought that she was Ji Lin who had brought home a woman he was having fun with outside. He frowned and scolded, What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase these people out. Roland, come with me to welcome them personally. Alin, come with us too. The Lu family has no dealings with us. They must be here for something big. At the same time, Ji Wenhan was also wondering if his recent efforts to build a relationship with the Lu family's relatives had paid off. If the Lu family had the intention to cooperate, that would be even better. He had been coveting that piece of land in the western suburbs of Jiangqing for a long time. If he had the Lu family's help, this project would be in the bag. Not only that, if he could use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the Lu family, then he, Ji Wenhan, would be able to do whatever he wanted in the upper-class circle in the future. A mere Jiangqing was nothing. In the future, he could expand to many places. Although he didn't know the Lu family's intentions, Ji Wenhan had always been careful with his words and actions. He had never offended the Lu family, so they definitely weren't here to seek revenge. Dad, she is. Ji Lin frowned and stood in front of Siyu, but didn't continue speaking. His father still didn't know that Siyu was his sister. But if he did, given Ji Wenhan's personality, he might do something even worse than the Duan Roland. Ji Wenhan glanced at his disappointing son and waved his hand. forget it. Take the Xianxia to your room and stay there. Ji Wenhan was in high spirits. He hurried out with his wife to welcome them. The housekeeper had already followed orders and came to Siyu's side, saying, "Miss Zhou, I'm sorry, but please leave." Unexpectedly, Chu Xuanyan tightened her grip on Siyu's hand and used her gaze to force the butler to retreat. She didn't let Siyu leave and asked nervously, "Sister Siyu, are they here to pick you up?" Just as Siyu was about to answer, the phone in her hand vibrated. She looked down and saw that the person marked as Great Demon King had sent her another message. Then let your birth mother have a taste of being forced to be filial to others. The Duan Roland anxiously clung onto her husband's arm and followed him to the front of the courtyard. Compared to Ji Wenhan's ecstasy and high spirits, the Duan Roland was more terrified. She was not as confident as Ji Wenhan to think that the Lu family's visit was a good thing. The Duan Roland thought that she had a firm foothold in the circle of noble women in Rivertown. However, a few years ago, a young lady from the Lu family who was not a direct descendant of the Lu family had come to Rivertown. All the noble women had gone crazy and tried to curry favor with her, but they were all rejected. From then on, the Duan Roland did not dare to dream of being connected with such a monster. At the same time, she became more and more amiable towards the Chu Xuanyan. After all, the Chu family was related to the Lu family by marriage. Even if this relationship was a little distant, there was no telling when she would be able to benefit from it. "Wenhan, did you really not offend anyone outside?" The Duan Roland was still worried and asked again. She always had a bad feeling in her heart, but she didn't know where it came from. After thinking about it carefully, she remembered that she was always respectful towards people with status and prestige. The problem shouldn't be with her, right? On the way here, the Duan Roland had already asked no less than 3 times. Ji Wenhan was a little impatient. "What nonsense are you thinking? What kind of status does the Lu family have? If they really want to mess with you, do they even need to come and inform us? As long as they have the intention, all the noble women waiting to curry favor with them will immediately swarm up and serve them. In the end, you won't even know who killed you." "That's true." The Duan Roland felt that her husband's words made sense, so she forced herself to suppress the uneasiness in her heart. It must be because that wretched girl didn't know what was good for her and made her so angry that she let her imagination run wild. Since Ji Wenhan was so confident, nothing bad would happen. Duan Roland calmed down and immediately put on her usual demeanor when socializing with the upper class. Putting on a gentle and virtuous smile, she leaned against Ji Wenhan's side. The husband and wife walked out of the courtyard together and immediately saw a long line of carriages lined up neatly outside. It was also at this moment that Ji Wenhan realized that something was amiss. They were in a high-end villa area, and those who could live here were not ordinary people. Since the Lu family had come, the others should have received the news. Why was it so quiet? However, the door of the leading car opened and an extraordinarily handsome young man stepped out. Ji Wenhan didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly walked over with his wife. The closer he got, the more familiar he felt the man in front of him was. Wasn't this the new CEO of Huani, the young master of the Lu family's direct line of descent, Lu Xingzhou? When Lu Xingzhou took over, he even attended the banquet held by Huani. However, there were too many people around Lu Xingzhou, so Ji Wenhan only saw him from afar and didn't have the opportunity to talk to him. Who would have thought that after a few months, he would meet him again in his own home? Ji Wenhan pondered. This Lu Xingzhou was said to be the next head of the family. He was sent to Jiangqing to take over Huani. It was just a training exercise. If he could get on good terms with this kind of person. Ji Wenhan hurriedly put on a smile and greeted him very politely. "CEO Lu, long time no see. You're still as elegant as ever. I've heard that the Huani company you manage is flourishing with each passing day. It's as if you've taken over half of the entertainment industry. CEO Lu, you're really young and promising. Your vision is incomparable to others. I'm ashamed of myself." Ji Wenhan didn't care about anything else. He praised Lu Xingzhou fiercely and acted extremely humble. In fact, he and Lu Xingzhou weren't even in the same generation. However, who asked Lu Xingzhou to be of such a high status? Ji Wenhan couldn't wait to throw himself at him, so why would he care so much? Duan Rolan also responded to her husband's words and softly greeted Lu Xingzhou. Lu Xingzhou didn't interrupt the couple's compliments. He leaned against the car door and crossed his arms as he looked at them with a half-smile. He said, slowly, Teacher Ji, Lady Ji, when it comes to judging people, I'm ashamed of my inferiority. Of all people to provoke, he just had to provoke Siyu. Although that little white rabbit was tender and soft, she was protected by Fifth Master Lu. Wasn't it the same as provoking Fifth Master Lu if they touched her? Lu Xingzhou truly admired this precise vision of courting death. Ji Wenhan and Duan Rolan looked at each other. They didn't know what Lu Xingzhou meant. Why did his tone sound a little off? Ji Wenhan didn't dare to speak carelessly. He only said, President Lu, please come in. Rolan and I didn't have time to prepare when we heard that you were coming to visit. Please forgive us, President Lu. Don't be in such a hurry, Teacher Ji. There's still a guest who hasn't arrived. Lu Xingzhou still stood there, unmoved. He had no intention of moving in. As for why we didn't inform you in advance, of course, that's because if we did, it wouldn't be a surprise. Lu Xingzhou emphasized the word surprise. Ji Wenhan's heart skipped a beat. He almost thought that Lu Xingzhou was deliberately looking for trouble. However, when he turned and saw that Lu Xingzhou was still smiling, he felt that he was overthinking. Then, who was the other guest? Ji Wenhan quickly ran through his mind. Who could make Lu Xingzhou act so courteously? At that moment, another car came from afar. Lu Xingzhou's eyes lit up when he saw it. After the car stopped, he ignored the Ji couple's shocked expressions and ran over with great eagerness. He personally opened the car door and said to the person sitting in the car, Fifth Lord, as you can see, I received the news and immediately brought people over. However, without your instructions, I couldn't act on my own accord. So, do you want us to drive right in, or what? Ji Wenhan and Duan Rolan looked behind him. They didn't hear what Lu Xingzhou said, but from his body language, Ji Wenhan immediately knew that the person who had come was definitely someone with a higher status than Lu Xingzhou. Someone even more respected and important. But that was impossible. Could it be that Lu Xingzhou's father, the current head of the Lu family, had come? When did the small temple that was the Ji group attract such a big Buddha? Just as the Ji couple was feeling uneasy, Lu Xingzhou moved aside. They took a closer look and saw a man dressed in a pear white tang suit get out of the car. His features were unbelievably exquisite, and he was twirling a string of prayer beads in his hand. He was like a man from a painting, and his aura was terrifying. Ji Wenhan only met his gaze for a moment before lowering his head in panic, not daring to look at him directly. What a terrifying man. Ji Wenhan was shocked. He had never felt such a terrifying feeling from anyone before. It was as if he was nothing more than an ant in this man's eyes, and he could be crushed to death with a wave of his hand. The Duan Roland's reaction was even greater. She tightly gripped her husband's arm, not even knowing that she was hurting him. Ji Wenhan only felt that it was terrifying. But as soon as she raised her head, she met Fifth Master Lu's extremely cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes seemed to freeze her bones. The Duan Roland's back stiffened, and she cried out in alarm. She almost staggered back a step and shrank behind her husband. Wenhan. The Duan Roland only felt her body tremble. Her ladylike demeanor was completely thrown to the back of her mind. This man looked at her as if he was looking at a dead person. What was going on? Duan Roland, what are you doing? Ji Wenhan was caught off guard by the Duan Roland's sudden loss of composure. He hurriedly pulled the Duan Roland back and apologized to Fifth Master Lu in fear. I'm sorry, I'm a woman. I don't know much. It's a little rude to suddenly see a distinguished guest at the door. This is... Ji Wenhan was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to address Fifth Master Lu, so he could only turn to Lu Xingzhou and ask, Boss Lu, this is... Lu Xingzhou smiled, but no matter how you looked at it, there was a hint of schadenfreude in that smile. This is our Fifth Lord, you can just call him that. Alright, Mr. Ji, everyone is here. Aren't you going to invite us in? Ji Wenhan couldn't hear what Lu Xingzhou said after that. The two words Fifth Master kept repeating in his mind. He had been in the business for so many years and could be considered to have some influence. Naturally, he had heard of Fifth Master Lu before. Fifth Master Lu, the great demon of the Lu family? He had personally come to their house? Ji Wenhan only felt a little unsteady on his feet. The Duan Roland clung tightly to him, trembling like a leaf. She was still panicking because of that brief glance. Ji Wenhan wasn't much better than her. Fortunately, his rationality told him that if he really lost his composure, the consequences would not be good. He barely managed to steady himself. He lowered his head and welcomed them into the house, not daring to say a single word. Fifth Master Lu strolled leisurely through the small path in the courtyard. His posture was so relaxed that it was as if he wasn't a guest, but the owner of the house. The Ji family had a large courtyard. Ji Wenhan liked to pretend to be cultured, so he specially hired a few experienced gardeners to take care of the garden. Flowers were planted everywhere. When the wind blew, the flowers swayed. It was a pleasant scene. Fifth Master Lu swept a glance and said, "The courtyard is well taken care of. Do you like flowers?" Ji Wenhan immediately nodded. He was afraid that he would be dissatisfied if he was a second too slow. Yes, yes. The courtyard is filled with rare species that I had people collect from all over the world. Fifth Master, if you like any of them, just say the word. I will immediately order people to transplant them into a pot for you. Look at these orchids, they are priceless. Ji Wenhan was delighted. He thought that he had found Fifth Master Lu's hobby. He racked his brains and dug out a bit of barren knowledge about flowers and plants. He began to boast in front of the entire courtyard. His words were both overtly and covertly flattering. In the end, he even pulled the Duan Roland. "Roland, don't you usually like to take care of these flowers and plants? Quickly come and introduce them to Fifth Master." The Duan Roland's body stiffened. She didn't dare to move her eyes. She could already tell from her husband's attentive and almost flattering attitude that this Fifth Master was definitely an existence that they couldn't provoke no matter what. She also wanted to say something, but she usually only watered the plants. How could she do the rough work of planting flowers? She didn't know anything. "Fifth Master. Wenhan, I will call the gardener over right now." The Duan Roland thought for a long time but couldn't choke out a word. She was extremely flustered. She was proficient in beauty, body shaping, and dressing, but how could she know this kind of rough work? She was really useless. Ji Wenhan immediately despised her in his heart. What else could this Duan Roland woman do other than go shopping and spend money? She spent every day with that group of upper-class women. Why didn't she learn anything from them? Which of the wives of the other aristocratic families wasn't cultivated and elegant and proficient in everything? She, on the other hand, still couldn't change this pettiness after more than 20 years. She was completely useless at this critical moment. Ji Wenhan immediately pulled back his wife, who was about to run over to call the gardener. Even though he despised her in his heart, he didn't show it on his face. He hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "Fifth Master, this is just a little hobby of Roland's." She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to explain it well, so she wanted a professional to explain it to you. "No need. So you're saying that you had people plant all these flowers and plants?" Fifth Master Lu's cold gaze slowly fell on the Duan Roland. Seeing her nod, he slightly curved his lips. "You don't deserve these flowers and plants. Now, go and clean up the courtyard yourself." The Duan Roland thought that she was hearing things. "Fifth Master, what did you say?" Lu Xingzhou kindly reminded her. "Fifth Master wants you to personally go and pull out all the flowers and plants. He thinks that they are an eyesore when he sees them. Do you understand?" What? The Duan Roland had always lived like a princess. When had she ever heard of such a request? She subconsciously wanted to show an angry expression. However, just as she showed the intention to complain, the bodyguards who had been silently following behind Fifth Master Lu suddenly took 2 steps forward. In a few moves, they pinned the Duan Roland's hands behind her back and escorted her into the garden. "What are you guys doing?" Ji Wenhan was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. He immediately reached out to pull her up, but who would have thought that as soon as he raised his hand, something hard pressed against the back of his head. Ji Wenhan stiffened, trembling as he turned his head to look. Only then did he discover that the thing aimed at the back of his head was a black muzzle. At this time, he took a closer look and found that the bodyguards brought by Fifth Master Lu were all hiding firearms. Earlier, he had heard rumors that Fifth Master Lu was in charge of a huge private arms trading network. Now, it seemed that the rumors were true. The Duan Roland also saw clearly what was pointed at her husband. Her waist was also pressed against something hard. She didn't need to look down to know what it was. She had never seen such a situation before. Instantly, half of her body went limp. Hurry up and go. Otherwise, it will rain soon. It will be a waste of time, Fifth Master Lu said kindly. He twirled his prayer beads and didn't look up at the sky at all. However, he said this in a firm tone. The bodyguards holding the Duan Roland immediately escorted her over. This time, the Duan Roland didn't dare to resist at all. You go too. Husband and wife are of the same mind. How can I ask you to watch from the side? Fifth Master Lu looked at Ji Wenhan, who was as stiff as a rock. His tone was gentle, and there was a hint of a smile in it. Send him over. The bodyguards immediately moved. Ji Wenhan didn't dare to struggle. In the midst of the shoving, the expensive necktie that he had deliberately tied was tilted to one side. He asked in a panicked tone, Fifth Master, what is the meaning of this? If we have offended you in any way, I will apologize first. If you have any requests, please tell me. I will do my best to satisfy. Fifth Master Lu seemed to find his words very funny. Didn't I already mention it? Since you said that you will do your best to satisfy me, I will ask someone to watch you. Every time you stop, the market value of the G Group's shares will decrease a little. Do you understand? Pulling flowers and weeds, what kind of request was this? Ji Wenhan almost cursed out loud. Fortunately, he remembered who the person standing in front of him was in time. Then, he began to tremble again. Compared to the Lu family, the G Group was like a small shrimp compared to a large shark. It would be easy to swallow it in one gulp. Fifth Master Lu's threat was definitely not a joke. Thinking of this, Ji Wenhan didn't dare to have any more objections. Perhaps it was because there were weapons pointed at him, but he obediently took the initiative to walk to the Duan Roland's side. The bodyguards had already brought over all kinds of tools and threw them in front of them. The husband and wife looked at each other. Under the gaze of the guns, they could only bend down to pick up the completely unfamiliar farming tools and began to dig the ground without any pattern. They were cursing Fifth Master Lu in their hearts. What kind of trick was this? Had the Ji family's courtyard offended him in any way? He actually wanted them to turn the entire courtyard upside down? How much time was this going to take? Moreover, the two of them had never done such heavy work before. Their posture was completely wrong. After less than 10 minutes of digging, the Duan Roland was already panting and felt that he couldn't go on anymore. Lady Ji, you stopped once. The bodyguard standing by the side said expressionlessly. Ji Wenhan suddenly raised his head. He cherished his life and loved money. Especially when it came to his company, he was both shocked and angry. His face twisted as he roared, Duan Roland, are you trying to implicate me? Hurry up and keep working. The Duan Roland felt extremely wronged. She was even more frightened by her husband's terrifying expression. She only knew that Ji Wenhan had always been gentle and refined. She had never seen him angry. But now, Ji Wenhan was still complaining. How could he pay attention to her? Of course, the Duan Roland didn't want anything to happen to the Ji family's company. She could only swallow the bitterness in her heart and continue to hoe the flowers. In order to welcome the Lu family's guests, the two of them had dressed up meticulously. They were wearing expensive clothes. Now that they were messing around, their clothes were splattered with mud and were extremely dirty. Fifth Master Lu looked at them expressionlessly for a while, then turned to Lu Xingzhou and said, get someone to find the same amount of green foxtail grass. After they've turned the courtyard over, they can continue to plant. Lu Xingzhou was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Fifth Master Lu had said that the Duan Roland wasn't worthy of famous flowers and plants, so he had asked her to pluck the flowers. Now, he was asking her to plant the foxtail grass after plucking the flowers. Wasn't he saying that the Duan Roland was only good at planting weeds? When it came to insulting people, their fifth master was indeed the best. Lu Xingzhou was just about to brag when a puzzled voice suddenly came from the entrance of the villa. What are they doing? Fifth Master Lu looked up and saw Siyu standing at the entrance looking at him. It seemed that she had run out after hearing the commotion in the courtyard. He immediately frowned. The little girl's body wasn't good, but she was only wearing a skirt. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold? Chu Shuangyan and Ji Lin also ran out. However, when Chu Shuangyan saw Fifth Master Lu, she was like a mouse seeing a cat. She immediately hid behind Siyu. Siyu didn't pay attention to her. Instead, she looked curiously into the courtyard. After a while, she recognized that the two people plucking the flowers were actually the Ji couple, who had been glamorous just a moment ago. Did you tell them to do it? Siyu was very shocked. She turned around and saw that Fifth Master Lu had quietly walked in front of her at some point. He very naturally took her little hand and led her into the house. She didn't know if it was because this person had saved her before, but Siyu was now not as afraid of him as before. Although she still couldn't help but feel afraid every time she saw the black mass of luck on Fifth Master Lu's body, she could at least deal with it calmly. Thus, even Siyu herself didn't realize that her tone of speaking to him was no longer reserved. Instead, it carried a bit of casualness. Aren't they ruthlessly destroying flowers by doing this? Isn't it a bit wasteful? Siyu was a little curious about what the couple had said to be punished in such a sorry state. She grabbed Fifth Master Lu's sleeve and asked him. That soft little hand moved restlessly in his palm. Fifth Master Lu paused for a moment before replying, then tell them to transplant the flowers back into the pot. If you like them, I'll get someone to send them to you. Lu Xingzhou listened from the side and secretly glanced at him. Fifth Master's method of presenting Buddha with borrowed flowers was really good. Although the Ji couple loved to court death, the varieties of flowers were really rare and precious. Fifth Master, on the other hand, directly used a cart of weeds to exchange for them. The good things were conveniently given to Siyu. Siyu said helplessly, "My family doesn't have any extra space to spare." Fifth Master Lu didn't say anything for a moment. He usually sent medicine by the dozen to Siyu. Sending flowers? This was something that he had never done before. Naturally, he had never done the same thing about being rejected. Since she didn't want the flowers, then he would ask someone to collect the petals and make some snacks for her. Ji Lin also saw that his parents were being forced to work in the garden. He had never dreamed of this scene, so he was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. There were several black-clothed bodyguards standing next to his parents. It was obvious that what they were doing now was not voluntary. After all, they were his biological parents. Although Ji Lin was extremely dissatisfied with their attitude towards his sister, he still couldn't just stand by and watch. He immediately anxiously wanted to run out. Alin? Siyu was a step too slow to grab him. Instead, her outstretched hand was firmly grasped by Fifth Master Lu and tightly wrapped around it. At the same time, her entire body tilted, and her slender waist was wrapped around by a strong arm. She threw herself into Fifth Master's embrace, which was suffused with the faint scent of sandalwood. Fifth Master Lu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ji Lin's back. As if on purpose, he deliberately waited until he was out of the range that could shelter him from the rain. Then, he slowly said, "The rain won't stop for a while. Watch those two and tell them to hurry up. I don't have that much patience to wait." As soon as he finished speaking, the heavy rain immediately poured down, drenching Ji Lin. Ji Wenhan and the Duan Rolan were even worse. The clothes on their bodies were all made of expensive materials. After being drenched like this, they could barely wear them. The Duan Rolan's meticulously applied makeup was also wet in a second. They were so embarrassed that they didn't look human anymore. Duan Rolan's entire body was soaked, and the makeup on her face was a mess. Her eye makeup was smudged and stuck to her eyelids, making it hard for her to open her eyes. The beautiful dress that she had specially worn to welcome guests was dripping with water, and the edges of the dress were covered in mud. Because it was raining, the mud in the courtyard was very soft, and her high heels sank deep into the mud when she stepped on them. She screamed and tried to pull her legs out, but she almost tripped. The rain was getting heavier, and there was no cover in the courtyard. Ji Wenhan and his wife were soon drenched, but the bodyguards standing by the side seemed to have expected the rain. They opened their umbrellas in time and didn't get splashed at all. Duan Roland had never been in such a sorry state in her life. She was exhausted, but she didn't dare to stop. After all, there was a precedent. If she tried to stop, the bodyguards behind her would coldly and emotionlessly tell her how much of the G Group's market value had evaporated. Duan Roland didn't understand these things, but she glanced at her husband and saw that Ji Wenhan's face was as white as a sheet. His phone had long been taken away by the bodyguards, and the calls kept coming in. The bodyguard seemed to be doing it on purpose, and turned on the loudspeaker in front of him. Ji Wenhan heard his assistant anxiously report that their business had been attacked, that the stock price was plummeting, and that the board of directors was about to explode. He asked Ji Wenhan to hurry back to the company to stabilize the morale of the company. Ji Wenhan's heart bled when he heard this, but there were guns all around him. Not only could he not leave, he couldn't even bear to reply. He could only listen to his assistant anxiously shouting. Finally, the bodyguard decisively hung up the phone and said to him coldly, "CEO Ji, instead of worrying about these things, you should hurry up and finish your work. Otherwise, the longer you drag this out, the more you'll lose." Ji Wenhan felt his vision darken, and a sense of hopelessness enveloped him. This was all his blood, sweat, and tears. Ji Wenhan immediately glared at Duan Roland, his eyes malicious. He didn't dare to go against the Liu family, so he pushed all the blame to his wife. It was all her fault. She couldn't even do such a small thing. Wasn't it just hoeing the flowers? She only knew how to complain. Trash. Duan Roland also didn't feel good in her heart. In her opinion, it was all her husband's fault for not having any ability. She thought that marrying into the Ji family would be good, but Ji Wenhan was just a coward in front of the Liu family. He didn't even dare to let out a fart, and even caused her to be implicated and have to accompany him to do this kind of menial work. At this moment, the Ji couple strangely reached a consensus. The two of them worked hard for half a day, from morning to night. The rain never stopped. Duan Roland used to love showing off, and had the gardener plant flowers all over the yard. Now, it was as if she had returned to the past and slapped herself in the face. She couldn't care less about how precious these flowers were, and she randomly plucked them and threw them to the side. When the two of them finally finished cleaning the entire yard, they were lying on the ground in pain, unable to get up. Unexpectedly, the bodyguard in black brought over a bag of seeds. He said expressionlessly, "The two of you, Fifth Lord has instructed that after you're done, continue planting these seeds." Duan Roland almost fainted. She couldn't even lift her hand. Her face was covered in tears and rainwater. She said weakly, "Can you let us rest for a while? I really can't take it anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the black-faced bodyguard quickly raised his gun and accurately fired a bullet an inch away from Duan Roland's feet. Duan Roland was stunned for a few seconds. She opened her mouth, but she didn't even know how to make a sound. "Lady Ji, if you want to rest, then rest forever." The black barrel of the gun silently pointed at her. Duan Roland's entire body was trembling. These people would really make a move. An unknown fear gripped her heart tightly. Duan Roland didn't know where she got the strength from. She had just collapsed to the ground a moment ago, but now she immediately stood up. She went forward to snatch the bag of seeds and started working. Ji Wenhan witnessed everything from the side. He was afraid that he would be the next person to be threatened with a gun, so he quickly followed. The husband and wife almost got into a fight over a bag of seeds. It was already 2 hours later when they finished sowing the seeds. Ji Wenhan and Duan Roland were escorted back to the villa by the bodyguards. Their clothes were so dirty that they couldn't be looked at anymore. Their faces and hands were covered in mud. If they were thrown out now, no one would suspect that they were beggars who were scavenging for scraps. How could they still look like the refined and wealthy people of the past? Because it was raining outside, it was very cold. When Duan Roland returned to the bright living room, her hands and feet gradually warmed up and she regained some feeling. Then, she realized that all 10 of her fingers were bleeding from the abrasion. It was so painful that her face was distorted. Duan Roland was dragged back into the house. She raised her head and saw the imposing fifth Master Liu sitting on the sofa, brewing tea. His technique was skillful, and when paired with his overly exquisite appearance, it was like a moving painting. However, Duan Rolan wasn't in the mood to admire it, because when she turned her gaze, she saw the daughter she hated the most sitting next to Fifth Master Lu. Unlike his disheveled appearance, Siyu had a furry cloak draped over her body. She looked very warm, and her furry neck made a circle, making her look exceptionally cute. And now, the tea brewed by Fifth Master Lu was poured into the small porcelain cup in her hand. She sipped it slowly, and her face was a little red from the heat, and her almond-shaped eyes seemed to be moist with tears. Duan Rolan was shocked. Why hadn't Zhou Siyu, this money-losing girl, left yet? Didn't she ask the housekeeper to chase her out? In front of Fifth Master Lu, Duan Rolan couldn't be arrogant and didn't dare to act rashly. Even though Fifth Master was the main culprit behind her disheveled appearance, Duan Rolan didn't dare to blame him at all. However, it was different in front of Siyu. This wretched girl was sitting leisurely and drinking tea in such a disheveled situation? Duan Rolan's anger immediately flared up. She could lose face in front of anyone, but she couldn't lose face in front of Siyu. Fifth Master, this wretched girl isn't part of our family. I'll chase her out now. Don't let her be an eyesore to you. Zhou Siyu. Duan Rolan wanted to go forward and pull Siyu away, but as soon as she moved, she was immediately grabbed by the bodyguard behind her and pressed to the ground. She thought that Fifth Master Lu didn't know Siyu's identity and hurriedly explained, Fifth Master, you don't know, but this girl specially came to extort our family. Because of this, she has been pestering my son. At this point, Duan Rolan suddenly realized that, right, why wasn't Ji Lin in the living room? Siyu heard her words and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. As for Ji Lin, that silly child went out in the rain. After she was pulled back, she immediately went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of ginger soup. In the end, she was careless and didn't keep an eye on Fifth Master Lu, so he added some medicine to the ginger soup. Ji Lin drank it and fainted. She was carried to her room and fell asleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resist rushing out in the rain to find the Ji couple. Fifth Master Lu glanced lightly at Duan Rolan, who was forced to the ground, and asked with a smile, "You're saying that she's not a member of your family?" Sitting on the other end of the sofa, Chu Shuangyan, who was far away from Fifth Master Lu, couldn't help but tremble. He looked down and began to pray for Duan Rolan in his heart. Ji Wenhan was an old fox after all. He suddenly sensed that something was wrong from Fifth Master Lu's smile, but before he could open his mouth to save him, Duan Rolan beside him replied very firmly, yes, I've seen many people like her. They only want to climb up the social ladder and don't even care about their face. Fifth Master Lu pinched Siyu's round and cold fingertips and played with her, saying indifferently, she really has nothing to do with you. She's my person. Yes, Fifth Master, you saw through it at a glance. Duan Rolan responded reflexively, but he was stuck halfway. What? What did Fifth Master Lu just say? Zhou Siyu, that low-born, sickly, short-lived ghost, was Fifth Master Lu's person? Duan Rolan couldn't believe it at all, and his entire body froze in place. When Siyu heard this, she almost choked on the water she had just drank. As she coughed, she couldn't help but cough up blood again. She covered her mouth and frowned as if she was in great pain. Fifth Master Lu tilted his head to look at her and asked indifferently, you just took the medicine. Why are you acting up again? As he spoke, he reached out to check Siyu's pulse. Siyu crawled into the sofa with her hands and feet, trying to avoid his outstretched hand. No, these words were too shocking. When did she become a member of the Lu family? Fifth Master Lu was very displeased with her resistance. He simply wrapped his arms around her slender ankles and dragged her back into his arms. He carefully wiped away the blood that flowed out of her mouth. Why are you running? It's not like I'm blaming you. In the eyes of the Duan Rolan, such an intimate action was like a wooden club smashing down on her head. It hit her so hard that she was dizzy and even lost her ability to think. Zhou Siyu, she had that kind of relationship with Fifth Master Lu? Impossible. How could a man of such high status like Fifth Master Lu take a fancy to such a sickly person? Ji Wenhan was also stunned, but he came back to his senses before the Duan Rolan. His back was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't forgotten that he had very rudely ordered people to chase this girl out. Now, Fifth Master Lu was clearly protecting Xiyu. It was even possible that the series of orders just now to torture her to death were all for this girl's sake. Ji Wenhan vaguely remembered that his wife had complained to him about a girl named Zhou Xiyu pestering Ji Lin all day long, begging him to teach Xiyu a lesson. At that time, Ji Wenhan thought it was just a small matter and didn't ask at all, allowing the Duan Roland to do as she pleased. Now that he thought about it, it was simply courting death. Wow, so it was all because of this stupid woman, the Duan Roland. Ji Wenhan panted heavily and immediately stared fixedly at the Duan Roland. If he wasn't also being held down by someone, he might have rushed over and slapped her. She was the one who caused the trouble, and now she was dragging him down with her. Fifth Master, no, Miss Zhou, it's all because we didn't recognize Mount Tai. I apologize on Roland's behalf. Please be magnanimous and forgive her this once. Ji Wenhan knew when to yield and when to stand tall. After he figured out the reason for Fifth Master Lu's attack, he immediately pleaded with Xiyu. He didn't care about how high and mighty he was before, but his attitude now was very humble. The Duan Roland listened to her husband's humble plea next to her. Her expression was as if she was in a dream. That's not right. She had always looked down on that money-losing girl. When did it become her turn to look up to her? The Duan Roland couldn't understand no matter how hard she thought about it. Fifth Master Lu didn't even look at them. He just looked down at Xiyu and whispered in her ear, "Look, they've already been forced to show their filial piety to you. Are you happy?" Xiyu. Happy. If only this master didn't hug her so tightly, she would be even happier. Xiyu didn't say anything, but Fifth Master Lu seemed to have gotten the answer from her expression. He chuckled and stroked her long hair, saying gently, "It seems that you're still not very satisfied." The Duan Roland and Ji Wenhan. Xingzhou. Fifth Master Lu directly asked Lu Xingzhou, "I heard that the Ji family is preparing to bid for that piece of land in the western suburbs?" Lu Xingzhou had clearly done his homework. He nodded, "Yes, that piece of land is predicted to be the future king of Jiangqing. Many companies are eyeing it covetously. Among these companies, the Ji family is the strongest competitor. Soon it won't be." Fifth Master Lu smiled, "Take it. Treat it as a gift from me. Speaking of which, I haven't officially congratulated you since you came to Jiangqing. Treat it as a compensation." Lu Xingzhou was stunned, then said happily, "Thank you, Fifth Master." He had also coveted that piece of land for a long time. However, after the Lu family kicked him out to train, he had to rely on himself. He didn't have enough liquid capital to bid for that piece of land. However, with Fifth Master Lu's promise, it was different. Even his father didn't dare to say anything. Ji Wenhan's face paled and he almost collapsed. It's over, it's over. He was originally determined to get this project. He even insisted on doing it when the board of directors didn't think highly of it. If it really miscarried, what would the board of directors think of him? What would happen to the huge amount of money the company had invested? The Ji family group would definitely suffer a great loss. Xiyu said to Fifth Master Lu in a low voice, "I didn't say that I wasn't satisfied." Fifth Master Lu pinched her fingers, his expression unchanged, "You said it." In any case, he wouldn't misunderstand. Xiyu. As long as you're happy. His goal was achieved. Fifth Master Lu didn't delay for a moment. He held Xiyu's hand and left. The Lu family's car completely ignored the fact that this was someone else's courtyard. It openly drove in from the courtyard and stopped at the entrance of the villa to pick them up. Although it was still raining outside, Xiyu didn't get a single drop of rain. After the great demon god left, Chu Shuangyan finally recovered from her state of holding her breath. She patted her chest, her heart still filled with trepidation. She had seen the miserable state of the Ji couple the entire time. She couldn't help but rejoice that she had been quick-witted enough to save them. Otherwise, wouldn't she have ended up in the same state? After digging for a day, the business was ruined. Just thinking about it made her feel miserable. Chu Shuangyan looked at the husband and wife who were paralyzed on the ground. She silently helped them to the sofa. She didn't dare to stay any longer. After finishing this matter, she quickly slipped away. She still had to go home and tell her family that the Ji family had offended 5th Master Lu. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. The villa returned to its peaceful state. Ji Wenhan sat for a while before he felt that his limbs had recovered some strength. The first thing he did was to slap the Duan Rolan. He didn't hold back at all and immediately sent the Duan Rolan flying into the sofa. "Look at what you've done." Ji Wenhan's eyes were red and filled with hatred. "Duan Rolan, other than going shopping and partying, what else do you do? Now, you've caused me such a big trouble. I must have been crazy to marry you. You wastrel." That slap was fierce and fast. The Duan Rolan was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She looked up at her usually gentle husband in disbelief. "Ji Wenhan, you dare to hit me?" Ji Wenhan sneered, "Why can't I hit you? You humiliated me for no reason and ruined my business. If you hadn't offended Zhou Siyu, would 5th Master Lu have set his sights on the Ji family? You know very well what you've done. Didn't you agree to all those things? Now you're blaming me?" The Duan Rolan wanted to pounce on him and strangle him. "Well, Ji Wenhan, you don't have the ability to come and blame me, right?" Duan Rolan threw herself at Ji Wenhan, punching and kicking him. The husband and wife, who were normally affectionate in all sorts of situations, suddenly wrestled with each other. They didn't hold back at all, adding new injuries to their already messy bodies. Ping 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 ping, they made the entire room restless. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the second floor, Ji Lin was sleeping soundly due to the effects of his medicine, completely oblivious to all of this. 5th Master Lu left in a huff, concealing his achievements and fame. Siyu was pulled away from the Ji family by him. Although she didn't see the situation with her own eyes, she could imagine that the Ji couple would inevitably have a big fight. After all, Siyu saw clearly just now that Ji Wenhan looked at the Duan Rolan with a gaze that was like a knife, as if he wanted to tear off a layer of her skin. Siyu didn't care about the grudges between the couple. She was just a little worried about Ji Lin. No matter what the two of them did, they were still Ji Lin's biological parents. Ji Lin definitely wouldn't feel good being caught in the middle. Thinking of this, Siyu was actually a little glad that 5th Master Lu had the foresight to drug Ji Lin so that he didn't have to see his parents lose face. That silly child should still be sleeping soundly. Nothing will happen, right? The more Siyu thought about it, the more worried she became. If she had known earlier, she would have asked someone to carry Ji Lin away with them when she left. As if sensing her distraction, 5th Master Lu, who was originally playing with her slender fingers with great interest, glanced at her slightly and asked, "Are you still not feeling well?" Siyu hadn't stopped coughing up blood just now. It was only when 5th Master Lu took out a pill from somewhere and forced it into her mouth that she stopped coughing. At this moment, in 5th Master Lu's eyes, this little girl's small face was deathly pale, as if her vitality had been greatly damaged. "It's okay," Siyu subconsciously replied. Then, she came back to her senses and secretly glanced at 5th Master Lu's expression. She asked, "I'm worried about Alin. How about we turn around and go back to pick him up?" If it was in the past, Siyu definitely wouldn't dare to make such a request to 5th Master Lu so directly. She was afraid that this lunatic would use this as a pretext to make a fuss and make random requests. But now, even Siyu herself didn't realize that she could already say such words very naturally. 5th Master Lu was keenly aware of this, but he didn't intend to tell this slow-witted girl. He only curled his lips and said, "There's no need. The Ji family is in a mess now. They can't even take care of themselves. How can they be in the mood to care about others?" At this point, Siyu looked him up and down for a few seconds. She finally asked the question that had been buried deep in her heart from the beginning. "Fifth Lord, you're not here to support me, are you?" Her subconscious told her that this idea was right. 5th Master Lu had no interaction with the Ji family at all. He only rushed over when he heard that she was here. If he wasn't here for her, then what else could it be? But logic told Siyu that she shouldn't think too highly of herself. If 5th Master Lu was just helping her vent her anger, then so be it. But the problem was that it was obvious that he wanted to destroy the Ji group. She shouldn't be able to do it alone, right? 5th Master Lu calmly asked, "Otherwise?" Siyu actually wanted to ask him what he meant by "this is my person," but when she saw that Fifth Master Lu didn't care at all, she was terrified. She softly said oh and didn't say anything else. She was like a little ostrich carefully poking her head out, only to find that the other side was ignoring her, so she resentfully buried her head back. Fifth Master Lu. It seemed that he couldn't wait for this cowardly rabbit to take the initiative to ask. Fifth Master Lu was decisive in killing people in his life. He had never been sloppy. At this moment, he hesitated for a few seconds before using his fingers to roll up Siyu's drooping hair. He twirled it between his fingers, just like how he usually played with a string of Buddha beads. Then he said in a low voice, "What I said at the Ji family isn't a secret. It will probably spread to the ears of all the aristocratic families soon. These people never look at the process, only the results, understand?" Siyu blankly shook her head, indicating that she didn't quite understand. Fifth Master Lu paused, then simply hugged her and placed her on his lap. From behind, he firmly held the little girl and whispered in her ear, "In other words, by tomorrow at the latest, these people will learn a lesson from the Ji family and know that you are the person I am protecting." In the past, whether it was sending people to protect Siyu or plundering precious medicinal ingredients to deliver to Siyu every day, it was all done in secret. He never made it public. Things that he didn't want others to spy on naturally couldn't be found out. However, the matter with the Ji couple suddenly made Fifth Master Lu realize how annoying these buzzing flies were. Moreover, these flies didn't dare to bother him. Instead, they gathered around Siyu and shamelessly refused to leave. Looking at them really made him sick. Since people like the Ji couple were so unscrupulous because they didn't know that Siyu was under his protection, then he would personally support this little girl. Let's see who else would dare to. Siyu originally felt that this position was a little awkward. Her body was too petite compared to Fifth Master Lu's, as if he was holding a child. However, before she could break free, Fifth Master Lu's words came crashing down on her, scaring Siyu into a daze. Lu Xingzhou was driving the car in front. As the CEO of a company, he was happy to be caught as a chauffeur. He even secretly pricked up his ears to listen to what was going on in the back seat. Seeing that Fifth Master Lu was too straightforward and scared the little girl, Lu Xingzhou couldn't help but speak up for him. "Siyu, actually, Fifth Master Lu is afraid that you will be bullied outside. You don't know, but Fifth Master Lu has always been paying attention to you. He usually doesn't watch variety shows. It's because of you that he found that whatever challenge." Fifth Master Lu casually removed a sandalwood bead from his Buddhist prayer beads. With a light flick of his finger, he accurately smashed the bead into the back of Lu Xingzhou's head, causing him to cry out in pain. "Xingzhou, you are getting bolder and bolder." Fifth Master Lu's tone was gentle. "You don't want that piece of land anymore because you think it's too much, right? I was just spouting nonsense just now." As soon as Lu Xingzhou heard that the fat duck in his hand was about to fly away, he couldn't help but wail. He hurriedly looked at Siyu through the rearview mirror. "You mustn't believe it. That's not true." However, Siyu didn't receive Lu Xingzhou's hint at all. Instead, she asked Fifth Master Lu curiously, "You watched my show? Did I do okay?" Lu Xingzhou screamed in his heart, his face full of despair. Fifth Master Lu really touched a sore spot. At that time, after watching the show, he ordered him to investigate Wen Yuan thoroughly. After that, he couldn't find anything, and he didn't find any private dealings between Wen Yuan and Siyu that were beyond the normal scope. Only then did Fifth Master Lu let it go. This living ancestor was so torturous just because he was jealous. Siyu still brought this up. Wasn't she just adding to the trouble? Sure enough, Fifth Master Lu still had a kind expression and said in a patient tone, "Did you have a good time?" Siyu thought about it. It was mainly because she was in charge of tricking people, and Ji Lin fell for it every time, so overall, it was quite interesting. "I had a good time." Lu Xingzhou pricked up his ears and tried his best to shrink his neck and reduce his presence. Fifth Master Lu rubbed Siyu's hair and said very gently, "I saw that you ate Wen Yuan's dishes very happily. I wasted an entire day because of you, so you can personally cook a meal as a thank you gift." Fifth Master Lu's words jumped without any logic. Siyu was stunned. Then, she realized that the car had turned around and was driving towards her house. In less than 10 minutes, it stopped outside her house. Lu Xingzhou was afraid that if he said too much, he would make more mistakes. If he stayed any longer, Fifth Master Lu would strip him of his land. Therefore, after sending her there, he didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately slipped away. Siyu was left behind and asked with wide eyes, "You want to come to my house?" Fifth Master Lu didn't answer and directly pulled her upstairs. Siyu was led into the kitchen by Fifth Master Lu in a daze. Only then did she realize that this person was serious. Alright, since he helped her vent her anger in front of the Duan Roland today. Siyu helplessly pulled up her hair and put on her apron. She looked through the food reserves at home and found that there was only a bundle of noodles and a few eggs left. She thought carefully for a moment. Eggs and noodles shouldn't be on Fifth Master Lu's blacklist, right? It couldn't be helped. This master was too picky, causing Siyu to involuntarily analyze the ingredients when she saw them. Egg noodles, then. Although it was a little simple, it was impossible to immediately go out to buy groceries in the middle of the night. Siyu dug out a few handfuls of green onions and was about to cut some green onions to enhance the flavor when Fifth Master Lu stood behind her and looked at her. He suddenly frowned and said, "Don't put green onions." Siyu. Alright, you're a guest. I'll listen to you. She put the onions back in place, thinking that she would cut some green onions and garlic and mix it with the sauce to make a sauce. However, just as she was about to reach out, Fifth Master Lu said, "Don't want any of them." Siyu. Alright, she wasn't the one eating anyway. Finally, the noodles were boiled. Siyu fried 2 golden poached eggs. Just as she was about to put some salt in the noodles, Fifth Master Lu was picky again. Too much, put less. Siyu. She was wrong. She should have boiled the noodles with water and not put anything else. At that moment, the Ji family was still gloomy and gloomy. Ji Wenhan's face had several bloody scratches from the Duan Roland. The two of them fought and quarreled for half a day until someone at the company couldn't help but call. Perhaps they would continue to pester them. Ji Wenhan's assistant was very anxious. "CEO Ji, hurry up and think of something. What's going on with that piece of land in the western suburbs? Why was it suddenly bought? I can't hold on any longer. Hurry back to the company and take charge of the situation." Take charge of the situation? What situation was there to speak of? Ji Wenhan's face was green and white. He also wanted to turn the tide, but this time, the Lu family and Fifth Master Lu were the ones making a move. Who would help him? It was already good enough that they didn't hit him when he was down. After dealing with the assistant, Ji Wenhan was no longer in the mood to quarrel. He paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He coldly asked the Duan Roland, "Tell me honestly. What's going on with that Zhou Siyu? Why are you targeting her?" The Duan Roland's hair and makeup were all scattered. She was covering her face and sobbing. When she heard the question, her sobs suddenly stopped for a few seconds. She is. Seeing the Duan Roland stuttering, Ji Wenhan was even more certain that she was targeting Siyu for more than just Ji Lin. His face darkened as he asked, "Now that things have come to this, do you still have to hide it? Now that you've offended someone, Fifth Master Lu has caused my assets to shrink. What's next? Is he going to destroy the entire Ji family next? Do you have a brain? Or are you tired of the luxurious life now and don't want to live anymore?" "No, Wenhan, I really didn't know beforehand." This threat was very effective on the Duan Roland. She immediately put down her hands and explained in a panic, "That girl is my child from before." "Your child?" Ji Wenhan was stunned for a moment before he reacted. His eyes were filled with shock. "Didn't you say that your child was sick and couldn't live to adulthood?" "I didn't know either." The Duan Roland cried. "All the doctors said so. I didn't expect her to appear again. She's just a poor girl. How could she have anything to do with the Lu family? Is there any point in pursuing this now?" Ji Wenhan was really defeated by this woman's stupidity and short-sightedness. The most important thing now was to start with Siyu. They had to apologize to her and try to get Fifth Master Lu to let the Ji family go. Ji Wenhan rubbed the space between his eyebrows and ordered, "You're Zhou Siyu's biological mother. No matter what, you're related by blood." She can't refuse to acknowledge you. Tomorrow, immediately bring something good to her and apologize to her. Explain the misunderstanding from before. If you can reconcile with her, that's even better. If not, it doesn't matter. Do you understand? The Duan Roland was stunned by the series of unforeseen events. She was now at a loss. Hearing her husband's orders, she didn't think about how feasible it was. She quickly nodded and agreed. Yes, yes. I'll go tomorrow. I'll go immediately. At the same time, she secretly hated Zhou Siyu in her heart. That wretched girl flew to the top and didn't tell her at all. Did she still have her mother in her eyes? The two of them discussed the follow-up steps to remedy the situation. They didn't notice that Ji Lin was standing on the stairs listening quietly with a strange expression. Yesterday, the Ji couple had dug the ground for an entire day. When Siyu came out of the Ji residence, it was already the middle of the night. It wasn't easy to serve this person according to Fifth Master Lu's picky recipe. Siyu was already sleepy. She had already developed a biological clock that went to bed early and woke up early. The reason she was able to hold out until midnight was purely because she wanted to watch a show. She wanted to see how unlucky the Ji couple could be. Now, she couldn't take it anymore. Fifth Master Lu was still slowly eating the egg noodles she cooked. Siyu watched as this person finished the outermost circle of egg whites, but the egg yolk inside didn't move at all. He pickily pushed it aside, and the corners of her mouth twitched speechlessly. Okay, she got it. Fifth Master Lu's recipe blacklist had one more thing to add: don't eat egg yolks. Siyu rested her chin on her hand as she watched him eat an ordinary bowl of egg noodles like it was a high-class dish. She felt sleepy as she watched. Her little head nodded, and not long after, she fell asleep on the sofa's armrest. Siyu didn't care about the bed. She could sleep soundly anywhere. However, when she woke up the next morning, she found that she had been moved back to the bedroom. Not only that, but there was another person lying next to her. Siyu looked up slightly and saw Fifth Master Lu hugging her like a teddy bear. Her bed wasn't big, and it was a little crowded for the two of them to sleep together. Fifth Master Lu was tall, so it should be very uncomfortable for him to sleep with his hands and feet tied. Siyu thought that with his pickiness, he wouldn't be able to bear it, but Fifth Master Lu's brows were relaxed. Obviously, he didn't look uncomfortable. Siyu remembered the last time she accidentally woke him up and was pinned to the bed by the neck. She wanted to sneak up, but she didn't dare to move. If it was someone else hugging her, Siyu would be able to hypnotize herself that the other party was a block of wood even if it was awkward. However, it was Fifth Master Lu who was hugging her and not letting go. This person's presence was abnormally strong. Siyu wanted to vomit blood next to him, so after holding it in for less than 10 minutes, Siyu had no choice but to move away a little. She covered her mouth and coughed softly. It wasn't a big movement, but it obviously woke Fifth Master Lu up. Before Siyu could react, she was once again locked by the neck and pressed firmly into the quilt. Siyu was already able to remain calm in the face of such a sudden situation. She groped for Fifth Master Lu's hand that was clasped around her neck. It's me. Fifth Master Lu still looked like he was angry after his sleep was disturbed, but he seemed to feel the chill coming from Siyu's hand. His eyes moved slightly, and he quickly woke up. He took a deep look at Siyu, who was under his body, and then let go of her hand. This time, the time he lost control was much shorter than the last time. He seemed to have subconsciously restrained his strength. Siyu touched her fragile neck and gently sighed in relief. His temper when he woke up was too scary. Fifth Lord, do you want to sleep some more? Siyu quietly moved to the edge of the bed, pulled out a stack of tissues from the bedside table, and wiped the corners of her mouth. She tactfully suggested, or I'll ask Lu Xingzhou to pick you up? My bed is indeed a little small. It may not be very comfortable for you. Fifth Master Lu looked at her expressionlessly. Siyu suddenly realized that this person's appearance when he just woke up was the coldest. The way he looked at people was without a trace of humanity. It was as if he was still floating in the sky and had not returned to the mortal world for a while. The deterrence was multiplied, almost making people not dare to look directly at him. However, Siyu was a person who survived under his murderous aura. She had even survived this. Fifth Master Lu, who had just woken up, was not too much of a threat to her. Seeing that Fifth Master Lu did not speak, she quietly got out of bed and prepared to slip away. Unexpectedly, before her feet touched the floor, a force came from the back of her waist. She was carried back to the bed like a chick and landed accurately in Fifth Master Lu's arms. I'm not used to people sleeping next to me. In the past, there were always blind people who wanted to take advantage of me. When people are asleep, they are often the most defenseless and the easiest to succeed, Fifth Master Lu said indifferently, as if explaining why he wanted to strangle people as soon as he was woken up. Xiyu thought to herself, then don't stay on my bed. Moreover, her weakness is obvious to all. It's good enough that she didn't hurt herself. Does Fifth Master Lu think that she can counterattack? Fifth Master Lu looked down at the silent little girl. To him, it was very easy to read Xiyu's thoughts through her eyes. He saw through Xiyu's unspoken criticism at a glance, so he continued, I know it's you, so I'm already thinking of a way to restrain myself. Otherwise, you won't be able to open your eyes at all. Sleeping with Xiyu in his arms was an unexpectedly comfortable thing. Fifth Master Lu was very satisfied, but the habit he had developed over the years could not be changed overnight. When he woke up and felt that there was someone beside him, he would reflexively enter an attacking state. It was precisely because he was facing Xiyu that he had never dealt a fatal blow. Xiyu Gan said dryly, oh. So you've improved compared to before? But Fifth Master, I don't think there's a need to go through so much trouble. Next time, you can ignore me and sleep in your own bed. Really, I don't mind where you sleep. No. Fifth Master Lu said gently but irrefutably. Sleeping with this little girl in his arms made him fall asleep much faster than he had imagined. Moreover, it was almost a dreamless night, so Fifth Master Lu did not consider stopping this behavior at all. Get used to it. See you. Will there be a next time? This was not a matter of getting used to it at all. In the end, why did she have to be a pillow for this person? Fifth Master Lu smiled. He had no intention of hiding anything at all. If he wanted to do something, he would directly tell others. Of course. Xiyu wanted to scold but did not dare to. Thus, when she was cooking breakfast, she imagined that the shallots that Fifth Master Lu had mercilessly picked out yesterday were him. She pressed them on the chopping board and chopped them into pieces. Then, with a little bit of noodles left, she made a bowl of clear noodles and deliberately sprinkled chopped green onions all over the bowl. When she carried it out, she pretended to be regretful and said, Fifth Master, I'm sorry. My mind wasn't very clear this morning and I forgot that you can't eat chopped green onions. It seems that this bowl of noodles can only be solved by me. Fifth Master Lu sat upright on the sofa, twirling his prayer beads in his hand. His appearance was incomparably otherworldly. Seeing this, he only smiled slightly. First, boil your medicine. Since your appetite is so good, presumably you don't need to add licorice to drink it this time. Good medicine is bitter, go ahead. See you. You're ruthless. With Fifth Master Lu supervising from the side, Xiyu did not dare to take another sip. She stopped for a while and let the medicine cool down as usual before slowly drinking it. Fifth Master Lu's posture made it clear that if she did not drink it, he would personally pour it into her mouth. Xiyu aggrievedly drank the medicine that had been picked out of the licorice and was so bitter that it was hard to swallow. Only then did Fifth Master Lu curl his lips and look satisfied. He had long heard from his subordinates that this little girl usually liked to play tricks when drinking medicine. It took her a long time to finish a bowl of medicine. Other people either did not dare to force her to drink it, such as the bodyguards who were ordered to stay by her side, or they could not bear her pitiful eyes and could not bear to say harsh words to persuade her, such as Ji Lin or Xinyu. Thus, this girl became more and more undisciplined and out of control. Xiyu had a natural fear of Fifth Master Lu. Only when Fifth Master Lu was watching by her side did she not dare to refuse. Instead, she finished the medicinal soup in one breath. Cough cough. Is this okay now? Xiyu rubbed the corners of her mouth that were sour from the bitter taste. Medicine without any sweetness was really too unpleasant to drink. The medicine that Fifth Master Lu usually sent over was carefully mixed. Knowing that she was afraid of bitterness, he would add a little seasoning. It was difficult to go from luxury to frugality. When Siyu first transmigrated over, she could still drink bitter medicine without batting an eyelid. Now, it had only been a few months, but she could not even stand the bitter taste. She had not yet realized that she had long been silently spoiled. As soon as he finished speaking, Siyu watched as Fifth Master Lu took out a small porcelain bottle, poured out a pill, and handed it to her. He gestured for her to eat it. Do it yourself. No, it would definitely be extremely bitter. Siyu resolutely shook her head, turned around, and was about to escape. Fifth Master Lu narrowed his eyes, put away the prayer beads, and slowly stood up. Siyu did not see how he moved at all. Suddenly, he grabbed her by the collar. As soon as Fifth Master Lu exerted force, the little girl who was running away staggered and fell into the sofa. He lifted Siyu's chin and used a bit of skill to make her obediently open her mouth. Then, he stuffed the pill in. Siyu's face was full of resistance, but when the tip of her tongue touched the pill, she was suddenly startled. This is sweet? It turned out that this was not medicine, but candy made of an unknown material. The taste was a bit greasy, but it was just right to neutralize the bitterness in her mouth. Fifth Master Lu saw her in a daze with the candy in her mouth and unconsciously licked the corner of her lips. His originally indifferent gaze gradually softened. Didn't you feel that it was too bitter just now? So this was specially found to relieve her of her bitterness? Siyu was really stunned this time. Fifth Master Lu was suddenly so kind. To be honest, she was a little flustered. Fifth Master, is there anything else you want to say? Siyu held back for a while, but still asked. I don't like you calling me that. Fifth Master Lu did not answer the question. He seemed to be addicted to playing with Siyu's fingers. Now, he was fiddling with them again. Siyu asked, so? Fifth Master Lu held her fingertips and was silent for a long time before saying. Nothing. Ever since his parents passed away, the only person left in the Lu family was the well-known Fifth Master Lu. Year after year, day after day, this honorific title became an existence that everyone avoided like the plague. The number of people who knew his real name became fewer and fewer. Until now, no one dared to mention it. The world called him this half out of respect and half out of fear. However, he did not want Siyu to respect him, nor did he want her to fear him. But if he did not do this, how should he address her? He had not thought about it. After so many years, even he was not used to being called directly by his name. My parents named me Xianxia. The meaning of Xianxia is profound. The combination of the 4 seasons and yin and yang is he. They hoped that I could grow up peacefully. When I was young, they asked someone to read my fortune. They said that my fate was too bad and they were afraid that I would die young. Therefore, they sent me to Buddhism to cultivate, hoping that it could stabilize my fate. From then on, until they passed away, I never saw them again, so no one called me Xianxia again. Fifth Master Lu habitually turned the prayer beads. He turned them very slowly and spoke very calmly. When he recalled, there was not the slightest fluctuation in his tone, as if he was telling someone else's story. This was the first time Siyu heard about Fifth Master Lu's background. In fact, she had asked Lu Xingzhou before, but Lu Xingzhou always stammered and said that he did not know. No wonder Fifth Master Lu's murderous aura was so strong. Siyu's gaze wandered around his body, and finally stopped at the thick black aura above his head. If an ordinary person was covered in murderous aura like him, it was indeed impossible to live so comfortably. Although Siyu could not find a trace of sadness on Fifth Master Lu, for some reason, when he said this, Siyu always felt uncomfortable. It was as if a small brush was constantly scratching her heart. Siyu could not help but say, the name Xianxia is quite good. Fifth Master Lu glanced at her and muttered to himself for a few seconds. I'm not used to people calling me that. Siyu. Who told you to have such a cheap mouth? However, in the next second, Fifth Master Lu stopped turning the prayer beads. A faint smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Siyu and said, but you can call me that first. After I get used to it, you can call me that. As he listened, he would eventually get used to it. Just like how he liked to sleep with Siyu in his arms, one day he would also get used to the feeling of there being another person next to him when he opened his eyes. This little ostrich was so lazy that she refused to move, so he could only take the initiative to get used to it first. Fifth Master Lu was a busy person, so he naturally could not stay for too long. He was kindly invited back by Lu Xingzhou. It was rare for Siyu not to have to film, so she had nothing to do at home. Originally, she wanted to work hard to update her manga, but when she picked up the brush, her mind kept circling around Fifth Master Lu's words. Her mind became more and more chaotic, and the things she drew did not look human. Thus, she simply stopped, put on her clothes, and planned to walk outside. Siyu did not know if it was the first time someone else, or a man, had come to her small room to spend the night. Now, she felt that Fifth Master Lu's aura seemed to have invaded the entire space. No matter where she stayed, it felt wrong. However, as soon as she went downstairs, Siyu saw a slender figure standing in front of her house. The person seemed to have heard her coming down and turned around. His eyes were red and his usually high-spirited face was full of fatigue. He looked like an eggplant that had been hit by frost. "Alin?" Siyu stopped and looked at her brother, who had suddenly appeared, with slight surprise. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well?" Previously, Fifth Master Lu had deliberately drugged Ji Lin's ginger soup and knocked him out. At that time, Siyu thought that this was a good thing. After all, she did not want Ji Lin to see his biological parents' ugly appearances. Logically speaking, Ji Lin should not have woken up so quickly. Why did he suddenly come to her place? "How long have you been here? Since you're already here, why don't you go up?" Siyu walked forward and shook Ji Lin's hand. She found that his hand was cold. He must have stood in the wind for a long time, so she quickly pushed him upstairs. "Let's not stand here and talk." Before she finished speaking, Ji Lin suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around Siyu. He rested his chin on her shoulder like a tired bird returning to its nest. After seeing Siyu, his tense nerves finally relaxed a little. After a long time, he called out in a hoarse voice. "Sister." Siyu was stunned by his sudden hug, but she quickly came back to her senses. She raised her hand and patted him on the back comfortingly. She asked patiently, "Did something happen at home?" Siyu was not stupid. At this time, Ji Lin came to look for her with a bored and dispirited expression. It was most likely that his biological parents had done something again. Ji Lin was silent for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he said in a low voice, "Sister, I know you don't like my mother and don't want to acknowledge her at all, but I heard what my parents said. They are now trying their best to acknowledge you. Sister, ignore them, but don't ignore me, okay?" Before Ji Lin came to find Siyu, he had rehearsed what he was going to say many times in his mind. However, when he saw Siyu in person, he couldn't remember a single word. All that was left was uneasiness. If he hadn't eavesdropped on his parents' argument, Ji Lin would never have known that his mother, the Duan Rolan, had married into the Ji family wasn't a glorious thing. Because the Duan Rolan had an affair with Ji Wenhan in her previous marriage, she secretly got pregnant with him. That was why she had the evil idea of marrying into a rich family through her son, which led to Siyu being heartlessly abandoned by her biological mother at a young age. Therefore, Ji Lin suddenly realized that his birth was a complete disaster for Siyu. If he didn't exist, how could a cunning businessman like Ji Wenhan marry a married woman like the Duan Rolan? However, Ji Wenhan had a problem with his health. He had so many lovers outside, and in decades, only the Duan Rolan had successfully gotten pregnant, so he had no choice but to marry her. It could be said that without Ji Lin, the Duan Rolan would only be Ji Wenhan's lover for the rest of her life, not Mrs. Ji. She had an affair in her marriage, a secret pregnancy, and abandoned her young daughter to elope with her lover before her ex-husband's body was even cold. Ji Lin listened to the Ji couple unravel the old scandals one by one amidst the fierce argument. His heart felt as if it had been plunged into cold water, chilling him to the bone. Ji Lin didn't dare to imagine if Siyu already knew these facts. If she knew everything, then what would she think when she saw him? Would she think that this so-called younger brother of hers was really shameless? He was clearly the one who destroyed her family, yet he still shamelessly approached her. Could it be that his sister didn't like him at all? This kind of thing couldn't be thought about. Once it started, it was like a flood that couldn't be stopped. The more Ji Lin thought about it, the more frightened he became. Cold sweat almost soaked his back, so he waited until the Duan Rolan couple left the house, then immediately ran downstairs to see you. However, at this point, he didn't dare to go up, so he could only wait downstairs. When he saw Siyu, he wanted to explain himself and say that he didn't know that the Duan Rolan had done such terrible things to her. However, Siyu's face was full of concern as she asked if he was cold. Jilin's brain to heat up, he immediately threw the script to the wind and immediately to hug his sister. Sis, I'm sorry. Ji-Tess faces face. Siyu was silent for a few seconds. Although Jilin's words didn't make sense, Siyu could already guess why he had lost his composure from his fragmented words. The Ji couple were used to disguising themselves. They were a match made in heaven. Since they had pretended to be deeply in love for so many years, they naturally wouldn't tell Jilin the truth. This time, Fifth Master Lu had interfered and almost overturned the entire Ji group. The two of them couldn't keep up the act, so they revealed their foxtails and were caught by Jilin. Siyu could sense the confusion in Jilin's words, so she put more pressure on his back to comfort him. She asked, "What are you sorry for?" Jilin replied in a muffled voice, "If it weren't for me, my mother wouldn't have left you." "It's none of your business." Siyu interrupted him. She said in a rational and almost indifferent tone, "This is just an excuse. The Duan Roland didn't like me since I was a child. Even if you weren't there, even if your father didn't appear at that time, she would have found a chance to leave. Do you believe me?" Jilin said in a daze. He didn't seem to understand. Siyu explained patiently, "I was born with a disease. Basically, all the money in the family was invested in the medicine jar. There was no extra money for the Duan Roland to enjoy. She couldn't live a hard life and had been dissatisfied for a long time. She could only say that she hit the jackpot when she met your father. In fact, long before that, she already had the idea of divorce. She said that she was still young and didn't want to be a burden to me." Jilin was stunned. After a while, he said, "But my mother was pregnant with me." "Sis, I'm just afraid." "You're afraid that because I don't like the Duan Roland, I won't like you as well?" Siyu finished Jilin's unfinished words. When she saw him nod reflexively, she immediately sighed. "I'm different from the Duan Roland. I won't vent my anger on others. You are you, and she is she. You came to tell me that you don't agree with her at all. Why should I hate you for this reason?" It was the first time that Siyu saw Jilin acting so insecure. She thought for a while and comforted him in a very firm tone, "You are my biological brother. No matter how I look at the Duan Roland, this won't change. Don't worry. I can still tell who is sincere to me and who is not." Jilin unconsciously rubbed Siyu's shoulder. He finally felt a trace of grievance that he hadn't felt in a long time. He had been letting his imagination run wild all night, and the strong uneasiness seemed to be easily wiped away by Siyu. He was really too afraid. His original family had no warmth. Every day, he faced the empty house and wandered around alone like a ghost. He always felt that he didn't belong here, as if he didn't belong here. However, after Siyu appeared, Jilin suddenly realized that family had a different meaning. He had never met this half-sister of his, but from the beginning, she gave him an unusual sense of closeness. She was like the sunshine in the cold winter. Because of her existence, Jilin's heart, which had gradually turned cold when he thought of his family in the past, felt hot for the first time. That was why he was too afraid of losing her. "That means, sister, you won't ignore me and are still willing to continue to recognize me as your younger brother?" Ji Lin raised his head and looked into Siyu's eyes as he asked cautiously. Seeing that he looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy, Siyu's evil thoughts began to stir. She deliberately dragged out her words and said, "I lied to you, sister." Jilin suddenly became anxious. "You didn't mean what you said." Siyu gently knocked his forehead. "Stupid." Jilin held his forehead and stared at her with resentment. His own big sister was disdainful of him now. However, at this time, Jilin also realized that she was joking. He muttered softly, "Sister, you weren't like this in the past. That's why I said that you'd become stupid." Siyu knocked him again and walked 2 steps forward with her hands behind her back. When she came back to her senses, she looked at Jilin with a smile. "I'm going out for a walk. I'm going to the supermarket to buy some groceries." Do you want to have lunch here? Yes, yes, yes. Ji Lin was instantly revived. He chased after Siyu and walked out side by side. Sister, I want to eat the crayfish you made. Don't you think it's greasy to eat crayfish so early in the morning? Also, where are your sunglasses? If you swagger out like this, we can forget about coming back tonight. Sister, don't worry. I have them with me. Less than 10 minutes after the two of them walked out, a luxury car drove into the neighborhood ostentatiously and stopped below Siyu's house. The car door opened and Duan Roland stepped out. He asked the driver to bring down the gifts from the back seat. Then, he raised his hand to tidy his hair and looked up at the floor where Siyu lived. That girl was indeed not born to be rich. She had already hooked up with Fifth Master Lu's golden thigh, but she still lived in such a poor place. She was indeed a pauper. Even if she flew up to a branch, she could not become a phoenix. Duan Roland's eyes were full of sarcasm. She touched the corner of her mouth. The stinging pain in her hand made her angry. These were all injuries caused when she fought with her husband yesterday. Today, she specially put on heavy makeup to cover the bruises on her face. Ji Wenhan blamed her for not treating her ex-husband's daughter well, which led to the arrival of Fifth Master Lu. But could she be blamed for this? That girl, Zhou Siyu, did not say anything. She did not care about her biological mother at all. To be honest, Duan Roland was angry that Ji Wenhan forced her to apologize to Siyu. Why? It had always been children who were filial to their mothers. Since when did a mother have to be filial to her children? However, Ji Wenhan had been constantly bombarded with bad news from the company, causing him to be distraught. He flew into a rage and smashed everything in the living room that could be smashed. His gaze towards Duan Roland became even colder. Duan Roland felt that if she dared not agree, he might do anything. Thus, she reluctantly nodded. Carry all these things up. Duan Roland stood at the side and instructed the driver. Of course, these gifts were not prepared by her. She had sent someone to buy all of them. She did not seem to have thought about what would happen if Siyu did not accept them. She did not even inform Siyu in advance before she came to Siyu's door. The driver responded and started to move the gifts. However, before they could enter the corridor, 7 or 8 bodyguards dressed in black appeared out of nowhere and blocked their way up. Previously, Duan Roland had been stared at by these people and dug the ground for an entire day. Now that she saw this group of people again, she was so scared that her soul almost flew away. She took a few steps back. Why are you all? These bodyguards were all left behind by Fifth Master Lu. Especially after the fire incident, they did not dare to slack off. No matter where Siyu went, there would be people secretly following her. As for people like Duan Roland, before Fifth Master Lu left, he had specifically instructed them to throw these flies as far away as possible if they dared to come. Lady Ji, wasn't the lesson you received yesterday not enough? The leader stared coldly at Duan Roland. Miss Zhou doesn't want to see you. Don't waste your time. Duan Roland still had lingering fears from yesterday's painful experience. She secretly glanced at these people. They were all tall and strong and seemed to be carrying weapons. Using force would not work. She squeezed out a smile and said in a slightly flattering tone, I'm Siyu's biological mother. I'm just here to catch up with her. The leader sneered. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with her. With a wave of his hand, a few people came forward and directly carried Duan Roland away. Duan Roland's face was full of fear. Just as she was about to call for help, she was thrown into her own luxury car. A few seconds later, the driver was also thrown in. His entire body was trembling. The leader looked at Duan Roland through the car window. If you don't get lost, then I have no choice but to ask you to make a trip to Fifth Master's place. The name Fifth Master Lu had already become a nightmare for Duan Roland. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't care how she was going to explain to her husband after this failure. She desperately urged the driver. Quick, quick, let's go. The driver was also scared silly by this group of murderous people. Without waiting for Duan Roland to say anything, he immediately stepped on the accelerator and sped away. The two people disappeared from the neighborhood in the blink of an eye as if there were ghosts chasing after them. They left quickly, but they didn't bother to take the pile of gifts that Duan Roland brought. They were all thrown on the ground. The leader of the bodyguards looked through them and found that they were all luxury goods like branded clothes and shoes. He immediately lost interest. "Hurry up and throw these away. Don't let Miss Zhou see them and get annoyed." The leader thought that this Duan Roland was really stupid. She didn't even know how to give gifts to the right person. She even said that she was her biological mother. Bah! See, you finally had a rare holiday. She could finally ignore other trivial matters and focus on her painting. Little did she know that Fifth Master Lu stood up for her at the Ji family and openly supported her. This news had already spread throughout the upper class as if it had grown wings. Of course, there was no lack of Fifth Master Lu's tacit approval to add fuel to the fire. The Duan Roland wasn't the only one. The other aristocratic families who heard the news immediately took action. They crowded downstairs in front of Siyu's rundown building with all kinds of expensive gifts. They wanted to curry favor with her, but before they could go upstairs, they were all thrown out by the loyal bodyguards. If one came, one would be thrown out. If one came, a pair would be thrown out. They never gave face to anyone. Chairman Wang, who used to have a close relationship with Su Qingwan and helped her get into the cast of City Toppling Beauty, was one of the members of the gift-giving team. Ever since he heard that Zhou Siyu, who he thought could be bullied by anyone, was actually the woman that Fifth Master Lu liked, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Then he began to rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't do much at the time. Later, when Su Qingwan asked him to use the internet water army to slander Siyu, he had already cleaned up the traces. Otherwise, if Fifth Master Lu found out about it, wouldn't he be dead? Chairman Wang wanted to turn back time and strangle his idiotic self, but what was done was done. Now, he could only think of a way to build a good relationship with Zhou Siyu. If something really happened, he could just expose Su Qingwan. After all, he wasn't the one who came up with the idea in the first place. He had wishful thinking, but like the others, he was thrown out without even seeing Siyu's face. He could only go back home with his tail between his legs. Siyu didn't know that so many things were happening downstairs. After City Toppling Beauty finished filming, she had no work to do. Originally, she had signed the most flexible contract with Huani, so no one would force her to work. However, her little assistant, Xinyu, was very career-minded. Every day, she would bring all kinds of invitations to Siyu's door for her to choose from. In the end, Siyu couldn't persuade her, so she chose an endorsement and turned down all the other offers. Other than that, Siyu stayed at home and crazily updated. A few days later, her comic editor, Mu Yan, personally called and said happily, "Koi, didn't I tell you before that the film and television rights for Fashion Strategy have been sold?" And, yes, what's the matter? Of course, Siyu remembered. Her Fashion Strategy was now the most popular comic series. It had a huge number of fans, so at that time, the copyright of this comic was sold for a high price of 1 million yuan. This was already considered a sky-high price in the entertainment industry, which didn't look favorably on adaptations for films. It was also thanks to this money that Siyu didn't have to worry about her livelihood anymore. Let me tell you, the TV series is about to be approved and can start filming immediately. Mu Yan seemed very excited. This was the first comic she had ever written to be made into a TV series. It was very significant. She couldn't wait to share her joy with Siyu. "Koi, who do you think will be acting in it?" "Oh my god, you're amazing. Do you know that people are asking for the price of your new serialized sesame milk filling? Oh right, there's also that cat dad. I've already contacted the Children's Autism Foundation and plan to do a joint promotion. A company heard that you have another comic and said that they want to buy it without even asking about the content. You're now a hot celebrity." Siyu blinked. "You're exaggerating." "It's true. Why would I lie to you?" Mu Yan felt proud and she had already started to plan. "Koi, Fashion Strategy is still at the stage of selecting actors. They seem to want to invite you to be a consultant. After all, you're the original author and are more familiar with the plot. It might be easier to adapt it." Siyu thought of her bad deeds of persuading other stars to publicly confess to Koi on Weibo. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Koi's identity was revealed. so she tactfully refused. No need. I believe in the ability of the crew. Besides, I still have a draft to draw. Mu Yan was in a state of excitement and didn't hear Siyu's words at all. She continued to say excitedly, speaking of which, about the female lead, do you have an actress in mind that you like? I think Zhou Siyu is good. I became her fan after watching that episode of Unthinkable Challenge. On the surface, she looks like a little white rabbit, but on the inside, she's sesame. Don't you think that she's quite similar to the female lead setting? Coily, are you listening? Say something. Siyu. She didn't want to speak. Siyu was afraid that Mu Yan would encourage her to play the female lead if she continued, so she quickly interrupted, Mu Yan, I know. It's a good thing to be able to film a TV series. As for the actors, let the crew choose. Let's not worry about it. Mu Yan thought about it and agreed. Although she liked Zhou Siyu very much, it probably wouldn't be of much use. The choice was still in the hands of the crew. However, Siyu's contract stated that she had veto rights. If she was not satisfied with the actors, they could still discuss it. That's true. Oh, right, Koyu, you can reveal a little about the TV series adaptation. Mu Yan suddenly remembered and said, just reveal a little to your fans. Don't say too much. Chimon will discuss it with the crew later and help you hype it up first. After saying that, Mu Yan suddenly remembered that there was no need to hype up the popularity of fashion strategy. It had always been a hot topic and seemed to be able to inexplicably ride on the hot topics. It was the first time she had met such a worry-free manga author like Koyu. Siyu agreed. After hanging up the phone, she thought for a while and logged on to Koyu's Weibo account and posted, Koyu, the latest news from the editor is that fashion strategy is going to be turned into a TV series. Your Prince Charming will no longer be a cartoon character. Are you happy? Are you surprised? Siyu was usually quite aloof on this Weibo. She would usually post updates and draw pictures of her silly younger brother when she was bored. She rarely posted anything unrelated, so most of her followers were genuine fans. Once she posted this Weibo, it instantly caused a huge uproar. Fashion strategy was going to be turned into a TV series? They could suck up to their Prince Charming in the real world? The fans of the manga immediately exploded. F***ck, Koyu kept quiet and actually made such a big move. TV series. Did they find the actors? Did they decide on the script? Most importantly, when would they start filming? Hurry, they were already ready to catch up on the drama. Sweet hard candy, sob. When I was recommending this manga to others yesterday, I said that if this manga could be made into a TV series, it would definitely make a girl's heart explode. In the end, they announced that it would be made into a TV series today. Dada, are you sure you're not a koi spirit? Meow. I was so excited that I ran 10 laps downstairs. I've been chasing her from the beginning to the end. I've always dreamed of this day. I've reached perfection. What to do very fat, am I the only one worried about the casting? After all, every character in the manga is handsome and suave. I'm afraid that there won't be any actors who can act them out. What if it's turned into a movie? Braised shark's fin, who says there isn't? I recommend Brother G. Isn't Coily a fan of Brother G? If Brother G can play the role, she will be very happy. Stewed snow pear with rock sugar, although it seems unlikely, I have to look forward to Wen Yuan. The best actor was very suitable for gentle roles. Procrastination champion, don't even think about it. With Brother G and best actor status, they probably won't take on this kind of idle drama. Don't force yourself. Sweetheart dried fish, I insist. Great Coily, promise me that you'll take good care of it. The whole village's hopes are on you. See you. Readers nowadays are getting more and more daring with their imaginations. Siyu didn't look too far ahead. After all, this was the first time her work was turned into a movie. It probably wouldn't be a big production. As long as it could be filmed smoothly, Siyu would be quite satisfied. However, seeing the enthusiasm of her fans, Siyu's heart was still warm. There were so many people who liked her work and silently supported her behind the scenes. To her, it was the happiest thing. Although the filming of Lethal Beauty had already ended, the publicity work had just begun. Xiu rested for less than half a month before she was dragged to work. Xianxia had been idle for so long. When it was finally time to start work, it was as if she had been injected with chicken blood. In contrast to her, Xiu was sleepy and yawning constantly. "Sister Xiu, haven't you been staying at home these days? Why do you look so tired?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. "I have something to do," Xiu said vaguely. Previously, because of the filming, the update of the comic had slowed down a lot. This time, she took advantage of the break to make up for it in one go. Otherwise, the readers would riot again. In addition, Mu Yan really sent the script of Fashion Strategy to her and asked her to help edit it. He said that it was the producer's idea. Xiu had no choice but to divert some of her energy. Yesterday, she had just finished editing the script and handed it in. Fortunately, the medicine sent by Fifth Master Lu was very useful. Otherwise, Xiu wouldn't even be able to stand up. Xianxia didn't know that she had another side job. Puzzled, she thought, didn't Sister Xiu decline all her work? Why does she have so many things to do? Xiu didn't satisfy her assistant's curiosity. She closed her eyes and raised her small face, allowing the makeup artist to apply makeup on her face. The makeup artist was a middle-aged woman. Perhaps she was at the age of a mother. Looking at the weak and slender little girl, she felt a sense of pity. She saw that Xiu's face was pale and that she had lost a lot of weight due to exhaustion. Her chin was sharp, and she couldn't help but say a few more words. "How do you want to do this makeup? The lights on the stage will be very bright later. If the makeup is too thick, it will look greasy in front of the camera. But your face is pale. If you don't apply more powder to cover it, you won't look good." Usually, these makeup artists wouldn't meddle in other people's business. They would just put on heavy makeup, causing many artists to suffer from the hands of the devil. They looked very unnatural when they went on stage. Of course, Xiu wouldn't reject their good intentions. She thanked them and said softly, "Light makeup is fine. The audience should be used to my appearance." "It's fine." The makeup artist agreed and began to put on light makeup for Xiu. This time, Xiu followed the main cast of Lethal Beauty to participate in this live broadcast program. The program was called Hoshi Live Broadcast Room. The content was various interviews with artists, and it would be broadcast live on the internet. They were mainly here to promote the movie. Basically, the main cast was all present. As she was thinking, Xiu suddenly heard a slightly dissatisfied voice from the other side of the dressing room. "I say, why did you help Sister Qingwan put on such heavy makeup? It's not suitable at all." Xiu looked back through the mirror and saw that Su Qingwan had arrived. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Qingwan's confident aura seemed to have dissipated a lot. She looked a little haggard. At this time, her assistant was glaring at the makeup artist assigned to her and arrogantly demanding to change her makeup. These makeup artists belonged to the program group. Every artist had to put on the same makeup on the show. It was rare to see someone like this assistant who was so self-righteous and demanding to change her makeup. The ratings of Hoshi Live Broadcast Room were very good. The artists who could be on the show were all aiming for exposure. How could they offend the makeup artists? Even the biggest superstars didn't have so many demands. The makeup artist's expression didn't look too good. Su Qingwan stopped her. "Shaolin, don't cause trouble for others." After saying that, she looked up and smiled at the makeup artist. "It's okay. Just do it like this. Everyone is the same. I can't be special." These words seemed to be helping her out, but in reality, it was better not to say it. Su Qingwan's assistant was pressuring her and had already said everything. Only then did she come late and say that it was fine. What had she done earlier? Wasn't she implicitly expressing her dissatisfaction with her current makeup? The makeup artist pursed her lips. This person's status wasn't high, but she didn't expect her to be so arrogant. In fact, if it was in the past, Su Qingwan would have stood up immediately to stop her. But recently, everything was going wrong for her and she was in a bad mood. Every film she was negotiating with would be ruined at the most critical moment. In the end, no director dared to use her. Su Qingwan obviously knew that Ji Lin was behind this, so she felt very wronged. Also, recently, for some reason, the investors who used to be on good terms with her all flocked to her and said that they were busy. She had asked them out many times, but they were nowhere to be seen. Su Qingwan wasn't stupid. She immediately knew that they were deliberately distancing themselves from her. But this shouldn't be. She shouldn't have offended them, right? Just like that, everything was blocked. Ever since she finished filming Lethal Beauty in advance, no new job came to her. This time, because the live broadcast interview required all the main cast, although Su Qingwan's scenes were cut a lot, she was still the third female lead, so she wasn't left out. It was such a rare opportunity to show her face. Naturally, Su Qingwan wanted to appear beautiful on camera. She was holding back her anger, so she didn't stop her assistant in time. As she was thinking, Su Qingwan looked up at the mirror. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the mirror. Her expression froze. It was Zhou Siyu again. Su Qingwan remembered that a few days ago, Director Wang, who was the closest to her, suddenly called her and scolded her. He said that she shouldn't have hired the internet water army to slander Siyu. At the same time, he warned her not to provoke her in the future. Su Qingwan was baffled. But when she asked, Director Wang looked unlucky and refused to tell her the reason. She didn't know that Director Wang refused to tell her the reason was because she was embarrassed. She originally wanted to give a gift to Siyu to curry favor, but in the end, she was dragged out of the neighborhood by Fifth Master Lu's bodyguards in public. If this spread, how could she still keep her face in the future? Su Qingwan didn't know the inside story. She also didn't know what kind of magic potion Zhou Siyu gave Director Wang to make her so afraid of her. Siyu didn't pay much attention to Su Qingwan. In fact, the two of them weren't the same kind of people. Siyu treated her as air and didn't talk to her. She finished her makeup and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, when Su Qingwan saw that she was ignoring her, her smile froze. She blurted out, "Siyu, we haven't seen each other for so long. You didn't even say hello. Aren't you a little too cold?" Xinyu immediately raised her eyebrows and was about to refute when Siyu patted the back of her hand and motioned for her to calm down. Then, she turned her head and her eyes stopped on Su Qingwan's left arm. It was the place where she had burned in the fire last time. Now, it had scabbed over, but it hadn't healed completely. There was a scar left behind. Su Qingwan didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she chose a long dress that exposed her arm, which just happened to show the scar in front of people. Siyu could even imagine that when she went on the show later, Su Qingwan would definitely find the right angle to let the camera capture the scar. This way, she could make another fuss. She smiled slightly and asked, "Miss Su, you pay so much attention to your appearance. You're afraid that you won't look good on the show. Why don't you change into a more suitable dress to cover your arm?" Su Qingwan reflexively raised her hand to touch the scar, but halfway through, she managed to control herself. Speaking of which, her heart also ached. Previously, because she wanted to use the injury to hype herself up, Su Qingwan deliberately didn't follow the doctor's instructions to take medicine. So now that the wound had healed, the scar wouldn't disappear. It was very annoying to look at it lying across her arm. "You don't have to worry about that. Speaking of which, Siyu, after you finished filming, did you get any new jobs? I heard that you've been idle at home these days. That's not good. It wasn't easy for you to use Director Liang's Lethal Beauty to make a name for yourself. You should seize the opportunity to take on more jobs to train yourself." Su Qingwan's eyes turned a little cold when she was poked at her sore spot. Until now, she still couldn't bear to blame Ji Lin, so she put the blame on Siyu every time her contract was ruined. Siyu must have instigated Ji Lin to do this. Siyu had already heard from Ji Lin that he deliberately made things difficult for Su Qingwan so that Su Qingwan couldn't take on any good shows. Thus, she happily stood on her brother's side and added insult to injury. She said with a smile, "New jobs, there are so many that I can't even choose from them all." Looking at Su Qingwan's increasingly stiff face, Siyu slowed down her speech and stared at her. She said in a light tone, I felt tired, so I turned them all down." "Why? Do you need me to introduce you to them?" Siyu did not have the energy to argue with Su Qingwan. Besides, it was not like there was no one else in the dressing room. why should she argue here? She would be seen as a joke for no reason. Therefore, after rebuking her, she decisively left, leaving Su Qingwan standing there awkwardly and enduring the other staff's pointing fingers. Didn't Su Qingwan say that she was close to Zhou Siyu? It doesn't seem like it. How can you believe the words of a celebrity? I think it's Su Qingwan who kept trying to get close to her. If it were me, I would be annoyed too. That's right. Look at how she speaks. Isn't she deliberately trying to stir up trouble? Although the others spoke very softly, the dressing room was not that big, so Su Qingwan still heard a lot of things. She was instantly embarrassed, but her makeup was not done yet, and she could not leave immediately. She could only sit on the chair and fidget. The grievance in her heart grew stronger. Sure enough, Zhou Siyu was her nemesis. In her previous life, Zhou Siyu was a vicious woman who madly took revenge on everyone related to the Ji family. Su Qingwan was really scared by her and avoided her like the plague. In this life, Su Qingwan thought that she had the upper hand and could completely suppress Siyu before she became famous. However, for some reason, Siyu suddenly became normal. She did not go crazy or take revenge on the Ji family. Ji Lin also protected her in all aspects and made Su Qingwan suffer every time. Su Qingwan had already suffered too many setbacks because of Siyu. She thought about letting it go, but she felt indignant. Why did she have to give up everything she had in her previous life, whether it was fame, wealth, or love? Just because Siyu became normal, she had to give it all up. Those things originally belonged to her. She should have gotten them. As a result, Su Qingwan became more and more indignant. Every time she saw Siyu, she could not control herself. She looked at the mirror and took a deep breath. She told herself to calm down. This live interview was very important. She did not care about others, but she must stand out. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to make a comeback. Compared to Su Qingwan's determination, Siyu seemed very relaxed. Anyway, she did not rely on this industry to make a living. She just had to deal with it calmly. After leaving the dressing room, Xinyu immediately frowned and said to her, "Sister Siyu, Su Qingwan is becoming more and more unreasonable. Why do I feel that she has been targeting you?" Siyu shrugged, "Who knows?" In her opinion, Su Qingwan was always talking to herself and unilaterally showing hostility to her. She was also helpless. After all the main actors were ready, the director jogged over to tell them that they could go on stage. The order of appearance was arranged in advance. As the male and female leads of Lethal Beauty, Ji Lin and Han Tian were of course first. They went on stage together, followed by Siyu, and then Su Qingwan. Originally, when the official announcement was made, Su Qingwan was set to be the second female lead. However, director Liang cut a lot of her scenes, causing Su Qingwan to fall from the second female lead to the third female lead. Although the change in the script was not announced to the public, the movie poster had been made long ago. In the poster, Su Qingwan's position was further back than Siyu's. Anyone with a discerning eye could see her position in the film, so the production team conveniently arranged her to be the third female lead. Seeing this arrangement, Su Qingwan's face slightly froze. She instantly understood the deeper meaning behind it. However, today was different from the past. There was no place for her to speak. Su Qingwan could only suppress her unwillingness and adjust her smile to her best state. Under the director's urging, she walked onto the stage under the lights. Once all the guests were in place, it was time for the regular introduction segment. The host of the show was very good at livening up the atmosphere. It didn't take long for the atmosphere to heat up and cut to the next segment without leaving a trace. At first, the questions were very common, such as interesting things during the filming, what did you gain, and so on. However, slowly, the host's topic changed and the questions suddenly became sharp. First, he pointed the gun at Siyu. "I heard that director Liang has shown special attention to you since the audition. He has praised you on Weibo several times in a row for your diligence and talent. Siyu, I want to ask, do you have a good relationship with director Liang?" The host was all smiles, but the first thing he threw out was a hot potato. For the sake of ratings, the production team naturally came up with some tricky and explosive questions. However, this also went both ways. As long as the celebrity's EQ was online, they would quickly attract a wave of fans. However, if the answer was not good. Hearing this, Siyu quietly raised her eyes and glanced at the camera. This interview program was broadcasted live, which meant that everything she said here would be broadcasted online for the fans to watch. There would be no editing. If she said something wrong, the consequences would be quite bad. Director Liang is my teacher. I respect him very much in my heart. A few seconds later, Siyu said quietly and gently. A look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. The speed of her speech involuntarily slowed down, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The host asked, so Director Liang should have given you a lot of opportunities, right? I heard that you originally only had a small part of the scene, but because of Director Liang's preference, the script was specially modified? Siyu's expression did not change. As the saying goes, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. As a teacher, Director Liang is willing to give students like me opportunities because he cherishes talent. However, it's impossible for him to really teach me how to do it step by step. There are challenges behind every opportunity. I think Director Liang is willing to let me try more, perhaps because in his eyes, I have already completed these challenges and not tarnished his reputation. The host took the opportunity to praise her, but the way he looked at Siyu was very different. He couldn't tell. This young lady was so gentle and weak, but she didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Her words were flawless. The host didn't want to bully her. Seeing that Siyu answered so naturally, he prepared to stop while he was ahead. However, before he could say anything, Su Qingwan suddenly interrupted and said with a smile, "Isn't that so? Director Liang likes Siyu a lot. Sometimes, people in our crew would joke that Director Liang is too biased. When other people make mistakes during filming, Director Liang would scold them with all his might. However, when it comes to Siyu, even if she doesn't pass a few takes, Director Liang would still laugh. In the end, he even made a small change to make it easier for her." As soon as this was said, the atmosphere on the set froze for a few seconds. The host didn't expect Su Qingwan to suddenly speak. They were clearly asking about Siyu, so why did she interrupt? Moreover, the meaning behind her words was unclear. Those who didn't know better would have thought that she was implying that Siyu kept making NGs during filming and that Director Liang was protecting her and dragging down the entire crew's progress. Not only the host, but even Ji Lin and Han Tiantian's expressions didn't look too good. Han Tiantian was the first to speak with a sweet smile, but there was anger hidden in his gaze as he looked at Su Qingwan. "I remember the scene you mentioned. Siyu had a high fever that day, and it was an outdoor scene. She was so dizzy that she couldn't even stand properly. Director Liang was so scared that he almost called an ambulance to send her to the hospital. Why would he scold her? Later on, Siyu insisted on finishing filming, so Director Liang changed the outdoor scene to an indoor scene and let Siyu sit down to film. Don't tell me you want Director Liang to scold a patient with a big llama? What was this Su Qingwan doing? Everyone was here today to promote, but instead of being friendly with the crew, she was attacking them. Was she trying to drag down the reputation of lethal beauty? Did she have a brain?" Han Tian was very dissatisfied. Moreover, she liked Siyu a lot and couldn't bear to see people scolding her indirectly. Naturally, she stood up at the first opportunity. Su Qingwan didn't expect Han Tian to speak up for Siyu. Didn't these two not have much interaction? Tian, I was just about to say that our Director Liang takes good care of Siyu," Su Qingwan hurriedly said, but before she could say more, she was interrupted by Ji Lin. "Let's not talk about that scene first. Sister Siyu has the lowest number of NGs in the entire crew. It's not like everyone doesn't know Director Liang's personality. He has always valued good actors. Sister Siyu has this ability, and Director Liang treats her better. What's wrong with that?" Ji Lin kept frowning in his heart. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to make Su Qingwan unable to even appear on the show. The two main leads were besieging Su Qingwan and speaking up for Siyu. The host watched from the side and clicked his tongue in amazement. He had seen many scenes of sisters who appeared to be good friends on the surface suddenly quarreling with each other, but he had never seen someone like Ji Lin and Han Tian who were united against outsiders. This Zhou Siyu seemed to be doing well in the crew. All the main leads were protecting her. Siyu sat calmly. When she saw that Su Qingwan was slightly sweating from the two people's insults, there was a hint of regret in her eyes. It was as if she regretted that she couldn't control her mouth. She smiled slightly and said, I don't dare to talk about Director Liang anymore. If he sees the show, he might think that we are making things up behind his back and use the Great Lama to yell at people again. Please forgive me. The host was amused by her and quickly went along with Siyu's excuse. He cleverly changed the topic. Although he wanted to create a hot topic, he really couldn't let the guests quarrel with each other. Otherwise, the fans' saliva would drown the program team. This girl was indeed smart to not pursue the matter. In comparison, this person called Su Qingwan was too tactless. The host looked at Su Qingwan and shook his head in his heart. Thus, the scene returned to its normal state. The host didn't have a good impression of Su Qingwan, so he naturally didn't give her too many chances to speak. During the entire interview, Su Qingwan didn't say more than 10 sentences. Everyone else was chatting happily, but she seemed to be excluded and couldn't get a word in. In a place where the camera couldn't capture, Su Qingwan's hands were behind her back. Her palms were almost bleeding. Okay, that's enough chatting. Next, it's time to enter the much-anticipated netizens Q&A session. Our staff will randomly pick 10 questions from the live broadcast. Those who are called must answer honestly, the host said excitedly. There was no script in this place. All the questions were randomly picked by the machine. The netizens' questions were all strange, and there were all kinds of strange questions. It was the easiest segment to joke about. The big screen behind flashed and switched to the live broadcast interface. Soon, the first question was selected. The host read to the screen, this netizen's question is about our brother Ji and Siyu. She asks, do you two really have an unspeakable relationship? As soon as this question was asked, the bullet screen on the live broadcast interface immediately exploded. The fans almost crazily spammed the screen, drowning the entire big screen. The host had actually heard some rumors about the two of them, so he asked curiously, that's a good question. Brother Ji, you have to satisfy our gossipy hearts. Su Qingwan slowly relaxed and even raised her eyebrows. She was sure that whether it was Ji Lin or Siyu, they wouldn't dare to make their relationship public, so this question was very tricky for them. As long as she could see Siyu embarrassed, she would be happy to see it. Unexpectedly, Ji Lin answered with a relaxed expression, we do have an unspeakable relationship. The host actually didn't listen carefully at first. After all, with his many years of experience, no celebrity would tell the truth about this kind of question. Therefore, he was certain that Ji Lin would definitely deny it. Therefore, he automatically replaced the last 3 words of the sentence, there is an unspeakable relationship, with there isn't, and said with a smile, I'm sorry to disappoint the fans. Our brother Ji has been known to have 0 scandals since his debut, so of course he and Siyu don't have. Wait a minute, did he miss something? At this point, the host suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Qingwan sitting opposite him, who looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He paused and finally reacted in hindsight. What the F***ck, what did Ji Lin just say? It must be no, right? Did he admit it? This was different from what they had agreed on. The host was instantly dumbfounded. He was dumbfounded, but the audience watching the live broadcast was even more dumbfounded. The bullet screen paused for a moment, then exploded like fireworks. Is there any kind girl who recorded this? I want to listen to the replay, I want to listen to the replay, I don't believe it. My ears must have betrayed me. Who the hell asked this question just now? Who the hell is it? When I saw this question, I was smiling because I could foresee that Brother Ji would definitely be made fun of by the girls. When I thought of this scene, I was extremely happy. But Brother Ji, you didn't play by the rules. Why did you suddenly admit it? Aren't you siblings? It's an unspeakable relationship. Come, recite after me. Unspeakable. You guys are the ones who imagined the relationship between siblings, okay? It's obvious that they have something going on. I firmly believe in the brother-sister orthopedics department. I'm crying right now. Who was the one who said orthopedics was a cult? Does your face hurt now? The host looked at the dazzling comments on the big screen and sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw that the director outside the field was desperately giving him a look, indicating that he should quickly follow this question and dig up more information. Because of Ji Lin's words, the program's ratings soared in an instant. A large number of fans flooded the live broadcast website. These people couldn't wait to post comments to express their surprise. The director took a rough look. Some were excited, some were in disbelief, and some were desperately shouting that Siyu didn't deserve to die. There were also many people who were desperately shouting that Siyu didn't deserve to die and slandering her. The server almost crashed. But no matter what, this show had already reached its breaking point. The final viewership ratings would definitely not be bad. The host hurriedly asked, "Brother Ji, what do you mean?" Han Tiantian's curious gaze kept going back and forth between Ji Lin and Siyu. Everyone had been on the set together for nearly 3 months. She had seen the two of them always together outside the scenes, but the aura between the two of them didn't seem like a lovey-dovey couple. Han Tian felt that the brother-sister relationship the fans mentioned was more likely. Siyu didn't expect Ji Lin to say that, but she was stunned for a few seconds before returning to normal. Forget it. Regardless of whether or not she and Ji Lin were related by blood, it wouldn't affect their relationship. If Ji Lin really wanted to say it, then let him. As for the Ji family's opinion, Siyu didn't care at all. When Ji Lin said it, he was actually a little nervous. He secretly glanced at his sister. When he saw that Siyu didn't have any disgust on her face, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of joy emerged in his heart. As a result, Ji Lin became bolder and bolder. He immediately straightened his back. Su Qingwan saw his expression and immediately had a bad feeling. Was Ji Lin going to reveal Siyu's identity on the show? No, absolutely not. Siyu was already above her. Whether it was in terms of resources or popularity, she was much better than her. If the fans found out that she was Ji Lin's biological sister, then wouldn't Ji Lin's fans swarm to support her in the future? If that happened, Siyu would have a large number of loyal supporters for no reason. It would be even more difficult for her to catch up with her. Su Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to say something to stop Ji Lin. "Brother Ji, you must be joking, right? This question is a little too personal. Why don't we cut to the next?" Ji Lin completely ignored her words. He didn't even look at her. However, the host glanced at Su Qingwan. In his heart, his evaluation of her dropped another level. Couldn't she see that he was about to reveal something big? Why did she interrupt? Ji Lin completely ignored Su Qingwan. He looked at Siyu and said proudly, "Sister Siyu and I are siblings." He finally said it. He finally said it in front of all his fans. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He wanted to openly announce to everyone that Zhou Siyu was his sister. Unexpectedly, the host's reaction was flat. "Oh, and then? What then? Wasn't he clear enough?" Ji Lin was originally in high spirits, but the host poured a bucket of cold water on him. He suddenly felt a little wronged, so he emphasized, "We are real siblings." The host was speechless. "But Brother Ji, this news of yours is already outdated. Now that the two of you are a sibling couple, it's useless even if you emphasize it once. The fans will still do what they want." However, the host was indeed someone with many years of experience. His ability to adapt quickly was very strong. He immediately laughed and teased, "Unfortunately, Brother Ji, this secret can no longer be considered a secret. The netizens have sharp eyes and have already seen through this layer of relationship when you two went on the show together. This answer doesn't count. Later, our Brother Ji will be punished to sing a song, okay?" Ji Lin was speechless. Wait a minute. Was he serious? He stared blankly at the big screen behind him. Real-time comments flashed by, and he finally caught a few. "Those who said that it's a cult, come out and take a beating. The main character has spoken. It's a real sibling relationship. May I ask if your face is swollen? Our sesame yellow girls will never admit defeat. Let's go. Sisters, let's flood the bullet screen." Sigh, look at Brother G's smug face, thinking that he revealed a shocking piece of news. My heart aches. I guess he definitely doesn't pay attention to Weibo. Everyone already knows about this. Next. What? Brother G actually just admitted that they're siblings? Isn't this already acknowledged by the entire internet? Brother G is indeed a milky yellow filler. The comic must be based on him. Identification complete. Hey, don't go. You're also a Koi fan, right? Ji-Lin, I'm not. I'm not. Everything I said is true. We're real siblings. Why don't you all believe me? Before Ji-Lin could explain himself, he was pulled to the center of the stage by the host. In a daze, he sang a solo. After he finished singing, he returned to his seat and tried to put up a final struggle. Listen to me, it's not the kind of sibling relationship you think it is. It's real sibling, do you understand? The host winked at him. Yes, yes, yes. Brother G, you're emphasizing that the friendship between you two is very pure, just like family, right? Don't worry, we didn't think too much about it. Ji-Lin. No, you guys should think more about it. Siyu held back her laughter the entire time as she read the comments. When she saw that Ji-Lin still wanted to argue, she secretly tugged at his clothes. Then, she straightened her expression and nodded. Yes, we're siblings. She admitted it openly and frankly, and Ji-Lin immediately looked at her with a touched gaze. Unfortunately, the audience was prejudiced. Unthinkable Challenge had given them a strong sense of existence, and Siyu's new novel, Sesame Milky Yellow Filler, had a large number of followers. The readers even came up with all kinds of memes. Siblings had become the label of their relationship. Now, the entire internet had tacitly acknowledged it. Even Ji-Lin's fierce female fans had joined in the memes. Therefore, when Ji-Lin said that, the fans only laughed and thought that they already knew about it. They didn't take it seriously. As expected, Siyu's admission only became strong evidence that the original owner stamped his seal again. Su Qingwan also saw the comments floating on the screen. She slowly unclenched her fists and let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Good, good. So what if I say it? It's useless if no one believes me. The host smiled and said, okay, okay. It seems like Siyu can't bear to see Brother G get punished. The sibling relationship is indeed deep. Come, let's pick the next question. In the host's heart, this segment was considered over. Although it was a pity that it wasn't the kind of secret relationship he had imagined, Ji-Lin had personally confirmed the netizens' YY on the show. This was also considered a hot topic. When the time came, he wouldn't have to worry about the number of views at all. One by one, the comments from the fans were picked out. Ji-Lin was still in a state of who am I? Where am I? Why doesn't anyone believe the truth these days? Whatever the host asked him, he answered mechanically like a ghost. However, the fans outside the screen kept screaming because of his rare silly expression. By the time Ji-Lin reacted, his emoji pack had already been cut out. The fans' questions weren't as conventional as the script. Most of them were very interesting, so the atmosphere was very good when everyone answered. There were people laughing from time to time, except for one person, Su Qingwan. The reason was very simple. None of the questions were about her. She purposely exposed her arm, but no one cared about her injury and asked her why the poster was in the wrong position. Su Qingwan was still smiling, but her eyes were staring at Siyu hatefully. All the limelight had been stolen by her. Why were the netizens always focusing on Jo Siyu? What was so good about her? However, not many people paid attention to Su Qingwan's emotions. Because the netizens' questions were focused on the other three leads, even the screen time allocated to her was pitifully small. After a round of questions and answers, the host picked the last question. Oh, this is another question for Siyu. Eh? This netizen asked. I heard that you are a loyal fan of the manga author Koi Lee and even confessed on Weibo. Now that Koi Lee's manga is going to be adapted into a TV series, as a fan, will you fight for the female lead role? After the host finished reading, he couldn't help but laugh. He had heard about this before. Siyu not only liked herself, but also liked to pull others into her trap. She could be said to be a die-hard fan. He also asked curiously, Siyu, do you have such a plan? If it really happens, you will have reached the highest level of idolizing. The smile on Siyu's lips slightly stiffened. No, why did he mention this again? The fans outside the screen didn't know how tormented Siyu's heart was. When they saw this question, they all cheered, little sister, you must work hard to get the female lead role. I have faith in you. Needless to say, little sister will definitely not refuse. She is the first celebrity to publicly confess to Coily. I think she is the kind of person who is willing to shed blood for her idol. She has to finish the role she chased after even if she has to. Kneel on the self-cultivation of a fan. What kind of touching fan love is this? Have you seen Coily? If you have, quickly fill in the hole for me. Hoshi Show Studio would often invite superstars to be their guests for interviews. Because of the interactive segment at the end where netizens' comments were randomly selected, this had always been the most popular program for fans. Therefore, at this time, the program's viewership ratings would usually increase. But today, the operators of the live streaming website discovered that it was not just an increase, it was soaring. The server was almost paralyzed by this group of crazy fans. Just as the website was under maintenance, the fans excitedly took screenshots of various emojis and posted them on Weibo. Sesame Yellow official support, don't miss out on this opportunity. Jilin and Jo Siyu are officially siblings. Our Sesame Yellow girls are the biggest winners. So here's the question, when will Lethal Beauty be released? I want to see the siblings in action. This so-called official support account was naturally set up by the fans. Back then, the entire internet was abuzz with activity, so some fans of the sibling couple set up this account as their base camp. Every day, they would collect photos of the two's interactions. Although the information that Jilin revealed during this interview was already outdated and everyone knew about it, the support group still welcomed a wave of celebration as it was personally stamped by the main characters. But as fans, they would never be satisfied with just this little sibling candy. But what could they do? Jilin and Siyu had only appeared in 2 variety shows together. Their screen time was limited. But when the support account reminded them, they suddenly remembered, hey, right, isn't there another movie that's waiting to be released? From the trailer released by the production crew, the script had a lot of changes compared to the original version. The two seemed to have a lot of scenes together. The fans were hooked and couldn't wait. They ran to the official Weibo account every day to urge them to release the movie. They couldn't wait to shake the production crew's necks and ask them to release the movie as soon as possible. Originally, Lethal Beauty already had a lot of attention. With the fans causing a ruckus, everyone's expectations for the movie instantly soared to the peak. How could the production crew let go of such a good opportunity for publicity? At this time, the post-production had already been completed. Originally, the release date was set for next month, but after discussing with director Liang, they felt that since Jilin and Siyu were the most popular now, it would be better to hold a pre-screening as well as a meet and greet for the main cast. Then, some lucky fans would be selected to watch the movie in advance. This way, they could win a wave of praise. When the news was released, the fans went crazy. However, this kind of thing depended on luck. There were only 50 spots, but there were so many fans who wanted to go. In the end, it still depended on luck. Luyu was one of the lucky ones. She looked at the private message sent to her by the official Weibo account congratulating her on winning the prize. She rubbed her eyes and almost thought that she was hallucinating. Then, she jumped up from the chair excitedly. There was only one screening this time and the media was not invited. Only fans were allowed to attend. At the same time, because the production team limited the number of people who could attend, very few people could attend. Therefore, they could still chat with their idols up close. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She actually won the prize. Sure enough, she had instigated the establishment of the Sesame Yellow fan club. It was useful to sign in every day in the fan club. Luyu hurriedly shared this with her sisters in the group. The others were very envious and reminded her, remember to let Brother G interact with the big sister more often if you have the chance. Take more photos. Luyu smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. I know what to do. In the beginning, she was a pure fan of Jilin. Then, she was bewitched by Siyu's appearance and became her fan. Then, she stood firmly on the sister-brother line. As a girl with dreams and responsibility, Lu Yu patted her chest and promised her sisters that she would not disappoint them. The screening was added by the production team at the last minute. It was scheduled for a weekend night. When Xiyu was notified, she was dumbfounded. Ever since she was asked by fans on Hoshi Show Studio if she would act in a TV series based on her own manga, she couldn't admit that she was the author in front of everyone. She also couldn't say that she didn't want to act in it. She forced a smile and said that it was up to fate. A few days later, her hard-working assistant, Xinyu, placed an audition invitation in front of her for fashion strategy. Looking at Xinyu's sparkling eyes and the proud expression on her face that said, "I knew you wanted to act in it. See, I especially gave you the opportunity." Xiyu fell silent. Xiyu. So, it's not a good thing for an assistant to be too motivated and considerate. As a result, Xiyu had been busy looking for excuses to decline this invitation these days. When she heard that the production team of Lethal Beauty had arranged a screening, Xinyu's attention was diverted to it. Finally, she didn't pester her to promote this opportunity. She instantly heaved a sigh of relief. To attend such an occasion, she naturally had to prepare an evening gown. Xiyu didn't have such an outfit, and Lu Xingzhou heard about it from somewhere. Just as she was worried about where to find an outfit, Xinyu came to her door with a dress. "This. President Lu's secretary gave it to me." Xinyu didn't know the relationship between Lu Xingzhou and Xiyu. She handed the dress to Xiyu in fear and asked in a low voice, "Sister Xiyu, does President Lu have feelings for you?" She winked at Xiyu. She couldn't be blamed for thinking the wrong way. After all, in Xinyu's eyes, the dignified president of Huani had found out that Xiyu needed an evening gown and immediately sent it to her door. Wasn't such an obvious show of goodwill with an ulterior motive? If Lu Xingzhou was present, he would definitely block Xinyu's mouth and ask her to stop talking. This wasn't his idea. He wasn't the one who always paid attention to Xiyu's movements. The style of the evening gown was personally chosen by Fifth Master Lu, and the clothes were also sent by Fifth Master Lu. He didn't dare to be the first to attack. Xiyu opened the box. The tailoring of the evening gown was exquisite and the materials were extremely luxurious. Unfortunately, it seemed to be in the trend of sexual indifference. She tried it on. When she looked in the mirror, she vaguely felt that she looked like another person. So, Xiyu immediately knew who this evening gown belonged to. She rummaged through the box again. Sure enough, she found a piece of paper at the bottom. There was nothing written on it, only a signature. 3 strong and powerful words, Lu Yuanhe. Xiyu touched the evening gown in her arms and muttered in her heart. This person was really domineering. He didn't ask for her opinion and only picked out the gown for her according to his own preferences. Moreover, he was afraid that she would misunderstand who gave it to her. He even put a signature at the bottom of the box like a child. However, Xinyu peeked at Xiyu from the side and saw that the corners of Xiyu's lips were unconsciously raised. Her expression was a little complicated. He wondered if Sister Xiyu wasn't happy to receive the gift. But it didn't seem like it. In the end, Xinyu sighed in her heart. Sigh, women. On the day of the screening, the outside of the venue was crowded with various media outlets and fans who wanted to see their idols. Although these people couldn't enter, they were so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. When Xiyu saw this, she hurriedly asked Xinyu to turn around and sneak in through the back door. Only then did she manage to escape from this predicament. The lucky fans who were selected were already waiting in the venue. The actors were arranged to sit in the first row. Before Xiyu could walk over, she bumped into Ji-Lin in the aisle. "Sister, sit here, sit here." Ji-Lin pulled her and ran over to occupy the best vantage point. Then, he very naturally poured tea for Xiyu. His actions were even more skillful than Xinyu's assistant. Xinyu watched from behind and felt that she was completely useless. When Ji-Lin pulled her, Xiyu actually felt 50 pairs of eyes looking at her from behind. She even keenly heard the sound of shutters clicking. She touched her forehead and looked at her silly brother who was overly excited. She whispered, "Don't be silly. There are so many people watching. Be careful of your image." Ji-Lin didn't care. He even turned around and waved at the fans behind him happily. Suddenly, there was a wave of screams in the venue. Then, he signaled his assistant, Xiaoai, with his eyes. Xiaoai carried 2 big bags and walked towards the audience. Jilin casually took a microphone and said to the fans, "Everyone, you have worked hard from afar. This is a gift that my sister and I prepared together. We will give each of you a sesame bun and custard bun. You can eat it as snacks when you watch the movie. Thank you for your support of Lethal Beauty." It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but Jilin seemed to have emphasized the word sister. Siyu was surprised and said, "When did I ask you to prepare it?" However, the fans couldn't hear it. Some of them directly shouted excitedly. Siyu looked at the audience. It seemed that a few girls had raised a support banner that said, "Sesame Bun Forever." What kind of people had sneaked into the audience at the screening this time? Almost all the fans who came this time knew about the sesame bun and custard bun. Jilin's small gift was so appropriate that they immediately showed a tacit smile. When they saw Jilin and Siyu standing together, their eyes unconsciously had a little motherly tolerance. Liu happened to be assigned to a seat in the front, very close to the actors' seats. She happened to be behind Siyu, so she could see the expressions of the 2 people clearly. She excitedly held the 2 buns that were assigned to her, took out her phone, and took a few photos and posted them on Weibo. "I love custard bun, sesame bun girl, come and eat the candy. Sesame bun official support, brother G gave me and my sister out today. Do you think I should eat it or not?" After a few minutes, Liu refreshed the page and saw that the comments were full of eat, eat, eat. Although no one was there in person, they all felt the same and were all excited. Siyu looked at the fans who were about to riot because of the 2 buns. She pulled Jilin's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "What are you doing?" Jilin didn't answer the question and said loudly, "Nothing, sister. Aren't you all very happy? Please tell my sister, do you like this gift?" He said the last sentence especially loudly to the fans in the audience. The fans replied in unison, "Yes, brother G's posture of showing off his sister is so cool." "Siyu? That's not what I asked." Jilin heard the uniform shouts and rounded up in his heart. He equated liking the gift with liking his sister. It doesn't matter if the fans don't believe me. Facts speak louder than words. After emphasizing once again that the person beside him was his sister, Jilin listened to the fans shouting in unison and instantly felt refreshed. Siyu covered her face. She felt like she was about to be cooked alive under the intense gazes of dozens of pairs of eyes. Actually, as a celebrity, she had to get used to the feeling of being the center of attention. Unfortunately, she had no intention of staying in the entertainment industry for a long time. Therefore, other than acting and appearing on variety shows, she had never been in close contact with her fans. Today, she finally realized how passionate these people were. Siyu felt very uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. She quickly pulled Jilin, who wanted to show off, to sit down. Fortunately, the actors' seats were separated from the audience. She had a petite figure, so as soon as she sat down, she shrank into her seat and blocked those burning gazes. She felt a little better. "Alin, stop fooling around. This is a pre-screening. We're not the main characters today." Siyu whispered to Jilin. After thinking about it, she knew why Jilin did that. Last time, during the live broadcast, this guy was about to proudly announce their sibling relationship. However, the netizens didn't think he was revealing anything. They thought he was just joking around. Jilin was happy for nothing. After the show ended, he was depressed for a long time. He had been sharpening his knife, waiting for a good opportunity to announce it again. This kind of secret relationship involved the privacy of the 2 families. If it wasn't handled properly, it would damage Jilin's image. Siyu thought it was better to slowly reveal it. Step by step. At the very least, she had to remove Jilin from the G family first. "I just gave them some gifts. I didn't ask them to shout." Jilin defended himself. Then, when he saw his sister's helpless expression, he immediately changed his words and obediently admitted his mistake. "It's my fault. I won't be so reckless next time." "See." He admitted defeat so quickly. What else could she say? He could only let him off lightly. When the movie was about to start, Siyu saw Han Tian and Su Qingwan walking over one after the other. Han Tian's lips were tightly pursed, and her usually sweet and pleasant face was dark, as if she was suppressing her anger. Su Qingwan, who was walking behind her, was obviously dressed up. She was wearing expensive clothes from head to toe. She walked over gracefully with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and her face seemed to be somewhat proud. Han Tian didn't even look. He rushed to the empty seat on the other side of the Siyu and sat down. His face was cold and he didn't say a word. Su Qingwan, on the other hand, had a clear goal. He walked straight towards Jilin. Obviously, he wanted to occupy the empty seat next to Jilin. Jilin cursed in his heart. Did this woman even know how to read people's faces? He had already half-openly rejected her in the entertainment industry, but she still dared to approach him shamelessly? When normal people encountered such a situation, even if they didn't stay far away from him, at least they wouldn't dare to approach him. However, Su Qingwan was different. She still seized every opportunity to get close to Jilin. Jilin didn't understand. Could it be that Su Qingwan was a masochist? Jilin immediately wanted to change his seat, but the seat next to the Siyu was already occupied by Han Tian. Besides, with so many people watching, he couldn't act like a child and make a fuss about chasing Su Qingwan away. Otherwise, he would embarrass the entire crew. Su Qingwan was certain of this and walked over without hesitation. Seeing that she was about to sit down, Jilin's eyes lit up. He noticed that Director Liang was walking over from the entrance, so he whispered something to Siyu and immediately got up to greet Director Liang. He started chatting with him very naturally. As they chatted, he conveniently sat down in the middle of the director's group. Su Qingwan watched as Jilin slipped away without looking back. Her sharp nails left marks on the soft leather seat. Su Qingwan was still a little afraid of Director Liang. Knowing that he didn't like her, Jilin hid next to Director Liang. Naturally, she didn't have the courage to chase after him. After Jilin left, of course, she couldn't stay near Siyu. She turned around and sat down in a seat further away. Han Tian sat next to her and saw everything that had just happened. He didn't hide the sarcasm in his eyes. He snorted and muttered, "Serves her right. Did Su Qingwan provoke you?" Siyu turned her head and asked Han Tian in a low voice. In her impression, Han Tian and Su Qingwan didn't have much interaction, so there shouldn't be any grudges between them. However, Han Tian suddenly walked over angrily and even sneered at Su Qingwan. She was sure that Su Qingwan had provoked her. Han Tian and Siyu had a good relationship. At this time, he didn't hide anything and said coldly, "She stole my job." That's fine. This kind of thing isn't uncommon in the entertainment industry. Those who have the ability to steal jobs usually have someone backing them up. As long as they don't go too far, they usually give up and fight for the next opportunity. However, this Su Qingwan is different. She even came to apologize to me. Although Han Tian took the sweet route, he had a fiery temper. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kicked his original company out immediately after finding out that they were supporting those who were powerful and stepping on those who were weak. Jilin had always been a movie star. Therefore, he blocked Su Qingwan's path in the movie industry. He didn't have the ability to reach out to the television industry. Su Qingwan hit a wall everywhere and had no choice but to give up the path of becoming a god in the movie industry and planned to take on a television series. However, she wasn't an A-list actress. She didn't have a chance to be the main character of a good television series. She didn't want to be a minor character, so she thought of another way. She used the dividends she earned from her shares to invest in the web series. However, this way, she bumped into Han Tian, who was looking for opportunities after going solo. Originally, this web series was already in negotiations with Han Tian. Su Qingwan threw money at Han Tian. Web series had always been short of money, so she unkindly kicked Han Tian out and gave the role to Su Qingwan. Han Tian didn't want to argue with her at first. However, when she bumped into Su Qingwan in the corridor just now, Su Qingwan kept apologizing. She said that she really needed this opportunity and would do her best to compensate her in the future. She even asked Han Tian if he was interested in playing a supporting role. Han Tian was so angry that she vomited blood. Supporting role? She hadn't fallen to the point where she had to play a supporting role for Su Qingwan. In the past, she didn't understand why Jilin was so hostile to Su Qingwan. Now, she finally understood. This woman really had a problem with her brain. The more Han Tian thought about it, the angrier she got. It didn't matter if she lost an opportunity, but having someone show off in front of her was like a slap to her face. She couldn't take this lying down. Therefore, she, who had always been a straightforward person, quarreled with Su Qingwan in the corridor. That corridor was the backstage staff's passageway. At that time, Han Tian didn't see anyone at all. However, after scolding for a while, she suddenly heard the sound of a camera shutter. Looking in the direction of the sound, she caught a glimpse of a figure quickly sneaking away from the back door. Needless to say, her scolding must have been heard. Han Tian immediately questioned Su Qingwan. However, Su Qingwan clenched her teeth and insisted that she didn't do anything. She refused to admit it and only cried. Han Tian didn't catch her to confront her, so she couldn't do anything to her. At this point, if Han Tian still couldn't figure out that this was a trap, she would have wasted all her years in the entertainment industry. I've asked my assistant to investigate it. I've also asked the public relations department to keep a close eye on it. I'm most afraid of being recorded. Han Tian's face darkened. No wonder Su Qingwan didn't say a word at that time and let me scold her. It was all set up. Siyu frowned. Is she crazy? Su Qingwan seemed to have changed into a different person. She was too radical and increasingly unscrupulous. It seemed like she wanted to repeat the same old tricks, just like how she hired the internet water army to slander Siyu. She wanted to step on Han Tian to raise her own status. Did she want to make her presence known so badly? Han Tian said, I don't know if she's crazy or not, but I won't let the matter of her scheming against me go so easily. This woman was a mad dog that bit people randomly. He didn't offend her and didn't even speak much to her. Yet, he was set up secretly. Han Tian was also anxious. She had left her original company and started her own business. She wasn't as good as she used to be in every aspect. There were only a few people in her studio and their abilities were extremely limited. Although she vowed to Siyu that she would pursue the matter, she knew in her heart that she was going to suffer a loss this time. Don't be afraid. I'll help you think of a way. Siyu turned the phone in her hand and thought of Lu Xingzhou. He was the president of Huani and also Su Qingwan's immediate superior. Han Tian couldn't do it alone, but Huani could. They just had to inform the major media in advance and suppress any unfavorable news about Han Tian. Han Tian forced a smile and didn't take Siyu's words too seriously. She knew that Siyu and Jilin had a good relationship, but a good relationship couldn't control all the media's mouths. Moreover, she still didn't know who was playing dirty tricks behind her back. Thank you. Forget it. I'll solve this matter myself. You don't have to get involved with that annoying fly. Han Tian was full of disgust at the mention of Su Qingwan. Siyu leaned over and held her arm, patting it comfortingly. Everyone had arrived, and Director Liang went up to say a few words of welcome as usual. Then, he simply started the screening of the film. As the opening credits flashed past, a long shot from above chased a group of fleeing women in palace attire through the corridors, through the imperial gardens, and through the magnificent palace. Along the way, there were sounds of fighting and smoke rising everywhere. Some of these women were accidentally injured by weapons and died tragically, while others panicked and ran in the wrong direction. In the end, only 2 people were left in the group at the beginning, Yunhe and Yunmeng. At the beginning of the film, there weren't any lines, but Director Liang was very skillful. He only used a long shot to perfectly render the austere atmosphere of the city being destroyed. The fans at the back all couldn't help but hold their breaths, especially when the 2 sisters were discovered by the rebel army and started a chase in the long and narrow palace. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and some of the girls were so nervous that their hands were sweating. Luyu was still chewing on the custard bun that Jilin gave her, but she was quickly attracted by the exciting and tight plot. She stared at the screen intently and even forgot about the bun that she was chewing halfway. When the scene came to the part where Yunmeng pushed her sister out to attract the attention of the enemy in order to escape, she took advantage of the chaos to sneak into the secret passage, and Yunmeng was roughly tied up by the rebel army and used all kinds of torture to extort a confession. She seemed to empathize with her sister, and her heart suddenly clenched. Lu Yu wasn't the only one. When the fans present saw Siyu's pale face on the screen and her trembling body that was constantly coughing up blood, they couldn't help but feel pity for her. These fans knew that Siyu's health wasn't good, but she usually used makeup to cover it up when she went on shows, so it didn't seem serious. However, according to the crew, Siyu basically went on stage without makeup during filming. In other words, what they were seeing now was Siyu's most realistic state. That coughing up blood couldn't be real, right? Speaking of which, it was strange. When Siyu acted as the sickly beauty, she had a very special aura. Even if other actors were better at acting and more experienced than her, it was difficult for them to portray that aura. Her every move was sickly, soft, and brittle, like a porcelain doll that had become a spirit. Therefore, the fans couldn't help but feel sorry for her. But when the film showed Yunmeng and the new emperor meeting for the first time, this kind of heartache quickly turned into eager anticipation. The sibling scene that they had been waiting for a long time was finally here. One was the new emperor who had already ascended the throne, the other was a prisoner of a fallen country. The two people's gazes collided. The new emperor had never seen such a woman before. She was proud and had seen through the world. He didn't lack strategists, but he lacked a confidant who understood him. Therefore, the new emperor hid from everyone and secretly imprisoned Yunmeng under the palace. When the new emperor lifted Yunmeng's chin and forced her to look directly at him, Lu Yu was still able to control her excitement. When the new emperor carried Yunmeng into the underground palace, Lu Yu's anti-smile never disappeared. When the new emperor was completely convinced by Yunmeng's talent and knowledge, his initial attitude of treating a prisoner changed to that of treating an elder, especially in the scene where the new emperor carefully knelt on the ground while Yunmeng was leaning against the bed and gently placed his head on her thighs. When he rubbed his head against her thighs affectionately, Lu Yu almost screamed. At this moment, there were countless little people howling in her heart. What kind of shocking candy was this? At the actors' table, Siyu was also watching very carefully. It was also her first time watching the finished film. She originally thought that her performance would not be very good, but after watching the whole process, she was a little surprised. She could actually act like this? She watched with rapt attention. The lights in the stadium were very dim, so she couldn't see people's faces clearly. Occasionally, people would walk out, so when a person walked past Siyu, she didn't pay much attention. However, this person didn't go far. Instead, he sat down in the empty seat next to Siyu. A very familiar sandalwood fragrance came from the person next to her, instantly triggering Siyu's radar alarm. She withdrew her attention from the movie and turned her head in a panic. At such a close distance, she could barely see the person's side profile with the help of a little bit of light. As expected, her guess was confirmed. Fifth Master? Siyu whispered. Fortunately, the sound effects of the movie were good enough to cover her voice. Han Tian next to her was eating popcorn with relish and didn't notice the movement on Siyu's side. Fifth Master Lu sat upright in his seat, as if his sudden appearance in this place was a very normal and reasonable thing. It was only when he heard Siyu's address that he smiled slightly. "You're wrong." Siyu was stunned. After a while, she remembered that Fifth Master Lu had asked her to call his name directly last time. After hesitating for a few seconds, Siyu did as she was told. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Lu. Yuanhe?" Fifth Master Lu twirled the prayer beads and seemed to be very happy, so he praised her. Good acting. Although he had just arrived and didn't see much at all, the words coming out of his mouth were 100% credible. Siyu awkwardly thanked him. She felt strange in her heart. It wasn't that she was sensitive. After all, Fifth Master Lu was temperamental. Who knew what he would do next after praising someone? It was rare for him to be so pleasant, but Siyu was reflexively scared. However, as soon as Fifth Master Lu finished speaking, the scene of the new emperor sneaking into the underground palace after Yunhe fell asleep appeared on the screen. He lay on the edge of the bed and watched her all night. In the end, he couldn't help but hold her hand and fall asleep. Fifth Master Lu paused and immediately changed his tone. He coldly and mercilessly commented, "This scene is redundant. The acting is too bad." Xiu? Xiu had never expected Fifth Master Lu to say anything good. His praise just now was already an exception, which made Xiu tremble in fear. Now that he began to nitpick again, Xiu felt that this was normal. "I'm a newbie, so I can't ask for too much." Xiu was afraid of affecting the others, so she lowered her voice to an extremely low volume, almost leaving only a soft voice. Moreover, in order to make it easier to speak, she even leaned slightly towards Fifth Master Lu. When Fifth Master Lu lowered his head, his lips seemed to be able to touch her hair. However, Fifth Master Lu did not do that. He stared at the screen with an indifferent expression and said, "I'm not talking about you." Xiu was puzzled. "Then who are you talking about?" The film continued to move forward without any hindrance. The new emperor's feelings for Yun He slowly changed from admiration to admiration. However, although Yun He was imprisoned in the dark underground, her pride did not diminish at all. She did not waver even when the new emperor brought her all kinds of rare toys. When the two of them were together, they only talked about national affairs and world affairs. In the end, the new emperor could not stand it anymore. The pain of not being able to get what he wanted almost made him lose control, and his attitude towards Yun He became more and more ambiguous. Fifth Master Lu looked at the scene where the new emperor looked at Yun He's sleeping face and added coldly, "That kid from the Ji family." Xiu's gaze returned to the screen. She looked left and right and felt that Ji Lin acted better than her. After all, he had been in the industry for many years and had more experience. "How is it bad?" "I think it's quite good." Fifth Master Lu spun the prayer beads. Perhaps because it was not good, he spun them very quickly and felt a sense of irritation out of nowhere. "Your scenes are too redundant. They should be deleted." Xiu. She did not dare to compliment the big boss's level of appreciation. Director Liang was known for his experienced style. This film was edited by him personally, and there was not a single extra scene. She did not know from which angle Fifth Master Lu looked at the film, but he came to the conclusion that all her scenes with Ji Lin should be deleted. However, it was not worth it to argue with Fifth Master Lu. Xiu was well aware of this, so she wisely swallowed her thoughts. At this moment, Han Tian habitually handed popcorn to Xiu, but no one reached out to take it. She looked away from the screen and looked at Xiu. Only then did she realize that there seemed to be another person besides Xiu. Although she could not see the face clearly, from the figure, it should be a man. Didn't Brother Ji go to Director Liang's place and come back? Han Tiantian's first impression was that this person should be Ji Lin, so she didn't think too much about it and asked casually. Cold sweat broke out on Xiu's forehead. Only now did she remember that this was a fan screening specially organized by the crew. There was a limit to the number of people, not to mention the people in the actors' seats. Everyone was familiar with each other and could tell at a glance if there was an extra person, let alone a man with a strong aura like Fifth Master Lu who could not be forgotten after a single glance. Xiu did not pursue how he got in. In any case, he was the real boss of the Lu family. He could go anywhere with just a word. The problem was if the fans found out that there was an extra person. Moreover, she was sitting next to Fifth Master Lu now. Her throat began to itch again, and she wanted to vomit blood. Xiu had a headache. She whispered something to Han Tian, pulled Fifth Master Lu up, and hurriedly slipped out of the small door on the side of the stage like a thief. Strangely, Fifth Master Lu did not have any doubts. He let Xiu pull him away and even held Xiu's small hand. However, Xiu had been distracted by looking around to see if the people around her had noticed her, so she did not notice at all. By the time she reacted, her original position of holding Fifth Master Lu's hand had already become 10 fingers interlocked. Su Qingwan was sitting next to the side door. The director was faintly rejecting her. She was still a little arrogant and did not want to put on a cold face. As for Han Tian and Xiu, she had already shed all pretense of cordiality, so after going around and around, no one was willing to welcome her. Su Qingwan could only sit alone in this corner sullenly, so she also saw Xiu leave with people. That man, His back seemed a little familiar. Who could it be? And he looked very intimate with Siyu. Could it be that they were lovers? Su Qingwan thought maliciously. This Zhou Siyu was indeed not simple. Ji Lin was bewitched by her appearance. Su Qingwan remembered that in her previous life, Zhou Siyu had used her good looks to seduce many men. That was why she had climbed up so quickly. Could this man be her sugar daddy? If they could take intimate photos of the two of them, the good reputation that Zhou Siyu had built up online would definitely collapse. Her fans were a bunch of idiots who only knew how to listen to rumors. With photos, let's see how she could pretend to be innocent. Harboring unspeakable dark thoughts, Su Qingwan saw that no one was paying attention to her, so she quietly followed Siyu out of the side door. Her heart was thumping in excitement. Su Qingwan followed cautiously, but Siyu did not notice. She first rushed to the ladies' room to vomit blood, washed her face, and walked out. Leaning against the wall, she weakly asked Fifth Master Lu, "Fifth Lu Yuanhe, why are you here?" Fifth Master Lu slowly took out a small porcelain bottle. Ignoring Siyu's objections, he grabbed her chin and forced her to take the medicine. Then, he lowered his eyes and said, "What, I can't come?" Although he was smiling, Siyu felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly shook her head. "That's not what I meant. If you had told me in advance, I would have helped you get an admission ticket. You suddenly appeared. The director and the others are all here. After all, there are so many people today." Siyu tactfully hinted that this was not a suitable place for him to appear. Fifth Master Lu gently interrupted her. "There's no need for that." He had always done as he pleased. Originally, he planned to wait outside until the end, then pick up Siyu and leave. However, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he should not accommodate this little girl. He remembered that the little girl did not have a dress to wear, so he specially had one custom-made and sent it home. In the end, the little girl was not tactful. She even asked Lu Xingzhou to pass on her thanks. She just refused to come to him in person. Was she afraid of him or did she not want to see him? Not sincere enough. The more Siyu avoided him, the more Fifth Master Lu wanted to stand in front of this little girl and force her to look directly at him. If she wanted to say something, say it to his face. It was better to change all her previous bad habits. "I'm just changing places to wait for you." Fifth Master Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at Siyu. Under the light, her long dress shone with the light of broken diamonds. It was tied around her slender waist and looked charming and moving. However, because the design of the dress included many of Fifth Master Lu's own preferences, there was no doubt that the cold and indifferent style was preserved. He looked at Siyu as if this little girl was not wearing a dress, but a dress that was personally put on by him. It was stained with his unique aura. Siyu was stared at by his focused gaze and felt goosebumps all over her body. She could not help but shrink back. However, there was a wall behind her and there was no way to retreat. She wished she could lower her body to avoid this gaze. Fortunately, Fifth Master Lu was very reserved. He just stood there and watched and did not do anything to Siyu. When he saw her dodging, he immediately laughed. "It's been so long, but your guts still haven't grown. It's not like I'll eat you." Siyu thought that there would be a fan Q&A session after the movie ended, so she could not waste too much time here. Therefore, she was full of thoughts about coaxing this big boss and sending him away. "Fifth Master, no, Lu Yuanhe, it's boring for you to wait here. I still have some time to finish here. Why don't we talk after the movie is over?" She was still used to calling him Fifth Master, but under the reminder of Fifth Master Lu's gaze, she changed it with difficulty. "Nothing much." Fifth Master Lu was calm and composed. At this time, Su Qingwan had secretly followed them. She quietly looked out from the corner and was immediately attracted by Fifth Master Lu. Wasn't this the person from the Lu family whom she had met twice? Su Qingwan's eyes widened in surprise. In fact, she had tried to find a way to contact Fifth Master, but to no avail. Who would have thought that when she saw him again, Fifth Master Lu was still with Zhou Siyu? She was wondering why the Zhou Siyu in this life had suddenly become a difficult bone to chew. It turned out that she had the Lu family behind her all this time. Su Qingwan stared at Fifth Master Lu as he raised his hand and gently stroked Siyu's hair. Although his expression was cold, the aura around him was not as fierce and frightening as the last time she saw him. Instead, it was very gentle. Based on this, even a blind person could see that he treated Siyu differently. Su Qingwan's hand was still tightly gripping her phone. She originally wanted to secretly take evidence of Siyu's rendezvous with someone, but after discovering that the person was actually Fifth Master Lu, she did not dare to press the shutter button. The Lu family. Not only could she not provoke them, but she also had to avoid them. If she was discovered, it would be a disaster. Su Qingwan did not have the guts to touch the Lu family, but she was really unwilling. Therefore, after hesitating for a few seconds, Su Qingwan gritted her teeth and quickly fixed her makeup. She stepped out from the corner with her head held high and her chest puffed out with a smile. Siyu, you haven't been back for a long time. I thought you were sick again. Aya, isn't this? What are you doing? Let go of me. Su Qingwan said the words that she had already prepared in her mind. Just as she was about to put on a surprised expression, she suddenly felt a pair of hands pressing down on her shoulders from behind. The person who suddenly appeared clearly had no intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex. Without hesitation, he pressed Su Qingwan against the wall and instantly clamped her arms behind her back, disabling her ability to move. Su Qingwan suddenly cried out in pain. Her tone was extremely panicked. Immediately after, she heard the person who restrained her say respectfully from behind, Fifth Master, this woman has been following you and Miss Zhou the entire time. Su Qingwan's heart was instantly in a perilous situation. What? Her every move had been watched the entire time? Siyu was startled by the commotion. She took a closer look and said in surprise, Su Qingwan? Fifth Master Lu was leisurely combing her disobedient hair. When he saw that Siyu's attention was diverted and she was looking curiously in Su Qingwan's direction, he suddenly felt secretly displeased. Without any explanation, he pinched Siyu's chin and turned her head back. Whether it was intentional or not, his thumb happened to press against Siyu's soft lips. It was so hot that it was like a ball of fire. Fifth Master Lu paused for a long time. Siyu noticed that his gaze was fixed on her lips. His warm thumb rubbed against her lips as if he was playing with a rare antique. It gave her the illusion that she was being targeted by a hunter. Fortunately, Su Qingwan was a restless person. She desperately twisted her body, trying to break free from the bodyguard's grip. Her voice trembled as she forced herself to calm down. She shouted at Siyu, Siyu, what are you doing? Hurry up and tell your friend to let me go. This is a screening. It won't be good if someone sees us. She completely forgot that she was the one who had the wrong idea first. She followed Siyu all the way here with the intention of getting something to use against her. She even secretly prayed that Siyu had some unspeakable secret. That way, if she got her hands on her, she could do whatever she wanted. Now, she was speaking in a dignified manner as if her sneaky actions didn't exist. When Siyu heard Su Qingwan speak, she breathed a sigh of relief. She pretended to look in Su Qingwan's direction and quickly dodged Fifth Master Lu's hand. Then, she pulled away from him. Only then did she feel that the feeling of being watched like a shadow gradually weaken. This isn't my friend. My words don't matter. Su Qingwan, if you want to plead, don't plead with me. Siyu saw that Su Qingwan was looking at her eagerly and couldn't help but frown. She wasn't a fool. Besides, she had learned her lesson from the Han Tian Tian. Su Qingwan silently followed behind her. It was already clear what she wanted to do. Siyu didn't want to let her off so easily. Su Qingwan's arm was still clamped down, and she maintained a very awkward position. Her entire upper body was in pain and numbness, causing her face to twist a little. Especially when she heard Siyu Gan's crisp refusal, a trace of resentment suddenly appeared in her eyes. Fifth Master Lu seemed to have only noticed that there was another person at this time. He withdrew his hand that was still on Siyu's lips and let it hang by his side. He unconsciously rubbed the pad of his thumb as if he was still reminiscing the moment of softness. Meanwhile, his other hand slowly turned the prayer beads and sent out dust. Your words do matter. Fifth Master Lu's first words were to undermine Siyu. When Siyu looked over in confusion, he lowered his eyes and chuckled. He didn't even spare Su Qingwan a glance out of the corner of his eye. What do you want to do with this person? Ask her? Siyu thought that she had misheard, but after observing for a while, she found that Fifth Master Lu's expression was serious. He was really asking for her opinion. From the beginning until now, Siyu didn't dare to say that she knew Fifth Master Lu very well, but one thing was absolutely certain: this man had an extraordinary desire for control. Everything had to develop according to his wishes before he was satisfied. However, as long as there was a slight deviation from the established track, he couldn't tolerate it. For example, the medicine that Siyu drank was all concocted in advance. For example, the style and color of the dress that he gave Siyu were all personally chosen by him. For example, the unlucky A, B, C, and D who were disobedient in front of him and were unlucky. Therefore, when Fifth Master Lu suddenly asked for her opinion, Siyu was a little confused. She whispered, I don't know. Because Fifth Master Lu's expression was very serious, Siyu couldn't help but think seriously. She was indeed very annoyed with Su Qingwan, but if she was alone, it would be right to stay far away from her and not have any interaction with her. She hadn't thought of other more excessive methods. Looking at Siyu's expression, Fifth Master Lu could roughly guess what this little girl was thinking, so he sighed softly in his heart. She was really too soft. Throw her out. Fifth Master Lu didn't wait any longer and made a decision. Wait, Mr. Lu, no, Fifth Master, listen to me, I didn't do it on purpose. Su Qingwan felt the sudden increase in strength on her shoulders. She clenched her teeth in pain and no longer cared about pretending. She realized that the man with an extraordinary temperament in front of her was not joking and immediately panicked. I promise that it won't be like this next time. At this moment, all jealousy was thrown to the back of her mind. Su Qingwan only knew that she couldn't be dragged out like this. There were so many media reporters outside. Once she went out, it would be over. Siyu suddenly remembered the Han Tian and immediately said, Wait, I have something to ask her. Seeing that it was her who spoke, the group of bodyguards in black didn't ask anything. They simply let go and stood silently in the corner like shadows. Su Qingwan, before the screening, did you design Han Tian? Siyu stepped forward and asked with a frown. Su Qingwan was wearing high heels and almost lost her balance when she was released. Her hair, which she had carefully tied up during the struggle, was also untied. She looked up at Siyu, who was wearing a long dress and had a cold expression. Her eyebrows twitched. She originally wanted to say sarcastically that it was none of her business, but when her eyes met the terrifying gaze of the man behind Siyu, it was as if he was looking at an inanimate object. She immediately shrank back, as if she was being controlled by someone. She nodded and unexpectedly admitted, yes. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. How could she admit it? But that Fifth Master's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if she didn't tell the truth, she would immediately be cut to pieces. If Su Qingwan had any romantic thoughts about this man before, they were all thrown away. She couldn't help but tremble. Siyu ignored Su Qingwan's regret and continued to ask, Who was the person who contacted you? Do you have any recordings of Han Tian? This time, Su Qingwan fiercely shook her head. Seeing that she wasn't cooperating, Siyu lowered her voice and said, Tell me who that person is, and I'll let you go back to the venue. Otherwise, if these people want to make you disappear, it's a very simple matter. Do you understand? Siyu didn't want to threaten people like this, but in the face of a cunning person like Su Qingwan, she could only take advantage of this opportunity to get some truth from her because she was obviously very afraid of Fifth Master Lu. When Su Qingwan heard this, she was indeed a little shaken. After thinking it over, she didn't dare to continue being stubborn. She reluctantly gave up the reporter she called to set up the trap. After getting the detailed information, Siyu planned to ask Lu Xingzhou to give a warning. Just as she took out her phone, Fifth Master Lu frowned. Who else do you want to call? He was still standing there. If this young lady didn't look for him to solve her problem, who else would she look for? She was getting bolder and bolder. Siyu answered matter-of-factly, Lu Xingzhou, of course. Isn't he the president of Huani? He should be more familiar with the media circle. I'll ask him if I can contact this person to withdraw the article. Su Qingwan listened carefully from the side, and her heart instantly sank. Based on Zhou Siyu's tone, she seemed to have a good relationship with the president of Huani. If that was the case, did she still have a chance of defeating her? Fifth Master Lu's frown deepened. He couldn't be bothered to ask any more questions, so he simply ordered his subordinates to do the job. At the same time, he threw Su Qingwan, who had already lost her soul, back into the venue. Then, step by step, he approached Siyu and said with a faint smile, "Nowadays, you always think of Lu Xingzhou first, huh?" The last syllable was slightly raised, as if he was smiling, but Siyu somehow heard a strong threat in it. She had a strong desire to live and shook her head. "No, absolutely not. I just think it might be more convenient to find him." Fifth Master Lu looked at the little rabbit who was avoiding his eyes and was full of anger. He had searched for all kinds of rare herbs from all over the world and finally managed to fatten this girl up a little. She was no longer as thin as she was when he first met her. When he picked her up, he could only feel her bones. However, the little girl turned her head and refused to admit it. The number of times she contacted Lu Xingzhou was much more than the number of times she contacted him, and when she contacted him, it was always him who took the initiative. This wouldn't do. He kept this white rabbit by his side because he wanted to fatten it up and keep it for himself. He did not plan to sell it to others. Thus, Siyu's actions of helping outsiders made him very, very unpleasant to the eye. Fifth Master Lu acted casually. With a stride of his long legs, he stood in front of Siyu. The hand holding the prayer beads gently lifted her chin and looked at her for a few seconds. Just as Siyu was still immersed in doubt, the man bent down slightly and touched her eyelids with his lips like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Siyu. Siyu was stunned. What was he doing? This action couldn't be called a kiss at all. It was just a touch. What Fifth Master Lu touched was only her eyelids, but the impact on Siyu was enough to shock her. This kind of surprise even overshadowed her impulse to vomit blood. She just stared at the man in front of her in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. Fifth Master Lu was confident and didn't feel that this kind of intimate action was inappropriate at all. His thumb rubbed her lips, and the cold prayer beads knocked on Siyu's chin. It was a little uncomfortable. Then, Fifth Master Lu coaxed, "If you have any problems next time, remember not to find others, okay?" Siyu's brain still didn't work properly. She didn't listen and just nodded numbly. She didn't know what she agreed to. "Don't be afraid." As if he could guess Siyu's mood, Fifth Master Lu said warmly, "It's nothing. It was just a temporary stamp." He was already very considerate of this little girl's courage. He was afraid that she would scare people. This time, he didn't stamp the right place, but he didn't say anything, right? Fifth Master Lu had been in a high position for many years and understood the principle of restraint and release. If she stayed any longer, he was afraid that by the time this little girl reacted, she would be burned into a ball. Thus, he very considerately patted Siyu's soft cheeks and said, "Go back. I'll pick you up later." Siyu floated back to the venue like a ghost. Her mind was in a mess, so she naturally didn't pay attention to Fifth Master Lu's last sentence. She was so distracted that when she returned to her seat, she almost tripped over Han Tiantian's outstretched legs. Even so, her eyes were still completely unfocused, and she almost groped her way back to her seat. Coincidentally, the movie was coming to an end at this time. Siyu's character, Princess Yunhe, had already died. Faint suppressed cries could be heard in the venue. The fans were all immersed in the movie, and no one noticed Siyu's loss of composure. Han Tian was also wiping tears, but after being tripped by Siyu, her 3 souls and 7 spirits all came out of the movie. She hurriedly held Siyu's hand and asked, "Where did you go? Are you not feeling well? Why are you walking unsteadily?" Looking at Siyu up close, Han Tiantian's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the redness in her cheeks, ears, and pupils. In particular, her almond-shaped eyes were watery, as if she had been bullied and cried. Han Tian was shocked. What was going on? Didn't Siyu go out with Jilin just now? The two of them were so close. Could it be that they quarreled? Otherwise, why would her face be red with anger? It looked like she was about to cry. Han Tian called out worriedly, "Siyu?" "I'm fine." Siyu responded reflexively. Her eyes gradually focused. In an instant, shock, embarrassment, and panic intertwined, making her eyes look even more moist. After a few seconds, Siyu couldn't help but cover her face. The calmness she pretended to be was useless. No, I still can't accept it. Fifth Master Lu must be joking, right? Or was this action a hint that he would settle the score with her later? Siyu desperately tried to find an excuse in her heart. Han Tian next to her revealed a look of surprise and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Couldn't accept what? Siyu and Ji Lin's sibling relationship had broken? Han Tian still wanted to ask for more details, but the film had already ended and the lights in the stadium were turned on. She could only suppress the doubts in her heart and obediently stay in her seat, listening to Director Liang go on stage and share some interesting things with the fans during the filming. Siyu, don't be in a daze. There will be a fan interaction later, so you must adjust your state of mind, she reminded a little worriedly. Siyu was now in a state where everything went in one ear and out the other. She was sitting there, but her soul had long drifted away. Her eyes were staring blankly at the floor under her feet. She didn't even know what Director Liang was saying, nor did she hear Director Liang specifically mention her name and praise her talent and hard work. Therefore, when Director Liang asked the main cast to go on stage together, only Siyu didn't move. Siyu, it's time for us to go on stage. Han Tian walked a few steps and saw that no one was following behind her. She curiously looked back and saw Siyu in a daze. She quietly pinched her slender waist under the table, and only then did Siyu come back to her senses. What are you thinking about? Director Liang called you twice. Everyone is looking at you. Ji Lin and Su Qingwan had already gone on stage as soon as possible. The fans' cheers almost overturned the roof, but they quickly realized that there was one person missing, so everyone's eyes were fixed on Siyu. Being pulled by Han Tian, Siyu walked over a little unsteadily. Director Liang glanced at her and saw that she didn't look well. He thought that her old illness had acted up again. When they were on set, Director Liang took good care of this gentle and weak girl, so even when he saw Siyu spacing out, he didn't blame her. Instead, he tried to smooth things over. It seems that our Siyu is still immersed in the scene just now. Why don't we all comment? What do you think of Siyu's acting? The fans saw that Siyu subconsciously stood next to Ji Lin, and Ji Lin considerately freed a hand to support her, as if afraid that she would lose her balance. They immediately went crazy with excitement and shouted, "Good!" Some of the braver girls even took out banners that they had prepared beforehand and shook it open. The words "I will always love sesame and cream yolk" were printed on it. It was very eye-catching. The waves of cheers grew louder and louder, completely waking Siyu up. She shook her head and forced herself to get Fifth Master Lu out of her mind. Only Su Qingwan stood alone at the far end. Director Liang introduced her with a few words, and Ji Lin and Han Tian were so annoyed by her that they deliberately distanced themselves from her. She stood there alone awkwardly. She didn't have any fans to support her, and the main cast deliberately distanced themselves from her. She was like an outsider, so when she saw the fans crazily cheering for Siyu, her eyes almost turned red. Earlier, when she was escorted back by the group of tall and strong bodyguards, they weren't worried about her shouting at all. They only said coldly, "Miss Zhou wants you to go back and stay put. Be sensible." Then, they let her go and quickly disappeared as quickly as they came. When Su Qingwan heard them talk about Siyu, their tone was unusually respectful, and the stormy waves in her heart couldn't be stopped. If it was only Fifth Master's orders, Su Qingwan would have accepted it because she was also very scared. But Zhou Siyu said that the bodyguards listened to her. Didn't this mean that she had actually fallen into her hands? If it were someone else, Su Qingwan wouldn't have been able to accept it. However, she had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. Siyu was much more popular than her, and it was also true that she had a powerful backer behind her. Su Qingwan stood on the stage, and everyone's eyes were focused on Siyu. She was like an invisible person, so she didn't realize that Siyu didn't even care about her previous schemes against Siyu. Siyu was completely unaware of Su Qingwan's complicated thoughts, and she didn't care. After Director Liang introduced all the actors one by one, it was time for the lucky draw. The number of fans who came to the screening this time was relatively small, and everyone received a number before entering the venue. Those who were selected could ask questions or assign actors to do things that didn't cross the line. It was similar to Truth or Dare. At that time, countless fans rushed to the screening because of this benefit. Those who didn't get selected complained to the heavens. In the end, the officials came forward and said that the live footage would be released, which calmed the public's anger. The first person to be selected was a round-faced girl. She was still holding an unfinished bun in her hand. She looked harmless, but the words she said were shocking. "Brother G, can you carry Miss CU and a Princess Carrie and walk around the stage?" This request wasn't much, but Ji Lin was a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask the girl, why? The girl smiled honestly. "Well, I've seen a lot of scenes in movies where the new emperor carries Xianxia. I want to know if these scenes were taken with fake camera angles." "Ji Lin, are you saying that I'm too weak? Are you suspecting that I can't even carry my sister?" Ji Lin, who felt insulted, didn't say anything. He bent down and picked up Siu's knees and lifted her up. Siu was still thinking about her lines to reject this request, but she was caught off guard by Ji Lin. Ji Lin didn't seem to think that this wasn't enough to wash away his injustice. He didn't just simply carry Siu and a Princess Carrie. Instead, he lifted Siu over his shoulder and let her sit on his shoulders like a child. After he was done, Ji Lin valiantly and spiritedly carried his sister in a circle. He didn't put her down even after he was done, insisting on maintaining this position as he asked the young lady who asked the question, "Is this proof enough?" Siu was shocked by his bold move. She didn't know where to put her hands. In the end, she could only hold Ji Lin's arm. With so many people watching, she was thick-skinned and her face was burning. "Lin, that's enough." The girl opened her mouth wide and nodded vigorously. Yes, Brother G, you're really good. You're still so steady when you're carrying your sister." This was a heaven-shaking candy. The fans present screamed crazily. Siu could see the phone flashing nonstop. She felt embarrassed. She was about to ask Ji Lin to put her down when suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she saw a person standing at the exit of the last row. That person was wearing a pear white tang suit and twirling a string of prayer beads in his hand. He was staring at her with narrowed eyes. The light cast a shadow on his face, and she couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Siu almost instantly held her breath. Fifth Master Lu? When did he start standing there? Could it be that Fifth Lord saw the scene of Ji Lin carrying her around just now? Siu didn't know where the guilt came from, but she didn't know why she cared whether Fifth Master Lu saw her or not. She clung to Ji Lin's arm and jumped down in a flurry. She stood still, clutching the corner of her skirt, and quickly looked away. She didn't dare to look in that direction again. Ji Lin didn't expect Siu to suddenly jump down. His sister was still wearing high heels. What if she sprained her ankle? So he quickly reached out to help her, but found that his sister turned sideways and avoided his hand for the first time. Ji Lin. He admitted that he shouldn't have lifted Siu up without saying anything, but she shouldn't have ignored him. Siu didn't do it on purpose. She just thought that there was someone watching her coldly from the other side, and she couldn't help but. But then again, why should she be afraid? She didn't do anything wrong. Director Liang didn't notice the undercurrent on this side. He smiled and picked the next lucky fan. After hearing her number, Lu Yu slowly stood up in disbelief. She was too lucky. She had to try to buy a lottery ticket someday. Lu Yu swallowed. Under the crazy hints of the group of yellow girls around her, she took the microphone from the staff and said excitedly, I want to know everyone's ideal type." This question hit the hearts of all the fans who wanted to see a good show. The venue was immediately filled with joy. Only Siu's face slowly turned bitter. The actors answered one by one. Ji Lin thought for a few seconds and said honestly, "I really haven't thought about it, but you must be like me and treat my sister well." Lu Yu was so excited that she almost couldn't hold the microphone. Listen, what kind of touching sibling love was this? Fifth Master Lu leaned against the wall and curved the corners of his lips. His smile was unclear. Just now, the girl was picked up and carried around the venue. After discovering him, she deliberately avoided his gaze. This already made him very unhappy. Now, he wanted to hear how Siyu would answer. Finally, it was Siyu's turn. Her smile had already stiffened. Although she deliberately didn't look in Fifth Master Lu's direction, she could still feel a cold gaze following her like a shadow. It made her back break out in cold sweat. Ideal type. What was she going to say? She felt that she would suffer if she casually said it. The fans below the stage waited for a while before Siyu slowly said, "I don't have any special requirements. I just want to be easygoing, reasonable, and not picky." As she spoke, Siyu couldn't help but secretly observe Fifth Master Lu's expression. Sure enough, as she spoke, the big boss's smile deepened. His smile made Siyu's hair stand on end. Thus, she wisely changed the topic and said, "I actually don't care too much about the above. Really, I think it's good to be picky." As she said this, she felt the temperature of the gaze nailed to her body rise. She continued, "If I like someone, I naturally don't care what he looks like." After dealing with this problem with great difficulty, Siyu wiped her cold sweat and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, Fifth Master wasn't angry. Thinking of this, she was slightly stunned. Suddenly, she realized that something wasn't right. Why did she care if this person was angry or not? The scene of Fifth Master lowering his head and gently touching her eyelids flashed through Siyu's mind. At that time, she was clearly so scared that her mind went blank, but she could still remember so many details. She even remembered Fifth Master's slightly lowered eyes clearly. The dazzling lights on the stage enveloped her. Although it wasn't hot, Siyu felt the tips of her ears burning. Because the number of fans who came was very small, before the screening ended, everyone was given a movie poster signed by a few of the main actors. This was an unexpected surprise. When they received this special gift, this group of fans was so happy that they almost went crazy. They all hugged it and didn't want to let go. Luyu carefully put away the poster. This was a limited edition. The fans outside who weren't lucky enough to attend would definitely be envious. She estimated that if she sold this signed poster, it would definitely be worth a lot, but she wouldn't do that. She couldn't wait to treasure it. When it was time to leave, Luyu used her many years of experience chasing stars and forced her way through the crowd. She squeezed in front of Siyu, who was sitting on the side of the stage. She rubbed her hands a little nervously, then called out in embarrassment, "Hello, big sister." Siyu was signing a solo autograph for a fan who had painstakingly squeezed in. When she heard this, she looked up and blinked at Luyu. She looked a little confused. Her eyes were the most beautiful. The black and white were distinct, as if there was a pool of autumn water hidden in them. So when Luyu saw Siyu looking up at her from the bottom, she was immediately hit in the heart. "So soft and cute, I want to pinch her." Luyu shouted silently, but on the surface, she was very shy. She glanced at Lin, who was sitting on the side and constantly looking over from the corner of his eyes. Then, under Siyu's gaze, she blushed and whispered, "Big sister, about that. About the question about the ideal type just now, can I ask you another question?" Siyu also recognized Luyu. Because of this girl's question, she had been thinking about it for a long time. She was absent-minded during the follow-up interaction and only felt her heart beating like a drum. But later, when she looked at the exit again, Fifth Master Lu had disappeared silently, which made her heart even more confused. So now that she saw Luyu, Siyu couldn't help but raise her guard. "What question?" Luyu suppressed her excitement and asked, "Big sister, do you think Brother Ji fits your ideal type?" Lin, who was sitting on the side, had been listening to the movements over here. When he heard this, he secretly cast a curious glance. Unexpectedly, his sister answered very decisively, "No." Lin. He silently picked up his broken little heart and comforted himself that it was okay. Even if he wasn't the ideal type, he could still be the ideal brother, right? Luyu was a little disappointed at Siyu's answer at first, but after thinking about it, it was actually a good thing. Sesame Yellow Girls supported Siyu and Lin. After sending the last batch of fans off, Siyu breathed a sigh of relief. The test screening this time was very successful. And the fans' feedback was very positive. Because the invited personnel were all selected through a lucky draw, the media was not allowed to enter. Therefore, the first batch of audience feedback was purely based on the quality of the film. It was not hard to imagine that there would be many film reviews on the internet soon. Director Liang also looked very happy. He pulled a group of people and said that he had to rush to the next venue and hold a private celebration party. Siyu still remembered that Fifth Master Lu said that he would pick her up later, so she used the excuse of not feeling well to leave early. Because she was absent-minded just now, no one doubted her excuse. Director Liang waved his hand and let her go. Jilin was worried and wanted to go with her. "Big sister, I'll send you back first." "There's no need for you. It's not like Siyu doesn't have an assistant." However, Director Liang pulled Jilin over and said that the male lead must not be absent. He dragged him away and said, "Don't worry. As for Siyu's portion, you have to drink it on her behalf today." Jilin still wanted to say something, but a large group of people rushed up and pushed him out. Han Tian was the female lead, so she naturally could not refuse to go. When she saw that Siyu only looked a little strange and was fine, she was relieved. She told her to go home and have a good rest, then followed the crowd and left. However, as she walked, she sighed in her heart. Siyu seemed to be fine, but she herself had a lot of trouble. That woman, Su Qingwan, had a lot of information that could be used against her, and she did not know what she wanted to do. If she did not handle it well. Han Tiantian's face darkened, and she tried her best to suppress the anxiety in her heart. Siyu did not notice Han Tiantian's worry. Her mind was still in a mess. When she turned around and walked to the back door, she turned into the corridor and found that Su Qingwan did not follow the crowd to the set. Instead, she stood there and stared at her gloomily, as if she had deliberately waited for her. Su Qingwan was now equivalent to an invisible person in the crew. If Director Liang was bothering her, she would probably be more than happy to not go. However, that was not the reason why Su Qingwan chose to stay. She just wanted to take this opportunity to clarify something with Siyu. "Zhou Siyu, what is your relationship with the Lu family?" God knows how long Su Qingwan had been holding it in. From the moment she saw Fifth Master Lu again, to when he openly displayed his intimacy with Siyu, and then coldly watched the bodyguards treat her as if she was trash, Su Qingwan's initial charm completely disappeared. Her heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cellar. That was the Lu family. She had looked up to them her entire life in her previous life, but she had never been able to join a top-notch family. Why was Zhou Siyu always like this? She always wanted to take advantage of everything. In contrast, she seemed to be in dire straits. This should not be. A strong sense of jealousy gnawed at Su Qingwan's heart. She gritted her teeth and looked at Siyu's beautiful side profile. Her voice could not hide her resentment. "Is it because you have the Lu family behind you to protect you? Is that why you target me time and time again while you climb up the ranks smoothly?" Siyu was already very annoyed when Su Qingwan suddenly stopped her. Now that she heard Su Qingwan spouting nonsense, she was even more baffled. Was Su Qingwan suffering from paranoia? Why did she target her time and time again? How could she have so much free time? Besides, if she remembered correctly, it was Su Qingwan who had teased her first. Siyu frowned and her voice turned cold. "What does it have to do with you?" Other than this sentence, she could not think of anything else to say. What was her relationship with the Lu family? Why did she have to explain it to Su Qingwan? With that said, Siyu wanted to walk around Su Qingwan and leave. Unexpectedly, Su Qingwan suddenly made a move. The moment the two of them brushed past each other, she grabbed Siyu's arm. She was extremely strong and her nails were sharp and sharp. She dug them deeply into Siyu's tender skin and scratched a few thin streaks of blood in the blink of an eye. Not only that, she was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, it looked as though she was going to dislocate Siyu's arm. Siyu was a fragile person. Any small bump would be very obvious. With Su Qingwan's pinch, Siyu's arm turned green and she gasped in pain. "Explain yourself clearly." Su Qingwan was relentless. She did not know if she did not control her strength or if she was doing it on purpose. She held on to Siyu tightly and refused to let her go. "I don't believe it. I don't believe that there would be such a huge difference this time around. You shouldn't have such a good reputation and shouldn't be so close to Alin. None of this is right. You must have seduced the Lu family." Su Qingwan was immersed in her own thoughts. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. She did not know how to control her strength. The plot of this life had deviated too much from what she knew in her previous life. At the end of the day, the problem lay with Zhou Siyu. Su Qingwan's eyes were filled with hatred. She looked at Siyu as though she was looking at someone who had a deep grudge against her. Why didn't Zhou Siyu follow the script? Without her, she would definitely be able to lead a better life than in her previous life. Siyu felt that Su Qingwan was going crazy. Her words were illogical. What did she mean by she shouldn't? Before Siyu could ask, she suddenly felt a sharp and terrifying killing intent coming from behind her. This killing intent was like a gust of wind, crushing the narrow aisle inch by inch. It carried an aura that seemed to want to turn everything into ashes and firmly locked onto Su Qingwan. At the same time, Siyu smelled the scent of sandalwood drifting from afar. Perhaps it was because she had been with Fifth Master Lu for a long time that she was familiar with this scent. Thus, she was able to recognize it very quickly. Su Qingwan had never seen such a terrifying scene. She panicked and unconsciously loosened her grip on Siyu's arm. In the next second, 2 bodyguards in black rushed over and restrained her. These 2 people might have seen how she had threatened Siyu just now. They very straightforwardly locked her hands behind her back and dislocated her arms with a snap. Su Qingwan didn't even have time to scream before her mouth was covered. She could only whimper. Cold sweat and tears flowed down her face. She looked very pitiful. However, no one present paid attention to her. Siyu rubbed the bruised area and looked up to see Fifth Master Lu approaching step by step. His face was still full of anger. His eyes were as cold as ice and his prayer beads were no longer spinning. Siyu seemed to have never seen him like this before. She was a little stunned. Seeing Siyu standing there in a daze, Fifth Master Lu mistakenly thought that she was frightened by him. He coldly glanced at Su Qingwan, who was held down and unable to move. He closed his eyes and slowly withdrew his aura. I said I would come and get you. Although he was worried about Siyu's feelings, Fifth Master Lu had already tried his best to restrain his anger. However, his face was still cold. He walked to Siyu's side and pulled up her hand to take a look. When he saw the conspicuous scratches made by her fingernails, he immediately sneered, "You really have guts." As he said this, Fifth Master Lu looked at Su Qingwan and narrowed his eyes. Su Qingwan seemed to be frightened by his gaze and suddenly struggled with all her might. Because her mouth was gagged and she couldn't speak, she could only helplessly widen her eyes. Fifth Master Lu's fingertips gently touched Siyu's wound, and she hissed softly. Seeing this, Fifth Master Lu lowered his eyes and coldly ordered his subordinates, "Take this woman away." She dared to hurt the person he was protecting. She really didn't know what was good for her. It was rare for Su Qingwan to be smart for once. She could hear a bad omen from Fifth Master Lu's cold tone and began to twist her body desperately to break free from the shackles. Unfortunately, she couldn't plead for mercy. Perhaps because her movements were too loud, Fifth Master Lu was annoyed. He signaled for his subordinates to stop gagging Su Qingwan's mouth. "Siyu, didn't you promise before that as long as I told you the person who schemed against Han Tian, you wouldn't pursue the matter?" Su Qingwan endured the pain in her body and tactfully glanced at Siyu, who seemed to be easy to talk to. "You promised me. You can't go back on your words." Siyu sighed. Su Qingwan had really succeeded in angering her today, so she wasn't prepared to say anything. She only said, "I only promised you that I would let you go back to the venue, but now that the screening is over, it's no longer my responsibility. Besides, I've already told you that I can't make the decision." Siyu tilted her head and glanced at Fifth Master Lu. Just now, her mind was distracted by Su Qingwan. Now that she came back to her senses, she looked at Fifth Master Lu and remembered that ambiguous kiss. She was a little nervous, so she quickly retracted her gaze. Fifth Master Lu was very satisfied with her explanation, and a smile appeared on his face again. "Not bad." Su Qingwan's eyes instantly darkened. As Su Qingwan was being half-dragged away, she was so scared that she forgot to fight back. She just stared blankly at Siyu. It was hard to tell whether the expression on her face was more of jealousy or resentment. She just couldn't figure out how things had turned out this way. The losers from her previous life were still doing well. She was the only one who had not done well. In this life, she had relied on her memory to make friends with a group of nobles, saved up a lot of money, and smoothly entered the entertainment industry. Later on, nothing went her way. Jilin was cold and indifferent to her. Later on, he was even fed up with her. He even personally gave the order for the entire film industry to ostracize her. After she was burned, all the rich people she knew found excuses to distance themselves from her. They promised to support her with money, but not even a shadow of them could be seen. Su Qingwan couldn't figure out what had gone wrong that led to such a different outcome from her previous life. She was escorted into another car by the bodyguards. Su Qingwan looked out the window at the constantly moving scenery. She recognized that this was the route to Huani headquarters. She couldn't help but gulp nervously and ask, "You guys. What are you trying to do? Where are you taking me?" For some reason, Su Qingwan's brain was ringing with alarm bells. A strong sense of crisis rose from the bottom of her heart. She felt that this trip would ruin everything for her, so she mustered up the courage to ask. At the same time, she felt a little indignant. All she did was accidentally pinch Zhou Siyu. Did they have to treat her like this? The car was silent, and no one paid any attention to her. Su Qingwan became increasingly restless in this unbearable silence. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. What did Mr. Wu mean when he said to take her away? Could it be that he wanted to get rid of her? No, that's impossible. She was a celebrity and a public figure. Even the Liu family wouldn't dare to do this. However, Su Qingwan knew very well that she was just comforting herself. If she didn't think that way, she would probably go crazy in the silence. The Liu family was practically omnipotent. In her previous life, she had never heard of anyone who offended the Liu family had a good ending. Thinking of this, Su Qingwan felt a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have ignored Zhou Siyu. Then, she wouldn't have brought trouble upon herself. In the end, Su Qingwan saw the car stop outside Huani's headquarters. The people coming in and out of this place were all famous celebrities. There were countless paparazzi waiting 24 hours a day. Su Qingwan's face suddenly turned gloomy. If people saw her being detained and walked in, her image would be ruined. Fortunately, the bodyguards didn't seem to have any intention of letting her get out of the car. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for someone on the way. Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she was secretly on tenterhooks. Not long after, she saw a familiar-looking handsome young man walk out of the company. The driver opened the door to the front passenger seat for the young man with familiarity and said respectfully, "Young master, Mr. Wu said that this woman is your employee, so you can deal with her as you see fit." The young man grunted, as if he already knew about this and wasn't surprised at all. Su Qingwan looked at him carefully and suddenly remembered. Wasn't this young man the president of Huani, Liu Xingzhou? After Liu Xingzhou got into the car, it continued to drive steadily. He glanced at the anxious Su Qingwan through the rearview mirror and smiled ambiguously. Su Qingwan, right? You could have provoked anyone, but you had to provoke Zhou Siyu. Aren't you just causing trouble for me for no reason? Their fifth lord protected that little girl as if she were his own child. Although the fifth lord didn't seem to realize it himself, Liu Xingzhou, as an outsider, naturally understood that the fifth lord doted on her to no end. At the mention of Siyu, Su Qingwan bit her lip hatefully, but this time she didn't dare to make a sound. Liu Xingzhou continued, dropping a bomb without warning. Your contract with Huani is terminated. I will also take back all the resources you received through Huani's channels. Su Qingwan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. If it weren't for the fact that there were people on both sides of her, she might have jumped up. She immediately asked with an agitated expression, "Why? Mr. Liu, even though you're the president, you can't be so unreasonable, right? It's clearly written in the contract that I signed for 5 years. I didn't violate any of the rules. If you insist on doing this, you'll have to compensate me 10 times the losses." Su Qingwan, who had been reborn, knew very well that Huani would become bigger and bigger in the future and become the undisputed overlord of the entertainment industry. That was why she tried her best to sign a contract with Huani as soon as possible. Without this backing, her future would be difficult. No, what path would she have in the future? Compensate you? Lu Xingzhou seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. Without turning his head, he threw a document at Su Qingwan and said coldly, "This sentence should be reversed. Who says you didn't violate the rules? It's clearly written in black and white in the contract. You're not allowed to frame or defame artists from the same company. You know very well what you did to Siyu. The one who should compensate the company is you, Su Qingwan." Su Qingwan's heart trembled. What did this mean? Could it be that the matter of her hiring the internet water army to defame Siyu had been exposed? But she had done it very cleanly and Chairman Wang had promised to help her deal with it. There shouldn't have been any evidence left behind. Lu Xingzhou replied calmly, "Your friend, Chairman Wang of Fengshang, has already given me all the evidence of your hiring of the internet water army. Why don't you compare statements with him first and see who framed who?" Chairman Wang was a very tactful person. Last time, when he was thrown out of the Siyu's house after giving gifts, he immediately collected evidence of Su Qingwan's framing. Tonight, when he received news that Su Qingwan had directly offended Fifth Master Lu, he hurriedly handed over the evidence to show that he was not in the same camp as Su Qingwan, so as to prevent Su Qingwan from dragging him down. Su Qingwan never expected that Chairman Wang, who had always taken care of her, would be the one to kick her when she was down. She was so angry that her face immediately turned green. Lu Xingzhou felt that it wasn't enough to provoke her, so he added fuel to the fire. "Also, you bribed the media to set up a trap for an artist called Han Tian and planned to use her recording to make an issue out of it. This isn't fake, right? If I hadn't asked someone to stop it, I'm afraid that the article would have already been published." Su Qingwan was shocked and angry. Her first reaction was that Siyu had complained. She was flustered and exasperated, and for a moment, she spoke without thinking, "Mr. Lu, Han Tian is not Huani's artist. You shouldn't be able to control it, right?" "Who says she isn't?" Lu Xingzhou said slowly, "I heard that Han Tian just terminated her contract with her original company and is looking for another one. Huani's people will find her tomorrow. It's natural for me to plan ahead for my prospective employee. As for you, Su Qingwan, even without this contract, I can sue you to death based on the evidence in my hands." Su Qingwan's face turned pale, and the blood drained from her face. Lu Xingzhou seemed to have given her two paths, but in reality, both paths were blocked. If she offended Huani and the Lu family, she would be chased out of the entertainment industry and bankrupt. Who would be willing to support her and give her a helping hand? The people she had befriended in the past were all snobbish businessmen. Absolutely no one would dare to do such a loss-making business deal. The Lu family really knew how to scheme against people. Lu Xingzhou did not do what Su Qingwan had initially thought, which was to destroy her body. However, the choice in front of her was even more cruel and heartless. It almost crushed her psychological defenses in an instant. Su Qingwan's hands trembled slightly. She did not know what was the point of starting all over again if she were to lose completely now. Was it just to make a fool of herself? Su Qingwan, make a choice. Lu Xingzhou stared at her coldly. Do you accept the termination of the contract and leave immediately? Do you want to compensate Huani tenfold of his losses, or do you want to become enemies with the entire Lu family? He had already calculated that all the assets under Su Qingwan's name would be used to compensate her. After all, the Lu family was also a businessman. How could they be willing to suffer a loss? It was naturally best to make the best use of everything. Siyu obediently allowed Fifth Master Lu to take her home. Su Qingwan was dragged away in front of her. Siyu wanted to ask her what would happen, but when she caught a glimpse of Fifth Master Lu's cold side profile, which still had a hint of murderous intent, she obediently swallowed the question back down. Siyu had never seen Fifth Master Lu with a gun, so she did not think the worst of it. Su Qingwan would definitely lose a lot of money this time. However, Siyu did not want to care anymore. She believed that Fifth Master would act appropriately. Compared to Su Qingwan, she was naturally more inclined towards Fifth Master Lu. After all, he was standing up for her. Until they returned to Siyu's house, Fifth Master Lu's face was cold and he did not speak. As usual, he dismissed all his subordinates and led Siyu upstairs alone. In this strange atmosphere, Siyu did not feel uneasy because she was afraid of him. Previously, it was fine. With Su Qingwan stirring up the muddy waters, Siyu did not have time to think more. However, once the two of them were alone, she could not help but recall that kiss that could not be called a kiss. What was Fifth Master Lu trying to do? After returning home, Siyu took all the medicine under Fifth Master Lu's supervision as usual. She did not realize that under the long-term accumulation of medicine, the number of times she vomited blood in front of Fifth Master Lu had decreased a lot compared to the beginning. Although it was still uncomfortable, it was still within the tolerable range. It was not as terrifying as before when she vomited until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. After taking the medicine, Siyu obediently sat on the sofa and looked up at the tall and slender man in front of the window. She hesitated for a long time in her heart. In the end, her curiosity won out and she asked softly, "Lu Yuanhe, what you did before? What did you mean?" However, as soon as the question left her mouth, Siyu regretted it a little. This was really not a good time to ask questions. If she was thinking too much, it would be too awkward. She was racking her brains to think of an excuse to muddle through when Fifth Master Lu turned around and looked at her quietly for a few seconds. After a while, he sighed slightly, and his expression looked a little helpless. "I told you a long time ago. You are my person," he said. "Or did I not make it clear enough?" Siyu was completely stunned. "You're mine." What kind of explanation was that? She could understand each word separately, but when they were put together, she couldn't understand. Seeing Siyu sitting there looking at him in a daze, the confusion in her eyes even stronger than before, Fifth Master Lu's hand that was spinning the prayer beads paused. He frowned, which was rare, as if he was thinking about what was wrong with his words just now. Just when Siyu thought he could explain it more clearly, this person just repeated, "You're mine." This time, he even deleted 2 words, which was even more confusing. Moreover, Fifth Master Lu didn't think there was a problem at all. He had always liked to get straight to the point and didn't like to beat around the bush. After so many years of being in a high position, his temperament had never changed. Since he wanted Siyu to stay by his side, then he would just say it directly. There was no extra nonsense in the middle. Rather than an explanation, it was more like a declaration. As for whether Siyu could understand or accept it, did this kind of thing need to be considered? There was no such concept in Fifth Master Lu's dictionary. In fact, according to his previous style, he didn't need to tell anyone if he liked anything. He just took it and hid it. The Lu family had long been used to his bad habit of doing whatever he wanted. However, when this habit fell on Siyu, it changed a little. Although this change was very slight and couldn't even be said to be very good, it was still a change. Siyu suddenly rejoiced. Fortunately, she was sitting on the sofa right now. Otherwise, she might not have the strength to stand. She looked at Fifth Master Lu for a full minute before she found her drifting voice. "You're not joking, right?" The relationship between the two had always been very vague. In the beginning, Siyu was afraid of him because Fifth Master Lu's murderous aura was so strong that she vomited blood whenever she got close. Therefore, Siyu just wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. However, later on, Fifth Master Lu collected rare medicines from all over the place and brought them to Siyu like flowing water. She was soft-hearted and soft-hearted. Seeing that her body was getting better day by day under the nourishment of the medicine, she couldn't still greet him with a dark face. Therefore, she carefully suppressed the instinctive fear in her heart and tried to look at this man with a normal heart. For some reason, she felt more and more afraid, but her curiosity gradually surfaced. Sometimes, Siyu would also wonder why Fifth Master Lu kept her by his side and didn't hesitate to spend money and energy to find medicine for her. Was it purely because it was fun? She was so curious until the fire on the set. Siyu felt Fifth Master Lu barge in and carry her out in a daze. She felt a trace of gratitude. There were many other things like this. For example, Fifth Master specially came to the Ji family to support her. Another example was this time, when he came to the screening without warning. Siyu always felt that the entertainment industry had nothing to do with someone like him, but he still came. Siyu didn't believe that Fifth Master Lu had no ulterior motives at all and was just doing these things casually. She wasn't that stupid. However, because she didn't know what Fifth Master Lu's intentions were, Siyu carefully got along with him while constantly guessing. But she didn't expect that the answer Fifth Master Lu could give now was something she had never thought of. Siyu didn't know what she said for a moment. Lu Yuanhe, no, Fifth Master, I can't afford to joke. Don't say it in such a misleading way. She couldn't help but wonder if Fifth Master was interested in her. This idea was too scary. Fifth Master Lu calmly interrupted her. What misunderstanding? I should have made it clear enough. However, in Fifth Master Lu's opinion, there was nothing about his words that could cause a misunderstanding. Siyu was his. Hadn't it been decided long ago? Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much effort to raise and protect her for nothing. Siyu was so anxious that her cheeks flushed red. She kept feeling that her thoughts were different from Fifth Master Lu's. She simply made up her mind and asked with her eyes closed, "Give me a definite answer. What do you mean by saying this? Is it that you like me?" At first, she spoke with conviction and put on a posture that said she wouldn't stop until she got an answer. However, the more she spoke, the lower her voice became. In the end, it was as soft as a mosquito. Especially when she said the last 3 words, Siyu's ears burned red. Like? Fifth Master Lu narrowed his eyes and thought about it carefully. He had never felt this kind of emotion before, so he didn't know what it should be like. However, he was very certain that Siyu could only stay by his side. No one else could because this little girl belonged to him. This was a bit like when he usually got a very rare thing, he touched it and didn't allow anyone else to have it. However, there was something different. This kind of possessiveness didn't seem to fully explain his thoughts about Siyu. He encountered a difficult problem because his experience over the years told him that talking about feelings was superfluous. However, Siyu seemed to be different. What exactly was different? Fifth Master Lu frowned and hesitated. For a moment. Fifth Master Lu was silent for a long time. Siyu looked at him and couldn't tell what she was feeling. She only felt that the fire burning on her face just now was slowly extinguishing. Her heart went cold. Without waiting for him to answer, she suddenly stood up and walked to the kitchen. She tried to change the topic. Speaking of which, you've been waiting for me outside all night. Shall I make you some supper? Don't worry, I remember that you can't eat anything. This time, I won't make a mistake. Siyu's mind was in a mess. She absent-mindedly went to get the ingredients, but before she could reach the refrigerator, Fifth Master Lu silently appeared behind her. He grabbed her waist, turned her around, and pressed her against the edge of the kitchen table. The edge was made of bricks and stones, so it would definitely hurt if she touched it. However, Fifth Master Lu had freed a hand in advance to cushion Siyu's back, so she didn't feel anything. Instead, she felt extremely uncomfortable with the suddenly approaching and rich sandalwood aroma. Logically speaking, she shouldn't have such a big reaction. After all, she had hugged Fifth Master Lu before and even slept in the same bed. This distance wasn't the closest the two of them had ever been, but Siyu just felt flustered. Perhaps it was because she had just questioned Fifth Master Lu, and this question was straightforward and hadn't received an answer yet. Or perhaps it was because the aggressive aura on Fifth Master Lu's body had long soared past the safety threshold, making Siyu feel uneasy. In short, she was extremely flustered. However, Fifth Master Lu's next action completely stunned her. She was firmly suppressed and couldn't move. Fifth Master Lu bent down and held her chin with his empty hand to prevent her from dodging. Just like that, he covered her lips. When he did this, Fifth Master Lu still didn't close his eyes. Instead, he looked straight into the depths of Siyu's eyes. At such a close distance, Siyu could even see the dark fire burning in his eyes. The fire spread as if it had landed on her skin, causing Siyu's entire body temperature to rise. Is there still a misunderstanding now? Fifth Master Lu actually didn't force Siyu. He just gently rubbed Siyu's soft lips. Their breaths intertwined. He released the hand that was shackling Siyu's chin and slowly moved to the back of Siyu's neck. It was as if he was holding her lifeline. Then, he said coaxingly, "This is what I mean." Siyu seemed to have temporarily lost her ability to speak. She could only stare at the man who was pressing down on her and kissing her with her almond-shaped eyes, unable to say a word. On the other side, the fans who had left the screening didn't know about Su Qingwan's misfortune, Nor did they know that Siyu was being pinched by the back of her neck and kissed. They were all in high spirits and wished they could post on Weibo to tell the world how good the benefits of this screening were, how good the movie was, and how sparks would fly in all directions. Luyu was naturally one of them. She couldn't wait to go home, so she took a picture of the signed posters given to everyone by the production crew and posted it on Weibo along with a few photos she took of the set. Stand on Sesame Yellow, the production crew is really generous this time. Let's take a look at the posters and the live interaction. There are so many hot spots. Brother G carried Siyu and walked around in a circle. He even said that his ideal type was someone who would treat Siyu well. I'll perform a live performance and cry. What kind of beautiful sibling love is this? Luyu was a big fan in Ji Lin's fan club. She had a lot of followers on Weibo, so many people quickly replied to her Weibo post within a few minutes. Brother G, I can cook, wash clothes, mop the floor, and massage. I promise to treat Siyu well and spoil her like a little princess. Brother G, look at me. Am I not your ideal type? I feel like Brother G left out something. What he really wants to say is that Siyu is his ideal type, right? This Sesame Yellow girl is crying. This picture of him hugging Siyu is really, really cute. There's already a height difference between the two of them. Even though Siyu is sitting on Brother G's shoulders, the contrast is still very obvious. No, why didn't Brother G carry her in a princess carry? Why did he choose to carry her in a sack? Can't you see Siyu's flustered expression? What kind of reaction is this? She's crying. Luyu laughed as she read. To be honest, they were mostly teasing each other. They never thought that Ji Lin and Siyu would be a couple. Perhaps the atmosphere between the two of them was too warm. It looked like family interaction, so they didn't want to think too much about it. Luyu sighed at that thought. What a pity. It would be terrible if they were really siblings. After the excitement, Luyu calmed down a little and posted another long Weibo post. This time, she didn't focus on sending out candy. Instead, she seriously wrote a film review for Lethal Beauty, Steadfast Sesame Yellow. I know that during the filming of Lethal Beauty, a lot of people questioned whether Miss Siyu would ruin director Liang's work because she was a complete newbie with no prior experience. There were also some people who slandered Miss Siyu all the time, saying that she was an actress who broke the unspoken rules. But today, I want to proudly slap these people in the face. Our Miss Siyu is the best. Her performance was completely beyond my expectations. It can be said that in my opinion, without her, Lethal Beauty would lose at least half of its brilliance. Luyu wasn't the only one with such thoughts. On the day of the screening, almost all the fans who were lucky enough to participate in the screening wrote quite a few comments, and without exception, they all affirmed Siyu's outstanding performance. At Buddha Style Insulator, first of all, I would like to solemnly apologize to Miss Siyu. When the movie was announced, I was actually one of the haters, *facepalm*, so when I was chosen this time, I went with the mentality of wanting to see how bad Miss Siyu's acting was. But what I want to say is that it was unexpected. What kind of treasure did director Liang find this time? Those who were blindly pretentious before can wait to be slapped in the face after the screening. I'll say it right here, I don't want to see you hit me. At Bingtang Bao, the one who left the deepest impression on me after watching the entire film was Yunhee. In the end, I seem to understand why the new emperor saw her as his white moonlight. Her body is weak, but her heart is strong. Even if she was forced into a corner, she would rather break than bend. Other than that, she is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She knows everything from the heavens to the earth. Most importantly, her looks are off the charts. There are no blind spots on the big screen. If I were a man, I would definitely spoil her for the rest of my life. If I were to be the one to love her, I would be the one to pamper her. But even if I'm a woman, nailed in a coffin, I would still shout from my grave with my rotten vocal cords, Miss Siyu, marry me. Eat love grow up. Every time I saw Miss Siyu vomiting blood, my heart ached. The effects on the big screen were especially good, so Miss Siyu looked especially miserable. Especially in the last farewell scene, when Yunhe was finally brought out of the underground palace by the new emperor to see the great rivers and mountains under his rule. Yunhe only took one glance before she couldn't take it anymore and vomited blood and died. The expression on the new emperor's face when he hugged the corpse. Sigh, I cried so hard that I couldn't breathe. A little boy next to me hurriedly passed me tissues and used up the whole packet. I think my eyes will definitely be swollen tomorrow. Also, according to the behind-the-scenes footage released by the crew, Miss Xiu really vomited blood, not a prop? Damn, this is too professional. The more excited they were, the more the other fans who didn't have the chance to attend the screening wanted to strangle their necks and roar, "What are you talking about without pictures and the truth? Aren't you deliberately keeping us in suspense?" Unfortunately, this was only a small-scale screening, and the film couldn't possibly be preserved. Moreover, the fans present were very disciplined and didn't take the initiative to reveal the plot. At most, they were love-struck, which made the others even more anxious. With this hope, they couldn't wait for Lethal Beauty to be released. The official Weibo to be flooded with whales were flooded by comments requesting to release the film. The results of the screening this time were unexpectedly good. Director Liang was still at the celebration party when he heard that Lethal Beauty was once again on the hot search list. He couldn't help but laugh. Good, good. Everyone will get a big red packet. When it's officially released, I reckon you'll have to run your legs out. In fact, during the filming period, director Liang had expected that Xiu might become popular with this film, but he didn't expect her to become popular so quickly. Now, whether they had seen the film or not, the netizens' focus couldn't avoid Xiu's role of Yunhee. A small number of people even shouted that the people who attended the screening were wearing a fan filter. Their comments weren't objective, and they must be flattering Xiu. In fact, they didn't know how bad her acting was. However, most people's interest was obviously piqued. The most popular thing online was to follow the trend, so there was basically no need to worry about the box office. Thinking of this, director Liang couldn't help but feel proud of his foresight in choosing Xiu. He raised his wine glass and clinked it with Ji Lin beside him. He lowered his voice and said, "Your sister is very good. If she continues on this path, her future will be limitless." Director Liang was probably one of the very few people who knew about the blood relationship between the siblings. After all, his family was very well off, so naturally, he had heard some secret news. Not long ago, there was a rumor that the Ji couple offended Fifth Master Lu because they refused to acknowledge Lady Ji's child outside, Zhou Xiu. Now, that Lady Ji was crying and begging every day, doing everything she could to see her daughter. However, she was rejected time and time again. Thus, this layer of relationship was broken and the news spread all over the world. However, director Liang had no intention of revealing it, especially when he saw the fans shouting loudly for Xiu and Ji Lin's relationship to be real. He was secretly happy. Let the young people play slowly. As an old man, he was happy to watch the show. Ji Lin looked a little absent-minded. When he heard director Liang, he only said, "Sister said that she needs to rest for a while. Filming was too tiring. I'm afraid that her body won't be able to take it." That's true. Director Liang thought about it and also felt that it was a pity. He himself was very optimistic about Xiu. Unfortunately, Xiu's body was not good and she couldn't work for a long time. In the entertainment industry nowadays, if you didn't produce more works, who would remember you? He sighed. Xiu also talked to me. I originally wanted to recommend her to another production team, but she rejected me. I don't think her heart is in the entertainment industry. Ji Lin didn't really listen to director Liang. He was still worried about his sister. He didn't know why, but tonight, his eyebrows were twitching. He had a bad feeling, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Thus, after dealing with this round of toasts, Ji Lin found a quiet corner and secretly called Xiu. Unexpectedly, less than 3 seconds after the ringtone rang, the call was hung up. She didn't even pick up the call. It was obvious that someone had hung up on her. Ji Lin widened his eyes slightly and looked at the call disconnect sign on the screen. He remembered that he had secretly changed his number in Xiu's phone to the star contact. Besides, why would his sister hang up on him? Ji Lin didn't believe it and called again. It was still hung up after 3 seconds. He called again. Well, this time, he was directly notified that he had been blacklisted. Ji Lin was speechless. That's impossible. Young Master Ji Lin's heart shattered. He opened Siyu's WeChat with trembling hands and asked her why she didn't pick up his call. He also asked what Siyu was doing. This time, he wasn't blacklisted. However, after waiting for a full 20 minutes, there was a reply from the other end. Were you the one making a ruckus just now? Although it was just text, for some reason, Ji Lin felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he could imagine the cold face of the person who was typing on the other end. This tone, this use of words. F***ck, this definitely wasn't his sister. Ji Lin immediately became nervous. Could it be that there was someone else around Siyu? Before Ji Lin could ask, he saw that the message had been deleted and a voice message was sent. He opened it and heard his sister's familiar gentle voice. Lin, I'm fine. Sorry, I accidentally pressed the wrong button. Please don't take it to heart. How could she press the wrong button? He wasn't a child. Ji Lin didn't believe her at all. He comforted Siyu by saying that everything was fine, but he quickly ran to Director Liang and said that he had something to do, so he had to leave first. Director Liang saw that Ji Lin's expression wasn't good, and he seemed to be gnashing his teeth. He thought that something big had happened at home, so he quickly waved his hand and sent him away. Actually, to a certain extent, Director Liang's guess was right. Ji Lin was now facing a formidable enemy, so he left in a hurry to deal with some family matters. Assistant Xiaoai was waiting at the door. After Ji Lin got into the car, he said with a sullen face, "Go to Sister Siyu's house." Xiaoai was shocked. Now? My dear brother Ji, look at how late it is. If you go to a girl's house at this time and get photographed by the paparazzi, bad news will spread tomorrow. Do you know how bad it will be? It would have been better if Xiaoai hadn't said anything. Once she said that, Ji Lin's face darkened. It's already so late. There was actually another person by his sister's side? Ji Lin didn't know if it was his adult intuition, but he was very sure that the person who had blocked him must be a man. Therefore, when he thought of a man at Siyu's house in the middle of the night, he was furious. He wanted nothing more than to appear at Siyu's door right now. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and drive over. Ji Lin couldn't hide his irritation. Xiaoai couldn't persuade him anymore. She could only let the driver do as he said. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. Why did Brother Ji look like he was going to catch an adulterer? Didn't he say that he and Siyu were just siblings? Could it be that they were both adulterers? At that moment, Siyu, who Ji Lin was thinking about, pushed the man on top of her away with great difficulty. She found a gap and crawled out from under Fifth Master Lu's arm. She tried her best to ignore the burning gaze behind her and rushed straight to the bathroom. First, she vomited blood. Then, she turned on the tap and splashed cold water on her face. Ever since Fifth Master Lu kissed her, the heat on Siyu's face hadn't subsided. Even if she splashed cold water a few times, it didn't have much effect. She looked up at the mirror. Her cheeks were red, but it wasn't the sickly red she used to have when she had a fever. Instead, it was with shyness. Even her almond-shaped eyes were covered with a layer of mist. What was worse was that her lips were a mess. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she had been repeatedly kissed many times. Siyu couldn't bear to look at it. Come on, with things like this, she wouldn't dare to go out and see people for a few days. Just now, she was shocked by Fifth Master Lu's sudden leaning over to kiss her. In the end, this person was good. After a unilateral declaration, he pried open her lips and started to invade. Siyu couldn't understand why this person's lung capacity was so good. He didn't even need to breathe. Just when she thought she would either suffocate to death or die from vomiting blood, Ji Lin called. Siyu felt like she had been pardoned. She was about to reach for the phone in her coat pocket, but Fifth Master Lu grabbed her hand and pinned it behind her back. Then, the man pressed her against the edge of the kitchen table and nibbled on her while he was distracted and hung up the phone. Ji Lin persisted and called 3 times, but Fifth Master Lu hung up on him 3 times. In the end, his patience ran out and he impatiently blacklisted him. Later, Ji Lin crazily sent WeChat messages. Siyu really couldn't stand the conflict and wanted to vomit blood. In between kisses, she softly begged Fifth Master Lu to let him rest for a while. Only then did he slowly stop. However, Fifth Master Lu was obviously very unhappy with Ji Lin, who kept disturbing them, so he immediately sent a question. Fortunately, Xiu snatched it back in time. Otherwise, who knew what else he would say? After vomiting blood, Xiu walked out on weak legs. At a glance, she saw the culprit who made her like this sitting leisurely on the sofa. His clothes were neat and tidy, and he was calm and collected. His left hand was twirling the prayer beads, and his right hand was flipping through her sketchbook as if nothing had happened. Xiu. What a beast in human clothing. She secretly cursed in her heart. At that moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. In the next second, Xiu heard frantically knocking on the door. Sis, are you home? Open the door. Xiu only felt that she hadn't vomited enough blood just now. Another mouthful of blood rushed up her throat. Didn't she already explain to Ji Lin that everything was fine and that it was all a misunderstanding? Why did he still come to her door? Hearing the knock on the door, Fifth Master Lu calmly shifted his gaze away from Xiu's sketches. He tilted his head slightly, and a faint trace of annoyance flashed through his eyes. Xiu looked left and right. Although she felt that Ji Lin's arrival at this time would only make the already awkward situation even more chaotic, she couldn't bear to let her silly brother stand outside in the middle of the night, so she looked at Fifth Master Lu inquiringly. Then, should I let him in? Fifth Master Lu couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. He just asked in return, "This is your home. Why are you asking me?" If she ignored the dissatisfaction in Fifth Master Lu's eyes because he was suddenly disturbed, Xiu would think that this was the truth and didn't have any other meaning. Xiu thought angrily. She didn't know why she had taken the extra step of specifically asking for Fifth Master Lu's opinion. Perhaps it was a conditioned reflex formed by long-term oppression. She walked over to open the door and saw Ji Lin standing outside, looking travel-worn. He looked vigilant, like a loyal little puppy protecting its master. He first looked Xiu up and down, and when he found that her clothes were clean, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, halfway through his sigh of relief, Ji Lin caught a glimpse of the scar on Xiu's lips. The scar didn't look like it was made by herself. Instead, it looked like it was bitten by someone else. Ji Lin was a normal adult male. Even if he hadn't eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. Moreover, he was in the big dye vat of the entertainment industry. He almost immediately realized what was going on. It was clearly a mark made by kissing. He only felt a rush of blood to his head, which bastard had ruined his delicate and cute sister. Xiu didn't react at first, but when she found Ji Lin's gaze lingering on her lips for a long time, she suddenly remembered what happened in the kitchen just now. The tips of her ears, which had just faded away with great difficulty, turned red again. Oh no, she actually forgot about this. Lin, why are you still here so late? It's cold outside. Come in first. Xiu covered her lips and turned around to prevent Ji Lin from continuing to stare. She regretted that she forgot to cover up. This time, he lost a lot of face in front of his younger brother. Ji Lin's face was dark as he strode past Xiu and walked into the living room. At a glance, he saw Fifth Master Lu sitting upright on the sofa with his eyes closed. He recognized this person. He had saved his sister before and tormented his parents miserably. Ji Lin was very grateful for saving Xiu, so even if he felt that the number of times Fifth Master Lu came to visit was a little abnormal, he obediently didn't say anything. As for his parents, Ji Lin couldn't comment. He could probably sense that Fifth Master Lu was venting anger for his sister, so all he could do was remain silent. She didn't expect to see him at Xiu's house in the middle of the night. Ji Lin thought about the phone call that had been hung up on 3 times and blacklisted. He immediately understood that the man in front of him must have done it. And those small wounds on his sister's mouth. As if sensing Ji Lin's burning gaze, Fifth Master Lu lazily raised his eyelids but didn't take the initiative to greet him. He continued to twirl the prayer beads in his hand calmly, as if he was born to be the master of this house and Ji Lin was just a guest. The 2 men, one standing and one sitting, seemed to be very calm. They were like 2 hunters who accidentally bumped into each other and were sizing each other up, gauging each other's fighting strength. The living room became incomparably quiet for a moment, but there was a faint feeling of a stalemate in the air. Xiu, who had closed the door and returned, looked at the 2 men with a headache. 1/5 Master Lu was enough for her, and now Ji Lin came running over. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. The stalemate lasted for about a minute. In the end, it was Ji Lin who moved first. He turned his head and looked at Siyu, who was running over with a helpless expression and didn't know what to say to break the stalemate. He acted very coquettishly and said, "Sis, Director Liang forced me to drink a few large bottles of wine at the celebration party just now. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable. Can you help me make a bowl of hangover soup?" When he first acknowledged Siyu, there was a period of time when he pretended to be reserved. In order to show his adult manliness to his sister, he always sat up straight with a serious expression. Later, Ji Lin slowly let go and revealed his personality. Gradually, he became more and more coquettish and obedient. Her assistant often couldn't bear to look at him directly. She didn't want to admit that this little puppy lying on Siyu's lap and wagging his tail was the cold superstar of the past. Sure enough, as soon as she heard Ji Lin say that he wasn't feeling well, Siyu's concern got the upper hand. She was concerned about Ji Lin's health and was coaxed into the kitchen to make a hangover soup with just a few words. The two men were left in the living room with their own thoughts. After all, Ji Lin had just become an adult not long ago and wasn't very shrewd. He quickly lost his cool, but he knew that he couldn't lose his composure. This 5th Master Lu was obviously interested in his sister. As Siyu's biological younger brother, it was natural for him to keep an eye on him. Keep an eye on him. Why would he give up his sister on a silver platter? That was impossible. Ji Lin chose the sofa opposite 5th Master Lu and sat down. He straightened his back and tried to make his voice sound calmer and more confident. "Are you chasing my sister?" In fact, Ji Lin originally wanted to talk about something else to pass the time. He didn't want to go straight to the point so that others wouldn't think that he was anxious and at a disadvantage. However, for some reason, when he met 5th Master Lu's cold gaze, he felt as if he had been provoked out of thin air. His brain rushed, and the words that came out of his mouth turned into a different sentence. 5th Master Lu raised his eyebrows. At this time, a slight smile appeared on his lips. However, in Ji Lin's eyes, it was not pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. He felt that this was a mockery to him. No. 5th Master Lu's straightforward denial surprised Ji Lin for a moment, but in the next second, he added indifferently, "She is mine to begin with." The secular definition of relationships between men and women had no effect on 5th Master Lu at all. He had never followed it, so Ji Lin's question was meaningless to him. However, this sentence had a different meaning in Ji Lin's ears, and he couldn't help but misunderstand. Ji Lin's face darkened, and he couldn't help but point at 5th Master Lu and ask, "What did you do to my sister?" "I'm telling you, with me here, don't even think about touching her." If it weren't for the fact that this was Siyu's house, Ji Lin would have rolled up his sleeves and fought with this serious and indifferent man in front of him. He was still in the dark. No, he wouldn't allow it. "You'd better not talk to me in such a tone. I don't have a good temper. If I accidentally injure you, your sister will be frightened." 5th Master Lu calmly exposed his own shortcomings. From his point of view, Ji Lin was simply too inexperienced, whether in terms of age or experience. Therefore, Ji Lin's self-righteous aura was completely insufficient in front of him. It was as if a child had stolen an adult's clothes and run out to show off. However, seeing that Ji Lin was Siyu's biological younger brother, 5th Master Lu didn't mind showing a trace of tolerance. Moreover, Siyu obviously valued this younger brother. 5th Master Lu frowned in his heart and thought that if he touched this little brat, the white rabbit he raised would probably cry, right? Just thinking about it made 5th Master Lu want to sigh softly. Thus, that bit of anger disappeared like smoke into thin air. Even he himself didn't realize that this kind of indulgence towards Siyu would become a habit. If it wasn't Ji Lin, but someone else who dared to point fingers at him like this, the grass on their grave would be 2 meters tall. "You. Do you think I'll be afraid by scaring me like this?" Ji Lin was a newborn calf who wasn't afraid of tigers. He knew how powerful the person in front of him was. He also realized how terrible the consequences of angering this Lu family member was from the tragic situation of his parents. However, when he thought of Siyu, Ji Lin secretly gritted his teeth and didn't relent no matter what. My sister has a soft personality and doesn't know how to reject people. If you're so aggressive, she won't do anything even if she's afraid. If she doesn't dare to say it, I'll say it. The smile on Fifth Master Lu's face suddenly disappeared. He re-examined the big boy in front of him. His cold gaze made Jilin feel that he would kill him in the next second. However, unexpectedly, Fifth Master Lu just closed his eyes and said coldly, "Continue." Jilin composed himself and glanced at Siyu, who was busy in the kitchen, and said, "I didn't know that I had a sister before. I just recognized her not long ago. My mother didn't treat her well, so I'm the only one left. You can be considered my sister's maternal family. You suddenly tell me that my sister is yours. How can I accept it? There are no promises, no actions. I don't know what's going on between the two of you, and I don't know if you're sincere to my sister. I can't agree, and my sister won't be at ease." Jilin spoke resolutely and decisively. Although he was still young, it was rare that he was sincere. He had just calmed down, but deeper worries began to emerge. He didn't want to obstruct his sister's happiness, but he had to confirm that this man was worthy of Siyu's trust, right? Fifth Master Lu stared at Jilin for a while, and then lowered his eyes to look at the prayer beads in his hand. For the first time, a little confusion appeared in his heart. Sincerity and liking. These things that Jilin had mentioned never seemed to be within the scope of his consideration. The only thing he was certain of was that he had a strong possessive desire for Siyu. This little girl could only stay by his side. He had once tried to imagine the scene of Siyu standing next to someone else, and then found that his heart couldn't help but surge with killing intent. So, without thinking much, he directly announced his decision to Siyu. Now, someone suddenly jumped out and told him that possessiveness alone wasn't enough, because that little girl wouldn't be at ease. She just liked this thing, it was too strange to him. For the first time in his life, he felt that he didn't know what to do. Jilin sat tensely on the sofa and stared intently at Fifth Master Lu. He saw with his own eyes that Fifth Master Lu's expression changed several times, and the murderous aura on his body was sometimes light and sometimes strong. Jilin felt as if he was hanging on the gallows. He didn't know whether to stick his head out or withdraw his head. Fortunately, Fifth Master Lu's strange state didn't last long. He suddenly stood up and said to Jilin expressionlessly, "I will consider your words carefully." After saying that, he glanced at the kitchen and directly left. Jilin was stunned. He sat there in a daze until Siyu came out with the hangover soup and asked in confusion where Fifth Master Lu went. Only then did he come back to his senses. He scratched his head and whispered to his sister, he probably faced the wall to reflect on his past. Siyu. This joke wasn't funny at all. Since that day, Siyu had never seen Fifth Master Lu again. All kinds of medicinal herbs were still delivered to Siyu on time, but he was nowhere to be seen. If it was in the past, Siyu would definitely be jumping for joy because not seeing Fifth Master Lu was equivalent to eating and drinking well. But now, for some reason, she was slightly not used to it. Fifth Master Lu was a domineering and willful person. He almost didn't consider the feelings of others. If he wanted Siyu to get used to him, he would use all kinds of methods to invade Siyu's life. Even if he wasn't around, he would either bring a message or get someone to send something to Siyu. In short, he wouldn't make himself invisible to Siyu. Ever since Siyu met him, she had never encountered such a situation where he disappeared without a trace. Siyu stayed at home and painted for a few days. Finally, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She took out her phone and called Fifth Master Lu. This number had been saved on her phone for a long time, but Siyu had never taken the initiative to call once. This time, she dialed. She waited for a few seconds, but she didn't hear a ring. Suddenly, she realized that she had been blocked. He only knew how to block her. This childish guy. Siyu threw her phone aside with a dark face. A trace of embarrassment rose in her heart uncontrollably. She began to reflect on whether she had taken it for granted. It was just a kiss. What could it mean? How could she be so sure that Fifth Master Lu liked her? Now, he had run away and didn't even pick up the phone. Siyu's heart was filled with a sense of defeat that came out of nowhere. She bit her lip and picked up the brush again, forcing her mind to focus on the draft. Painting was her favorite thing to do. Usually, inspiration gushed out like a spring, and she rarely encountered a situation where she was stuck. The more she painted, the smoother it became. But today was different. Every stroke was extremely difficult to sketch, as if there was something invisible hindering her. She didn't know if it was because she was angry at the fact that Fifth Master Lu had blocked her, so nothing went smoothly. Siyu's stubborn temper rarely surged. She didn't believe it. What was the big deal? She continued to bury her head in painting. The manga fashion strategy was coming to an end. It had been serialized for more than half a year, and a standalone volume had been published. Even the TV adaptation was in preparation. It was just short of an ending. Siyu promised the readers that she would finish it in the next few days, but because Fifth Master Lu had disappeared without a trace, she was not in a good mood for a few days. She could not lift her pen at all. This time, she successfully drew it. But after she finished drawing, she looked left and right. She was in a daze. What she drew was exactly what she was thinking. Why did the male character she drew have the same face as Fifth Master Lu? After staring at the drawing for a while, Siyu threw down the pen and covered her face with her hands. She couldn't believe that her mind had wandered to this point. After a long silence, Siyu put on her coat and left home. She took a taxi and went straight to Huani headquarters. Although she didn't know where to find Fifth Master Lu, there was one person she could definitely find. When Lu Xingzhou heard the secretary say that Siyu was waiting downstairs to see him, he thought he was hallucinating. "You mean Zhou Siyu?" The secretary observed his expression and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, Miss Zhou has been here for a while. You were in a meeting just now, so I didn't dare to disturb." Confidants like him knew that although Zhou Siyu was not a big star, President Lu was very polite to her. The contract was personally signed by President Lu, and the treatment was the best in the company. It could be said that Siyu was given whatever she wanted. Even superstars did not have the special treatment she had. So when the secretary saw that Siyu had come to the door, he didn't dare to be negligent. Lu Xingzhou felt a headache coming on. Why did this young lady come here? But even if Lu Xingzhou was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to block Siyu outside the door. So, he immediately asked his secretary to invite her in. As soon as Siyu walked into his office, Lu Xingzhou saw the girl's pale face. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Siyu was famous for her poor health. Lu Xingzhou was really afraid that she would suddenly run out and hurt her body. He hurriedly asked his secretary to make the ginseng tea. Then, he cautiously asked, "You two didn't quarrel and came to me specifically to mediate, right?" Lu Xingzhou guessed inwardly. A few days ago, he received news that Fifth Master Lu had returned to his home in Rong City and had shut himself in the house all day. According to the bodyguards around him, Fifth Master's face was very ugly when he returned. Everyone avoided him like the plague, afraid that this evil aura would affect them. However, they later found out that Fifth Master was simply staying by himself and did nothing. This was strange. After all, the Lu family's Fifth Master was never a patient person. Lu Xingzhou thought about it and felt that Siyu was probably the only person left in the world who could make the Lu family's Fifth Master so angry but not do anything about it. So, Lu Xingzhou boldly thought, could the two of them have quarreled? Quarreled? Siyu looked puzzled. She instinctively shook her head. Nothing like that. Lu Xingzhou thought that she was guilty and comforted her. Fifth Master's temper is like that. Don't worry, it'll be fine in a few days. Besides, if you two quarrel, how would I dare to get involved? Lu Xingzhou was a bystander. Ever since Fifth Master Lu met Siyu, how many times had he made an exception for her? Only these two people couldn't see it clearly. Sometimes, Lu Xingzhou felt a little anxious for Fifth Master. His EQ was really low. He clearly liked this little girl so much that he hated that he couldn't tie her to his side every day and not let her go anywhere. But why didn't he say anything? How could others understand something like his feelings if he didn't make it clear? Unfortunately, Lu Xingzhou feared nothing in his life, but he was terrified in front of Fifth Master Lu. He was afraid that he would be beaten up if he said anything, so he could only pretend not to see and let the two of them slowly grind it out. With that thought in mind, Lu Xingzhou comforted her again. "Siyu, don't worry. Fifth Master can't bear to be angry with you. Siyu's existence was not a secret. Almost everyone in the Lu family knew about it. During this time, there were people who kept asking Lu Xingzhou if Fifth Master was preparing to have a wife. God knows how long the Lu family had been bullied. Fifth Master Lu was a master who didn't recognize his own family. The entire Lu family hoped that there would be a woman to control him as soon as possible so that he wouldn't vent his excess energy on pitiful people like them. Of course, it would be even better if Fifth Master's future wife was a woman who was as gentle as water. Siyu denied it. I can't quarrel with him. He's the one who's crazy. I just wanted to ask you, what's wrong with him? Lu Xingzhou was still debating whether or not to call Siyu madam. When he heard this, he spread his hands. Fifth Master wouldn't tell me anything. If even you don't know, then outsiders like us don't know. Siyu. What did outsiders mean? If she remembered correctly, Lu Xingzhou was the one who was related to Fifth Master Lu, right? Siyu didn't get the answer she wanted. She slowly bit her lower lip, and a conflicted look flashed through her eyes. She was too embarrassed to continue asking. It would seem like she was particularly eager. Under Lu Xingzhou's curious gaze, she grabbed her bag and ran away. What's wrong with these two? Lu Xingzhou rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. He decided to suppress his curiosity. After all, if the young couple quarreled, he wouldn't be able to help. If Fifth Master Lu came to settle accounts later, then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Siyu tried hard to adjust her state of mind and forced herself not to think about Fifth Master Lu. Soon, the ending of Fashion Strategy took shape under her pen. Kui Lai Lai for 500 years, thank you for your company for the past 6 months. Fashion Strategy is officially over. If you feel like it's not over yet, you can pay attention to the upcoming TV series. Throughout the serialization period, the popularity of this comic was high. There were even a few times when it unexpectedly appeared on the hot search list. The number of people who followed it was very large. When it ended, the readers exploded. Kui Lai's Weibo also exploded. Everyone seemed to be celebrating a festival. Once again, without warning, Siyu was on the hot search list. I can't believe it's actually over. I'm begging Kui Lai to release some more chapters. It's best if it continues for a year or so. We don't mind at all. Thinking of the days when I squatted at the bottom of the pit waiting for the next chapter, as well as the countless nights I stayed up late for you. Those were my lost youth. You're going to film a TV series? What a sudden surprise. This kind of melodramatic and refreshing plot with a hint of hot-bloodedness. If it's put on the screen, it'll definitely be very special, right? I'm definitely going to follow this TV series. The news of the television adaptation has long been released. I heard that the director this time is not bad, and the production team is quite reliable. Now, only the actors haven't been confirmed. To be honest, I quite hope that Zhou Siyu will act in it. After all, she's a die-hard fan of the comic and even works hard to promote it everywhere. Also, I went to watch the test screening of Lethal Beauty and her acting skills are superb. Zhou Siyu, I think that compared to finding an actor who doesn't understand the original work at all, I'd rather choose a fan like her who dares to publicly express her love. But I'm worried about her health. In the last interview, she seemed to have said that after filming Lethal Beauty she would need to rest for a period of time, right? I don't know if she'll be able to free up her schedule. Sisters, this is the time to show our strength. Let's go to her Weibo and post. Her confession to Kui Lai is still at the top of the Weibo. She likes Kui so much. If she has the chance to act in a TV series, she might be very happy. Anyway, there's no harm in trying. What if she succeeds? Thus, in this magical atmosphere, Siyu's Weibo, which had nothing to do with the manga author Kui Lai, was attacked by crazy readers at the same time. It was even forced to become a trending topic. This matter was not over yet. The next day, Assistant Xinyu happily came to Siyu's door with a stack of scripts. He smiled and said to her, Sister Siyu, look, I got you an audition for Fashion Strategy. The cast and crew all said that you're very popular. The readers of the original work are unexpectedly tolerant of you. They took the initiative to call me and asked you to give it a try. If it's suitable, it'll be confirmed immediately. The Weibo account that Siyu used in the entertainment industry had always been managed by Xianxia. Therefore, she naturally saw the comments from Koi's readers, asking for Siyu to audition for a TV series. Xianxia thought to herself that Siyu was really too good. After filming City Toppling Beauty, she had been recuperating and had only accepted one variety show. She had no intention of striking the iron while it was hot and had no intention of taking on more jobs. Therefore, after seeing the comments from the readers, Xianxia felt that this might be a good opportunity for Siyu. Coincidentally, the crew of Fashion Strategy also came to inquire about the schedule. The two sides hit it off and Xianxia immediately came over with an audition invitation. Siyu looked at the script in front of her and was silent for a while. Finally, she touched her forehead helplessly. Previously, her comic editor, Mu Yan, had asked her if she wanted to be a scriptwriter. Siyu had tried her best to hide, so how could she possibly take the initiative to approach the scriptwriter? Hence, she found all sorts of reasons to reject the offer. Initially, she thought that she had passed this hurdle, but who knew that Xianxia would suddenly do this again? Let me think about it. Siyu comforted Xianxia verbally, but her brain was thinking quickly about how to decline. She knew that compared to other stars in the entertainment industry, she was indeed too lazy. Take Ji Lin as an example. He filmed one movie after another without stopping. He was called the industry's model worker. Siyu, on the other hand, was idle at home for 2 months after the last movie. During this period, no matter what kind of work she did, she refused all the offers. No wonder Xianxia was anxious. Sister Siyu, do you still need to think about it? You are so popular. You must be suitable. Xianxia thought that she was worried about whether the role was suitable or not. After all, adapting a TV series was a thankless task. If she messed it up, she would offend a lot of original readers. Just give it a try. Xianxia simply sat next to Siyu and pulled her arm coquettishly. Siyu was not good at dealing with this kind of attack. After thinking for a while, she felt that she was definitely not the only candidate. It was not impossible for her to go through the motions, so she nodded and agreed. Xianxia seemed to have expected that Siyu would agree. She immediately pulled her to the set, not giving Siyu any chance to back out. At this moment, Siyu suddenly realized that this little girl had obviously premeditated. She had dug a hole for her to jump into. However, since she had already boarded the pirate ship, it would not be so easy to get off. Siyu could only sigh and obediently let Xianxia drive her to the audition site. When the two of them arrived at their destination, they found that there were already many people gathered inside. The hall was very lively, but when Siyu walked in, these people who were talking stopped in tacit understanding and glanced at her out of the corner of their eyes. Their gazes were curious with a hint of vigilance. Siyu could even hear a few whispers. Is this the Zhou Siyu that the book fans strongly requested to be the female lead? The one who got in through the back door? That's right. I heard from inside sources that the production team was afraid that this IP would fail, so they first considered the opinions of the book's fans and approached her at the first opportunity. I think the female lead has already been decided internally and we are just here to accompany them. I also heard that this Zhou Siyu was personally recommended by the original author to the director. Before the original novel was adapted into a TV series, she publicly confessed to the author in a high-profile manner. Now, that Weibo post is still on the top. Don't you think that she is very scheming? She took advantage of the fact that the author is not so popular now to curry favor with him. Siyu. I am not. I am not. Don't talk nonsense. These actresses who came to the audition were obviously very gossipy. All kinds of rumors were spread, and even Siyu didn't understand where these unreliable rumors came from. Xianxia had been in the industry for some time, so she was not as rash as before. When she heard these people's discussions, although she was a little angry, she still kept her cool. She only whispered to Siyu, Sister Siyu, don't take it to heart. These people are just jealous. Being able to get the acknowledgement of the original author is also a part of your ability. What do you mean by getting in through the back door? Nonsense. Siyu thought that Xianxia had never praised her before, so she asked. Who did you hear this from? Xianxia looked around and happened to see a fashionably dressed woman standing opposite her. She pointed at that person and replied, "There, it's her. She seems to be the editor of Koi Fish's manga. She was invited to participate in the casting. She was the one who told the crew that Koi Fish wanted you to play the role." As if she sensed Siyu's gaze, Mu Yan turned her head and looked at her for a few seconds. Then, as if she recognized who she was, she suddenly smiled in surprise. "Zhou Siyu?" Mu Yan abandoned her companions and ran towards Siyu. She moved so quickly that Siyu had no place to hide and was blocked. In reality, Mu Yan was a charming young woman with big wavy hair. Her attitude towards Siyu was very warm. "I finally meet you." Siyu and Mu Yan had worked together for so long, but their communication was limited to online. This was the first time they met in real life. She was stunned and didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, Mu Yan obviously only thought of her as Zhou Siyu and not Koi Fish, so Siyu only responded vaguely and didn't say anything else. Xinyu secretly poked her from behind and whispered, "Sister Siyu, quickly say hello." Mu Yan didn't mind at all. She looked at Siyu with a smile and secretly sized her up from the corner of her eyes. Then, she nodded in satisfaction in her heart. Not bad, full marks for appearance, full marks for temperament, and strong support from the readers. If she could be the female lead, she would have accomplished her mission. Mu Yan took out a comic from her bag. Siyu's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the words "fashion strategy" printed on the cover. Mu Yan handed the comic to her and said with a smile, "I heard that you are a fan of Koi Fish. I just happen to have a limited edition autographed copy left. I'll give it to you as a meeting gift. I hope to work with you in the future." This sentence was actually equivalent to a very obvious hint. Xinyu's heart calmed down when she heard it. Mu Yan's words meant that Siyu had a high chance of being chosen. It seemed that the crew still thought highly of her. However, Siyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she held the comic. "What use did she have for my autograph?" Mu Yan then said a few words of encouragement. He secretly told Siyu to perform well. It would be best if she could be confirmed immediately. Siyu couldn't directly say that she was just here to go through the motions, so she could only smile bitterly. Fortunately, Mu Yan was very busy. After saying a few words, he was pulled away by the staff to work. Siyu was finally free. She couldn't help but think, why did she have to publicly express her love for Koi Fish? Sure enough, she had to bear the consequences of her own actions. With such thoughts, Siyu was soon called in for the audition. When it came to understanding the role, no one present could be more thorough than her, the original author. So, for her, the audition wasn't difficult. Siyu originally wanted to slack off, but Mu Yan, who was sitting in the judge's seat, stared at her with burning eyes. The eagerness in his eyes almost burned a hole in Siyu. Siyu, who wasn't very stubborn, was instantly terrified. She even imagined that if she deliberately failed to be chosen, she would be bombarded by Mu Yan's wails when she went back. After all, from the beginning, Mu Yan expressed his extreme desire for her to participate in the audition. Alas, forget it. I'll just act. After this audition, I must find an excuse to slip away. Siyu made up her mind and composed herself. Then, she turned serious again. Siyu looked delicate and soft to begin with. Coupled with her poor health, she always seemed soft and harmless, just like a white rabbit. Coincidentally, she was very compatible with the female lead of Style Guide. Hence, it wasn't difficult for her to act as Siyu. She was familiar with the plot, so her lines flowed smoothly. After the audition, Siyu glanced at the judge's expressions. She reckoned that the audition had been decided. As expected, the production crew asked her to wait in the room next door. Half an hour later, they brought the contract to her to discuss when the audition would start. "Sister Yan, you didn't choose the wrong person. You have good taste." The staff member who came to take over said, "Everyone says that you're a die-hard fan of the original author. It seems like it's true." Siyu didn't reply. Instead, she asked, "Has the male lead been decided?" The staff member replied cheerfully, "It has been decided a long time ago. It's Wen Yuan, the best actor Wen. He hasn't acted in television dramas for a long time. I didn't expect him to agree this time. Speaking of which, he seemed to have recommended you to us." "Wen Yuan?" Siyu was taken aback. She had assumed that this award-winning actor was going for the high-end route. She hadn't expected him to take on such a trendy idol drama. Although the comic was indeed popular, Siyu knew that it wasn't good enough to attract an award-winning actor. Xianxia leaned over and whispered in Siyu's ear, "Wen Yuan usually doesn't recommend anyone." "Sister Siyu, why do I feel that he is trying to be nice to you?" Siyu, who had never considered this possibility, shook her head nonchalantly. "Don't think too much. We can't control what he wants to act in." Xianxia naturally didn't believe her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was plausible. Actually, she had had this suspicion for a long time. Previously, when Siyu had gone to film The Unthinkable Challenge, she had vaguely felt that Wen Yuan treated Siyu differently. When Siyu had been hospitalized because of the fire, Wen Yuan had specially brought many tonics to visit her. Although he hadn't succeeded in meeting Siyu, he had passed all the tonics to Xianxia. That wasn't all. Wen Yuan had even reminded Xianxia of the things she should take note of during her recuperation. He had been so attentive that Xianxia couldn't help but suspect that if he had the time, he would have personally prepared everything for Siyu. For a busy person like Wen Yuan, even if they had filmed a show together, it had only been once. There shouldn't be such a friendship between them, right? Xianxia had doubts in her heart, but she didn't dare to ask. Later, the tonics that Wen Yuan had given Siyu were all useless, so she had taken them all home. This time, Wen Yuan had taken the initiative to take on the role of the male lead. Xianxia couldn't help but think, could he be targeting Siyu? Siyu moved into the set the next day. Because fashion strategy was a modern drama, the requirements for the location were not that high. There was no need to go to a special film studio, so they were still filming in Xianxia. She could have stayed at her own house, but Siyu thought that it was not good for her to be alone, so she asked Xianxia to pack up and stay in the hotel booked by the crew. The director of this drama was surnamed Yin. He was not as famous as director Liang, but he had directed many popular urban dramas and had a lot of experience. At first, he did not expect to be able to invite a real best actor, but this time, he was laughing in his dreams. Especially when he heard from somewhere that Wen Yuan had agreed to act in the TV series because he was interested in the female lead in their production team, his attitude towards Siyu became even more amiable. "I told you that there would be no problem. You were worried about the ratings and wanted to invite a popular female star. I think that if you really did invite her, best actor Wen Yuan might not be willing to come," Mu Yan said to director Yen with a smile. At this time, she had been promoted to the editor-in-chief of Qimon. Her Koi was the most profitable author on the platform, so her status also rose. Because Koi said that she had something to do and could not come, she joined the crew as the scriptwriter consultant. Director Yen said, "It's not easy to sell teen idol dramas nowadays. I can't help it." Mu Yan said with a bit of pride, "Director Yen, you might not know, but our Koi is very popular. She has a lot of die-hard fans. She is not inferior to those young actors and actresses." While the two were talking, Siyu came out of the room after trying on her makeup. Mu Yan turned around and his eyes lit up. To be honest, Siyu's body was petite, but her proportions were very good. Her white dress outlined her beautiful silhouette. When she stood there with her long legs and slim waist, no matter from which angle, she was perfect. It was completely suitable for the role of the female lead in the drama. Every time Siyu saw Mu Yan, she felt a little guilty. In particular, Mu Yan always stared at her as if she was looking at a treasure, which made Siyu feel uncomfortable. Now she was also stiff and let Mu Yan rush over to look her up and down. It seemed that Mu Yan still wanted to touch her, but he was worried that this was a public place, so he didn't do it. He just praised, "You're really a natural hanger. I heard that you used to be a model. Don't you do it now?" Siyu remembered that when she first came here, she had indeed shot a magazine cover, but that was purely by luck. She was not a professional, and after she found a way to make money by drawing comics, she naturally did not do it again. Thus, she shook her head. "No, this is not my ambition." Mu Yan thought she was saying that being a model was just a springboard to the entertainment industry. He smiled knowingly. "I understand. You have so much potential. Of course the stage is not limited to this." Siyu knew that Mu Yan had misunderstood, but she was too lazy to correct him. She still had a fake identity, and she was always worried that it would be taken down by others. After walking around in front of the director and confirming that there was no problem with the makeup, Xiyu was about to return to the lounge, but she ran into an unexpected person in the corridor. Sister Xiyu? Chu Shuangyan walked over from the corner and almost bumped into Xiyu. She took a step back and calmed herself down. Just as she was about to raise her eyebrows and scold Xiyu, she looked up and saw a familiar face. She was so scared that she swallowed her words back into her stomach. She reflexively straightened her back and put away her coquettish expression. She suddenly changed from a stray cat to a domestic cat. She obediently called out to her and greeted her in a very nice tone. When they called me over, I didn't know that you had already joined the cast. I thought that you were recuperating during this time. Xinyu, who was following behind Xiyu, saw Chu Shuangyan's appearance and widened his eyes in surprise. This Miss Chu was famous for being willful and casual. If she was unhappy, she would talk back and never be polite. Xinyu had never seen her so honest before. If he remembered correctly, Chu Shuangyan's attitude towards Xiyu wasn't very good the last time they were filming. How did she become so friendly with her in such a short time? Xiyu was a little surprised to see Chu Shuangyan here, but on second thought, he might have been invited at the last minute. Chu Shuangyan was polite, so she said politely, "I've rested enough." It's not good to be cooped up in the house all the time. Chu Shuangyan secretly glanced at her out of the corner of his eye but didn't dare to be too obvious. Before Xiyu noticed, he looked away in time. Yes, you're right. Ha ha ha. Chu Shuangyan laughed awkwardly. He wasn't very close to Xiyu and had accidentally offended her before. He racked his brains to think of a topic to talk about and said casually, "But with Fifth Master accompanying you, Sister Xiyu, you shouldn't be bored, right?" People in their circle tacitly agreed that Xiyu's small building was off-limits because Fifth Master Lu had sent people to guard it day and night. Other than a few people that Xiyu was familiar with, anyone who wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with her or give her gifts were all thrown out without exception. Therefore, they all knew that it was impossible to hook up with a small celebrity who lived there. Over time, they gave up on the idea. As for Chu Shuangyan, she directly tacitly agreed that Fifth Master Lu had always been there to accompany Xiyu. Otherwise, why would he be so nervous and protective of her? As soon as the name Fifth Master came out, Chu Shuangyan immediately felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. She stopped talking and glanced at Xiyu's expression. However, she saw that her expression was very normal and didn't seem to be affected. She was a little puzzled. Could it be that she was too sensitive? It's okay. You can continue. However, I haven't seen Fifth Master in a long time. If you want to ask about him, I'm afraid I can't help. Xiyu smiled at Chu Shuangyan, and her tone became gentler. This time, Chu Shuangyan was certain. Naturally, she didn't dare to mention it again. Her woman's intuition told her that Xiyu might have some conflict with Fifth Master Lu. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to deny it. Aya, this was serious. Someone actually dared to provoke the Almighty. For a moment, Chu Shuangyan didn't know whether to admire Xiyu's courage or be shocked by Fifth Master Lu's tolerance. Chu Shuangyan was afraid that if they continued to talk, she would find out something she shouldn't know, so she quickly changed the topic. By the way, Sister Xiyu, do you still remember Su Qingwan? Xiyu paused, and her smile faded a little. What about her? Ever since the screening, Su Qingwan had been taken away by Fifth Master's people. Xiyu hadn't heard any news about her. Later, she wanted to ask about her, but didn't get along with Fifth Master, so she forgot about it. Now that Chu Shuangyan mentioned it, she remembered. Chu Shuangyan pursed her lips in disdain. She even secretly went to see Auntie Ji once. I happened to bump into her. Needless to say, she was after Alin. Fortunately, Auntie Ji refused to see her. She even scolded her, saying that she was the one who instigated her. Sigh, I don't understand. Su Qingwan had a reason to go to Jilin. Why did she go to the Duan Rolan? Were they close? Xiyu frowned. She couldn't figure it out. However, Chu Shuangyan's gloating voice quickly interrupted her thoughts. That woman deserved it. Huani dumped her, and she had to pay for it until she went bankrupt. Her acting career is over. Who told her to be so restless in the first place? She's always around Lin, trying to please him. Chu Shuangyan seemed to have vented a lot of anger. Although she wasn't the one who punished Su Qingwan, she was happy to see it. After all, she had been disgusted by Su Qingwan when she went to warn her in private. Then where will she go from here? Siyu wasn't too surprised to hear this. Chu Shuangyan said indifferently, who knows? But I'm sure no one will dare to use her. Chu Shuangyan didn't have much sympathy for her love rival. Siyu was silent for a while. Finally, she sighed. Forget it. She couldn't care less. She didn't want to take it to heart. She was already upset, so she didn't want to make trouble for herself. Although when Yuan agreed to play the male lead, he officially joined the cast nearly a week later than the others. However, director Yan didn't say anything. He was the best actor, so of course he was busy. It was okay to give him some preferential treatment. This time, it was Siyu and Wen Yuan acting together. They hadn't worked together before, so director Yan asked them to work together in private so that they wouldn't have any problems when filming officially started. During the break, Wen Yuan held a thermos flask and sat beside Siyu. He unscrewed the lid, and a sweet smell of food wafted into her nose. Try it. This is my homemade red date cake and yam cake. You still don't look good. Do you still vomit blood? Wen Yuan was fully prepared. He took out a small plate and a pair of chopsticks from another bag. He picked up a delicate-looking cake and handed it to Siyu. He looked at her gently. You've been resting for so long. Why haven't you recovered? Siyu hurriedly put down the script and smiled. She didn't know why, but when Wen Yuan came closer, she subconsciously wanted to move to the side. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she forced herself to stop. Otherwise, if Wen Yuan saw it, he would think that she didn't welcome him. It's an old problem. I'm hanging on by taking medicine. I don't expect to completely recover. Siyu sat in a reserved posture. She answered his questions, but she didn't seem particularly happy. Wen Yuan saw this and remembered it in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Xinyu stood behind with the medicine in her hands. She looked over and saw these delicate-looking desserts. She only felt that she was salivating too much, she was hungry. It's so good. There are even handmade desserts. And the movie king still remembers that Sister Siyu needs to take more supplements. Xinyu thought sadly. She wouldn't believe that Wen Yuan wasn't interested in Siyu. Siyu couldn't refuse. She tasted the desserts. The desserts melted in her mouth. The sweetness was moderate, and it had a soft texture. It wasn't like the desserts sold outside that had too much saccharin. Siyu knew that Wen Yuan's culinary skills were very good when she recorded the show last time. This time, she sincerely praised him. Even if you say that you want to change your career now, I'll believe you completely. Wen Yuan also laughed. She didn't know if he was joking or not. If I really change my career, won't I have no chance to act with you in the future? Wen Yuan was relatively low-key in the entertainment industry. Although the quality of the films he took was more important than quantity, and he didn't appear many times in a year, his popularity wasn't any worse than those celebrities. Year after year, he steadily ranked at the top of the popularity rankings. Firstly, it was because of his unique face. Secondly, his temperament was really outstanding and unforgettable. Previously, Siyu felt that Wen Yuan was especially suitable to wear ancient costumes and act as an elegant young master. In particular, his pupils were very dark. When he looked at people, he was abnormally focused. He would always inadvertently give people the illusion of deep affection. Siyu didn't think much of it at first. She thought that Wen Yuan was just showing concern because they were all working together. However, when Wen Yuan teased her so ambiguously and stared at her with such a gentle gaze, Siyu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Wen Yuan wasn't a hooligan. He even kept a distance from Siyu like a gentleman. His gaze wasn't aggressive. However, when Siyu looked at this pair of gentle and harmless eyes, she couldn't help but think of another person's powerful and oppressive eyes. Although that person rarely had such a gentle time, she was already used to it. When she met someone like Wen Yuan, who was naturally amiable, Siyu actually missed Fifth Master Lu a little. That childish guy with an extremely bad temper didn't even know how to say a good word. He also never knew what it meant to be in harmony. No wonder he had such a strong murderous aura. Sometimes, Siyu wondered if she had been oppressed for so long that she had the potential to become a masochist. Why was it that now that fifth Master Lu was so far away from her, she wasn't used to it? She shook her head and suppressed these thoughts in her heart. She smiled at Wen Yuan. That's not necessarily true. Who knows, I might change my profession one day. Siyu didn't understand what Wen Yuan meant, so she deliberated and replied. Wen Yuan's pastries were quite delicious, but perhaps just thinking of fifth Master Lu made Siyu lose her appetite, so she put them aside first. However, she wasn't fooling him. After all, she had already thought about it. After filming this movie, she would take a long vacation and completely change her profession. She would go back and focus on drawing comics. This time, the main reason why she took on the role of fashion strategy was because of Xingyu and Mu Yan. Of the two of them, one was enthusiastic and constantly helped her find jobs. The other used his identity as an editor to tell her how much he looked forward to her acting in it. Siyu thought about it. Forget it. They had good intentions. I have a friend who specializes in this kind of medicine business. If you think it's good, I can contact him to buy another batch of goods. When Siyu heard him mention this, she vaguely exchanged glances with Xingyu. Both of them felt a little embarrassed. Siyu didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that Wen Yuan's medicine was a little excessive and that she had given it to someone else. On the other hand, Xingyu thought that the pile of medicine was good, but it had already been divided up by her 7 aunts and 8 aunts. They even asked her if every celebrity manager had such good benefits. Seeing Siyu remain silent, Xingyu, who felt that he had taken advantage of her, quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. It's useful. Sister Siyu has always wanted to thank you in person. Wen Yuan's smile deepened. He nodded. That's good. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Siyu stopped eating, and the atmosphere suddenly quieted down. The two of them weren't familiar with each other, and Siyu hadn't learned how to get along with the seniors in the entertainment industry. For a moment, she couldn't think of anything to talk about. Fortunately, Chu Shuangyan had finished putting on her makeup and walked over on her high heels. She glanced sideways and saw them sitting in the corner looking at each other in silence. She asked curiously, "What are you doing? What are you guys doing, rehearsing your lines?" Eldest Miss Chu had her family backing her up, and she was a skilled actress. Therefore, she didn't have to abide by the rules of seniors and juniors. When she saw Wen Yuan, she wasn't reserved like most people. Other than Ji Lin, there weren't many men who could catch her eye. When she saw Siyu sitting there, Chu Shuangyan took the initiative to greet her. Siyu still had some leftover pastries in her hand. Since Wen Yuan had given them to her, she couldn't return them. When she saw Chu Shuangyan, her eyes lit up. She greeted her with unprecedented friendliness. "Shuangyan, come here too." Chu Shuangyan was shocked. She probably didn't understand why Siyu's attitude was suddenly so good. She hesitated and moved over, and a plate of pastries was stuffed into her mouth. When she looked up, she saw Siyu looking at her with a smile. "Don't just look at me. Try it." Best actor when made it himself. Chu Shuangyan took the plate of pastries with a flattered expression. Her brain still hadn't processed what was going on. Last time, she had failed to show off and ended up slapping herself in the face. However, Siyu didn't take it to heart. Even the Chu family had been frightened for a long time. When they found that fifth Master Lu had no intention of messing with them, they guessed that Siyu must have played a big role in it. Thus, they lectured Chu Shuangyan and asked her to build a good relationship with Siyu in the future. Father Chu's words couldn't be ignored. Chu Shuangyan also wanted to build a relationship with Siyu, but she had to be willing, right? Although Siyu didn't take it to heart, her attitude towards Chu Shuangyan wasn't very warm. She only greeted her when they met, but today she took the initiative to invite her to eat. Strange. Could it be that her good performance had made up for her mistake? As Chu Shuangyan ate, she secretly glanced at Siyu, as if trying to find an answer from her face. Wen Yuan was even more speechless in front of Chu Shuangyan. He seemed to have noticed Siyu's awkwardness and considerately said goodbye. You shouldn't eat too much of this kind of pastries. It's best to eat it with a pot of warm tea. As for the rehearsal, there's no need to rush. There's plenty of time in the future. Take it slow. If you're willing, you can come to my room after dinner. We can discuss it again. After Wen Yuan left, Chu Shuangyan turned to Siyu and asked, Sister Siyu, did he ask you to go to his room just now? Yes, Director Yan asked us to familiarize ourselves with each other. We haven't worked together before, so we're unfamiliar with each other. After Wen Yuan left, Siyu felt a lot more relaxed. She didn't think too much about it. The place where they lived was often filled with crew members. Sometimes, the schedule was tight during the day, so some diligent actors would use the night to rehearse with their partners. Wen Yuan's diligence was well known in the entertainment industry, so it wasn't strange for him to make such a suggestion. Chu Shuangyan lowered his head and muttered a few words. Siyu didn't hear him clearly, so she asked, What did you say? Chu Shuangyan repeated, a man and a woman in the same room in the middle of the night. Sister Siyu, aren't you afraid that fifth master will be jealous? Siyu was stunned. Xin Yu, who was behind her, was also stunned. Who was this fifth master? Why hadn't she heard of him before? And according to what Chu Shuangyan said, Siyu might have been in a relationship long ago? From Chu Shuangyan's perspective, it was natural for her to say this. After all, the Chu family had already tacitly agreed that Siyu would be fifth master Lu's wife in the future. Her father even said that the Chu family was fifth master's maternal family. When the two of them really made their relationship public, Chu Shuangyan might have the opportunity to call Siyu sister-in-law. Therefore, when Chu Shuangyan saw Wen Yuan's special attitude towards Siyu, he felt that something was wrong. That was too much. She was already taken. Why are you jealous? Don't spout nonsense. After a few seconds, Siyu came back to her senses. She lowered her eyes and said calmly, I don't have that kind of relationship with him. Chu Shuangyan's eyes flickered when she heard this. She thought to herself, no way. Could it be that they hadn't revealed their relationship yet? With fifth master's ability to take action, it shouldn't be so slow, right? Xinyu couldn't sit still anymore. She asked in a low voice, Sister Siyu, who is this person? Why, you're not really in a relationship, are you? Her own artiste had a boyfriend, but as her assistant, she didn't know about it. This was a major dereliction of duty. Siyu sneered, no. What relationship? He was just a bastard who ran away after eating. It had been so many days, but he hadn't said a word. He had even gone missing. Chu Shuangyan thought further. She had extraordinary trust in fifth master Lu's ability to take action. When she saw that Siyu obviously didn't want to talk about it, she thought about it again. Could it be that the two of them had quarreled? That didn't seem impossible. It was inevitable that there would be friction between couples. Chu Shuangyan was full of admiration for Siyu's courage. After all, not everyone dared to pluck the hair off a tiger's head. Chu Shuangyan thought about her father's advice about getting along well with Siyu. She carefully advised her, it's okay. Quarreling is just a moment of anger. Fifth master loves you so much. He'll come and coax you in a few hours. Don't be angry. Siyu glanced at her. She didn't tell her that she hadn't contacted fifth master Lu for a whole 15 days. Today's scenes were mainly focused on Siyu and Wen Yuan. Chu Shuangyan was only there to help. After filming, she could leave early. Before she left, she thought about it and wrapped up the pastries that Siyu gave her to take with her. These were all gifts from Wen Yuan. She was also helping fifth master Lu destroy the arrogance of other men. She didn't want the food to fall into Siyu's mouth and let other people have a good impression of her. Chu Shuangyan walked out of the set in her stilettos. Before she could see where her car was, someone suddenly grabbed her arm and half-forced her into a low-key luxury car. The whole process didn't take more than 20 seconds. By the time Chu Shuangyan reacted, she was already in the car. She didn't even have a chance to scream. Originally, Chu Shuangyan's mind had already drifted through dangerous words such as kidnapping and rape, but when she saw the man sitting opposite her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, good, good. It turned out that fifth master Lu wanted to see her. It was good that he wasn't here to kidnap her. Wait a minute, fifth master Lu? Chu Shuangyan stiffened. Don't be nervous. I have a few questions for you. The man twirling the prayer beads had a cold expression, but at least he restrained his aura and didn't let Chu Shuangyan continue to tremble. His gaze slowly fell on the box of pastries that Chu Shuangyan was holding. He paused for a moment. Before asking, how much did she eat from Wen Yuan? Chu Shuangyan didn't understand at first. Later, she realized that Fifth Master Lu was probably asking about Siyu's situation. She hurriedly opened the box and obediently pushed the pastries over. She shook her head repeatedly. When I went over, Sister Siyu didn't eat any more. She gave me the rest. I don't know what happened after that. Fifth Master Lu put away the prayer beads and picked up a piece of pastry with two slender and strong fingers. His movements seemed to have a trace of disdain. He weighed it in his hand but didn't eat it. For some reason, Chu Shuangyan faintly saw displeasure in his eyes. She didn't know if this displeasure was towards the person or the pastry. Chu Shuangyan suddenly had an epiphany. She remembered her speculation about the quarrel between the two, so she carefully said, speaking of which, just now Sister Siyu's assistant asked if she was in a relationship. Sure enough, Fifth Master Lu raised his eyes but didn't answer. He just quietly looked at Chu Shuangyan. His stare made her hair stand on end. Her eyes unconsciously revealed a trace of panic. Sure enough, without Siyu by her side, being alone with Fifth Master Lu would kill her. Fortunately, perhaps because he felt that Chu Shuangyan was still a little useful, Fifth Master Lu quickly withdrew his gaze and asked, "What did she say?" His tone was as casual as it could be. The expression on his face was as if he was asking about the weather today. It seemed that he wasn't the least bit curious about Siyu's answer. Chu Shuangyan recalled Siyu's denial at the time. Under the premise of tacitly admitting that the young couple quarreled, she changed her line without permission. Sister Siyu seems to be very shy, but I guess she actually admitted it? Thus, Chu Shuangyan watched as Fifth Master Lu froze there. His entire body seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Then, she saw him casually throw the box of pastries back into his arms. This? Did her witty answer have any effect? Take it back and deal with it yourself. Fifth Master Lu pointed at the box, but Chu Shuangyan guessed that he actually wanted to say throw it away. Before being asked to get out of the car, Chu Shuangyan couldn't help but look back. She saw Fifth Master Lu leaning against the car window, his prayer beads twirling intermittently. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Chu Shuangyan felt that the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and the indifference and alienation all over his body seemed to melt slightly. That's still quite happy, right? Chu Shuangyan thought uncertainly. Fifth Master Lu appeared strangely and left silently. After Chu Shuangyan was politely escorted out by the bodyguard, she looked back and saw that the low-key luxurious car was no longer there. Chu Shuangyan's mind, which had been so nervous that she couldn't think of anything, finally cleared up a little when she walked outside. It was at this moment that she realized that her back was drenched in cold sweat. Although Fifth Master Lu's attitude just now was rare and amiable in her eyes, after all, this great master had a fierce reputation. In Chu Shuangyan's heart, he had left an indelible impression of a great demon king. Therefore, when she thought about it this time, she felt a little bad. She could do it. She strolled around under Fifth Master Lu's nose by herself and came out unscathed. At the very least, she was much better than that unlucky cousin of hers, right? However, Chu Shuangyan was still puzzled, so she carefully asked the bodyguard in black who sent her down, isn't Fifth Master here to visit Sister Siyu? He isn't going in? Chu Shuangyan didn't have the courage to think that Fifth Master Lu had specially come to chat with her. He was obviously here to look for Siyu. Even a fool could see the relationship between these two people, but since he was here to look for her, why didn't he wait for Siyu to finish filming before leaving directly? Did he still want to fix it? Chu Shuangyan thought about it and couldn't hold back her curiosity. She secretly asked the bodyguard, "Can you tell me if Fifth Master really had a fight with Sister Siyu?" The bodyguard in black wasn't wearing sunglasses. When he heard this, he looked at Chu Shuangyan in surprise, as if wondering how she knew. However, it was obviously against professional ethics to talk about the master's matters behind his back, so the bodyguard just said coldly, "I don't know." However, that look just now had already betrayed him. Chu Shuangyan followed and let her imagination run wild. She smiled in understanding. I understand. I won't talk nonsense. From the looks of it, the two of them were still in an awkward state. Fifth Lord was probably sick from missing her so much that he couldn't control himself. That's why he came to Siyu's workplace to take a peek, right? Sigh, they actually found someone like her, who was not very familiar with Siyu, to understand the situation. They were not even willing to talk face to face. It seemed like there was a big conflict between them. The more Chu Shuangyan thought about it, the more she felt that her guess was reliable. Suddenly, the image of Fifth Master Lu in her heart was not as terrifying as before. After all, even a demon god would cower in the face of love. This suddenly made Fifth Master Lu a little more fiery. The bodyguard looked at her speechlessly, smiling and nodding. What does he know? He doesn't know. Chu Shuangyan felt that he had gotten the information he wanted, so he didn't dare to harass them any further. He turned around and slipped away. She got into her car. After a while, she thought of an important question. Then, should she tell Siyu about Fifth Master Lu's visit? The two of them were in an awkward situation, and Fifth Lord was only outside looking and not going in. Chu Shuangyan felt that he probably didn't want anyone to know. However, her father had just nagged her to build a good relationship with Siyu. The effective way for girls to build a good relationship was to pass on little secrets. What if Siyu found out in the future that she didn't report it? Chu Shuangyan didn't have much experience in relationships. In order to avoid making the wrong decision, she specially contacted her mother remotely after returning to the hotel to ask for help. She explained the situation and then humbly asked for advice. Mom, what do you think I should do? When Chu Shuangyan's mother saw her daughter anxiously contacting her, she thought that something had happened. After hearing the whole story, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Weren't you the most afraid of Fifth Master in the past? Why are you in such a hurry this time? The past is the past, but their sister Siyu now. I feel that Fifth Master's temper seems to be a lot better. Chu Shuangyan muttered. Then, she said seriously, Dad, didn't you always want to mend the relationship between the Chu family and Fifth Master? I don't think Fifth Master needs anyone else's help. But this is different. Mom, think about it. If I can help, it'll be like I'm a matchmaker, right? You want to be a matchmaker? You're not qualified. But. After laughing, Chu Shuangyan's mother carefully considered her daughter's words. She had to admit that it made sense. Right now, the Chu clan was just a paper tiger. Everyone treated them with courtesy because they were related to the Fifth Master's maternal family. However, only they themselves knew how weak they were. No matter how good other people's words were, of course, it was not as intimidating as their own admission. Mom, do you think I should tell Sister Siyu? But if I do, I'm afraid Fifth Master will be angry. Chu Shuangyan was still struggling with this problem. Chu Shuangyan's mother was older than her, so she could see things more clearly. She said, have you ever thought that since Fifth Master didn't warn you before you got out of the car and forbade you from saying that he was here, maybe he was hoping that you would tell Miss Zhou? Chu Shuangyan didn't expect such a thing to happen. She was stunned. Seeing her daughter's confused look, Chu Shuangyan's mother sighed. As the saying goes, when you're close to home, you're afraid. It's the same when it comes to matters of the heart. You can't just look at things on the surface. For example, she had always thought that with Fifth Master Lu's temperament, he would never be able to find a wife that he liked. But now, didn't he surprise everyone? Chu Shuangyan had indeed never seen anyone more passionate than Fifth Master Lu. He wanted to see her so badly, but he just looked at her at the door and left. He was not willing to say it directly and even hoped that she would understand what he meant. Mom, then I'll go tell her. Is it really okay? Chu Shuangyan felt that her mother's guess was a little bold, so she was not very confident. Chu Shuangyan's mother comforted her. Don't worry. You don't have to worry about not being able to take care of both sides. Fifth Master is biased. If you express goodwill to Miss Zhou, even if he is dissatisfied, he won't do anything to you. Moreover, it was possible that the food chain would be reversed in the future. There was a common disease called henpecked husband. Her daughter should establish a good relationship with Siyu first. There would definitely be benefits and no harm. With her mother's assurance, Chu Shuangyan was finally relieved. She got someone to keep an eye on the hotel entrance. As soon as Siyu came back, she would tell her to sit in the room and wait. It wasn't until night time that the long-awaited Siyu came back from filming. Chu Shuangyan immediately pulled herself together and carefully tidied herself up. She composed herself and walked towards Siyu's room. However, before she reached there, she first saw a tall man standing in front of the door. He raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. When he heard footsteps, the man turned his head and raised his eyebrows at Chu Shuangyan, revealing a trace of perfect surprise. It was Wen Yuan. Chu Shuangyan did not expect to bump into Siyu when she came to find her. She suddenly felt a little unhappy. She was spoiled by nature. As long as she did not meet Fifth Master or Siyu, she basically did whatever she wanted. Therefore, she did not care whether the person in front of her was a movie king or not, or how high his status in the industry was. She directly asked, "Are you looking for Sister Siyu? But I made an appointment with her first. If you're not in a hurry, it won't be too late to talk about it tomorrow." Wen Yuan looked at her. He did not get angry because of Chu Shuangyan's unfriendly tone. He still smiled gently and said, "Since we made an appointment first, I naturally won't disturb you." For some reason, Chu Shuangyan looked at his smile and felt a little chill in her heart. Fortunately, this feeling of discomfort was not serious. Chu Shuangyan was a big-hearted person, so she only felt strange for a few seconds before she stopped thinking about it. She just stared straight at Wen Yuan, using her eyes to urge him to leave quickly. Just now, in the car, Fifth Master Lu had specially asked about Wen Yuan's pastries. Although Chu Shuangyan did not quite understand what that meant, it did not prevent her from feeling that Fifth Master Lu did not like this movie king. "So sorry, Wen Yuan should stay far away from Siyu." Perhaps the people in the room heard the commotion outside the door. After a while, Siyu's assistant, Xinyu, ran to open the door. When he poked his head out to take a look, he saw Wen Yuan and Chu Shuangyan blocking the door. He could not help but be stunned. Is something the matter? These two people were not to be trifled with. Wen Yuan had a high status, while Chu Shuangyan had a short temper. Xinyu did not dare to offend either of them. He hurriedly informed Siyu and asked carefully. Chu Shuangyan was one step ahead of Wen Yuan and said, "I have an important situation to report to Sister Siyu." She especially emphasized the word report and raised her head proudly. "Xinyu. What was wrong with this young lady?" Just as Xinyu did not know what to say and could only squeeze out a smile, Siyu walked out of the room and asked in surprise, "What are you all doing here? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood?" Only then did they disperse and stand at a certain distance from each other. Siyu glanced at Chu Shuangyan and asked Wen Yuan politely, "Is there something you need from me?" "It's nothing important. When I was filming this morning, I went back and thought about it for a long time. I was not satisfied, so I came to discuss it with you to see if there is a need to reshoot it." Wen Yuan's reason was very reasonable and valid. Chu Shuangyan immediately cast a dissatisfied look at him. Wen Yuan did not mind and looked at Siyu gently. "But since Miss Chu said that she asked you out first, it's first come first serve. It won't be too late to discuss my matter tomorrow morning." Siyu was a little confused. She had never asked Chu Shuangyan out, but compared to discussing the script with Wen Yuan in the middle of the night, it was more appropriate to talk to Chu Shuangyan, who was also a girl, so Siyu did not expose her. She just pretended to suddenly realize and said, "There is such a thing. Look, I was so distracted by filming that I forgot about it." She did not know if Wen Yuan saw through her acting, but he did not say anything and just considerately stepped aside. Chu Shuangyan saw an opening and slipped into the room. She ran behind Siyu as if she was very wary of Wen Yuan. "You filmed several chase scenes today, so it's better not to stay up too late. Rest early. There is a big scene tomorrow morning." Wen Yuan very smoothly reminded her and then asked, "I borrowed the hotel's kitchen. Is there anything you want to eat? Do you want me to cook it for you in the morning?" Siyu stood in the same spot, and a trace of unnaturalness slowly appeared in her eyes. Wen Yuan's goodwill came too suddenly, but her manner was gentle and polite, and the words she said made it difficult to directly reject her. Siyu was thinking of a way to reject her when Chu Shuangyan poked her head out from behind her and said to Wen Yuan, "No need, Sister Siyu will eat with me. You can take care of yourself. Goodbye." She decisively closed the door, shutting out Wen Yuan's smile and words. Shen Yu. Wen Yuan. Siyu. Well done. Shen Yu was dumbfounded. He was the best actor, a popular superstar. How could she just slam the door in his face? If it were her, she definitely wouldn't dare to do this. Chu Shuangyan was indeed a famous troublemaker in the entertainment circle. His style was heroic. Shen Yu couldn't help but look at Miss Chu with a look of admiration. She could also tell that Chu Shuangyan and Siyu definitely had something to talk about, so she obediently said that she would go and rest first. Siyu was the female lead, so she was also assigned a suite. There was also a small room for Shen Yu to stay in so that she could take care of her. At this moment, Shen Yu slipped into the room and closed the door. Siyu didn't have much to eat because her stomach didn't allow it, but she didn't lack herbs. She even added 2 slices of ginseng to her tea. She poured some tea for Chu Shuangyan. Chu Shuangyan held the cup and hesitated for a long time before tentatively tasting it. He found that it was quite delicious. Sister Siyu, no wonder your room smells so strongly of herbs. Chu Shuangyan sniffed and said, but how much herbs do you need to use in a day? Chu Shuangyan had been pampered since she was young, so she naturally could taste that Siyu used the best ginseng to make tea. She was a little shocked. Siyu was drawing just now. As she tidied up the drafts on the table, she answered without looking up, Lu Yuanhe gave them to me. Anyway, he doesn't lack herbs, and I've never seen them before. The name Lu Yuanhe was very unfamiliar to Chu Shuangyan. She was at a loss for a long time as she searched her mind for a member of the Lu family with this name. For a moment, she even thought that Siyu had fallen in love with someone else. In the end, Siyu saw her confusion and explained, they were given by Mr. Wu. Oh, no wonder. Only the 5th Lord would be able to afford such a large expenditure. Chu Shuangyan relaxed and didn't beat around the bush. She said directly, Sister Siyu, when I left the set today, I saw Mr. Wu. Siyu, who was pouring tea for herself, paused. Chu Shuangyan didn't notice and continued to betray her. Mr. Wu, he, invited me for a chat. He asked me a lot about you. Actually, it wasn't a lot. Mr. Wu was just picky about the pastries when Yuan gave him for a while. Then, he threw the things back to Chu Shuangyan and began to chase her out of the car. Siyu lowered her eyes. It was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. What does it have to do with me? He can find whoever he wants. Chu Shuangyan glanced at her. Aya, she was still angry. As expected, Mr. Wu shouldn't just watch from the outside. He should take the initiative to find her. How could he let the woman take the initiative in this kind of thing? Girls were thin-skinned to begin with. Of course, Chu Shuangyan, who thought that she was a matchmaker, couldn't say that. She tried her best to put in a good word for Mr. Wu. Sister Siyu, Mr. Wu is very concerned about you. I think it's not that he doesn't want to find you. Maybe, he's afraid that you don't want to see him? When we met in the car just now, Mr. Wu didn't seem to be in a good mood. But when I mentioned Sister Siyu, he actually smiled at me. Chu Shuangyan made up a lot of things based on the truth. She focused on how Mr. Wu missed Siyu and how he inquired about Siyu's situation. She added fuel to the fire and made Siyu unable to keep a straight face. Okay. It's not like I don't know what kind of person he is. Siyu thought that young girls nowadays were really good. She opened her mouth and said something without looking at the actual situation. What benefits did Lu Yuanhe promise you? Why are you speaking up for him today? Chu Shuangyan hurriedly denied. No, really. I was just anxious to see it, so I came to persuade him. Siyu glanced at her sideways. What's there to persuade? We didn't quarrel. From beginning to end, the two of them didn't seem to have anything to quarrel about. Last time, they were pressed down and kissed at home, and then Ji Lin suddenly attacked. Not long after, Mr. Wu left. Wait, could it be that Ji Lin said something to him? Siyu thought about it and felt that it was unlikely. Who was Mr. Wu Lu? How could he be persuaded to leave by a little kid like Ji Lin with just a few words? What a joke. Seeing Siyu deny it, Chu Shuangyan was a little anxious. Even if they didn't quarrel, a cold war was not advisable. She hurriedly tried again and continued to persuade. Sister Siyu, Mr. Wu really wants to see you. He's even jealous of Wen Yuan. Chu Shuangyan's intuition made her swallow back the words Wen Yuan's pastries. This sentence made Siyu react a little. Jealous? She was stunned for a moment and said helplessly, what's going on? In order to prove her words, Chu Shuangyan said, it's true. Mr. Wu doesn't seem to want you to eat the things other people give you. He even told me to throw away the box of pastries you left for me. Sister Siyu, you haven't seen Mr. Wu since you joined the cast, right? Don't you miss him? Not only had she not seen him for half a month after joining the cast. Siyu fell silent. Perhaps it was because it was rare for Chu Shuangyan to ask her so seriously. She thought about it and realized that she couldn't easily say not at all. To be honest, when Mr. Wu was not by her side, it was easy at first, but later, she was a little unused to it. Siyu even wondered if it was because of the after effects of the kiss. But as time passed, she denied this idea. It wasn't just the kiss, which was at most a fuse. What made her unable to calm down was Mr. Wu Lu himself. In the days when they didn't see each other, Siyu even had the pretentious idea of not lowering your head first. You have to wait for the other party to coax you first in a fit of pique. When she came back to her senses, she was shocked. This was obviously a thought that only people in love would have, but the two of them had never exposed each other. Mr. Wu only said that she was his, but he didn't clearly say whether this was possessiveness or love, so even Siyu couldn't be sure of her feelings. She thought about it for so long, but she still couldn't figure it out. Chu Shuangyan carefully observed the changes in Siyu's expression. Seeing that she was deep in thought, he quickly followed up with another attack. Sister Siyu, do you really think it's a good idea for everyone to be in a deadlock like this? No matter what, if there's something on your mind, you have to talk it out when you meet. Only then will you have a chance to solve it, right? Siyu was a little amused. She hadn't figured it out yet. Chu Shuangyan was more anxious than the emperor, so she also asked, are you egging me on? Chu Shuangyan shook his head repeatedly and shouted that he was wronged. How would I dare? It's just a suggestion, a suggestion. You see, it's better if the two of you each take a step back. Siyu was silent for a long time. Chu Shuangyan couldn't tell what she was thinking this time. He just sat quietly on the side, not daring to make a sound. After an unknown amount of time, Siyu finally made up her mind. She took out her phone and dialed the number of the person who went missing without permission. This time, the call was connected. When Siyu made the call, she was actually a little nervous. She didn't know if she was still on the blacklist, so when the call was connected, she was actually stunned for a few seconds and forgot what she was going to say. The man on the other end was also silent. Siyu could barely hear the sound of his breathing, but she could vaguely hear the very special sound of the sandalwood beads colliding up and down as he turned the prayer beads. Chu Shuangyan quietly held her breath and tried to reduce her presence, but when she saw that neither of them said anything after the call was connected, she suddenly became a little anxious. She reached out and tugged at Siyu's sleeve. When Siyu looked over, she winked at Siyu, if you have something to say it quickly. Siyu only came back to her senses after Chu Shuangyan's reminder. She bit her lip and thought that since the call was already connected, she might as well take advantage of this opportunity to make things clear. However, who knew if it was because she was a little nervous, the first thing she said was, Lu Yuanhe, you're already here. Are you planning to leave without seeing anyone? There was a hint of questioning in her voice. Chu Shuangyan sighed and shook her head in admiration. Only Siyu dared to talk to Fifth Master Lu like this. If it were anyone else, they would have been dragged out to be fed to the fish long ago. Siyu felt a little wrong after saying it, but if she took it back, she would appear guilty. She could only brace herself and continue. I mean, I'm free right now. I'm not busy. You don't have to wait outside. Chu Shuangyan couldn't help but cover her face. She was anxious about the efficiency of these two people. Fifth Master Lu quietly listened to her slightly anxious voice. After a while, he silently curled his lips. Ever since he talked to Ji Lin that day, the haze that had wrapped around his heart seemed to have disappeared because of Siyu's words. For the past few days, he had been unable to determine what kind of feelings he had for Siyu, and he was also unable to determine if Siyu had the same feelings for him. This kind of uncertainty and uncontrollable situation made him unusually anxious and uncomfortable. Since he was young, he could only feel relaxed when he had absolute control, so he could not rashly approach Siyu under such circumstances. He was afraid that he would lose control, and he didn't want to hurt Siyu. However, the little girl on the other end of the phone was nervous and hopeful. She took the initiative to dispel this sudden cold war with her clumsy words. Fifth Master Lu's clearly very tense nerves slowly relaxed under her soft words. After a while, Siyu still did not hear Fifth Master Lu's response. Just as she was wondering if this man was listening to her, a cold voice finally came from the other end. Fifth Master Lu asked, "Have you finished your medicine?" He didn't answer the question. However, Siyu had been with Fifth Master Lu for so long. Most of the time, as long as she thought carefully, she could understand the hidden meaning behind his words. This reserved and coquettish man was never willing to speak properly. He had to beat around the bush a few times, as if he had a bad taste. Siyu paused for a few seconds before she realized that this person was using the excuse of asking about the medicine to test if she was willing to meet. After all, if she finished the medicine, he would have to send a new batch over. Her gaze fell on the herbs piled on the table. Because she was going to be filming for a long time, Xinyu had packed enough herbs for her when she packed her things, so she wasn't lacking anything now. However, Siyu replied, "I've finished them all." Fifth Master Lu seemed to be very satisfied with this answer and said, "I'll send it to you." For some reason, his voice was very soft, like a whisper. Even though they were still separated by the phone, Siyu seemed to be able to feel his breath when he spoke. Unknowingly, her ears were dyed with a thin layer of red. It was as if the two of them were playing a guessing game. They had a tacit understanding. Siyu held the phone and did not know that from Chu Shuangyan's perspective, a smile had crept onto her lips. "I will wait for you downstairs." After saying this, Siyu's mind finally calmed down. She let out a long breath and felt that the depression she had felt for more than half a month seemed to have dissipated in this question and answer. There was no irreconcilable conflict between them to begin with, nor was there an option to forgive or not. It was just that Fifth Master Lu's sudden disappearance made Siyu feel unaccustomed to it, and after a long period of accumulation, this unaccustomed feeling silently turned into a faint yearning. "You don't have to wait. I'm here," Fifth Master Lu said faintly. This time, Siyu did not bother to think about it. She almost instantly understood what he meant. It turned out that this person had been waiting at the hotel from beginning to end. Siyu was angry and amused. If she did not make this call, would he not have asked to meet her? After hanging up the phone, under Chu Shuangyan's curious gaze, Siyu quickly put on her coat and turned to walk out of the door. Halfway through, she stopped and said, "Do whatever you want. I have to go out for a bit. If Xinyu asks, tell her not to worry. I will definitely be on set on time tomorrow." It seems that Siyu probably won't be coming back tonight." Chu Shuangyan immediately understood. He made a gesture of understanding and told Siyu to quickly leave without worry. Although she felt that the two of them were talking in riddles, when she saw Siyu's unconsciously smile, Chu Shuangyan thought that there should be no problem. Sure enough, her mother was right. All the cold wars that did not have the premise of breaking up were just a show of affection. Siyu did not know what Chu Shuangyan was thinking. She ran all the way downstairs and out of the hotel. She immediately saw a familiar car parked in front of the door. Fifth Master Lu was leaning against the car door, looking down and slowly turning the prayer beads. The moment she stepped out, Fifth Master Lu seemed to feel something and looked up in her direction. He was very close, but Siyu's footsteps slowly stopped. She hesitated and did not dare to move forward. After not seeing each other for a while, Siyu did not know what to say for a moment. However, Fifth Master was not so hesitant. He put away the prayer beads and walked towards her. The murderous aura surrounding Fifth Master Lu was Siyu's nemesis. It was difficult for her to restrain her physiological instincts, especially after so many days. Siyu's discomfort was even stronger than before. Almost the moment Fifth Master Lu hugged her, she could not help but cough up blood. Because they were too close, and Siyu was standing there foolishly without any precautions in advance, the mouthful of blood happened to spray on Fifth Master Lu's clothes. The pear white tang suit that looked very expensive was dyed red, like plum blossoms blooming on the snow. Fifth Master Lu. Siyu. After a long stalemate, Siyu covered her mouth and suppressed the cough. While coughing, she tried to explain, "You can't blame me. Really, I can't help it when I see you. This is a conditioned reflex." Unexpectedly, Fifth Master Lu was not angry. He only sighed softly. Then, he took a clean towel and wiped the remaining blood from Siyu's lips. He fed her a pill to suppress the smell of blood. Then, he slowly said, "When I first saw you, you were also this reckless." Fifth Master Lu's voice carried a trace of an imperceptible sigh. When he said this, Siyu also remembered that at the dinner party in Huani, she ran into Fifth Master Lu in the garden to avoid Su Qingwan. In her panic, she also dirted his clothes like now. The only difference was that although Fifth Master Lu was smiling at that time, anyone with a discerning eye could see his hidden anger. Therefore, Siyu was scared half to death by him at that time. She trembled like a little quail and did not even have the strength to run. But now, although vomiting blood was not a good thing, Siyu was not afraid anymore. Cough cough. It was different at that time, cough cough. Fifth Master Lu's medicine was always precious and very effective. Siyu tried to calm her breathing, then lowered her eyes and whispered, "Just like you were angry at that time. You're not angry now." "How do you know I'm not angry?" Fifth Master Lu asked. Siyu immediately raised her head in horror. There was a hint of disbelief in her eyes. He thought it was interesting, but on second thought, it might not be good to tease too much, so he slowly added, "You're right." Not only was he not angry, but in fact, the moment he saw Siyu run out of the hotel, Fifth Master Lu's heart was filled with a sense of comfort that he had never felt before. It made him so satisfied that he almost wanted to sigh. "But why is your body still not better?" After Fifth Master Lu wiped the blood off Siyu, he disliked the fact that the clothes she was wearing were too thin. He simply took her clothes away and took a warm coat to drape over her body. He held her hand and led her into the car. The heater was on in the car, and the temperature was very suitable. A blanket was thoughtfully placed on Siyu's seat. Sitting on it was like sinking into a pile of cotton. Siyu secretly glanced at Fifth Master Lu a few times. After hesitating for a long time, she said softly under his questioning gaze, "It's not just because of the body. It's mainly because of you." Perhaps thinking that she had taken the initiative to reconcile, Siyu Gan opened up and said. She pursed her lips and looked at the thick layer of murderous aura above Fifth Master Lu's head. She said, "Your murderous aura is so heavy. I can't bear it." This time, Fifth Master Lu was really surprised. The faint happy smile from when he saw Siyu just now disappeared. He stared at Siyu for a long time with an uncertain expression, which made Siyu nervous. Just as she couldn't help but want to ask, Fifth Master Lu instructed the driver, "Go to Xianxia Temple." Siyu blinked and was a little surprised. "What are we going there for?" If she remembered correctly, she remembered that Lu Xingzhou told her that Fifth Master Lu was sent to a Buddhist temple to cultivate by his family when he was young, and the place he went to was this Xianxia Temple on the outskirts of Jiangqing. Fifth Master Lu's face was gloomy, but his hand clenched Siyu tightly. "Go and ask something." Perhaps sensing the low pressure in the car, the driver drove the car very fast. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Fifth Master Lu got out of the car with Siyu. Siyu looked up at the Buddhist temple in front of her and suddenly saw a monk standing outside the temple door. He seemed to know that someone was coming and was waiting there early. The second he saw Fifth Master Lu, he smiled and put his palms together. "Ha, junior brother, long time no see." Fifth Master Lu's face was cold and he didn't say anything, allowing Siyu to look over there curiously. The monk didn't care about Fifth Master Lu's cold attitude at all. He walked down the steps by himself and glanced at Siyu a few times. Then, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He looked at Fifth Master Lu and said, "Previously, when I divined that your red lawn star was moving, I thought that the divination was wrong. After all, you looked like someone who was going to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. But now, you've actually found the destined person? The monk was obviously acquainted with Fifth Master Lu and spoke very casually. Fifth Master Lu stared at the monk with a sullen face for a while, and the anger in his body continued to soar. Just when Siyu felt that he was going to get angry in the next second, he unexpectedly suppressed his anger and only sneered, "Don't point fingers at me." The monk was unmoved and still smiled. He had a kind face and looked like a Maitreya Buddha. At this moment, facing Fifth Master Lu's anger, he said in a relaxed tone, "It's everyone's responsibility to care for junior brother's physical and mental health. I'm just asking you a question. You don't have to pull a long face for me to see, right? Compared to when you were young, your temper is getting worse and worse." Fifth Master Lu's eyes were dark, and his face was cold, and he did not reply. Siyu, who was on the side, was led into the Buddhist temple by him. Hearing this, a curious expression appeared on her face. To be honest, Siyu knew very little about Fifth Master Lu, and this monk seemed to have known him when Fifth Master Lu was young. Siyu couldn't help but whisper, "Was his temper very good when he was young?" Fifth Master Lu couldn't vent his anger at Siyu. He just squeezed her palm, indicating that she shouldn't ask. However, Siyu finally met someone who knew Fifth Master Lu very well and didn't seem to be afraid of him. How could she let him go so easily? Thus, she pretended not to understand his hint and continued to look at the monk, hoping to hear the story. Seeing that Siyu ignored him, Fifth Master Lu's eyebrows twitched. He began to reflect on whether he had indulged her too much. He was just about to put on a cold face and ask Siyu to put away her curiosity, but at this moment, Siyu raised her head and smiled at him. She carefully grabbed his finger. Her expression was like a little lamb trying to curry favor with a wolf, soft but lethal. Fifth Master Lu. Forget it, just this once. When the monk, who was watching from the side, saw this scene, especially when he saw Fifth Master Lu silently compromise, he once again revealed a look of surprise. He was suddenly full of interest in Siyu. No, it should be said that he was very interested in the person who could make Fifth Master Lu suffer and be helpless. After all, so many years had passed, and he always thought that such a person hadn't been born yet. No, junior brother has been bad-tempered since he was young. The monk denied Siyu's statement and then explained, however, after the influence of Buddhism, he became much calmer when he left. But now, I'm afraid that this calmness is only on the surface. It's just that, it doesn't mean that he is really calm. The monk said that when Fifth Master Lu was young, his family invited someone to tell his fortune. The person said that his fate was too ominous and they were afraid that it would not be able to suppress it. Therefore, they sent him to the Buddhist temple to seek refuge. Therefore, at that time, he was only 5 or 6 years old. He was packed up and thrown into the Xianxia temple and became the same sect as the monk. Of fifth masters monk. To do. Fifth. To do. To. And. To. To be to the. Later on, something happened to Fifth Master's parents and they passed away for unknown reasons. His family had a good status in the Lu family, but after his parents died, Fifth Master Lu, an orphan, appeared to be weak and powerless. It was impossible for the clansmen to respect a child, so no one thought of going to the Buddhist temple to bring him back. He was abandoned in the Buddhist temple. The young child didn't seem to understand what this meant, but also seemed to understand everything. For a long time after his parents died, he became more and more silent. It was during this time that the monk found that his junior brother learned to control his temper more and more. He was like a wolf that didn't know how to keep its claws. Now, he had learned to lie low and endure. Once the prey came to him, he would catch them all in one fell swoop. Fifth Master, who was forgotten by the Lu family, stayed in the Buddhist temple for 10 whole years. Finally, he was taken out by the current head of the Lu family, Lu Xingzhou's father. After returning to the family, in just a few years, he subdued everyone with thunderous means and became the unquestionable Fifth Master. The days in the Buddhist temple had left an indelible mark on him. He didn't trust anyone. His desire for control was terrifyingly strong. Sometimes, while he was twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand, his mind was filled with murderous thoughts. At this point, the monk sighed. Junior brother's fierce reputation is out there. I've heard of it while staying in the Buddhist temple. Fifth Master Lu's brows were tinged with a trace of impatience. It seemed that he had heard this sentence many times. Ever since he left that year, he would come back once or twice a year. Of course, the reason was not to visit his senior brother. It was because his parents' ashes were buried in the back mountain of the Buddhist temple. He came to pay his respects. But every time, he came alone. He never brought anyone else. This time, he brought Xiu. It was already a surprise. Xiu asked, "Great Master, I didn't expect you to be so concerned about Fifth Master." The monk shook his head. "No, I heard it from the mouths of pilgrims." Xiu put on a puzzled expression. The monk glanced at her and explained, "Many pilgrims heard that Junior brother had stayed in the temple. So, they came here to burn incense, praying that Junior brother wouldn't attack them. This has become the most popular business of our temple. On New Year's, there will be people who will throw a lot of money to snatch the first incense, just to make this wish." Xiu. That's very good. Fifth Master Lu's impatience was already on the surface. He firmly held Xiu's hand and coldly interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't come here to reminisce about the old days." The monk chuckled and asked, "You have something to ask of me, right?" Fifth Master Lu seemed very reluctant to admit this matter. But when he looked at Xiu beside him, whose face was pale because she had just vomited blood, he finally nodded slightly. "She and I are at odds. As a result, her blood and qi are depleted. Her body is weak and sickly. Is there any way to solve this?" The monk was surprised for a moment. A pair of natural partners. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be a situation where the two of you clash. He invited the two people into an inner room and carefully looked at Xiu's face. He also asked her to open her hand and look at her palm. Then, he said with certainty, "There's absolutely no mistake. Junior brother's red Luan star movement is referring to your star. Since my calculations are correct, it should be caused by external forces." Xiu sat obediently. Hearing the monk's serious analysis, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. She seemed to know what this external forces were. Because the setting of Zhou Xiu being weak and sickly and vomiting blood was imposed by her, the author. Later, she became Zhou Xiu and could see a person's luck. She relied on luck to hang on to her life. That was why she was so uncomfortable when she met Fifth Master Lu, who was full of killing intent. In the end, it was still a setting problem. If she was in good health, she wouldn't have to worry so much. However, such words naturally couldn't be said truthfully. Xiu saw the monk mumbling and even began to rummage through the books. She hurriedly stopped him. "Master, don't worry. I'm fine now. My life isn't in danger." Fifth Master Lu pressed her shoulder and made her sit back down. "Let him look. He boasts that there's no problem that he can't solve. Let him prove it." Xiu naturally couldn't persuade Fifth Master Lu. She could only obediently stay in place. Of course, after searching for a long time, the monk still couldn't find a solution. Thus, he sent the two of them away first. He said that he would go to the Sutra Pavilion in the temple early tomorrow morning to look for it. "My collection of books here is limited. But don't worry. It's rare for Junior brother to ask, so I'll naturally help." The monk sent them out. Then, as if he had thought of something, he turned around and returned to his room. He took out a sandalwood bracelet. The style looked similar to Fifth Master Lu's bracelet, but the beads were much smaller. He let Xiu wear it on her hand like an ancient ornament. It's hard to find a good Bodhi seed. Junior brother's was left behind by the former abbot. Although the appearance of this one isn't as good, it's fine to use it to suppress your blood energy. Wear it for a while. When I find a way, I'll inform you. The monk was clearly a responsible and good monk. He even provided after-sale service. Xiu naturally thanked him. Fifth Master Lu didn't have such a good temper. He pulled Xiu into the car. The monk didn't get angry. It was as if he had long been used to Fifth Master Lu's temper. There was a hint of kindness in his eyes. Fifth Master Lu endured it again and again. Only then did he not rush forward and hit Xiu in front of her. After bidding farewell to the monk, 5th Master Lu originally wanted to take Xiu to his villa. However, Xiu still remembered that she had to film tomorrow. She thought that if she woke up in the morning and Xianxia found that there was no one in the room, it would definitely cause quite a commotion. Thus, she refused. After refusing Xiu, she noticed 5th Master Lu's unhappy expression. She paused. According to past experience, she should coax him with good words. However, Xiu felt that the two of them had just reconciled, so she should have some willful power. Thus, she pretended not to see and deliberately said, "I forgot to ask. What does the red lawn star mean?" 5th Master Lu. That big-mouthed monk. Seeing that 5th Master Lu didn't speak, Xiu suddenly had the illusion that she had the upper hand. The corners of her mouth secretly curled up. She asked again, "A match made in heaven? Destined?" 5th Master Lu lowered his eyes to look at her. Waves appeared in his well-like eyes. After saying this, Xiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. She actually didn't believe in these things, but for some reason, when the monk said this just now, she didn't feel much rejection in her heart. Instead, she felt a sense of, "Oh, so that's how it is." Her throat was a little itchy when she laughed, but the new sandalwood bead bracelet on her wrist emitted a faint cold fragrance. Xiu smelled this strange fragrance and suddenly felt the churning blood in her chest calm down a lot. The desire to cough up blood was also not so strong. "The thing your senior brother gave is really useful." Xiu raised her hand and looked at it. She was a little surprised. It really is an eminent monk. Hearing Xiu's fierce praise, 5th Master Lu smiled coldly. He lowered his head and whispered in Xiu's ear, "Since it's useful, don't waste it." Xiu was dumbfounded. 5th Master Lu didn't explain. He tilted his head and sucked on her soft lips. At the same time, he reached out and pressed her into the back seat, kissing her carefully. Before Xiu could react, her hands were pinned behind her back and she could not move. This position was not very friendly to her. She was forced to raise her neck and endure the man's rapid kisses. From the corner of her eye, she saw the driver in the front seat glance at the rearview mirror. Then, he silently looked away and raised the black partition very sensibly, completely isolating the back seat and leaving an absolutely private space. Xiu. The subordinates trained by 5th Master Lu thoroughly carried out the 8 words of "See no evil, hear no evil" and showed their professional nature. However, this made Xiu suffer. 5th Master Lu grabbed her and plundered her like a storm. He did not care where he was at all. Now that no one would disturb them, he was even more unscrupulous. Not long after, Xiu felt her lips go slightly numb. Her lung capacity really couldn't be compared to a grown man's. Soon, her eyes became dizzy. When it was finally over, her hands and feet were soft and she couldn't use any strength. When she was hugged into 5th Master Lu's arms, she was still in a daze. She could only lean into his embrace and gasp for breath. 5th Master Lu looked down at her for a long time and lowered his head again. This time, he did not torture Xiu's lips and tongue. He only gently kissed her temples, eyebrows, and other places. With one hand, he brushed away Xiu's messy hair that had just been scattered because of her struggle. His movements were much gentler than before. To be honest, this feeling was quite novel for Xiu. This kiss did not contain possessiveness or conquest. It was more like silent comfort. Xiu lazily half-closed her eyes in this gentle breeze and drizzle. After a long time, she slowly calmed down her overly rapid heartbeat. Her hands and feet were still weak, so she simply stopped thinking about struggling. Instead, she lazily nestled in 5th Master Lu's arms and fell into a daze. Smelling the light sandalwood fragrance in the air, a trace of tiredness gradually surged. Her biological clock was set very punctually. 5th Master Lu took her out to the Buddhist temple in the middle of the night. It was already midnight, and she could not help but feel sleepy. 5th Master Lu pinched Xiu's chin and kissed almost every part of her face. Only then did he peck the corner of her mouth reluctantly, straighten up again, and let her go. However, when 5th Master Lu was not doing these improper things, he returned to his cold and distant appearance. He looked abnormally upright. Compared to Xiu, his face was not red, his hair and clothes were not messy, and he had a reserved appearance. Although he let go of Xiu's lips, he started to play with her cold fingers again. Xiyu was too lazy to say anything to him, so she let him be, lest he find an excuse to kiss her again. No matter how big the advantage had been taken, this time wouldn't make a difference. Fifth Master Lu looked at her sleepy appearance and hugged her even tighter. Just now, Xiyu had asked him what the red lawn star meant. Although he had been in the Buddhist temple for many years, he did not believe in fate. However, the moment Xiyu asked, he felt that this explanation was quite reasonable. But to be precise, it was not that the red lawn star was moving, but that he was moved. He had thought about it for so many days, and in the end, he understood the moment he saw Xiyu. He did not just want to tie her to his side. Moreover, speaking of which, he had lost his parents when he was young, and his home had been empty for many years. He had waited long enough for a mistress. Xiyu leaned on Fifth Master Lu's chest. Just as she was about to fall asleep in a daze, she suddenly heard Fifth Master Lu whisper her name in her ear, Xiyu. Her sleepiness was dispelled a little, and her eyes widened slightly. After knowing each other for so long, Fifth Master Lu had basically never called her seriously. Unexpectedly hearing her name from this person's mouth, Xiyu was a little uncomfortable for a moment. She subconsciously replied. What's the matter? Fifth Master Lu stroked her hair and paused for a few seconds before slowly saying, after my senior brother finds a way to solve the conflict, when you come back to Xianxia Temple with me, let's visit my parents together. He still said this sentence in a tone like he was talking about the weather, as if there was no big deal. It was too calm. But it was also possible that he had thought about it carefully for a long time before revealing his inner thoughts in front of Xiyu. That was why it was so natural. This time, Xiyu's sleepiness completely disappeared. What did you say? She was a little suspicious that she was hearing things. She suddenly raised her head and stared suspiciously into Fifth Master Lu's eyes, as if she couldn't believe it. She carefully asked again, you just said, you want me to accompany you to visit your parents next time? Fifth Master Lu nodded slightly, indicating that Xiyu did not hear wrongly. Xiyu's eyes went blank for a moment. She wondered if Fifth Master Lu did not understand what it meant to meet parents in an ordinary family. This was not impossible. After all, this person had a surly temperament. When he was young, he lived in a Buddhist temple. When he grew up, he had been busy seizing power. There was no one close to him, and his emotional experience was also blank. It was normal that he did not understand the customs of the people. What the hell? Xiyu had some understanding of Fifth Master Lu. Since this person could say it out loud, how could it be on a whim? But this was too fast. Although Xiyu now tacitly agreed that others treated the two of them as a couple and did not reject Fifth Master Lu's intimate actions, they had to take it step by step. Their relationship was still at the point where it was about to be revealed. How did it jump to the step of meeting parents in a single step? Lu Yuanhe, you are in such a hurry. Xiyu bit her lip and squeezed out these words after a long while. Fifth Master Lu seemed very strange and asked in return, why do you say that? Did he really not understand or was he pretending not to understand? Xiyu helplessly covered her face and said in a muffled voice, it's too fast. It's a little hard for me to accept. A faint doubt appeared in Fifth Master Lu's eyes. He would not reflect on what was fast. For Fifth Master Lu, taking Xiyu to see his parents who had passed away early was completely taking a person under his wings and treating her as half of his body. Ever since he confirmed his feelings for Xiyu, he did not hesitate at all. Therefore, what he wanted to give Xiyu was also the most thorough acknowledgement. In Fifth Master Lu's concept, there was only the difference between zero and everything. There was no such thing as half. Since he had confirmed his future partner, he naturally had to give everything he had. Xiyu did not know what he was thinking, but she could faintly feel his seriousness. Thus, she choked and could not find the words to refuse. In the end, she took the initiative to bury herself in the man's arms and said dejectedly, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Only then did Fifth Master Lu curve his lips and lean over to kiss her eyes. Xianxia was a very responsible and good assistant. She remembered her artist's biological clock and woke up on time at 6 in the morning. After washing up, she prepared to go downstairs to the buffet restaurant to bring breakfast for Xiyu. However, as soon as she stepped out of the room, she bumped into Siyu, who looked like she was in a daze. "Sis, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Xianxia was shocked when she saw Siyu's obvious panda eyes. Siyu glanced at Xianxia faintly and sighed, "It's nothing. I'm just not used to the bed." "Xianxia?" Siyu had been staying in this hotel for more than a week. Wasn't it too late to say that she was not used to the bed? This time, Xianxia stopped ordering breakfast. She hurriedly asked the hotel staff for an ice pack and brought it back to put it on Siyu's eyes. She said a little worriedly, "I'm not sure if the makeup can completely cover it. Luckily, we're not filming a movie and there aren't many close-ups. We can only use foundation to cover it up. I hope it won't affect it." Siyu sat quietly on the sofa and let Xianxia do whatever she wanted. She didn't know if it was because she didn't sleep enough or something else, but Xianxia felt that she was in a daze. After a moment of silence, Siyu suddenly asked, Are you in a relationship?" Xianxia was a little surprised. Siyu rarely asked about her personal life, but she still answered, "I'm in a relationship right now. He's an old classmate." "Why?" Siyu hesitated for a moment before she continued asking, "Generally speaking, if your boyfriend asks to meet your parents, is there any way to turn him down without hurting him and with a high success rate?" Xianxia. Her hand trembled and she almost threw the ice pack at Siyu's face. She quickly put it away and stammered, Boyfriend?" Siyu pursed her lips and looked a little embarrassed, but she still nodded gently, "Yes, boyfriend." Xianxia took a minute to confirm that those 3 words weren't a secret code. Then, her voice suddenly doubled, "Sister Siyu, when did you? Who is that person? Is he in the entertainment industry? Do I know him?" At the same time, she was shocked. When did Siyu start dating? It was fine if she didn't know about it, but wasn't it too fast? She was going to meet his parents now? Siyu only replied with 3 words and refused to say more, "You've met him." Xianxia immediately used all her brain cells and tried hard to recall. After sifting through the list, she asked uncertainly, "Is it Brother G?" Siyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking?" "Lin is my brother, literally my biological brother." Xianxia's mind was in a mess. She didn't have time to think about what shocking news Siyu had revealed. Her mind was still stuck on the fact that her artist was dating. She said with a straight face, "If you don't want to meet him, you can use your parents as an excuse. You can say that your family is still testing him. When he passes, it won't be too late for the 2 families to meet." Xianxia didn't have any experience, but many of her friends were already married. She consulted and came up with a compromise. Siyu's expression didn't change, but her tone was indifferent. "I don't have parents at home. A mother like the Duan Roland naturally didn't count." Thinking about it this way, Siyu was in the same situation as 5th Master Lu, but she was luckier and had a brother who was always considerate of her. Xianxia knew that she had said something wrong, so she racked her brain to think of another way. Siyu smiled, "Forget it. I was just casually asking, but it's best to keep this a secret for now." Xianxia nodded. Of course. Siyu was very Buddhist and the company didn't restrict her, but she was still a star. She couldn't just go public with her relationship. Although Xianxia wanted to know who Siyu's partner was, she suppressed her desire to find out. Curiosity killed the cat these days. Xianxia had been very distressed recently. She had inadvertently discovered her artist's biggest secret, and because Siyu had said that Xianxia had seen her boyfriend before, every time she saw a male, she would feel that he was very suspicious. She would always secretly look at him and wonder if he was compatible with Siyu. Xianxia's first suspect was actually Ji Lin. After all, Siyu and he had a very good relationship. However, this option had been rejected by Siyu herself. Xianxia could only cast her suspicious gaze on the second candidate, the actor who was currently in the same crew as Siyu and was acting as the male lead, movie king Wen Yuan. With this observation, Xianxia was able to see quite a few clues. "You are acting a little too hard in this part. You don't have to be so tense. Relax a little. The script this time is a little light comedy. You can try this acting method." Wen Yuan was teaching Siyu how to act step by step. "The temperature suddenly dropped last night. I borrowed the hotel's kitchen to make mutton soup and added some longan and wolfberry. It's perfect for dispelling the cold. I'll ask my assistant to bring a cup of it to you later. Wen Yuan had privately given Siyu special treatment. I know you are not in good health and shouldn't be too tired, so I discussed with Director Yin to change your night scene. If conditions permit, try to use post-production lighting to make up for it. This way, you can have more time to rest at the end of the day. Wen Yuan had personally negotiated with the director to make Siyu less tired. Watching the entire filming process, Xianxia felt that there was a problem. If movie king Wen Yuan was Sister Siyu's boyfriend, then it would make sense. If he wasn't, based on his level of concern, it was obvious that he was interested in her. Xianxia wasn't the only one who thought so. Mu Yan, who came to the set from time to discuss the script, also noticed it. He even gossiped with Xianxia in private, are they really a couple? Although Xianxia felt that the possibility was very high, he still didn't speak carelessly. With a cautious attitude, he said, I'm not sure about this either. Sister Siyu didn't tell me and I didn't dare to ask. Mu Yan chewed on the melon seeds and asked curiously, even you don't know? But as artists, don't they have to report their relationships to the company? Xianxia shook his head. Other artists do have such requirements, but for Sister Siyu, she seems to be quite free. The company has never restricted her. There were a few times when Boss Lu personally asked me about Sister Siyu's situation and told me to take good care of her. Maybe he values her a lot. Mu Yan nodded in understanding. It seemed that this was another person with a strong background. After she finished gossiping, she shared the news online with her popular author, Coily, shocking gossip. Let me tell you, but don't spread it. I heard that Zhou Siyu and Wen Yuan might be a couple. Siyu's assistant personally told me this. The authenticity of this rumor is as high as 80%. After returning to the hotel after filming, Siyu was speechless when she saw this message on her phone. She and Wen Yuan were a couple? Why didn't she know about this? This rumor had even spread to the person himself. That was too outrageous. When Siyu found out that the source of this rumor was actually her assistant, Xianxia, she was speechless. She rubbed her temples and replied, it's fake. Mu Yan said. How could it be fake? I saw it with my own eyes. The two of them do have a special relationship. They send food and teach each other. Speaking of this, Siyu also had a headache. It wasn't that she hadn't rejected Wen Yuan's advances. Whenever Wen Yuan sent her food, she would send it back the same way and tactfully express that it wasn't convenient for her to accept it. Even when Wen Yuan wanted to teach her how to act, Siyu insisted that she would only agree if there were other people present. She resolutely rejected all private invitations, but she still couldn't completely put an end to it. Although Wen Yuan was a gentle person, he was stubborn in his bones. If you politely rejected him once, he wouldn't personally send food again. However, he would ask someone to pass it to you. Moreover, the frequency of him discussing acting had greatly increased. He did it openly and even pulled the director to encourage this behavior. It made Siyu seem too pretentious if she continued to reject him. Everyone was filming in the same crew. Siyu couldn't possibly make their relationship strained, right? If she did that, it wouldn't just be a matter between the two of them. If the male and female lead didn't get along, it would easily implicate the entire crew and make the atmosphere very awkward. Siyu originally wanted to resolve this privately. Naturally, she didn't want everyone to know about it. In this stalemate, they finished filming half of the plot. Siyu wasn't particularly tired physically, but she was mentally exhausted. She said to Mu Yan, believe me. I have a little friendship with that Siyu. She told me that this news is fake. Mu Yan first wondered when Coily had a friendship with Zhou Siyu. Then, he immediately asked, did she tell you who her boyfriend is? Siyu was silent for a few seconds and said, no. But it definitely has nothing to do with Wen Yuan. Don't talk nonsense anymore. If someone hears it, they will start making groundless accusations again. Mu Yan couldn't help but feel itchy. He repeatedly promised that he would never spread the news. After the two of them finished chatting, she came back to her senses. She touched her chin and muttered, even best actor Wen doesn't like her. Zhou Siyu's boyfriend must be awesome. After dealing with the editor who was full of curiosity, Siyu had just picked up her paintbrush when her phone rang again. She glanced at the caller ID. Fifth Master Lu's address on her phone had evolved from Crazy Devil to Family Devil. She sighed. Forget it. She had just sent one away, and now she had to deal with an even more difficult jealous person. If she couldn't appease this person, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Siyu put on her clothes, said goodbye to Xinyu, and pushed the door open. These days, Xinyu had gotten used to her not coming home at night every few days. Although he was very curious about who had asked Siyu out, Xinyu strictly adhered to his duties as an assistant and suppressed his curiosity. He didn't ask and pretended that he didn't know. Anyway, all this time, no media had ever taken photos of Siyu going out at night. Xinyu also turned a blind eye. On the way downstairs, Siyu happened to bump into Chu Xuanyan, who was returning to his room. Her scenes would end in a few days. Recently, she hardly stayed on set. Instead, she went out to play and only returned to the hotel at night. When the two met, Chu Xuanyan revealed a knowing smile. When he saw that there was no one around, he whispered, "Sister Siyu, Fifth Master didn't last 3 days this time. I told you that he couldn't bear to be away from you for too long." It should be said that Chu Xuanyan was the first person to know that the two of them were together. After all, he boasted that he was a matchmaker. After that, Chu Xuanyan had an additional hobby, making bets. What did he bet on? He bet on how many days Fifth Master Lu could bear not having Siyu by his side. After all, Fifth Master was the person in charge of the Lu family. He had all kinds of things to do. Most of the time, he couldn't stay in Xianxia for long periods of time. He had to go to other places. In the past, it was fine. It was normal for them to be apart for 10 days to half a month. But now, he couldn't. It seemed that he couldn't accept that Siyu wasn't in his sight. Therefore, he would quickly finish his work in 1 or 2 days and fly back immediately. The last time Chu Xuanyan bet was within 3 days. As expected, he won again. Siyu glanced at her and sighed. "Don't make fun of me." There were still some annoying things. Chu Xuanyan tacitly waved his hand. "You guys have fun." "Siyu." She walked slowly to the lobby. Sure enough, the people brought by Fifth Master had cleared the place in advance. The paparazzi who had been lying in ambush outside the hotel all day and night were gone. It was quiet. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she was dragged into the car. The heater in the car was turned on. The warmth, along with the familiar scent of sandalwood, swept up and covered her slightly cold lips. Siyu was stained with her own scent from head to toe. The driver didn't look sideways. He had already raised the partition between the front and back seats. After about 10 minutes, Siyu struggled out from under Fifth Master Lu's hand, panting. She tilted her head and coughed. But fortunately, with the help of Fifth Master Lu, she wasn't coughing up blood as badly as before. "That Wen Yuan is still courting you?" Fifth Master Lu grabbed the rabbit that wanted to crawl away from his arms. He pulled her back by the rabbit's ears and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" When Siyu heard this, she knew that something was wrong. Fifth Master Lu was good at making things out of nothing. Now that the facts seemed to be there, she didn't know what bad ideas he had. She quickly denied it. "It's just a normal interaction between colleagues. I definitely didn't get along with him alone in private." "Really, Xinyu can testify." Fifth Master Lu raised his eyebrows. Of course, he knew this. The people he planted around Siyu weren't just for show. However, if he wanted to bully his little girl, he had to find a reason. Otherwise, he would be accused of bullying others later. Therefore, Fifth Master Lu learned what it meant to shut one's eyes and stop one's ears. He pressed down on Siyu, not allowing her to refuse, and blocked her explanation. Siyu had a bad premonition. Wait. I can't do it on my neck. I don't have high-collared clothes." Her words of resistance were forcibly suppressed. Siyu rolled her eyes in her heart. She knew it would turn out like this. The car drove steadily until it stopped. Fifth Master Lu finally let her go. Siyu lay down for a while with her limbs weak. Only then did she get up with difficulty. Looking out of the car window, she exclaimed in surprise. They had actually returned to her house. Why did you come to my house? Siyu asked curiously. Under normal circumstances, Fifth Master Lu would let Siyu go around Xianxia in circles. When he was satisfied, he would send Siyu back to the hotel. Today, for some reason, he suddenly changed the itinerary. Fifth Master Lu led her out of the car and walked upstairs. He explained calmly, Jilin, your younger brother just came back from out of town today. I thought that you two haven't seen each other for a long time, so I helped you ask him out. Siyu was stunned for a long time before she uttered a single syllable. Huh? She stared at Fifth Master Lu suspiciously. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. When did Fifth Master become so kind? Could it be that he wanted to declare his sovereignty over Jilin? That was too childish. Sister, can you say that again? Jilin widened his eyes and looked at his sister sitting opposite him in disbelief. Then, his gaze moved down and landed on Siyu and a certain someone's intertwined hands. His eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Siyu followed Jilin's gaze and realized that Fifth Master Lu had been holding her hand since they went upstairs. Siyu still felt a little embarrassed when her brother saw this. Her face heated up and she wanted to break free. Unexpectedly, the man next to her didn't care about other people's gazes at all. Instead, he held her hand even tighter. Siyu. Don't provoke him at a time like this. Sure enough, Jilin's face was faintly distorted when he saw this. Siyu estimated that if sight could materialize, Fifth Master Lu's hand would definitely be shot countless times. For young Master Ji, it was like a bolt from the blue. His sister suddenly told him that she had a boyfriend, and her boyfriend was a member of the Lu family who looked extremely difficult to deal with. Young Master Ji wanted to pull his hair and yell. Didn't he already chase this man away with his wit and eloquence? Why did he come back and catch him off guard? Today, Siyu invited him to her house for a gathering. Jilin was originally very happy. After all, he had been filming in another city and hadn't seen his sister for a long time. So, as soon as he got off the plane, he rushed here excitedly without even putting his luggage away. Unexpectedly, after waiting for a long time, when he opened the door, he saw Siyu and Fifth Master Lu standing at the door hand in hand. His sister's lips were even rippling with a sweet and shy smile that he had never seen before. With a snap, young Master Ji's fragile glass heart was shattered. He had taken precautions and thought that he had eliminated the possibility of Siyu being abducted from the source. Who would have thought that the world would change in the 2 months he was away on a business trip? Jilin took a deep breath and told himself that he had to be calm and collected. He was already a mature and steady adult. He couldn't just jump up and oppose like a little kid. If he did that, his sister would be put in a difficult position. He had to be reasonable and stand on the side of justice. Jilin finally finished his psychological preparation and forced a smile at Fifth Master Lu. He pretended to be very enthusiastic and asked, "This matter is a little sudden. I haven't heard my sister mention you before. When did you two meet?" Siyu looked on from the side and suddenly felt that Jilin's smile was a little scary. She couldn't help but shudder. Fifth Master Lu was calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. He said casually, "It's not early, but at that time, you hadn't become her younger brother yet. It's normal that you don't know." He curled his lips in a perfunctory manner. The curve of his smile was exactly the same as Jilin's, which made people feel flustered. So what if they met early? Even if he didn't dare to acknowledge Siyu for various reasons at that time, in terms of blood, they were still biological siblings. Jilin gritted his teeth and continued, "Mr. Lu, it doesn't matter what I say. As long as my sister is happy, it's fine. But your family might not agree, right? As far as I know, the Lu family in Rongqing has strict rules. My sister has never been exposed to these things since she was young. If she feels uncomfortable, wouldn't that be harming her?" Jilin calmed down and immediately changed the topic. He didn't dwell on when Fifth Master Lu and Siyu hooked up. Instead, he used Fifth Master's identity to attack. In fact, until now, Jilin knew very little about Fifth Master Lu. He only heard from Siyu that he was a member of the Lu family and had a very high status. but as for how high, Lin didn't have a clear idea. Therefore, he took it for granted that Fifth Master Lu would be suppressed by the family. In any case, wasn't this the case in the circle of aristocratic families? With this thought, Lin was even more determined not to give Siyu to this person. Siyu was stunned. After realizing what Lin meant, she glanced at Fifth Master Lu a little awkwardly. Coincidentally, he also looked over with a bright smile in his eyes. Siyu blushed. This silly child. It was already good enough that Fifth Master didn't make things difficult for the Lu family. How could they have the guts to transfer over to threaten him? Siyu whispered, Lin, you don't have to worry about this. Lin disagreed. Sister, this is a very important issue. It concerns a lifetime. Fifth Master brazenly pulled Siyu into his arms in front of Lin and said calmly, you don't have to worry. No one in the Lu family can make decisions for me. He paused for a few seconds and casually added, except for your sister. Everyone can say good things. I don't believe it. Wait. Lin was just about to refute Fifth Master's words when he thought carefully. These words clearly treated Siyu as a member of the Lu family. Bah, his sister wasn't even married yet. How shameless. He almost fell for it. As expected, he was an old fox. Lin secretly rejoiced. He slammed the sofa under him loudly and said with a straight face, watch your words. When did my sister become a member of the Lu family? Hearing Lin's fearless tone, Siyu couldn't help laughing in her heart. This child was really fierce. If other members of the Lu family saw him, they would probably kneel down before him. Of course, Lin's threat was like a gust of air to Fifth Master Lu. He didn't take it to heart at all. The reason he brought Siyu over was purely to take care of Siyu and to inform her only family. As for whether Lin agreed or not, this wasn't within the scope of his consideration from the beginning. Since you've already informed her, let's go. Fifth Master Lu pulled Siyu up and smiled perfunctorily at Lin. Next time, if you still want to find a reason to object, remember to put in some effort in advance. Don't just look for useless reasons. Lin had just put on an imposing look with a tense face, but Fifth Master Lu's indifferent words made him break down. After all, he was still young and not very shrewd. How could he be a match for someone like Fifth Master Lu, who had been in power for many years? He immediately appeared flustered and could only stare helplessly. F***ck, F***ck, this is too arrogant. Sister, are you sure you want to accept such a man? Lin desperately hinted at Siyu with his eyes. Siyu wanted to comfort her injured brother, but on the other side, Fifth Master Lu held her tightly and refused to let her go. The two men stood on both sides and looked at her at the same time. Siyu. She didn't know how to answer this question of death. Boyfriend or brother? Siyu hesitated for a moment and decisively chose the more dangerous option. After all, if Fifth Master Lu fought with her, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to rest for 4 or 5 days. She would still have to suffer. Siyu silently apologized to Lin and signaled for him to contact her later. Before she could say more, she was forcefully pulled out and returned to the car. Lin, who was left behind, held out his hand. Sister. Sister, you're really leaving? This was not the script he had imagined. On the other side, on the way back to the hotel, Fifth Master Lu played with Siyu's fingers and asked casually, your brother seems to know nothing about me. Didn't you mention me to him? Or do you think this matter can't be exposed, so you don't want to mention it? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that cold sweat broke out on Siyu's back. She wiped away the tears in her heart and said bitterly, it's my fault. I'll go back and tell him about your glorious deeds. Fifth Master Lu raised his eyebrows and asked, just me? Siyu choked and said helplessly, it's us. We'll be fine, right? Tell him everything from the beginning to the end. Is that okay? Didn't. You just want to show off in front of Lin? If I don't fulfill your wish, won't you be able to get better? Hearing this, Fifth Master Lu felt satisfied. He smiled slightly and leaned over to kiss her. The filming cycle of Style Guide was much longer than that of the movie. Siyu stayed on set for 2 months. When director Yan waved his hand and approved the rest of the cast and crew, Siyu realized that the Chinese New Year was coming. Previously, director Liang's Lethal Beauty had fought for a good schedule and was released during the holidays. When Xiyu came out of her crazy filming state, director Liang called her to congratulate her. He said that the box office of the first week had completely exceeded expectations and that there was a possibility of it continuing to rise. After that, he praised Xiyu as a mascot and said that many fans came to watch because of her. Out of curiosity, Xiyu asked Xianxia to take back her Weibo account that had been idle for a long time and asked her about the comments on the movie online. Xianxia managed Xiyu's Weibo for her and immediately said, "The public opinion is very good. Sister Xiyu, look, after the release of Lethal Beauty, your Weibo fans suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands. Your private inbox is almost bursting. I think you can take advantage of this wave of popularity and take on a few variety shows." Xianxia was still tirelessly promoting Xiyu. Xiyu actually had thoughts of retiring from the entertainment industry. Compared to acting, she felt that she was more suitable for painting quietly. However, if she said it now, Xianxia would probably go crazy, so she thought about it and said, "I can take on one, but it's better not to be the gaming type. It's more relaxing." It was rare for Xiyu to take the initiative to ask for a job, so Xianxia hurriedly nodded. Xiyu logged on to Weibo and casually clicked on a few comments. She found that there were all kinds of comments. Some fans cried and complained that Xianxia died too miserably and asked for behind-the-scenes scenes. Some fans broke down and said that they stood with the wrong couple from the beginning to the end of the movie. Some fans were not satisfied with the ending of the movie and wanted to create their own food. Xiyu also found a few doujinshi pictures of Xianxia and the new emperor. Even Han Tian, who played the female lead, did not mind the situation. He took the initiative to like some of the pictures that were drawn well and joked, "Why didn't anyone make a joke of me kicking the new emperor and having Miss Xianxia alone?" The fans all said that this was a good idea. Han Tian saw this and added fuel to the fire, "If the koi fish who has been hiding for another 500 years is willing to draw a picture of me, I will do a live broadcast next week and read a love poem to Xiyu, who plays Xianxia, to express my love." When Xiyu saw this, she sighed. Someone took the initiative to ask for trouble, so how could she not help them? She silently picked up the paintbrush and quickly drew a picture according to this idea. She posted it on Weibo and specially Han Tian, "Here's the microphone, please. Smile, smile, hearing your voice," was a talk show type variety show in the country. The program's director had been very worried recently. Reality shows were popular nowadays. The audience liked to see celebrities rolling around in the mud. The more they disregarded their image, the more people would watch. Because their show did not engage in such flashy games, it was showing signs of decline recently. The higher-ups had issued instructions for them to select some popular celebrities to come over and save the ratings. The director also wanted to do so, but the problem was that for a second-tier show like theirs, celebrities with high traffic would not come if they felt that they did not have enough exposure. They also could not invite the big shots. What should they do? The program's new intern assistant, Xiao Lu, was a trendy young lady. She was usually very good at using Weibo. She was a hardcore fan of Ji Lin. A few days ago, she went to watch her idol's new movie, Lethal Beauty, and became a fan of the actress who played Xianxia, Zhou Xiyu. Xiao Lu had heard of her before. After all, there were quite a number of people in Ji Lin's fan group who called themselves Sesame Yellow Girls. Every time Ji Lin and Xiyu were in the same frame, they would post pictures and scream in the group. Xiao Lu was originally very disdainful of their behavior. After all, she was a fan of Ji Lin, not a fan of the couple. Therefore, she could not understand why these people were so crazy. However, after watching Lethal Beauty, Xiao Lu suddenly understood the fans that she used to look down on. After all, the interaction between these two people was really super warm and super loving. Xiao Lu found Xiyu's Weibo with a heart full of worries. She also followed Han Tian, who played the female lead. Not long after, she saw Han Tian say that if Koi dared to draw her, she would confess to Zhou Xiyu live on the next show. The most amazing thing was that on the night Han Tian said so, the artist named Koi really posted the drawing. As a result, people from all walks of life gathered under Han Tian's Weibo and tagged her to keep her promise. When little Lu saw this, wasn't this a ready-made explosive point for the show? Hence, she immediately went to look for the director and strongly recommended it to him. Han Tian isn't an A-list female celebrity, but Lethal Beauty has a huge box office hit. She also has a lot of attention. Furthermore, many people are looking forward to her next variety show. I feel that if we invite her, we won't have to worry about the topic of discussion. After hearing Xiaolu's reason, the director asked, "Then why didn't you invite Zhou Siyu as well?" Xiaolu thought to herself that she wanted to as well, but didn't they say that the production team's budget was not enough? Furthermore, Zhou Siyu was currently very popular. Many variety shows wanted to invite her to appear on their shows, but they were all rejected. Would she take a liking to them? But of course, he couldn't tell her the truth. Xiaolu tactfully said, "I don't think there's much hope." The director made the final decision. "Don't worry about that. Let's give it a try first." Without a choice, Xiaolu could only try calling Siyu's assistant. In the end, he received a piece of delightful news. Xiyu had actually agreed and said that she was willing to come. Furthermore, this was not the end. Ji Lin heard about this from somewhere and took the initiative to extend an olive branch to the production team, indicating that he could appear on the show with Xiyu. What kind of surprise was this? That was Ji Lin, a popular superstar. He actually took the initiative to say that he wanted to appear on their small show. Xiaolu was overjoyed. When he told the director, he also had a look of disbelief on his face. After confirming that this was not a joke several times, his eyes widened and he muttered, "We've hit the jackpot." The heavens wanted their show to become popular. In order to seize this rare opportunity, the director slammed the table and decided to change this episode to an online and offline broadcast. After the trailer was released, many netizens came over after hearing the news. Han Tian is going on the show. Can the promised confession be far away? Warmly congratulating my brother Ji and big sister for being in the same frame again. I haven't seen the siblings appear together in a long time. I miss them QAQ, because big sister is filming and brother Ji also has work. Both of them must be very busy. Recently, big sister has been in seclusion to cultivate. She rarely even takes selfies. I can only look at the beautiful photos from the past. Also, I found a pattern. Brother G's Weibo updates are related to big sisters. By the way, speaking of brother G, what was the meaning of his Weibo post a few days ago about who is the most annoying relative in the world? Could it be that he was angered by his naughty relative? That's very likely. Sigh, I didn't expect that a person of brother G's status would have such troubles. I feel much better after being forced to marry by my relatives every day. Xiaolu leaned in front of the computer and excitedly watched the number of views of the show's trailer increase. Although netizens didn't pay much attention to the show itself and were all discussing the celebrities, Xiaolu didn't care. This proved that they had hired the right person. When the time came, these fans would all be converted into ratings. Hearing Your Voice became popular before it was broadcast. The entire program team was solemnly waiting for it. On the day of the recording, they even specially sent a group of people to pick it up at the airport. It was very grand. Xiaolu had been a fan of Ji Lin for many years, but this was the first time she had been in close contact with her idol. Although she was an employee, it was also convenient. She could ask Ji Lin for an autograph in private. While the program team was still adjusting the lights and cameras, she sneaked backstage and found Ji Lin's dressing room. Before she entered, she heard Ji Lin complaining through the door. "Big sister, I don't think he's reliable, but anyway, I don't think he's suitable. Do you want to reconsider?" Who was he talking to? Xiaolu's curiosity was ignited. She stopped at the door and hesitated whether she should knock at this time. She heard a slightly helpless female voice coming from the room. "You've already said this more than 10 times. Ji Lin muttered, "No matter how many times I say it, big sister won't listen." That female voice said again, "Why are the two of you the same? It's fine if he's childish, but Lin, why are you learning from him?" Ji Lin raised his voice. "No, big sister, he's obviously deliberately targeting me and showing off to me." Xiaolu suddenly remembered where she had heard this female voice before. Wasn't this Zhou Siyu? She didn't expect that the two of them also called each other brother and sister in private. Indeed, the rumors online weren't groundless. Just as she was thinking this, the door to the dressing room opened from the inside. Siyu and Ji Lin looked at Xiao Lu, who was standing outside in a daze, and were both stunned. Xiao Lu quickly put away the anti-smile that she had unconsciously revealed. She hesitantly handed the notebook over, indicating that she wanted the two of them to sign it. Ji Lin had always been very easy to talk to. He signed his name without hesitation. On the other hand, Siyu paused when signing it. She thought that it was fortunate that she reacted quickly and almost signed Kui's pen name. On the way to the live broadcast room, the group bumped into Han Tian again. When Han Tian saw Siyu, his expression instantly became very strange. He looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. Siyu held back her laughter. As the main culprit, she naturally knew why Han Tian had such an expression. After all, she was the one who had posted that picture for fun. This meant that Han Tian was going to keep his promise and confess to her by reading a love poem. Ji Lin stood next to Siyu, hugging his arms and snorting softly. He knew that Han Tian would confess as soon as he went on the show. That was why he had coaxed and pestered Siyu to come along. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good. He didn't even have the chance to say something like this to his sister in public. Young Master Ji Lin was so jealous that his face was almost twisted. He looked at Han Tian with disdain. Before the show officially started, Han Tian held Siyu's hand and shook it solemnly a few times. His expression was miserable. "This is the first confession of my life, and I'm going to give it to you. You must keep it well. Siyu. Sister, you're too immersed in your role." Sure enough, after the host started beating around the bush, he quickly asked about this matter. Tian, I heard that you made a bet with the netizens a few days ago. How did it go?" Han Tian was very cooperative and immediately showed a sad expression. "Don't mention it. I lost miserably. I thought that victory was in my hands, but who knew that the slap in the face would come so quickly, just like a tornado." The host laughed loudly. "So, you've already prepared a love poem?" "Forget about the love poem. It feels weird between good sisters." Han Tian glanced at Siyu and saw that she was holding back her laughter. She had no intention of saving this situation at all. He couldn't help but pull a long face and sigh. "I'm innocent. I hope that my future boyfriend won't misunderstand. I'm really not the kind of person who covets my sisters." As he spoke, Han Tian even put his palms together and prayed. It looked like he was sincerely expressing his loyalty to his non-existent boyfriend. The host teased him a few times and asked him who his ideal type was. Han Tian answered one by one. Siyu, who was sitting at the side, heard the word boyfriend. And suddenly froze. Oh no, she was too engrossed in watching the show and suddenly forgot that she wasn't single. She even let Han Tian confess on a live broadcast. If someone saw it, her future would be ruined. However, at this point, it was too late to regret. Under the urging of the host, Han Tian moved in front of Siyu. With a red face, he cleared his throat and said, "I like you the most." Siyu. Oh no, oh no. Ji Lin. Calm down, calm down. You're his biological brother. You have to have the demeanor of a family member. You can't just let anyone be jealous of you. Siyu felt that her face might have already turned pale, but the host didn't mind watching the show and continued to say, No, this sentence doesn't count. It's not sincere enough. Tian, can you repeat it? Siyu was about to kneel down to this person. Spare her. If this show was broadcast, she would be in trouble. Han Tian didn't know what Siyu was screaming in her heart. Anyway, it was a show, and for the show's effect, celebrities often needed to cooperate. She didn't care and raised the microphone and shouted at Siyu, "I love you." The little girl's crisp voice echoed in the studio, and the online live broadcast room instantly exploded. Rows of 6666 and orange breath floated across the bullet screen. The fans were all saying that this wave was worth it. Kui's painting could be exchanged for a female celebrity's confession on the spot. Some people even specially ran to Kui's Weibo and begged her to draw their own cute couple pictures, saying that they wanted to suck in the air and make their wishes come true. At this moment, Siyu had already quickly listed in her mind the way Fifth Master Lu would get angry and a series of follow-up countermeasures. At this time, the host kicked up a fuss again. Speaking of which, this confession seems to have been facilitated by a painter named Koi. Do you two want to post on Weibo together and at her to thank her for pulling the strings? Han Tian didn't mind the host's request. After all, he had already confessed on a live broadcast, so tagging her on Weibo wasn't a big deal. However, Siyu's expression changed slightly. She actually wanted to refuse, but Han Tian had already taken out his phone. The camera also aimed at her phone screen and zoomed in on the screen behind her so that the audience could see more clearly. Han Tian skillfully opened Weibo and tagged Koi. She had a difficult time editing, so she simply raised her head and asked, "What do you want me to write?" Of course, she was asking the audience who were watching the live broadcast. Hearing this question, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room became even more lively. There were all kinds of suggestions. Han Tian glanced at the tablet held by the staff and said cheerfully, "Then write one. I hope that she will harm other seniors. She can't always let me suffer losses. Everyone should enjoy the good fortune together." The audience could tell that Han Tian was joking, so they all laughed. A few fans actually took it seriously and actually said the name of their idol, as if they were eager for Koi to harm them too. Ji Lin, as the only person who was not involved in this matter, sat quietly at the side. At this moment, he was almost unable to hide the gloating in his eyes. This koi fish, in the past, had focused on drawing negative news about him, causing his reputation to be damaged. From a cold and aloof superstar to a comedian, Ji Lin secretly followed him. Every time he saw Koi Fish post a new picture, his fans would laugh heartily. There was no need to mention how stifled it was. Now, Koi Fish was finally going to extend his evil claws to someone else. He wouldn't be the only one to suffer. Young Master Ji felt a surge of joy from the bottom of his heart. Although this wasn't something worth celebrating, he still turned his head slightly to see you sitting next to him and whispered, "Sister, this Koi is quite famous. I heard from Xiaoai that she often draws pictures of me, haha." Because Siyu Chao's persona was a Koi fan, Ji Lin naturally did not dare to tell her, "Sis, the artist you like often draws my dark history. I hate her to death." Therefore, he tactfully said that he had heard it from his assistant. Siyu glanced at him. If Ji Lin hadn't added that he at the end, she would have thought that he liked her a lot. But now, he couldn't hide his fox tail anymore. Siyu was also upset. She had been hiding her identity well. She had never appeared in such a situation before. She didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. But on the other side, Han Tian had already finished editing and posted it. She turned her head and winked at Siyu. She smiled and said, "It's your turn. Siyu, hurry up. Anyway, your pinned Weibo post is still there. What are you afraid of?" Ever since Siyu had recommended her own manga to her, Han Tian had become a fan. She thought that Siyu had the same hobby as her, so she often discussed the plot of the manga with Siyu in private. Faced with Han Tian's urging, Siyu forced a smile and took out her phone. Her Weibo account was logged into Koi's account all year round. As for the celebrity account, it had always been managed by Xinyu. After all, they couldn't casually post anything. Their posts were basically advertisements and selfies. Therefore, Siyu didn't care about it. She didn't even have a celebrity account on her phone. Seeing that the camera was about to turn to her, Siyu hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Wait a minute. I'm logged into a side account now. Let me change my account first." Most celebrities had side accounts in private. This wasn't a rare thing. The host smiled understandingly. The cameraman also stopped and waited for Siyu to finish. The audience in the live broadcast room became excited. They all shouted that they wanted the camera to move closer so that they could see Siyu's phone screen clearly. They were also very curious. Siyu was too cold on Weibo. She didn't talk much. Everyone wanted to know where to start. Now that they suddenly heard that she had a side account, they were very curious. However, the cameraman was standing a little far away. Although the camera captured a corner of the phone screen, it was very blurry and almost couldn't be seen clearly. Old people have good eyesight. This distance is still beyond my limit. Goodbye. Cameraman, why can't you stand closer? If you're 20 centimeters away, I can barely see it clearly. It's so blurry that it's like a mosaic. Give up. Miss doesn't want others to know about her site account. I tried to use the software that I usually work with to zoom in. The image is still very blurry. However, I've watched it more than 10 times. Although it was just a flash, I'm sure CU's site account name should be 8 words. If I'm not seeing things, there should be a little yellow V at the back. 6666, I worship the big boss. I can't believe you were able to find so many clues from small clues. CU's site account has a little yellow V. Could it be an internet celebrity account? There are so many accounts with 8 words. I can't think of anyone that looks like Miss at the moment. It's fine if you don't say anything. It feels so bad to know half of it and still not be able to guess. CU had never dreamt that the sharp-eyed audience would be able to dig out so much information in the short period of time that she had switched accounts. Although the most important account name was not exposed, it was extremely bad that there were so many clues left behind. However, although the netizens didn't see it clearly, Ji Lin, who was sitting next to CU, couldn't help but inadvertently glance over at CU's side. From this angle, he could clearly see the phone screen. When he saw that strangely familiar Weibo name, Ji Lin's entire body immediately froze. The host even asked from the side, "Brother Ji, I heard that you and CU have a very good relationship in private. The fans all say that you two are siblings. Do you know CU's site account?" Ji Lin didn't answer. The host waited for a while and asked again curiously. Only then did Ji Lin seem to wake up. I don't know. He stuttered as his eyes flickered. He quickly lowered his head as if he wanted to hide something, but his eyes couldn't help but glance over at CU next to him. His eyes flashed with conflict, disappointment, regret, and all sorts of other emotions. It was extremely complicated. CU didn't realize that her brother was secretly looking at her. She had already logged into her celebrity account and edited a Weibo post to Koi and posted it. Seeing this, the host smiled and moved on to the next topic. In any case, that short segment just now had already pushed the tipping rate to a small peak, so it was already profitable. However, in the next segment, the host suddenly realized that Ji Lin didn't seem to be paying attention. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't feeling well or something else, but he was always distracted. Sometimes, a question had to be asked 3 times before he came back to his senses and answered. The host felt more and more puzzled. No matter what, Ji Lin was a very experienced celebrity. Why did he drop the ball at a time like this? That shouldn't be the case. Although it was strange, even if Ji Lin wasn't in a good state, the show still had to continue. This wasn't a recorded show, so they could pause and make adjustments at any time. Therefore, the host still followed the script. At this moment, it was Ji Lin's turn to ask a question. He said, "Brother Ji, everyone knows that you don't post on Weibo often. A lot of fans are curious. A few days ago, you posted on Weibo asking who the most annoying relative in the world was. Is there a story behind it?" This joke was even provided by Little Lou. In any case, the production team wanted to please the audience, so they naturally had to ask questions that interested the fans. Sure enough, the livestream started again. The host was very satisfied with this response. He paused for a moment before asking, then, "Brother Ji, do you have a standard answer in mind? Do you have a most annoying relative?" Ji Lin was probably still in a daze and wasn't very clear-headed. When he heard this question, he didn't think carefully about how to phrase it and just said, "Brother-in-law." The host? CU, who was standing at the side. Brother Ji really knows how to joke. The host wiped his non-existent cold sweat. He thought that Ji Lin would give an answer. What the hell was a brother-in-law? Everyone knew that Ji Lin had once said that he was the only son in the family. How could he have an older sister? Without an older sister, how could he have a brother-in-law? Just as the host was thinking about this in confusion, his gaze inadvertently landed on CU, who had a confused look on her face. He suddenly froze. It seemed like Ji Lin had also once said that he had an older sister. And this older sister, wasn't she Zhou Xiyu? The host stood rooted to the ground for a few seconds. Fortunately, he was a good person. His gaze drifted and he pretended that nothing had happened. He laughed and joked about his own experiences and interesting stories about his relatives. However, he really couldn't stop the cold sweat from dripping down his back. Oh my God, did the popular superstar Ji Lin reveal some incredible information on their show? Although it wasn't about himself and was about someone else. Zhou Xiyu was also a popular person on Weibo. Did he realize that he had said something wrong? Or could it be that they had colluded to inadvertently reveal the truth on the show and test the fans' tongues? This segment was completely different from the script that was given. Many guesses flashed through the host's mind. As he tried to smooth things over, he couldn't help but peek at Xiyu's reaction. However, he saw that Xiyu was completely stunned. Because of her poor health, her complexion was slightly worse than the others. Now, her small face was pale, and her almond-shaped eyes were filled with helplessness after being caught off guard. The host glanced at Ji Lin, who was standing next to her and didn't even realize what he had said. He couldn't bear to look at him directly. Because those two people were considered useless, only Han Tian and the host were left on the stage, trying to maintain the situation. She quietly reached out from below and pinched Xiyu's palm, signaling for her to come back to her senses. Although Han Tian was also shocked by Ji Lin's inadvertent words, now wasn't the time to be in a daze. What if the audience didn't react in time? However, that was impossible. This season's audience was so outstanding that even Xiyu's alternate account could stubbornly find some clues. Ji Lin's words were so obvious and straightforward, how could they not understand the deeper meaning behind them? So, of course, the live broadcast room exploded. The popularity of Hearing Your Voice was already very high before it started airing. In addition, Ji Lin was invited to host this episode. Just as fans alone were enough to fill up the broadcast room, not to mention the onlookers who came to watch the show after receiving the news. Originally, everyone was laughing and joking as they watched the show. Until the host asked which relative Ji Lin hated the most, the atmosphere in the broadcast room was still harmonious and friendly. However, when Ji Lin said his answer, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the entire broadcast room fell into a strange silence for a few seconds. What happened next was no different from detonating a bomb and throwing it into a pool. It immediately blew up a few meters high. After a moment of silence, the livestream went into an uproar. Dense comments flooded the screen, almost covering the faces of the people in the program. Because there were too many people speaking at the same time, the server crashed for a while. When it was finally repaired, the emotions of the audience finally stabilized a little, and they could discuss normally and intensely. "Known, you've said many times that you're the only child, and he's only publicly said that he sees Zhou Xiyu as his sister. Then, may I ask, whose brother-in-law is the brother-in-law that you're talking about? I need to calm down. I was drinking juice just now and I spat it on the computer screen. Now I am on a tablet. No, I am still a little confused. Does Brother G know what he said? I guess he doesn't know. Didn't you guys notice that Brother G was in a daze during the second half of the show? He said yes no matter what the host asked. I guess he was caught off guard and suddenly told the truth. Not only that, but Brother G still hasn't come back to his senses. Li Tao, so the current situation is that Sister G is already in a relationship, and Brother G knows who her boyfriend is and hates him very much. Is that right? Brother in front, I understand your excitement, but it is so tiring to watch without punctuation. Yes, the truth is probably like that. Also, did you see the subtle disdain in Brother G's eyes when he talked about his brother-in-law? It seems like their relationship is not good. Siyu's face lit up. I think the way she looks at Brother G is very complicated. Maybe she is making a difficult choice between killing Brother G or killing Brother G. Speaking of which, little Missy hid it really well. She didn't have any scandals before. Of course, that blunder of a confession doesn't count. It's a little unexpected that she has a boyfriend. Didn't we discuss this beforehand? This sesame yellow cult girl's real name cry. I've gotten a fake couple. Hoo, I don't care if I accept it or not. The blue sky above our heads can't be fake, sob sob sob. As a fan of Missy's looks and girlfriend, I tell myself to live on with a smile. Jilin's unintentional revelation caused the ratings of the show to soar. In the end, it was linked to Weibo, and the topic of Siyu's relationship rose steadily on the charts. Very soon, it was on the hot search list. Xianxia, who was still waiting backstage for the show to finish recording, unintentionally opened Weibo and found that speculations about his artist's relationship were flying everywhere. Because Jilin had clearly said the word brother-in-law, the netizens immediately excluded him. Instead, they repeatedly filtered out the celebrities who had worked with Siyu before. All of them said it in a methodical manner, and it was quite plausible. Xianxia was immediately dumbfounded when he saw these things. What's going on? Could it be that Sister Siyu went on the show today to announce their relationship? Why didn't they discuss this with me in advance? What should I do now? What should I write on Weibo? And seriously speaking, I still don't know who Siyu's boyfriend is. While Xianxia was at a loss, the discussion online was in full swing. The fans went one round and found that everyone was suspicious. It was really difficult to determine who Jilin's brother-in-law was. As they chatted, they almost started fighting. However, a fan's conclusion was unanimously agreed by many netizens. No matter how you look at it, Brother G is a true treasure boy. The host of the show was as dumbfounded as the netizens who were watching the live broadcast. He even felt that his mental fortitude was excellent for being able to persevere and finish his work. A show like this that focused on interviews had a script, so when he encountered Jilin and Siyu, the host couldn't help but be a little unprepared. This was too sudden. Even if they were determined to announce their relationship, they should have at least given Xianxia a heads up. At this moment, the host's brain circuit perfectly overlapped with Xianxu's. After the show ended, the director leaned over and whispered, "We made a big profit this time." The rating soared to #1 on the internet and even crushed other popular shows in the same time slot. The topic of discussion on Weibo is also very high. This time, we invited the right person. Xiao Lu, I'll remember this merit for you. The director was overjoyed at the great success of the show. He waved his hand and increased Xiao Lu's bonus. However, Xiao Lu was already in a daze and didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, she lowered her head and muttered, "Siyu is no longer single." The director said, "That's right. I didn't expect this girl to already have a boyfriend. It was even revealed on our show. This show is destined to be a hit." Xiao Lu walked away in disappointment. She suddenly remembered that when she went to the dressing room to ask Jilin for an autograph, she seemed to have overheard the two of them discussing something. At that time, she didn't think much of it. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Lu felt that something was wrong. No wonder Jilin kept persuading Siyu to consider other people at that time. It turned out that he was dissatisfied with his brother-in-law and wanted his sister to change boyfriends. While the people outside were discussing this matter intensely, the dressing room was unusually quiet. Han Tian nestled in her chair and looked at Siyu, who had a heavy expression on her face and was tired of dealing with Xianxu's interrogation. Then, she looked at Jilin, who was staring blankly at the ceiling. If it wasn't inappropriate, she really wanted to grab a handful of sunflower seeds and eat them while watching the show. Han Tian and Siyu had a good relationship in private. The two of them were good friends, so she didn't have so many scruples at this time. Since she was curious, she directly asked the person in question, "Siyu, what Brother G said was true, right? When did you have a boyfriend? Why did you hide it so tightly? If Brother G didn't expose himself, how long did you plan to hide it from me?" When Xianxia heard this, she also asked nervously, "Sister Siyu, the number of people who hit you on Weibo asking if this matter is true is already exploding. Do we need to make an official statement? If we continue to let them guess, I'm afraid we'll offend other male celebrities." The netizens' imagination had always been excellent. Since they began to suspect, they would search high and low for evidence. All the men who had worked with Siyu were pulled out for inspection, including the movie king Wen Yuan. Xianxia had never seen such a big scene. The more she watched, the more frightened she became. She was afraid of offending people. "Siyu." She glanced at the culprit and saw that Jilin's soul was still floating outside. She couldn't help but sigh. This way of self-explosion was too novel. There was no time to prepare at all. Siyu was very tired, but since it was her biological brother, she couldn't blame him. Moreover, she was more worried about how to deal with a certain 3-year-old who would be unhappy once things got out of control. Facing Han Tiantian's eager eyes, Siyu thought about it. Since it was already like this, there was no need to hide it anymore. So, she nodded and said, I do have a boyfriend. Although he already knew the result, hearing Siyu admit it with his own ears still felt different. Han Tiantian gasped and said, wow. After sighing, Han Tiantian hurriedly gave his belated blessings and asked carefully, is he someone in the entertainment industry? Siyu shook her head. Han Tiantian was slightly relieved and said, it's better if he isn't. Otherwise, just dealing with the fans will give you a headache. Siyu glanced at her and didn't say anything. She thought that this outsider was even more difficult to deal with. Han Tiantian wanted to ask more details, but Siyu's phone suddenly vibrated. She picked it up and glanced at the screen. Her expression slightly froze, and then she hurriedly prepared to leave. She even told Xianxia, don't worry about Weibo first. Let me think about what to say. I'll inform you tomorrow. Hey, Sister Siyu, wait a minute. Is it really okay to leave it alone? Xianxia jogged after her, shouting as she ran. After the two of them left, the dressing room returned to silence. Han Tiantian looked at Ji Lin, who didn't even react when Siyu ran away. He reached out and poked him, asking, Brother Ji, why aren't you saying anything? Are you still repenting? It's okay. Siyu didn't blame you, right? At this moment, Ji Lin's gaze became a little more focused. He slumped in his chair and smiled sadly. No, I wasn't thinking about that. To be precise, seeing his sister's alternate account on Weibo was more shocking than him letting it slip. Another 500 years of Koi, this was the Weibo name of the popular manga author Koi Li. At the same time, she was also the creator of Ji Lin's self-proclaimed countless dark histories. Ji Lin had specially opened an alternate account to follow her. Every time she posted a picture related to him, he would personally comment on it using his alternate account. He even mixed in with the readers group. However, when he found out that Koi Li was very likely his sister, Ji Lin first couldn't believe it. Then, he suffered a huge blow and panicked. What should he do? What should he do? His side account's anti-fan comments were still clearly hanging on the hot comments section, and he had long become a famous fan who was anti-fan in the reader group. It was too late to tell him that Koi Li was his sister. What if Siyu found out that he had done such a stupid thing? Would she blame him? Ji Lin covered his face in despair. Now that he thought about it, how could those pictures related to him be his dark history? This was clearly his sister's deep love for him. On the other side, Siyu, who was constantly on Ji Lin's mind, was carried into the car after she walked out. She was encircled in an embrace and unable to move. Fifth Master Lu pressed his forehead against hers. Their breaths intertwined as he whispered, no one can guess who your boyfriend is. I'm very, very unhappy. As Fifth Master Lu said that he was unhappy, he pressed down on Siyu and rubbed her. There was even a hint of joy on his face, but there was no sign of unhappiness at all. Siyu had long expected that Fifth Master Lu would make a big fuss about this matter, so she obediently stayed still and let this person kiss her endlessly. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, so she gently pushed him and said, stop fooling around, I'm talking business with you. Fifth Master Lu looked down at her and felt that this little rabbit had indeed become a lot bolder. However, he was slightly satisfied just now, so he was very easy to talk to. He stroked Siyu's long hair and motioned for her to continue. Siyu frowned and said, Alin accidentally said something wrong on the show. Xianxia told me that the internet has exploded. People keep asking me what's going on. I don't even know what to say. Speaking up to this point, she looked at Fifth Master Lu's expression and promptly added, of course, I'm not saying this doesn't mean that I don't want to make it public. I just think it's very troublesome. When the time comes, there will definitely be an official press conference and I'll be asked about it whenever I meet people. Besides, it's not suitable for you to make it public like this, right? Siyu plunged into Fifth Master Lu's arms and bumped her forehead against his chest gloomily. She grabbed his clothes and let out a long sigh. Although the Lu family was powerful, they had always kept a low profile, and Fifth Master Lu was like a shadow in the dark. Very few people knew about him. Xiu could barely be considered a part of the entertainment industry now. She knew that once a celebrity announced their relationship, it would attract a lot of attention, both overt and covert. She really couldn't imagine what would happen if a person like Fifth Master Lu was exposed to the spotlight. It wasn't that she was worried about him, but Xiu felt a little awkward. She didn't want her boyfriend to attract so much attention for no reason. However, Xiu was too embarrassed to say these kinds of thoughts, so she could only beat around the bush and say, being a celebrity is too troublesome. There are always people watching. Why don't we wait a bit? Fifth Master Lu pinched her chin and made her look up at him. He asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, wait a bit? How long do you want to wait? In fact, Xiu had already decided to announce her retirement from the entertainment industry after filming this movie. Anyway, she didn't rely on this industry to make a living. She could go back and draw her comics. Her life would be very comfortable and she wouldn't have to be watched all day long. You're waiting for me to retire? Xiu blinked and said tentatively. Immediately, she found that Fifth Master Lu raised his eyebrows and pulled the corners of his mouth into a straight line. This was his behavior when he was not in a good mood. After getting along with him for so long, Xiu could roughly figure out his temper, so she quickly changed the topic. Her desire to live was very strong. That's impossible. With Fifth Master Lu's experience, how could he not see that Xiu didn't mean what she said? Of course, he knew that Xiu was inclined to hide it. If Ji Lin hadn't accidentally exposed it today, forcing Xiu to face it head-on, Fifth Master Lu guessed that she might be an ostrich to the end. She would only admit it after leaving the entertainment industry. If it was in the past, Fifth Master Lu wouldn't have specially asked her. After listening to Xiu, he just said lightly, forget it. You don't have to force yourself. Just do as you want. I don't care. Fifth Master Lu really didn't care. To be able to do what he didn't care about the false reputation recognized by the outside world. Moreover, Xiu had already come to the Lu family. Although she didn't know, she was recognized as the madam of the Lu family. No matter how others looked at her, whether they recognized her or not, it didn't matter to Fifth Master Lu. He just saw that Xiu Gan was anxious, so he wanted to tease her on a whim. Xiu was stunned. While estimating the credibility of Fifth Master Lu's words, she couldn't help but be surprised. Really? You don't mind if I don't expose you? Fifth Master Lu smiled. He released the hand that was holding Xiu's chin. His fingertips circled around the smooth and soft side of her face and landed on the back of her neck. Finally, he gently pinched the back of her neck. It was as if he had bitten the weakest point of a herbivore. There was a hint of hidden danger in the gentleness. He whispered, as long as you don't let others guess, especially if they guess wrong. I don't mind. See you. Sure enough, he was still very unhappy that the netizens made wild guesses and pulled a bunch of male celebrities to analyze the possibilities. All of them said things in a methodical manner. Xiu wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep that night. When Ji Lin returned home, he was still in a daze. He slammed himself into the mattress. After a while, he suddenly jumped up, found his tablet, and logged into his alternate account. He ran his alternate account much more carefully than a celebrity's main account. There were two main purposes. First, he was obsessed with Xiu's sister every day with her fans. By now, he had successfully become a big fan. Second, he silently waited under Koi's Weibo and watched the screen. Whenever Koi posted a picture of him, he would immediately grab the trending comments. He was a very persistent anti-fan in the eyes of readers because he persistently asked Koi to draw a better image of him. In short, his fighting power was also very strong. Ji Lin scrolled through his previous comments on Koi's Weibo. He saw that he kept saying that Koi didn't understand him and didn't love him, so she couldn't draw him well. It was as if he was banging his head against a wall. What on earth did he say? If he deleted the comments now, it would make it more conspicuous. The only thing Ji Lin was glad about was that his sister didn't know that this anti-fan who often attacked people below was his alternate account. Ji Lin hurriedly reposted a bunch of good comments. Although he knew it was useless, he had at least tried. If his sister asked about it in the future, he could say that he had realized his mistake and turned back. Lin's abnormal behavior of reposting good comments on Weibo quickly attracted the attention of other readers. His alternate account was very famous in the readers group. Soon, someone in the group mentioned him and asked, "Oh my god. Bro, what happened to you today? You're actually reposting good comments on Koi? Could it be that your account was hacked?" Lin. He was wronged. Lin comforted himself by replying, "No, it's me. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, I'm the #1 fan. Thank you. Don't fight with me for this." The other readers? You were clearly complaining yesterday that Koi didn't draw out Lin's handsomeness and sexiness. What's wrong with you now? Lin didn't say anything else. He continued to like and leave good comments. He secretly saved all the pictures that he had previously disdained and changed his profile picture and phone screensaver to Koi's picture. Only then did he feel a little better. Who said that Koi's picture wasn't good? He had previously thought that Koi's picture was a little too realistic. It was so realistic that it didn't match his cold and aloof image in front of the public. Now that he thought about it, wasn't this reasonable? Koi was his sister. How could she not be familiar with her younger brother? After changing to a new high-powered filter, Lin was very satisfied with Koi's picture no matter how he looked at it. He had actually been hesitant about whether he should tell Siyu that he knew about her alternate account. But on second thought, Siyu probably had her reasons for keeping it a secret. If he suddenly exposed it, his sister would definitely be anxious, right? Young Master Lin thought that he was a responsible man. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything that would embarrass his sister, so he decided to continue to pretend that nothing had happened. However, a second after he made up his mind, his assistant, Xiaoai, called. Xiaoai had something to deal with, so she didn't accompany him to the recording site today. So, it was a long time before she found out about the popularity of the show. The reason was that Lin had exposed Siyu's boyfriend while he was absent-minded. Xiaoai's voice sounded very frantic. Brother G. What are you doing? Did you discuss it with Siyu in private? Did she agree to let you expose her? Did you ask her how to deal with it? Oh my god. My phone is about to explode from all the calls. Those people can't find Siyu, so they're all calling me. Lin felt like he had forgotten something. His smile gradually froze. When his brain started working again, he finally remembered what he had said on the show. He was completely stunned. His hands trembled slightly, and he thought in a daze, a good brother who tried my best to prevent my sister from being taken by a pig, actually took the initiative to send my sister into the arms of a pig? What have I done? Young Master G wished that he could turn back time, but there was no other way. What was done could not be undone. Now, everyone on Weibo knew that Siyu was in a relationship. Even if he wanted to clarify, no one would believe him. Lin wanted to cry but had no tears. He sat with his eyes wide open until dawn. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The special care settings on Weibo had a notification. He picked it up and saw that Siyu had posted on Weibo without warning. This Weibo post was very simple. The attached picture was a hand-drawn map of a cat eating a fish. Lin recognized at a glance that it was the style of a koi fish. Then, there was a short paragraph of text, "Siyu fish, thank you for your concern." Although I was a little caught off guard, Lin was right on the show yesterday. My braised fish was indeed taken home by a stray cat. In addition, although this stray cat does not use Weibo, she is very jealous. Please don't disturb the other seniors anymore. It really has nothing to do with them. Otherwise, if they find out later, my fish will die. Siyu specifically asked for leave from the crew because she had to film Hear Your Voice. Before she left, she didn't expect such a drastic change in just one day. After thinking about it all night, Siyu finally posted that Weibo. She could already predict what kind of storm she would face, but when she returned to the crew, she found that the situation was worse than she thought. Siyu had been on the set of Fashion Strategy for 2 months, and they were familiar with each other. In addition, she had a soft personality and was easy to talk to, so many staff members had a good relationship with her. Therefore, when she returned, people immediately surrounded her and asked curiously, "Sister Siyu, are you really in a relationship?" Siyu had been asked this question countless times, so she calmly said, "Yes, I'm in a relationship. My partner is not in the industry, and he has nothing to do with the people the netizens have guessed. You guys don't know him either. We haven't been together for long, and we didn't discuss it publicly. It was just an accident. Is there anything else you want to ask?" The people who were eager to get first-hand information. "You've already said everything, so what else do they want to ask?" This kind of gossip doesn't give them a sense of accomplishment. The people who were originally trying to watch the fun dispersed. The person in question was so calm and cooperative that they were too embarrassed to dig deeper. Siyu left the scene under the regretful gazes of the crowd. Only then did she wipe her sweat. Fortunately, she was prepared, so she didn't have to be interrogated too much. Just as she thought this, she bumped into Wen Yuan, who was walking side by side with Director Yan. Siyu's footsteps paused, and she suddenly remembered that when the netizens were randomly analyzing, they had once regarded Wen Yuan as the #1 suspect. Therefore, when they met, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She stood there and greeted Wen Yuan in a low voice, but her eyes didn't look at Wen Yuan's face. Director Yan was careless and didn't smell anything wrong in the air. As soon as he saw Siyu, he happily asked, "Little Rain, I've been on the set for so long, but I didn't know you had a boyfriend. If they hadn't told me this morning, I would still be in the dark. Anyway, I'll congratulate you first. I hope I'll have a chance to give you the money when the time comes." Director Yan didn't use Weibo often, so he didn't know about the bloody storm last night. He only found out about it when he heard the other crew members chatting about it. Siyu laughed and said, "Director Yan, you're thinking so far ahead. You don't need the money." At this moment, Wen Yuan suddenly looked over. His voice was as gentle as ever, and there was nothing unusual about it. "Congratulations." He only said these two words, which sounded a little awkward in Siyu's ears. In fact, Siyu knew what Wen Yuan's previous actions meant, so she had been trying her best to avoid them. Now, although it was an accident that they had made their relationship public, to be honest, she was relieved. At least she could be more at ease when facing Wen Yuan. Therefore, Siyu smiled at him and said, "I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just didn't feel the need to say it before, and we just confirmed it not long ago, so I didn't want to be in such a hurry." Wen Yuan didn't know if he believed her explanation, so he asked, "When did this happen?" This question wasn't out of line. Even Director Yan looked at Siyu curiously. Siyu thought for a moment and replied, "Half a month ago." Director Yan said, "Half a month ago, you stayed on the set every day. You actually found a boyfriend in your spare time. We didn't know about it at all. You're really amazing." Wen Yuan fell silent. He thought further. Although Siyu said that they only confirmed their relationship half a month ago, Wen Yuan understood that the two of them had known each other for far longer than half a month. No wonder he often gave Siyu gifts after joining the set, but she always rejected them. It turned out that this was where she was troubled. Wen Yuan's gaze made Siyu feel a little uncomfortable. She laughed dryly and said that she still had something to do. She turned around and ran away, but when she walked far away, she could still feel that gaze nailed to her back, as if it was going to burn a big hole in her. When it was time for lunch, Chu Shuangyan ordered several servants at home to carry 5 big bags of various dishes that were packed from a 5-star hotel. She walked into the set with her head held high. She was still wearing her favorite princess dress, and her high heels clicked loudly. When she walked in, everyone could smell the aroma of food. They were already tired and hungry after working all morning, so when Chu Shuangyan descended from the sky, especially when she brought her own lunch, she was undoubtedly an angel in everyone's eyes. Many people gathered around her, desperately glancing at the lunch boxes in the servants' hands from the corners of their eyes. They said obsequiously, "Sister Chu, why are you free today?" Everyone thought that Chu Shuangyan's scenes had already been completed. Did she come back this time just to send Wen Yuan home? Of course, that was impossible. Or rather, it wasn't the only reason. Chu Shuangyan waved her hand and distributed all the packed food. She swept her gaze around and found Siyu sitting in the corner drinking tea. Only then did she become happy and said generously, "This is my treat. There's a joyous occasion today, so treat it as a celebration." Everyone followed her gaze and saw Siyu. They suddenly understood. Oh, it was indeed a joyous occasion. Siyu was discussing the follow-up public relations matters with Xinyu when she suddenly felt many eyes on her. She raised her head in confusion and saw Chu Shuangyan rushing over. "Sister Siyu," I rushed over as soon as I saw Weibo. "You and Wu." In her excitement, she almost spilled the beans. Fortunately, Siyu reacted in time. She covered her mouth and dragged her into the lounge. This prevented another tragedy similar to Ji Lin's. "Keep your voice down. Don't be as rash as Alin," Siyu reminded Chu Shuangyan. Chu Shuangyan hurriedly nodded and then moved a chair to sit across from her. She couldn't wait to say, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Actually, my family received the news a long time ago. I heard that the Liu family was the first to leak the news. However, they only spread it in secret because Wu Yi said that he had to wait for your approval before bringing the matter to light." Siyu instinctively asked, "Wait for my approval? What for?" Chu Shuangyan said matter-of-factly, "Wait for you to give Wu Yi a status." Siyu was speechless. Wasn't the order reversed? Seeing that Siyu didn't believe him, Chu Shuangyan was a little anxious. She patted her chest and said solemnly, "It's true. My mother said that the Liu family might have already prepared for the wedding. If you don't believe me, you can ask Wu Yi." Siyu thought to herself, "I'd be crazy to ask him. Who knows, he might just admit it and then tie me up and bring me to the wedding. Wu Yi would definitely do something like that." Chu Shuangyan didn't notice Siyu's subtle expression. Instead, she brought up another matter. "By the way, Sister Siyu, you'd better be careful during this period. I heard that Auntie Ji seems to be asking about you. She even came to our house and asked me to pass on a message for her. I didn't dare to agree, so I asked Brother Ji what to do. He seemed very angry when he heard and told me to mind my own business." Siyu was still smiling, but when she heard this, her smile faded. She asked coldly, "She came to you?" Chu Shuangyan looked at her expression and nodded carefully. "Yes. But don't worry. I didn't say anything to her." Chu Shuangyan was a little nervous as she spoke. Her family had a lot of sources of information, so she had vaguely heard about the complicated relationship between Siyu and the Ji family. It was precisely because she knew that the Duan Rolan was Siyu's biological mother, but the relationship between mother and daughter was worse than that of strangers. They were close to enemies. When the Duan Rolan came to her, she didn't even think about it. Although the Chu family had a good relationship with the Ji family in the past, and the Duan Rolan once saw Chu Shuangyan as his future daughter-in-law, after the Ji family offended 5th Master Liu, their situation could be said to be difficult. Chu Shuangyan also alienated the Duan Rolan under the orders of her family. She didn't expect that the Duan Rolan, who couldn't see Siyu, would have the idea of coming to Chu Shuangyan. Chu Shuangyan complained incessantly. God knew that she and Siyu weren't that close. Besides, if she really dared to help, wouldn't her father scold her to death? It was more convenient to look for Ji Lin than to look for her. Of course, the Duan Rolan also wanted to look for his son, but the problem was that Ji Lin didn't cooperate at all. He refused to talk about anything related to Siyu in front of his parents. When the Duan Rolan suggested that Siyu be acknowledged by the Ji family, he directly and clearly said that it was impossible. Furthermore, he moved out of the house overnight and cut off all contact. The Duan Rolan didn't expect that his son would be so disobedient. She was so angry that her liver hurt. However, it wasn't until now that she realized that her son, who she thought wouldn't be able to do anything if he left the Ji family, had long grown wings and was completely out of her control. She wanted to use her mother's identity to force Ji Lin, but he was bitterly disappointed and left without hesitation. Thus, the Duan Rolan didn't even have the power to threaten him. However, at this time, the news that Siyu and 5th Master Liu were already engaged came. When the Duan Rolan heard this, she was thunderstruck. She couldn't believe it at first, but after confirming that it was true, she regretted it. She couldn't help but wonder why she refused to acknowledge this daughter in the first place. If she had acknowledged Siyu earlier, then she would now be the mother-in-law of the Lu family. How prestigious would that be? Would she still need to look at other people's faces and suffer so much? But who would have thought that short-lived brat actually had such good fortune? After hearing the story from Chu Shuangyan, Siyu lowered her head and sneered. You don't have to pay attention to her. Let her make a fuss. I have nothing to do with the Duan Rolan. Chu Shuangyan cleverly kept her mouth shut. She could see from Siyu's disgusted eyes that Siyu really didn't have any feelings for the Duan Rolan. However, she remembered that before the relationship between Siyu and Fifth Master Lu was exposed, the Duan Rolan's attitude towards Siyu was very bad. It was no wonder that she wasn't liked. You don't have to be troubled. Doesn't the Duan Rolan just want to see me? Siyu narrowed her eyes to hide the coldness in them. Then I'll pay you a visit, with my boyfriend. During this period of time, the Duan Rolan had been having a hard time. First, it was her husband. Ji Wenhan had been treating her more and more coldly recently. Although they used to play on their own and their relationship wasn't that close, they could at least maintain mutual respect. Now, Ji Wenhan was directly putting his disgust for her on the table. The two of them lived under the same roof and saw each other frequently, but Ji Wenhan actually did not speak to her for more than 10 days. Ever since the Duan Rolan married into the family, she had lived a life of luxury. She had never been treated like this before. She suppressed her anger, but she did not dare to throw a tantrum at her husband. After all, she was smart. Now that Ji Wenhan obviously had a problem with her, what if the two of them quarreled and Ji Wenhan found an excuse to ask for a divorce? She had not had enough of being a rich wife. Next was her biological son, Ji Lin. Speaking of this son, the Duan Rolan felt a headache coming on. When she gave birth to this son, she had just married into the Ji family. When she became a rich wife for the first time, the Duan Rolan was crazy with joy. Her favorite thing to do every day was to go outside and show off. She did not have the time to care about her son, so she left Ji Lin in the care of the nanny. When Ji Lin grew up, he could not be close to her at all. If he could not be close to her, then so be it. In any case, Ji Lin was her own flesh and blood. How could he not be filial to her? The Duan Rolan comforted herself and let Ji Lin go outside to cause trouble. But who would have thought that in the end, this son of hers would side with an outsider? He would rather stand behind that wretched girl, Zhou Siyu, than speak up for his biological mother. The Duan Rolan really did not understand why. But she knew that because of one Zhou Siyu, she was really unlucky. Now that the Ji family had offended Fifth Master Lu, their days were getting worse and worse. Those noble madams who had been close to her before were all looking for excuses to distance themselves from her. Ji Wenhan's business was also hitting walls everywhere, adding a lot of obstacles for no reason. The Ji family, which had been at the peak of its power, was now showing signs of decline. The Duan Rolan thought about it for a long time. It was only when she heard about the special relationship between Fifth Master Lu and Siyu that she understood that the source of everything was the daughter she had abandoned. But it was too late to react now. She had been rude to Siyu in the past. How could she succeed so easily now? Sure enough, after the Duan Rolan went to test Chu Shuangyan and was flatly rejected, she returned home with a dark expression and saw her husband coming down the stairs. Ji Wenhan glanced at her. Seeing her unhappy expression, he knew that he had failed again and could not help but feel irritated. The Duan Rolan did not care about the company, but Ji Wenhan knew very well that if this stalemate continued, his company would sooner or later be destroyed by the Lu family and those competitors who were used to doing things according to the Lu family's wishes. It was all Duan Roland's fault for provoking such a disaster. Ji Wenhan looked down at his wife condescendingly and said in a cold voice, "Aren't you Zhou Siyu's mother? How come even your daughter doesn't listen to you? Isn't it because you didn't have a good relationship with her before? Trash." The more Ji Wenhan thought about it, the angrier he became. Do you know what her status is now? She is Fifth Master Lu's future wife. If she falls under the name of the Ji family. Trash. What else can you do other than go shopping and play mahjong? You can't even handle such a small matter. I must have been blind to marry you. These words also aroused Duan Rolan's anger. Today was different from the past. She was already extremely sullen from being looked down upon everywhere. Now that she saw her husband push all the blame onto her, she immediately threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa and screamed, "Ji Wenhan, what do you mean by this? When I said that I wanted to teach that wretched girl a lesson, did you persuade me? You clearly agreed. Now you're blaming me. Don't you have any responsibility?" She sneered and said sarcastically, "Who was it that said that the Ji family did not have such a lowly daughter and that they would never acknowledge her status after knowing that she came to our door? Wasn't it you?" Seeing that the atmosphere was about to explode and that the husband and wife were about to quarrel again, a voice came from outside the door. "Among the people surnamed Ji, I only recognize Alin. You don't have to be in a hurry to make connections." The Ji family's husband and wife were both shocked. They raised their heads in panic and saw Siyu holding Fifth Master Lu's arm, standing at the door and quietly watching them. The Ji family's steward nodded and bowed behind the two of them, constantly raising his head and wiping his cold sweat. Perhaps because he didn't dare to stop them, he could only watch as they walked in. Ji Wenhan's expression changed the moment he saw that one of them was Fifth Master Lu. He practically ran down the stairs in a hubbub, cursing the housekeeper in his heart for not notifying him that someone had come. He didn't know how much of his conversation with Duan Roland just now, but Fifth Master Lu had overheard. He put on a cordial and warm smile and glanced at Siyu and Fifth Master Lu's interlocked hands without leaving a trace. He cautiously said, "Fifth Master, we were just talking about you and you came. It seems we really are fated." Siyu. The Duan Roland subconsciously put away the hostility on her face. She froze in place for a few seconds before coming back to her senses. She hurried over and reached out to grab Siyu. "Why did you come? Why didn't you tell Mom in advance?" Before her hand touched Siyu, Fifth Master Lu looked over lightly. The coldness in his eyes seemed to be able to freeze blood. The Duan Roland's body stiffened and she reflexively withdrew her hand. This was such a terrifying aura. It was as if she dared to touch Siyu, he would immediately cut off her hand. Ji Wenhan watched from behind and could not help but curse the Duan Roland in his heart. Did this woman not think it was chaotic enough? Her relationship with Siyu had been so strained before, and now she was trying to curry favor with her. Normal people would not pay attention to her. He hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over and respectfully invited Siyu and her husband into the living room. He took out the best tea leaves and personally brewed a pot of tea to serve them. Then he looked at Siyu with a smile and said, "Alin often talks about you. Roland and I both like you very much. I even asked him a few days ago why he didn't bring you home for dinner. We're all family. There may have been some misunderstandings in the past, but it's all good now that they've been resolved." Ji Wenhan was doing his best to mend the terrible relationship between the Ji family and Siyu. Therefore, he kept saying nice things. One moment, he said how much the husband and wife missed their daughter, the next moment, he said how many gifts they had prepared and were just waiting for Siyu to come so that they could give them to her in person. In short, he was doing his best to please Siyu. For this reason, he did not even care about his face and humbly apologized to Siyu Dao. Roland was not very rational in the past and may have said something wrong, but she has always been thinking about you. She is very happy to see that you are doing well. Siyu, on account of the fact that Rulan is your biological mother, can you forgive her this once? Ji Wenhan spoke with sincerity. His expression was moved. Those who did not know the inside story would think that he and Siyu had a very deep relationship. As he spoke, Ji Wenhan glanced at the Duan Roland from the corner of his eyes, indicating that she should hurry up and speak. Before, Siyu could not be found even after praying to the gods and Buddha. Now that she had taken the initiative to come to their door, what was she waiting for? Hurry up and say something nice. In fact, when the Duan Roland had been looking for Siyu all over the place, she had been thinking countless times in her heart about how to sweet-talk Siyu when they met and coax her to get back together with her. After all, in the Duan Roland's eyes, Siyu was always an ignorant wild girl. A few words of coaxing would be enough. But for some reason, as soon as the words reached her mouth, the Duan Roland looked up and saw Fifth Master Lu's cold eyes. She stammered for a while before she forced out a sentence. "Siyu, you and Alin are both my children. You have a boyfriend. Why didn't you tell Mom?" As soon as she said this, Ji Wenhan secretly cursed. He wanted nothing more than to immediately scold her for being brainless. Sure enough, Siyu asked with a faint smile, "Do I need to report my matters to you?" She didn't know if it was because she had been with Fifth Master Lu for a long time, but the curve of her sneer looked very similar. It made the Duan Roland's hair stand on end. The Duan Roland opened her mouth and wanted to salvage the situation, but Siyu ignored her. Instead, she turned to look at Fifth Master Lu and said, "Yuan He and I came this time to tell you something." Fifth Master Lu threw a folder on the table and said indifferently, "Siyu's mother unfortunately passed away during childbirth. She was a child of a single-parent family and was raised by her father. Later, her father died in an accident and she lived with her grandparents. There is a birth certificate provided by the hospital and a DNA test report. Her mother passed away a long time ago and has nothing to do with you." This series of words made the Duan Roland a little confused. She opened the folder with trembling hands and flipped through the documents inside one by one. She found that all of them were genuine official certificates, proving that Siyu's mother was not her, but someone else. Nonsense. The huge shock drowned the Duan Roland. She didn't care that Fifth Master Lu was still in front of her. She pointed at Siyu and shouted in a panic, "I'm her biological mother." "You're making this up." Fifth Master Lu was calm and composed. Not only did he not deny it, he even curled his lips and nodded. "That's right, it's fake. But now, I said it's real, so this is the truth." He said it casually, but no one could doubt it. It might not be easy to completely change a person's birth, but for him or the Lu family, it was just a small matter. Even if the Duan Roland insisted on taking Siyu for a paternity test, no matter which hospital she went to, there would always be only one answer: Siyu's biological mother was not her. No one knew better than the Duan Roland what this meant. If she didn't have this layer of relationship, then she could no longer claim to be Siyu's elder, and it was impossible for her to be thick-skinned enough to get any benefits from Siyu. She couldn't even make a fuss because she had been stripped of her identity as a mother. She had no position at all. Ji Wenhan was also shocked. Even though he expected Fifth Master Lu's attitude to be bad, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless. This was no longer cutting the ground from under the cauldron, this was King cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. The Ji couple was so shocked that they couldn't speak. At this time, Siyu smiled slightly and said to the Duan Roland, "I told you long ago that I don't have a mother like you, but you didn't believe me. This time, I'll put the evidence in front of you. If I hear you call yourself my mother again, or do anything in this name, you know the consequences." The Duan Roland still had hope because he felt that he had a protective layer of his biological mother. Siyu might as well tear off this layer of skin to save herself the trouble. Although this would make it impossible for her and Ji Lin's sibling relationship to be openly announced, Ji Lin said that it didn't matter. He treated Siyu as his sister. Blood relations were secondary. As long as they both knew in their hearts, it was fine. In any case, the netizens thought that he was talking nonsense. So, let them continue to misunderstand. After saying that, Siyu quietly poked Fifth Master Lu under the table, indicating for him to continue. After all, he was her boyfriend. He should support her when she was acting pretentious. Fifth Master Lu raised his eyebrows. He didn't comment on his little girl's occasionally bold actions. In any case, he had plenty of time to slowly settle the score when they got back. Fifth Master Lu glanced at Siyu. A trace of indulgence flashed in his eyes, but when he turned to look at the Ji couple, it changed into indifference. "Since you're not Siyu's mother, you don't have the right to pardon her. Then, today, we'll properly settle the score for everything you've done to her." As she walked out of the Ji residence, Siyu could still hear the Duan Roland's cries behind her. Just now, after Fifth Master Lu had dealt with the Ji couple in a businesslike manner and almost caused the Ji family to suffer, the Duan Roland looked at Siyu as if the sky had collapsed. If it wasn't for Fifth Master Lu's cold gaze, Siyu was certain that the Duan Roland would have brought up her mother's identity. But even if she couldn't say it, the Duan Roland still had other methods. She brought up her own son, Ji Lin, and said that since Siyu and Ji Lin hit it off so well, they might as well recognize each other as god siblings. In the end, she still couldn't bear to throw away her identity as Siyu's mother. She had to shamelessly maintain it, even if she was just a godmother. If anything happened in the future, she could ask Siyu for help. When Siyu heard this, she laughed angrily. She was originally worried that the Duan Rolan was Ji Lin's mother after all. If she really ruthlessly beat up the Duan Rolan, Ji Lin wouldn't feel good. So, she thought of a compromise and unilaterally cut off all ties with the Duan Rolan. She didn't expect the Duan Rolan to be so difficult to deal with. She was quite timid, but she had a lot of crooked thoughts. If she hadn't dragged Ji Lin into this, Siyu would have stopped while she was ahead. Siyu had a gentle temperament and rarely got angry with others. After noticing the anger on her face, the air pressure around Fifth Master Lu instantly became gloomy. He slowly turned the Buddhist beads in his hand and a smile appeared on his lips. With just one sentence, he made Duan Rolan silent out of fear. Do you want to protect the Ji clan or your identity? Ji Wenhan's face immediately turned pale. He did not doubt the authenticity of Fifth Master Lu's words at all. He was almost scared to death. To be honest, the Ji family might have been a local tyrant in Jiang City, but compared to the Lu family, the difference was like heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. If the Lu family wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. How could he dare to play tricks with Fifth Master Lu? At the same time, Ji Wenhan's resentment towards his wife soared to the extreme. Sure enough, she couldn't do anything right. Was she blind and couldn't see Fifth Master Lu's attitude? She still dared to play tricks at a time like this. If not for the circumstances, Ji Wenhan really wanted to wash his hands of this matter and let the Duan Rolan die. Unfortunately, in the eyes of outsiders, they were husband and wife and were bound together. If the Duan Rolan was unlucky, he and the Ji family would not have an easy time. Therefore, no matter how much he cursed in his heart, Ji Wenhan had no choice but to swallow his pride and protect her. Thus, Ji Wenhan pushed Duan Rolan away. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat as he bowed and apologized. My apologies, my apologies. Fifth Lord, please don't listen to her nonsense. I already understand your and Miss Zhou's intentions. I guarantee that I will look after Rolan well in the future and absolutely won't let her cause any trouble for you. Fifth Lord, please don't take my words to heart. Ji Wenhan spoke for a long time, but Fifth Master Lu's expression remained indifferent. He lowered his eyes and twirled his prayer beads as if he hadn't heard a thing. Ji Wenhan saw this. Forget it, begging this master was useless. He immediately turned to Siyu and pleaded again. Miss Zhou, Roland's mind isn't clear. You're a magnanimous person, please don't lower yourself to her level. Seeing that Roland is Alin's mother, please forgive her this time. I promise you, she will never appear in front of you again in the future. Ji Wenhan was smart. He didn't dare to mention that the Duan Rolan was Siyu's birth mother. Instead, he mentioned Ji Lin in a roundabout way. After all, he knew very well that his son had a particularly good relationship with this Zhou Siyu. Ji Wenhan only hoped that his son would put in more effort this time. After persuading Siyu, Siyu would then persuade Fifth Master Lu. Yes, Ji Wenhan observed for a long time. On the surface, Fifth Master Lu appeared to be the one in charge, but in reality, Siyu was the hidden big boss behind the scenes. Didn't you see that Fifth Master listened to Siyu's words? Therefore, rather than pleading with this difficult big boss, it was better to please Siyu. Ji Wenhan thought anxiously. After all, Siyu was a girl. She should be more soft-hearted, right? Reality proved that he had made the right bet. As expected, Siyu had deep feelings for Ji Lin. After thinking for a while, she finally tugged at the corner of Fifth Master Lu's clothes. The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds. Fifth Master Lu's expression slowly softened as he said, "You decide." Hearing this, Ji Wenhan's eyes lit up. He stared at Siyu with a burning gaze. The pleading look in his eyes was about to fly out. Siyu glanced at the dumbstruck Duan Rolan who was hiding behind her husband. Suddenly, she felt a little bored. People like the Duan Rolan were the classic example of someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. When they had the upper hand, they were awe-inspiring and didn't care about others at all. When the situation was reversed, they immediately became terrified and didn't even dare to say a word. Siyu always felt that if she haggled over such a person, it would be especially degrading. She retracted her gaze and didn't care about the Duan Roland's movements anymore. She only blinked at Fifth Master Lu and silently clasped his hand tightly. She said softly, "That's it. I don't want to see her again." Fifth Master Lu didn't seem surprised by Siyu's choice. He gently stroked her long hair and called Lu Xingzhou to personally handle it. Then, without saying anything, he left with Siyu. Ji Wenhan stared at their backs anxiously. He wanted to ask, but he didn't dare to stop them. He was simply scratching his heart and lungs. The wait before this kind of torture was too torturous, but he really didn't have the courage to ask. The Duan Roland sat on the sofa in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, she came back to her senses and ran out the door crying and screaming. Ji Wenhan's scalp went numb. He quickly stopped her with the housekeeper and said fiercely, "Don't make a fuss. Did you hear me clearly just now? Don't provoke Zhou Siyu. If you cause trouble again, you can get out of here." Ji Wenhan already had the idea of a divorce in his heart, but he was afraid that he would shake off his wife too quickly and attract criticism, so he temporarily held back and didn't mention it. However, his attitude toward the Duan Roland was terrible. He directly ordered the housekeeper to bring him back to the room and lock him up. The Duan Roland couldn't break free, and a look of despair gradually appeared in his eyes. When Siyu left the Ji residence, she found Ji Lin standing at the door waiting for her. He leaned against the wall, lowered his head, and casually kicked the pebbles on the ground with his foot. He looked a little dejected. Siyu was stunned at first, then called out, "Lin?" Hearing his sister's call, Ji Lin raised his head and looked at the empty courtyard behind Siyu. He forced a listless smile and said softly, "Sis, are you done talking?" He knew that Siyu was going to have a showdown with the Ji couple today because Siyu had asked for his opinion in advance. After all, if they made up another fake mother to completely separate Siyu from the Duan Roland, it would inevitably cause the siblings to be unable to openly acknowledge each other. Siyu knew that Ji Lin was eager to go public, so she didn't hide it from Ji Lin. Instead, she told him her plan as it was. If Ji Lin didn't agree, then she would think of another way. Ji Lin agreed. It wasn't that he didn't regret it, but compared to the false reputation, Ji Lin wanted to see his sister's smiling face more. He didn't want to see her frown and depressed because of the Duan Roland. "It's done," Siyu answered calmly. Ji Lin secretly observed her and saw that she looked fine. He even faintly felt relieved. He immediately felt relieved. Siyu asked him, "Aren't you going in to see them?" Ji Lin was a little hesitant, but in the end, he shook his head firmly. "No, we quarreled every time we saw each other. I feel like there's nothing to talk about between my parents and me. Besides, I moved out a long time ago. Besides, I'm an adult now. They can't control me." Siyu was actually a little worried about whether this would negatively affect Ji Lin. Speaking of which, the most innocent person was him. He had such troublesome parents. Although he didn't have a choice in his birth, he still had to walk his own path in the future. Since Ji Lin had already made up his mind, Siyu didn't say anything more. "I'll go back after a while. Sis, I want to talk to you about something." Ji Lin glanced at the house again. In the end, he retracted his gaze. However, he didn't look at Siyu. Instead, he looked at Fifth Master Lu, his brother-in-law in name. That's right. In name, Ji Lin was the only one who still stubbornly refused to admit it. However, after seeing Fifth Master Lu quietly take care of everything for his sister, Ji Lin's attitude improved a little. Siyu naturally agreed. She even pulled her hand out of Fifth Master Lu's arm and pushed him, urging him to hurry up and get in the car. "Don't stand here and hinder the siblings from communicating. Then you can go back first." Fifth Master Lu. He had never experienced being chased away by others. It was a novel experience. However, his daughter still had to be indulged. Fifth Master Lu glanced at Ji Lin, who was gloating, and didn't say anything. He actually obediently turned around and got in the car. Ji Lin watched from the side and awkwardly admitted that this man treated his sister well. At least he was willing to listen to Siyu's commands. Siyu hadn't been alone with Ji Lin for a long time. Her free time these days was almost all occupied by Fifth Master Lu. Therefore, she happily took Ji Lin straight to the supermarket. The two of them bought a bunch of ingredients. Siyu rolled up her sleeves and personally cooked a table full of delicious dishes. Although Siyu's family still lived in the previous house and hadn't moved away, the community was filled with Fifth Master Lu's people inside and outside. This extremely controlling man had to get rid of all the factors that he thought were unstable, including, of course, the paparazzi everywhere. Therefore, the community could be said to be the safest place. After Jilin came in, he didn't even need to disguise himself. After all, no media could enter the community at all. In addition to the food, Siyu even found a bottle of wine. She was strictly forbidden to drink. After thinking for a moment, she thought that it might have been brought over by Fifth Master Lu. It seemed to be expensive, so she asked Jilin if he wanted to drink. Although Jilin was an adult, he was usually very self-disciplined and had never drunk alcohol. However, he wanted to save face and was unwilling to say that he didn't know how to drink in front of his sister. He stubbornly filled his glass and drank it in one gulp. After a minute, Siyu watched helplessly as he drank and smiled foolishly at her. His eyes were already misty. Sister, your drawings are the best. But why haven't you drawn me recently? Jilin put half of his face on the table and muttered in a daze. He didn't know what he was saying at all. Do you not love me anymore? You used to only draw me. Now, what han tian? What chu shuangyan? You'd rather draw fanfics for them than draw me. I still leave comments and likes on your Weibo every day. I'm also the leader of your fan group. Jilini spouted a bunch of nonsense. He poured out all the things that had been bottled up in his heart these past few days, but he didn't think about who was sitting in front of him and whether he should say these things. The target of Jilin's complaints, Siyu, who was scolded for falling in love with someone else, was already stunned. When Jilin woke up the next morning, he still had a headache from the hangover. He climbed out of bed, looked around, and recognized that he was in the guest room of Siyu's house. After he washed up, he followed the fragrance coming from the crack of the door and found his way to the kitchen. Siyu woke up early and was making breakfast. When she heard the noise behind her, she didn't turn around and only said, "The hangover soup is ready. Drink it first. You were so drunk last night that you couldn't drink it even when I opened your mouth. You must have a headache when you woke up, right?" In fact, Jilin's memory stopped at the moment when he drank all the wine. After that, he couldn't remember anything. When he heard Siyu say this, he thought that he had caused his sister a lot of trouble, although in a sense, this trouble wasn't small. Therefore, he didn't dare to bargain and immediately picked up the bowl of hangover soup and drank it in one gulp. Then, he served Siyu a bowl of porridge and said, "I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy. I washed my face with cold water just now, and I feel much better now. By the way, sis, I didn't do anything out of line yesterday, right?" He was a little nervous at the end. Siyu glanced at him. For some reason, Jilin felt that his sister's gaze was indescribably strange. His heart suddenly jumped to his throat. He thought that it couldn't be. Did he really go crazy after drinking? However, Siyu said, "Don't worry. You didn't go crazy. You just said a lot." He didn't go crazy. That's good. Jilin first breathed a sigh of relief. Then, when he heard Siyu's next sentence, he became nervous again. He didn't know what he would say when he was drunk, and no one had told him. Therefore, he was very worried that he would say something wrong. He quickly asked, "What did I say?" The two of them sat at the dining table. Siyu scooped a bowl of porridge for him and watched him drink it. Then, she said, "Did you pay attention to the koi fish?" The word koi was taboo for Jilin. His back stiffened and he broke out in a cold sweat. He smiled stiffly and said, "Sister, no, I just heard that you liked it, so I went to take a look occasionally. I didn't pay much attention to it." Why did elder sister suddenly mention koi? Jilin instantly raised his guard. He couldn't be blamed for his conditioned reflexes. It was really because the incident of Siyu exposing herself had a huge impact on him. Until now, Jilin had not completely recovered from the shock. As a result, when he heard the word koi, he felt that Siyu was hinting at something. Siyu asked casually, "I remember koi drew your doujinshi. Did you see it?" Lin felt that he could not swallow the porridge in his bowl. His gaze drifted slightly and he said, "No, no. Ha 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 ha, I don't usually use Weibo. Besides, there are so many people who draw pictures of me. I can't read all of them." He suddenly recalled how he felt when he first found out that his elder sister had secretly drawn pictures of him. He had to admit that it felt really good. "We're just eating and chatting. Why are you so nervous?" Siyu handed Lin a plate of salted vegetables and continued, "Then do you like Koi style?" Lin did not hesitate. "I like it." He definitely liked it. When he looked at Siyu's pictures, he used an 8x filter. Siyu asked, "Have you read her book, Sesame Stuffing and Custard Buns?" Lin nodded. "Yes, I've read it." Siyu said, "I heard that it was based on you. Don't you mind?" Lin shook his head again. I don't mind. Siyu smiled. "Even if the artist is me, you don't mind?" Lin reflexively continued to shake his head before she could finish. "I don't mind, I don't." He suddenly froze and slowly raised his head to stare at his elder sister, who was sitting across from him at the dining table. "Siyu." Lin. The two of them stared at each other for more than 10 seconds before Lin finally realized that he could not bear to look at them anymore. God, did he accidentally slip up again? Lin beat his chest and stamped his feet in his heart. He regretted it so much. How could he have fallen for Siyu's trap? It was such an obvious trap, but he had actually foolishly jumped into it? Wait a minute, that's not right. How did Siyu know that his identity had been exposed? Lin was very sure that he had not acted strangely before this. After all, to be honest, he did not want this matter to be exposed. If that happened, the fact that he had once been an anti-fan of Koi would also be exposed. He did not want Siyu to look at him strangely. "Sis." After a moment of silence, Lin spoke with difficulty. "When did you find out?" "Last night." In comparison, Siyu could be said to be calm and composed. She lowered her head to eat her porridge and said casually, "After you got drunk yesterday, you hugged me and cried for a long time. You said that I neglected you and that I did not draw you recently." Actually, Lin's original words were that the other little vixens were too scheming. They even wanted to snatch such an opportunity from him and were shameless. Lin was stunned. I actually said it myself last night." He had tossed and turned for many nights and did not know how to tell Siyu. In the end, he had decided to pretend that nothing had happened, but he had actually exposed himself. After a while, Lin suddenly felt that this scene was a little familiar. On second thought, didn't he accidentally expose Siyu's relationship in the same way? "Sis, I did not mean to hide it from you. In fact, I only found out recently. The last time you were on the show, you were asked to post on Weibo. Coincidentally, I was sitting next to you and accidentally glanced at your alternate account." Lin said aggrievedly, "It was just a glance. I did not expect Koi to be you. I can guarantee that I am definitely a die-hard fan of Koi. I am also the owner of the reader group." Lin was very glad. Fortunately, he had discussed with the readers in the group beforehand and asked them not to talk about his dark history. Even if Siyu asked now, they probably would not mention it. Right? As he thought about it, Lin was restless. He wished that he could immediately buy a loudspeaker and announce it 800 times a day in the group so that the readers would remember the rules of the group and not gossip about the owner of the group. Fortunately, Siyu did not ask about the owner of the group. Instead, she raised her eyebrows in amusement. "Why are you more nervous than me?" Lin did not want Siyu to know about his dark history. Siyu did not want her brother to know about her alternate account either. That would reduce the fun a lot. Last night, Lin had let it slip. She had to mentally prepare herself for a long time before she could accept the painful fact that she did not report her alternate account. Lin said, "I was afraid that sis would think that I was an idiot." Siyu also said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I hid it from you first. I was afraid that you would blame me." The siblings said almost at the same time. After they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other for a while and finally laughed out loud at the same time. As they laughed, Lin felt that something was wrong. He asked, sis, then why did you take on the role of the female lead of fashion strategy? Don't you think it's a little strange that you are acting the female lead of your own novel? Xiyu was speechless. Awkward. She was not being narcissistic. She was really forced by the situation. The shooting of fashion strategy was coming to an end. Everyone didn't have to be too tense because the process was very smooth. In the few days before the end of the shoot, Director Yan took the initiative to treat everyone to a few restaurants out of his own pocket. He even said that he wanted to go for supper together, but Xiyu still refused. Xiyu's dinner time had been requisitioned by the crew these few days. A certain boyfriend was always unhappy. If they didn't even have time to go for a ride together, Xiyu knew how he would react. So for her own safety, Xiyu had to decline Director Yan's invitation. In the past, people might have thought that Xiyu was in poor health and couldn't stay up all night. But now, ever since they knew that she was in a relationship, they had been teasing her. Director Yan laughed and asked, I know. Go back to accompany your boyfriend? Xiyu was a little embarrassed. This made it seem like she valued her boyfriend more than her friend. He rarely comes back to Xianxia. I thought that we haven't seen each other for a long time, so. Of course, the latter part was a lie. Fifth Master Lu stayed in Xianxia every day. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. They hadn't been apart for a long time. Director Yan said, you two are in different places? Xiyu nodded a little guiltily. Director Yan sighed and said, my wife and I were in different places for a long time in the past. At that time, we were young and inexperienced. And we were both busy with work. She even suspected that I had an affair. Sigh, I coaxed her until I went bald. After saying that, Director Yan touched his high hairline and sighed. Xiyu thought to herself that Fifth Master Lu wouldn't suspect that she had an affair. After all, with this person's jealousy, he would kill the person before they even got close to him. The degree of difficulty in coaxing him was probably comparable to that of Director Yan's wife. Thus, Xiyu glanced at Director Yan's obvious balding head and couldn't help but start to worry about her hair volume. Wen Yuan sat beside Director Yan and didn't say anything. He just drank silently and listened to the two chatting. Xiyu inadvertently glanced at him. Speaking of which, ever since Xiyu was exposed to be in a relationship, the number of times Wen Yuan took the initiative to look for her had greatly decreased. Previously, he would send her some snacks every other day, but now he had stopped. Xiyu was greatly relieved. However, the atmosphere between the two of them became particularly strange. Wen Yuan began to sit not far away and stare at Xiyu in a daze, but he did not go forward to talk to her. This made it difficult for Xiyu to sit by the set during the break, so she escaped to her own lounge. But fortunately, even though she didn't know what Wen Yuan was thinking, his professionalism was still very high. No matter how awkward the two of them were in private, he was still serious and dedicated when they were acting together. As a result, Xiyu couldn't make any requests to Wen Yuan. She thought that since filming was almost over, that was it. After the big table of people finished eating, they prepared to go to the barbecue set. Director Yan muttered that they could really eat. After paying the bill, he turned to Xiyu and said, then you can go back first. I think they'll make a fuss until very late today. Anyway, there's only a few scenes left, so you don't have to rush. Come to the set tomorrow afternoon. Xiyu responded. After she left the table, Director Yan wanted to talk to Wen Yuan, but when he turned his head, he found that Wen Yuan was staring at Xiyu's back. He couldn't help but laugh and whispered, what, are you still not satisfied? Wen Yuan's previous actions were already very obvious. Many people on the set could see that he was interested in Xiyu, but because she was a big star, they couldn't gossip freely. Moreover, the crew was very strict and didn't allow private rumors to spread. Even the staff found out, so how could Director Yan, who was with Xiyu every day, not find out? It was just that in the past, he was just watching the show. Later, when he found out that Xiyu had a boyfriend, Director Yan occasionally reminded Wen Yuan and advised him to be more open-minded. After filming for more than 3 months, Wen Yuan always insisted on sending things. If Xiyu was interested in him, it would have been done a long time ago. Now that she was taken, Wen Yuan had even less of a chance. Hearing Director Yan's words, Wen Yuan lowered his head and drank a glass of wine before saying, "Don't worry, I don't mean anything else." Director Yan said, "Of course I know that, but Xiaowen, things like fate can't be forced. It's useless even if you're not willing to accept it." Wen Yuan was indeed not willing to accept it. Of course, he liked Siyu, but the two of them had only known each other for a short time. Even if he liked her, it wouldn't be too deep, so it couldn't be considered love. But how to put it? Wen Yuan had dated before he entered the industry, but after he became an actor, he had no chance to talk about love. Firstly, he was too busy, flying everywhere for 9 months of the year. It was too difficult to maintain a relationship with less time apart. Secondly, the media was too annoying, staring at him all day long. Wen Yuan didn't like his privacy being exposed to the public, so the last bit of romantic feelings were extinguished. It was rare for him to meet a girl that he liked, so even if he was photographed, it wasn't a big deal. Unfortunately, he wasn't the first person to recognize this pearl. When he found this pearl, it was already taken. After so many years, it was the first time he was moved, but he met with a soft rebuff. Wen Yuan was also very depressed. Especially once, he accidentally heard Siyu's assistant, Xinyu, talking to someone. He said that Siyu's boyfriend sent a lot of medicinal herbs every week, and the cost was shocking. Wen Yuan compared it to the things he sent when Siyu was hospitalized before, and suddenly felt a little ashamed. Although the herbs he sent were definitely not bad, they weren't precious to the extent that they couldn't be bought on the market. Compared to this, he was simply defeated. The worst thing was that after he was forced to admit the truth, he still had to act in front of Siyu every day. This was work, so he couldn't reject it. He couldn't even avoid it and have some peace and quiet. Faced with Director Yan's comforting words, Wen Yuan sighed. "I understand. After the filming is done, I'll give myself a break and sort out my feelings." Director Yan patted him on the shoulder. "Young man, it's good that you've thought it through. Who hasn't fallen out of love a few times?" A week later, the filming was officially done. Director Yan generously booked the entire restaurant to celebrate. He also invited all the staff, including non-staff members, such as the scriptwriter consultant like Mu Yan, to come for a free meal. The script didn't need to be watched all the time. After the initial discussion, if there wasn't a need, there wouldn't be any major changes. Therefore, Mu Yan only followed the crew for the first 1 or 2 weeks, and then went on to do what he was supposed to do. However, Director Yan didn't leave her out. Therefore, at the dinner, Siyu saw her comic editor again. Mu Yan was obviously someone who often went on Weibo. She held a glass of wine and specially came over to Siyu Dao to congratulate her. "Congratulations on being single." Siyu Gan laughed, picked up her juice, and clinked glasses with her. Thank you, thank you." After drinking a glass of wine, Mu Yan took out a small notebook and asked, "Siyu, do you mind signing a few autographs for me? Our company's Koi Fish's new standalone book is about to be released. We plan to organize a new book lucky draw with the publishing house and give readers a new book. We have designed a few new books, including postcards, posters, and pendants. We plan to give out a poster with your and Koi Fish's autographs as a gift." Mu Yan explained his plan to Siyu in detail, afraid that she would find it troublesome and not agree. Because Fashion Strategy had been filmed into a TV series, when the series was officially broadcast, it would definitely lead to a wave of sales of physical books. Mu Yan was looking at this opportunity to make a marketing plan. After thinking about it, a poster with the lead actor's autograph was an affordable and valuable gift. Therefore, he took the opportunity to find Siyu during the dinner. After hearing Mu Yan's intention, Siyu's face went blank for a moment, and then she said, "Okay, okay." Mu Yan wanted her and Koi Fish's autographs? But the two of them were clearly the same person. Originally, Siyu was a little hesitant about whether she should announce her identity after leaving the industry because her younger brother had exposed her identity. Now that she saw Mu Yan's appearance, she decided to forget about it. When she thought about it in the future, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Siyu helped Mu Yan sign a few sets of autographs. For a moment, she couldn't help but design another to sign and write a sentence of thanks to the fans. Mu Yan was very happy when she saw it. She originally came with the mentality of giving it a try. She didn't expect Siyu to be so cooperative. As for the words of thanks at the end, of course, the more the better. After that, they would also be printed on the book. After signing the autographs, Mu Yan asked shamelessly, Siyu, if you don't mind, can I trouble you to mention our comic book when the new TV series is broadcast? You don't have to specifically post on Weibo. Just mention it when promoting the TV series. Mu Yan was worthy of being the editor-in-chief. She was calculating in her heart. It wasn't easy for her to seize the opportunity, so naturally, she had to make the best use of it. Besides, wasn't Siyu a fan of koi fish? Maybe she would be willing to advertise for koi fish. Siyu. I'll see how it goes. She wiped away the cold sweat in her heart. She thought that her editor was indeed an experienced person. She was willing to be shameless. It was admirable, if only koi fish wasn't her. Seeing that, Siyu didn't immediately agree, although Mu Yan was a little disappointed, she quickly adjusted herself. If she didn't refuse, it meant that there was still hope. If the lead star was willing to advertise, their comic book sales would continue to rise. Mu Yan received a more satisfactory communication result, and her attitude towards Siyu became more enthusiastic. She said, oh right, our koi fish's other comic book has also sold the film rights. It's that custard bun and sesame filling. I heard that it's based on you and Brother G. The readers seem to be more hopeful that the two of you can star in it. Mu Yan's words were still too light. The readers weren't more hopeful. They were definitely strongly appealing for it. Even the new fans knew the origin of this comic. Many people followed the clues and found the Weibo accounts of the two original creators. Although they didn't become fans, at the very least, they felt that the story of the comic being based on the characters was not a lie. This was because the way Siyu and Ji Lin interacted with each other was exactly the same as the main characters of the comic. In this case, the boundary between the 2 dimensions and the 3 dimensions became very delicate. When the news of the film rights came, the readers didn't have any other candidates in mind. They just wanted to see the 2 of them play their own characters. Mu Yan paid attention to the readers' feedback. When she saw that there was a lot of support online, she ran over to sound out Siyu's opinion. Anyway, Chimon had a backer and had a cooperation with a film company. If Siyu was also interested, then it would be even better. The chances of her acting in the comic would be quite high. Siyu. When she heard Mu Yan mention it, she thought of the awkward scene where the 2 siblings looked at each other speechlessly when they talked about the comic after she had embarrassed herself in front of Ji Lin. The shame of being seen on the spot while she was drawing herself was too strong. Mu Yan still wanted her to act in the comic? No, absolutely not. Thus, Siyu said tactfully, I might not take on any television dramas in the future. Mu Yan was stunned and quickly said, that's okay. We have a movie adaptation. She thought that Siyu simply wanted to return to the film industry. Unexpectedly, Siyu shook her head and corrected her, no. What I mean is, I won't act anymore. Won't act anymore? Mu Yan was really stunned this time. After a while, she came back to her senses. Suddenly, her eyes widened and she looked incredulous. You're not joking, are you? An actress who had just become popular said that she wouldn't act anymore. What kind of situation was this? Mu Yan looked around at the people who were drinking and chatting. She subconsciously lowered her voice and asked again, that's not right. Siyu, what happened to you? Siyu said, it's nothing. Acting is originally my side career. I just want to experience it. I don't intend to do it for a long time. Moreover, because my side career has taken up too much of my time, I don't have enough energy for my main job. After thinking about it, I still think it's better to focus on one thing. Mu Yan. Side career? No, when did Siyu have a side career? Could it be that she was a model in the past? That couldn't be right. Ever since Siyu started filming, she hadn't done any cover shoots. Mu Yan felt a little confused. Before she could sort it out, she heard Siyu say to her again, you're the first to know. I was just thinking about how to explain it to my assistant. She probably wouldn't understand. What do you think of my reason just now? Was it convincing enough? Mu Yan. Enough, more than enough. You directly hit people until they can't think straight. Mu Yan's prediction was indeed very accurate. When Xiyu pretended to casually mention to Xinyu that she wanted to retire from the entertainment industry, Xinyu was completely dumbfounded. She was still holding the medicinal soup that she had just brewed for Xiyu. When she heard that, her hand trembled and the boiling hot medicinal soup almost splashed onto the back of her hand. Sister Xiyu. Xinyu put the bowl aside and asked with a sullen face, "Why did you say this all of a sudden?" Not only did Mu Yan not believe it, but Xinyu also couldn't figure it out. In her opinion, Xiyu was doing well and was obviously on the rise. After Fashion Strategy was broadcast, she would definitely attract a wave of popularity. Why was she in such a hurry to retire? Didn't she see that those celebrities with tainted records were still active on the screen? Why was Xiyu doing this? Xiyu told her the story that she had told Mu Yan, but Xinyu still didn't believe her. She was different from Mu Yan. Xinyu was by Xiyu's side every day to take care of her daily life. Xiyu didn't have any official duties other than filming and dating. Oh, sometimes when she was resting, Xiyu would lock herself in her room and draw something on a board. However, Xinyu didn't care about it and never went to see it. She felt that celebrities were also human and it was normal to have some hobbies. However, she didn't think that Xiyu really had anything to do with drawing. Xiyu glanced at Xinyu and felt a headache coming on. It was okay to hide it from other people, but it was a little unkind of her to hide it from Xinyu. After all, she was her personal assistant. If she retired, Xinyu wouldn't have any work to do. She still needed to give her an explanation. With a sigh, Xiyu took out her phone and logged into Weibo. She waved at Xinyu and said, "Come and take a look." Xinyu was full of doubts. She walked over to take a look and saw that the screen showed the painter Koi's Weibo login page. Xiyu posted a good night on Koi's account in front of her. Then she logged out and logged into her celebrity account. She looked up at her and asked, "That's the situation. Do you understand?" Xinyu was dumbstruck as if she had been struck by lightning. She took a while to digest this information and said with difficulty, "Sister Xiyu, you." Koi. I. Looking at Xinyu's incoherent speech, Xiyu felt a little guilty. She quickly pulled her to sit down and explained, "You don't have to doubt the authenticity of my words. I am indeed Koi herself. Previously, when I drew without telling you, it was actually because I was rushing the manuscript." Xinyu said. "I still can't quite accept it." "I understand." Xiyu sighed again. "It was actually an accident that I came to film. You see, before I filmed Lethal Beauty, I had already started to serialize comics. That was my real job, but it was a coincidence. Let's not talk about that. The main thing is that it feels really weird to act in something that you drew with your own hands. The Fashion Strategy this time was fine, but the problem is that they still want me to act in the Custard Bun comic." Xinyu said. She knew that comic. It was based on Xiyu and Ji Lin. She had even used it to tease them before. So the author of The Root of All Evil was sitting right in front of her? Xiyu continued, "It's not easy to survive in the entertainment industry. I'd better go back to drawing comics." Xinyu said. Although this reason was a little strange, why did it sound surprisingly reasonable? If it were her, she would probably be too embarrassed to continue acting. But is the company okay? "Sister Xiyu, you signed the contract, right?" Xinyu still wanted to fight for it, but Xiyu unexpectedly laughed when she heard it. "You don't have to worry about this." Xiyu Dao caused Xinyu to look at her with distrust, but she didn't explain. She just asked Xinyu to find time to go back to the company to talk about it and plan how to announce it to the public. After this confession, Xinyu was suddenly filled with respect for Xiyu. Not to mention anything else, the fact that she was able to switch between two identities so easily and gather a large number of fans in such a short period of time proved that she was both capable and lucky. Of course, the connection between the two identities was a little awkward. The fans of the two identities were still working together in a friendly manner, but they had no idea that they could actually be considered as one. After this, Xinyu followed Xiyu's request and went to the Huani headquarters with a heart full of anxiety. Xinyu's status in the company was also good because the artists she managed were very capable. When Xinyu heard that she wanted to talk about the future of CU, the first person who came out to greet her was the HR manager. After listening to Xinyu's statement, the HR manager was silent for a long time and tactfully said that this matter was no longer within his scope of responsibility. Thus, Xinyu was transferred to the vice president in charge of the artist's affairs. Unexpectedly, after the vice president found out that the person who tried to lead the industry was CU, he also froze in place with a strange expression on his face. Xinyu felt uneasy and thought that she might be scolded. However, the vice president asked her to wait and turned around to invite the biggest boss of Huani, President Lu Xingzhou. Xinyu's eyes widened. What? Sister CU's resignation is so big that the CEO has to be alerted? Unexpectedly, Lu Xingzhou waved his hand and approved it without asking. Leave. Let her be happy. What a joke. CU was his sister-in-law. If he dared to say no, Fifth Master would personally come to his door to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. He wasn't stupid. Fifth Master had already expressed his dissatisfaction with CU for always being busy with filming. Now, she was taking the initiative to say that she wanted to quit. He had to agree quickly so that he wouldn't be implicated. Xinyu. Was he outdated? Were the bosses nowadays so easy to talk to? After filming Fashion Strategy, CU's work came to an end. She moved out of the hotel rented by the crew and prepared to return home. Xinyu helped carry her luggage downstairs and said as she walked, Sister CU, I've already spoken to the company. President Lu has agreed. He said that you can just let him know whenever you want to leave. CU nodded. She wasn't surprised by this outcome. Lu Xingzhou had always been timid in front of Fifth Master Lu. Now that the timid target had expanded to her, how could Lu Xingzhou not agree? Xinyu glanced at her several times and finally couldn't help but ask, that. Sister CU, what's your relationship with President Lu? As the company's president, Lu Xingzhou was too easy to talk to. Xinyu was used to the crazy wrangling and fighting between celebrities and management companies. She couldn't believe that there was actually such a selfless boss. CU thought for a moment and said. Probably, we're relatives. Strictly speaking, Lu Xingzhou should call her sister-in-law. After all, their seniority was there. They were relatives. Xinyu's eyes widened. She knew it. No wonder President Lu was so tolerant of Sister CU. It was because they were on the same side. Once this doubt was solved, Xinyu suddenly saw the light. Why could CU sign such a generous contract? Why did the company value CU so much even though she was just a newcomer? The answers to these questions floated to the surface. Sister CU, with your background, it's a pity that you don't continue to work in the entertainment industry. Xinyu said regretfully. You have President Lu's protection. You can do whatever you want. CU wanted to laugh. Forget it. My dream isn't to be an actress. Xinyu looked at her faintly. Oh right, Sister CU, your dream is to draw comics. Sigh. That sigh was long and melancholy, which gave CU goosebumps. After the sigh, Xinyu looked up at the sky with melancholy and said, sure enough, it's better to learn more skills. Sister CU, you can still do a lot of things after you retire. But I can't. I still have to work. CU was just about to say a few words of comfort when Xinyu quickly said, after saying so much, Sister CU, since you plan to draw comics full-time in the future, can you speed up the update rate? CU. Xinyu, 3 chapters a week? I'm serious. Sister CU, I've also just entered the pit. Please understand me. CU. No, next. Xinyu took the opportunity to press for more but failed, so she shut her mouth, feeling aggrieved. The two of them dragged their luggage to the back door of the hotel, which was connected to the parking lot. As the front door would definitely be guarded by the media, when Yuan left earlier than them and was caught red-handed. It took him a long time to get away, so the two of them deliberately went to another door. Xinyu looked at the place and saw that the car they had arranged for hadn't arrived yet. Just as Xinyu was about to call and ask, she saw a luxurious-looking car drive in and stop right in front of him. No need to call, Siyu Dao said. My boyfriend is here. Why don't he give you a ride? Xinyu. She didn't think so before, but now. She understood why it was so painful to be single. However, out of curiosity, Xianxia didn't reject Siyu's suggestion and followed her into the car. As soon as she sat down, she felt a cold gaze from the opposite side. Xianxia trembled and carefully raised her head. She saw Siyu skillfully sitting next to an extremely handsome man. "This is Xianxia. She's my assistant. Take her home first." Siyu didn't notice that Xianxia was trembling. She skillfully instructed the driver. After getting a response, she turned to look at Fifth Master Lu. Seeing his unhappy expression, she asked, "Who provoked you again?" Fifth Master Lu glanced at Xianxia indifferently. He retracted his gaze and lowered his head to play with Siyu's hand. "Have you talked to Xianxia?" Siyu was stunned. When she realized that he was asking about her retirement, she nodded. "Yes. We'll announce it when the time is right." As for the follow-up, Lu Xingzhou patted his chest and said that he would take care of it, so Siyu didn't have to worry. Fifth Master Lu didn't ask any more questions. He lowered his eyes and stared at Siyu's slender fingers. He didn't like outsiders, especially when they were interacting with Siyu. However, Xianxia was a little special. If he tried to chase her away, Siyu would definitely get angry with him. So, he simply didn't see her and wouldn't be upset. Xianxia didn't know any of this. She only knew that from the moment she got into the car, she felt inexplicably cold. Especially when the handsome man in front of her was intentionally or unintentionally making her feel pressured. This caused Xianxia to obediently put her hands on her knees and didn't dare to move. She pretended to be mute. Oh God, Sister Siyu's boyfriend's aura was too strong. Speaking of which, Siyu was such a gentle person. How could she stand it? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. Although she was also stunned by his beauty, her intuition told her that he was dangerous. Also, Sister Siyu mentioned President Lu just now. Could it be that this man was also related to President Lu? Xianxia couldn't figure it out. She didn't dare to ask. She could only sigh in her heart. The rich's circle was really messy. When Xianxia got out of the car, she had a meaningful smile on her face. Siyu felt that the way she looked at her before she left was very strange. It was as if she was hinting at something. However, she was too embarrassed to ask since she was already far away. In addition, as soon as Xianxia left, a pair of hands reached out from behind her. They wrapped around her waist and pulled her into an embrace. With her back against the broad chest behind her, Siyu rolled her eyes in her heart. Do you have to be so anxious? However, if it weren't for Xianxia just now, Fifth Master Lu would have reached out and hugged her. With his current patience, it was difficult for him to endure without moving all the way. Sure enough, Fifth Master Lu was a little displeased. You didn't tell me in advance that your assistant would be coming. Otherwise, I would have asked someone else to send her off. The corners of Siyu's mouth twitched. A feeling of "why are you fussing over this?" arose in her heart. However, she knew what her boyfriend was like. She could only appease him. You won't have the chance to send her off next time. I quit my job. Xianxia will also find another job. She won't follow me anymore. Hearing this, Fifth Master Lu was silent for a few seconds. Only then did he reluctantly let her go. Siyu originally thought that he was going to take her to wander around again. Unexpectedly, the car turned around and drove all the way to the suburbs. When it stopped, Siyu looked out the window and saw the familiar signboard of Xianxia Temple, as well as the familiar monk standing outside the temple to welcome them. Junior brother, I've been standing here waiting for you for a long time. I thought you accidentally got lost again. The monk smiled kindly and greeted politely. However, the words that came out of his mouth didn't seem so friendly. Fifth Master Lu snorted softly. He pulled Siyu around him and walked into the temple. Siyu hurriedly turned her head and greeted the monk. Master, I'm sorry. It's because of me. I didn't know he was coming here, so I went to do something else on the way. Please don't take it to heart. The monk chuckled and shook his head. He glanced at Fifth Master Lu meaningfully. Junior brother, look at your wife. She knows the big picture. Why don't you learn from her? The word wife made Siyu a little embarrassed. She blushed and said, Master, don't make fun of me. Fifth Master Lu didn't say anything this time. He just gripped Siyu's hand tightly and said indifferently, "You can't be envious anyway. Unless this monk returned to the secular world, it would be impossible to find a wife to learn from." Monk. This person's mouth is still as poisonous as ever. Giving Fifth Master Lu an annoyed glare, the monk led the two of them to the inner room. When the three of them sat down, he turned to Siyu and said, "Last time my junior brother brought you here, he wanted me to help solve the problem of your constitution. Although the string of Buddha beads I gave you is effective, it's not a long-term solution." Siyu actually had a premonition that Fifth Master Lu would take a detour to come here for proper business. Thus, she became serious and listened carefully. The monk continued, "I've studied it for a long time. Things like constitution are innate. If external forces are used to forcefully change it, I'm not sure what the consequences will be. So, since it's not suitable to change your constitution, then change your fate." Siyu was stunned and asked, "Change my fate?" The monk glanced at the two of them and said slowly, "Junior brother's fate is also very inauspicious. For the two of you, it's extremely dangerous for either of you to change your fate alone. But fortunately, the two of you are a match made in heaven. If you separate, you will be inauspicious. If you work together, you won't have to worry. So, I think it's better for the two of you to change your fate together. In any case, the two of you are a ready-made husband and wife. When the conditions are right, the yin and yang intercourse will happen naturally. Even the other effort will be saved. See you. Fifth Master Lu." The monk talked to himself for a while and explained the principle behind it. As he spoke, he found that there was no response from the other side. He raised his head in confusion and found that the two of them were looking away, as if they were in a trance. He was a little dissatisfied and asked, "Did you hear it clearly just now?" The two of them were still silent. The monk seemed to smell something from their strange expressions. After a moment of silence, he asked tentatively, "Could it be that the two of you didn't do anything?" In the next half an hour, Siyu watched with a dumbfounded expression as the senior and junior brothers beat up the monk one-sidedly. Of course, the correct way to put it was that Fifth Master Lu beat up the monk one-sidedly, and the monk was probably already used to it. Although his combat strength was inferior, fortunately, he ran fast, and in the end, he still retained a little of the demeanor of an expert. "It's just a question, is there a need to?" the monk muttered. Before Fifth Master Lu could glare at him, he automatically distanced himself from him and sat in the corner of the room. He sighed, "This isn't something to be ashamed of. Junior brother, do you think I don't know your situation? I'm already very gratified that you were able to find Madam. Haste makes waste." Siyu looked at Fifth Master Lu's expression and simply wanted to go up and cover the monk's mouth. This was clearly touching a sore spot. It wasn't comforting, but provoking. She hurriedly held down Fifth Master Lu's hand to prevent the two from fighting again. Then she laughed dryly and said to the monk, "Master, let us go back and think about it. Why don't you change your clothes first?" Siyu suggested tactfully. When the monk rolled to avoid Fifth Master Lu's attack, his monk robe was rubbed against a pile of dirt and looked dirty. The monk looked down and sighed again. Alas, junior brother is still young. Young people are impulsive. It's hard for him to control himself and not do anything that goes beyond the bounds. Fifth Master Lu. See you. She was about to break out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly pulled Fifth Master Lu out of the temple before the monk jumped out of his next shocking sentence. It wasn't until the two of them got out of the car that she let out a long sigh of relief. She had never felt so mentally tired. Fifth Master Lu sat beside her with a cold face. The pressure around him was extremely low, and he seemed to be very concerned about what the monk said. Siyu was fine. She was just a little shy. After all, it came from someone else's mouth. However, she observed Fifth Master Lu's expression and found that this person was not shy or embarrassed. Instead, he was holding his breath, as if he was eager to try something. Siyu pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she was horrified. Could it be that his fighting spirit had been aroused by the monk and he felt that since others had said so, he must get rid of the title of doing nothing? Siyu glanced out of the window and found that this was a shortcut to her home. She hesitated. Should she jump out of the car now, or should she say that she didn't want to go home and wanted to go somewhere else? This didn't seem to be a good choice, but if she allowed Fifth Master Lu to bring her home, then the situation that awaited her would definitely be even more unfriendly. While she was in this dilemma, the car had already stopped steadily downstairs. Fifth Master Lu held her hand and went upstairs without stopping. When the door was slammed behind her, Siyu's little heart trembled involuntarily. Yuanhe, calm down. I think the master is right. More haste, less speed. Siyu saw Fifth Master Lu's calm face as he slowly walked towards her step by step. She hurriedly retreated, but her back quickly touched the sofa. She really had no way to retreat, so she tried to reason with him. However, when he heard the monk's name, Fifth Master Lu's face became even gloomier. He stared at Siyu and asked, "Do you believe him or me?" Siyu? No, what did these two have to do with each other? Seeing that Siyu couldn't answer, Fifth Master Lu snorted coldly, picked up his little rabbit, and walked towards the bedroom. The bald man was right about one thing. After raising the rabbit for so long, he couldn't raise it for nothing. It was time to kill it and eat it. Siyu was still in a daze. It wasn't until the person on top of her went crazy that she shed tears of regret. Looking for a boyfriend, she couldn't find one who was too strong. It was a bloody lesson. 2 months later, on the day of the premiere of Fashion Strategy on TV, Huani's company and Siyu's Weibo account jointly released a statement, officially announcing her retirement from the entertainment industry. Zhou Siyu, due to personal reasons, I will not consider acting in the future. I will focus on pursuing my dream. Thank you for always supporting my braised fish. Although I can't continue to respond to your love as an actress, I believe that the world is so big that we will meet again one day. Perhaps you will see me again in some unexpected field in the future. I hope that at that time, we can look at each other, smile, and say, long time no see. This farewell post was pinned at the top of Weibo. Some familiar actors, such as Han Tian, Chu Shuangyan, and even Wen Yuan and the director she worked with before, reposted it. They were insiders and were more well informed. They already knew when Siyu terminated her contract with Huani. Although they were very shocked that Siyu would choose to retire when she was popular, they didn't ask much. They just wished her all the best. The most shocked were the fans. The news of her retirement came without warning. When it was first posted, they thought it was April Fool's Day and that it was a joke. After confirming with Huani's company that the news was true, Siyu's Weibo was filled with cries. Sob, what happened to Miss Siyu? Why did she suddenly quit acting? I haven't licked her face enough. Shocked face. This is the most popular actress with the shortest acting career I've ever seen. What a pity. I'm guessing. Didn't Zhou Siyu announce that she's in a relationship? Did she go back to her hometown to get married? Bah, upstairs, don't talk nonsense. Miss Siyu said that it's mainly because of health reasons. Everyone knows that she's not in good health. Maybe it's because filming is too tiring. For Miss Siyu, it's indeed a burden. Sigh, no matter what, I just hope that she can be well. No matter if she's an actress or something else, I'll support her. I'm a little curious. Miss Siyu said that she's pursuing her dream. What is her dream? Does anyone know? Why Miss Siyu chose to quit the industry is ranked as one of the top 10 unsolved Weibo mysteries of the year. What is your dream? When the news of Siyu's retirement came out, Ji Lin was the one who was affected the most. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, their relationship had always been the best. Therefore, those who couldn't find Siyu in person all went to Ji Lin and asked him what was going on. Ji Lin knew the reason, but he definitely wouldn't expose his sister's past. Therefore, he avoided the main point and said, Sister Siyu went to recuperate. Please don't disturb her and let her have a good rest. Of course, even though he said that, Ji Lin was still cursing in his heart. That bastard of a brother-in-law brought his sister to Rongqing without even saying goodbye. He said that he was going to reunite with the Lu family's relatives. In his opinion, he was clearly looking for an excuse to kidnap his sister. Ji Lin was tight-lipped. The crowd couldn't get any information out of him and could only leave in disappointment. However, the TV station was quite happy. Because Siyu's retirement from the industry, Fashion Strategy became the last TV series she would film. Because of this, many fans were willing to turn on the TV to take a look. Then, they would be attracted by the exciting plot and unconsciously follow the show. Because of this, the ratings rose steadily. It was equivalent to freeloading off a wave of popularity for free. At the same time, there were producers who felt that it was a pity. How could such a talented actress quit acting just like that? They still had many scripts that they wanted to write for Siyu. However, the entertainment industry didn't lack all kinds of news. Although the news of Siyu's retirement from the industry sparked a heated discussion, as time passed, the popularity slowly dissipated. She also gradually faded from the public eye as planned. After the popularity had completely subsided, the Weibo of the artist Koi quietly updated when it announced that the manga had stopped updating for a month. Koi Lai Lai for 500 years, I'm back. Long time no see. End of text entertainment and gossip sections subject. I accidentally discovered that the true identity of the godly artist Koi Yu might not be normal. Is there any fan who wants to investigate and see if I'm thinking too much? Content, as per the title, first of all, OP is definitely not a hater. I've been following Koi Yu ever since she started serializing Fashion Strategy. I've been following every single one of her comics, and I've also completed the TV series and movie adaptations. Later, I can post the entire collection and movie tickets to prove that I'm definitely a die-hard fan of Koi Yu. But here's the problem. Didn't Koi Yu release a single volume of Sesame and Custard Bun recently? The publishing company organized an event and gave out a special poster for a lucky draw. They even got Ji Lin and Zhou Siyu, who retired from the industry, to sign it. There were a total of 10 people, and OP was lucky enough to win the prize // then, the official Weibo account asked me what I wanted them to write. I wanted to do something special, so I told them to draw their own cartoonish self-portraits. Then, I received the poster from the official Weibo account. Picture, Li Tao, what does this mean? 1L, why would an artist appear in the entertainment section? 2L, I took a look. The stickman in the middle is clearly Brother G's self-portrait. He said on the show that his drawing skills were at a child's level. At that time, I thought he was being modest, but now it seems like he was exaggerating. How is this child's level? Even my 5-year-old niece can draw better than him. 3L, I actually saw Koi Yu's name here. I thought I was in the wrong section, but what's wrong with Koi Yu? She has nothing to do with the entertainment industry. She's just a remake of her work. 4L, am I the only one seriously looking at the 3 autographs that OP posted? Other than Brother G, who's easy to recognize due to his unique style, I, as a die-hard fan of Koi Yu, actually can't tell which of the other 2 autographs is hers. This doesn't make sense. 5L, now that you mention it, I also think it's a bit strange. The other 2 are too similar. Did the official Weibo account make a mistake and let Koi Yu sign it twice? 6L, they wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, right? Or maybe Koi Yu signed it first, and then Zhou Siyu drew it? 7L, just now. I tried to overlap the 2 self-portraits and realized that other than the hairstyle and clothes, the rest of the lines are the same. In other words, these 2 figures were drawn in exactly the same way. I don't study art. What do you call this? Plagiarism? 8L, I know how to answer this question. This is called drawing, right? The 2 drawings are highly overlapping, so one person must have copied the other. Why bother? If Zhou Siyu doesn't know how to draw, she can just doodle like Brother G. Look, Brother G is showing everyone his drawing skills without blushing. 9L, Brother G wants to beat someone up. Speaking of which, are you sure that Zhou Siyu copied the picture? 10L, what else could it be? This is obviously the style of a koi fish. That's the style of her cartoon. You can look through her previous Weibo. 11L, wait, I'm going off topic. Didn't the OP say that there's something wrong with Koi Yu's real identity? What are these signatures trying to say? It's too irresponsible to run away after flirting with her. 12L, sorry, I'm the OP. I accidentally pressed send halfway. Speaking of which, you guys are so fast. Let's continue. Actually, what we saw just now isn't much evidence. At most, it's a nude photo. What really makes me suspicious is Koyu's Weibo. I don't know if everyone still remembers, but Koyu revealed 2 days ago that she has a boyfriend. She even posted a picture of her holding hands with her boyfriend. Although only their hands were in the picture, it was very clear that Koyu was wearing an engagement ring on her middle finger. The two of them should be preparing to get married, but that's not the point. The point is, isn't Brother G very close to Zhou Siyu? They often post pictures of the two of them on Weibo. Usually, only their faces can be seen, but yesterday's picture was taken by the assistant. I don't know if it was taken by Zhou Siyu's assistant, but it also included Zhou Siyu's hand. Then I realized. Holy shit, Zhou Siyu also has a ring on her middle finger. The same ring as Koyu. 13L, it's just the same ring. You don't have to make such a fuss. 14L, wait a minute. I checked according to the OP's instructions and found something even more shocking. This diamond ring is a global limited edition released by a brand for Valentine's Day. It is said that they only accept customization. There are only a total of 100 pairs on sale. The design of each pair is definitely not the same. The one in Zhou Siyu's hand is the most expensive one. 15L? 16L, according to Brother Shiba's reasoning, it seems that we can come to an incredible conclusion. 17L, come, let's review the title again. Known, Koyu and Zhou Siyu wear the same engagement ring, and there is only one pair of this kind of diamond ring in the world. There are no pirated copies of this diamond ring. Moreover, the style and composition of their autographs are the same. So, may I ask, what is the relationship between the two of them? 18L, twins? 19L, what twins? They are clearly the same person. 20L, I'm shocked. What kind of genius are you? 21L, wait, what? Zhou Siyu is Koyu? 22L, I'm looking at the Fashion Strategy TV series on the tablet for the third time. I can't laugh. 23L, damn, this feels super weird. The manga author is personally playing the protagonist of her own novel? Is this equivalent to the creator of the world coming down to experience life? 24L, I didn't expect to see this kind of treasure post while browsing the forum by accident. Since we are here, as an insider, I will tell you the truth. In fact, acting is not Zhou Siyu's main business. She originally wanted to draw. 25L, huh? 26L, what did you say? 27L, I knew that this kind of post would definitely have an insider at the end. You, Li Tao, must be the law. 28L, shocking. If the insider's information is true, is Zhou Siyu's reason for quitting the industry was that she wanted to go back to her hometown to draw? 29L, as a fan of Miss Siyu's looks and career, I'm feeling very emotional right now. Miss, you really don't want to act. I should have known. 30L, my brain is still not working well. That's why we kept calling for Zhou Siyu to act as the female lead's older sister in Sesame Bun. Maybe in her eyes, we were forcing her to play in a shameful manner. 31L, now that you mention it, I suddenly understand why Zhou Siyu quitted the industry so quickly. Maybe it's because her conscience is acting up. 32L, damn. Does that mean that Sesame Bun's manga isn't the interaction between the siblings, but the older sister herself recording their daily lives? Damn, this feeling of being fed candy by the main character is really great for this Sesame Yellow girl. 33L, I actually met a Sesame Yellow girl here. I'm practically crying. I want to scream out loud. My beauty might be fake, but the CP I got is definitely real. 34L, after Siyu quitted the industry, I said to myself, see, there's no future in being a CP. The two of them will never be in the same industry again. They'll be strangers. But now, I'm saying to myself, it'll be a waste if I don't do something about this beautiful sibling relationship. 35L, those upstairs who are supporting the sibling cult, please take it back. No matter if it's Zhou Siyu or Koi, both of them have clearly said that they already have boyfriends, and from the looks of it, they're even engaged, although there's a 90% chance that they're the same person. Brother G also said that their relationship is purely that of a sibling relationship. We can be cute in private, but let's not talk nonsense in front of the main characters. 36L, oh my god, what kind of treasure is this? Miss Siyu is too amazing. She can act and draw. Not only is it not enough that she's giving out candy, she's even acting for everyone. What kind of great spirit is this? She's practically a model worker. 37L, is no one paying attention to who Siyu's boyfriend is? Look at what's written above. Someone who can afford the world's most expensive limited edition diamond ring can't possibly be an ordinary person, right? Also, Koi's Weibo seems to have mentioned that her boyfriend has a very high status in the family. Thinking about it carefully, a bunch of CEO novel settings immediately popped up in my head. 38L, blind student, you've discovered something interesting. 39L, yeah, but Siyu has always been very low-key in the past. Basically, no media has taken photos of her private life. After quitting the industry, it's even harder to find her. However, there are some clues on Brother G's Weibo. 40L, now that you mention it, I'm really curious. I really want to see Siyu's boyfriend's photo. Oh right, you guys said that Koi once drew Sesame Bun based on herself and Brother G. Will she serialize her own love story in the future? 41L, good idea. Isn't Koi thinking about what to draw next? I'll immediately send her a private message on Weibo. 302L, I'm the OP. In the time it took me to go to the washroom, this post actually went so high. You guys are too damn good at drawing. 301L, looking at the complete post, I only have one thought. I only know that girls in love are possessed by Sherlock Holmes, but I didn't expect your industry to be so smooth. Everyone is Ernst Ruska. 302L, I'm the note, Ernst Ruska, the inventor of the electron microscope. 303L, I'm dying of laughter. Leave your name on the fire tongs. I'll dig up your grave after Siyu officially acknowledges it. It was completely out of Siyu's expectations that her disguise was exposed. She didn't even know that the source of the matter was a loyal fan's post. Anyway, by the time she realized that her alias was gone, her editor, Mu Yan, had already come knocking on her door. Koi, you actually hid it from me for so long. Mu Yan said fiercely, no wonder when I asked you to hold a book signing event, you refused time and time again. So there was another reason. Siyu broke out in cold sweat. Calm down, calm down. Calm down your head. After Mu Yan scolded for a while, she began to mutter to herself, the popular author under me is actually a celebrity. Even a novel wouldn't dare to use this kind of double identity trick. Siyu reminded her softly, but I've already left the industry. Mu Yan glared at her. Siyu was already feeling guilty, so she quickly shut her mouth and put on an obedient expression. Mu Yan didn't really want to scold her. It was just that Siyu had kept it from her for so long, and it was such a big matter. Mu Yan was really too shocked. After all, the other staff in the editorial department were just asking if they had made a real celebrity. Seeing that Siyu was being obedient, Mu Yan sighed and asked, what do we do now? The fans and the media are calling the editorial department at the same time. How do you want us to answer them? Siyu. What does this have to do with the media? You'll have to ask yourself that. Mu Yan poked her forehead. Although you've left the industry, there are still legends about you. It's normal that the media won't let you go. Don't worry about that. Think about what to say first. Why don't you draft a statement? Siyu pressed her forehead and felt a headache. What was going on? She was too unlucky. At this moment, Mu Yan suddenly laughed. When Siyu looked over in confusion, she raised her eyebrows. But there's still a piece of good news. Siyu asked, what? Since you can't keep your fake identity anymore, you're not allowed to cancel future signings. You'd better attend them properly. I've already booked one for you. It's next week at the central square of Jiang City. Mu Yan seemed to be gloating. I've prepared 1,000 booklets for you. Of course, this doesn't exclude other things brought by fans, such as posters and the like. Remember to protect your hands. Don't be too tired when the time comes. Siyu was dumbfounded. Wait, what kind of good news is this? Holding a signing event after his sock puppet was exposed, and he even had to prepare to sign his contract? Her comic editor really hated her. What kind of grudge did he have against her? However, Siyu didn't have any room to bargain. Mu Yan mercilessly made the final decision. Then he announced the signing event on his official Weibo and forced Siyu to repost it. In just 5 minutes, fans came to this Weibo post. Signing event? I can actually see Koi holding a signing event in my life? Upstairs, actually, we often see Koi in person online. After all, Koi equals Zhou Siyu has been tacitly agreed upon. So, this signing event is Koi's last attempt to break free from her sock puppet? I have mixed feelings. I've been to Siyu's screening before, and now I'm also preparing to attend the signing event. How does it feel to have my former idol and current idol being the same person? Isn't the most amazing thing that these two sock puppets belong to different fields? How can they intersect and even be compatible? Little Missy is really awesome. I think I'm the one with the most complicated feelings. I'm a die-hard fan of Koi. She's the goddess in my heart, but I couldn't get Zhou Siyu before. Even though Koi drew a comic based on Zhou Siyu and I read it for the goddess, I still felt that she was too pretentious. But now, you're telling me that they're the same person? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. What does this mean? I like you as a comic writer and not as an actress? Jilin found out in time that Siyu was going to hold a signing event. As the leader of the fan group and a fighter among the die-hard fans, he was naturally pushed forward by the other fans. Everyone said that it wasn't easy for Koi to agree to hold an offline event, so it couldn't be too shabby, right? Why don't these fans gather together and hold a support event? Jilin said, the intention is good, but I might not be able to be there on that day. The fans said, that won't do, bro. You're a veteran. You should be the one leading the charge. Jilin felt bitter. If he really showed up, his sister's signing event wouldn't be held. But on the surface, he still had to act like a big fan and calmly said, actually, it's Koi's first time holding an event. It's fine as long as it goes smoothly. We don't have to make a big fuss. It wouldn't be good if we cause her trouble. On that day, we'll just make a banner and hold it up. We'll just quietly line up and print the words on the banner a little bigger so that she can see it at a glance. Wouldn't that be better? The fans thought about it and felt that it made a lot of sense. They all said that Brother Yu was indeed a big fan. He was so thoughtful. Jilin almost managed to scare this group of people. He raised his hand and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. However, on the day of the signing event, Jilin still disguised himself. He wore a scarf, a hat, and a pair of sunglasses. He wrapped himself so tightly that even his sister wouldn't be able to recognize him. He sneaked into the backstage area through the side door of the mall and found his way to Siyu's lounge. Siyu was still puzzled at first. When she saw Jilin take off his sunglasses, she was dumbfounded. Alin? Are you crazy? There are thousands of people outside. If you're seen, do you still want to walk out alive? Jilin hurriedly gestured for her to lower her voice. He looked around to make sure that there was no one around. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Sister, I specially came here to support you. Siyu's mouth twitched. She looked at him deeply and said, You hide well. That's the best support you can give me. However, Jilin refused to wait in the lounge. He insisted on going outside the stage to watch. Siyu didn't know why he was so excited. She couldn't change his mind and had to let him go. The outside of the stage was filled with fans who had arrived early to wait in line. Jilin even saw a group of more than a dozen people holding extremely long support banners. With just one look, he knew that they were on the same side. Jilin felt quite gratified and pretended to casually walk over. A girl saw him in the blink of an eye and kindly gave him a support stick in the shape of a custard bun. She said, You're also here to wait for an autograph, right? I made 2 kinds of support sticks. I'll keep the sesame bun-shaped one for myself. This one is for you. This was suggested by our group leader. Jilin thanked her. He thought to himself, I'm your group leader, but I didn't ask you to make the support stick in the shape of a bun. This style doesn't match. Especially when he was holding the custard bun support stick that represented him, he felt very conflicted. When the scheduled time came, Siyu came onto the stage. the audience suddenly burst into screams. Some shouted for Koi, while others shouted for Siyu. Jilin looked around and realized that a considerable number of people had actually come for Siyu, who was an actress. After all, Siyu had basically faded out of the public eye after retiring from the entertainment industry. These fans knew that their idol was still active in another way, so they came to see if she was doing well. Siyu also heard the voices calling her name. At first, she was stunned. Then, she slowly smiled and said, "Thank you all." Since Siyu had appeared, the fans naturally wouldn't let her go so easily. Sure enough, during the Q&A session, someone asked, "Miss, why did you hide the fact that you were Koi?" Siyu thought for a moment and said, "At first, I thought that my two identities wouldn't interfere with each other. Later. You all know that I often draw Jilin for fun. If he found out, I would be in big trouble." Some of the old fans at the scene immediately laughed. That person also laughed out loud and said, "Because Brother Ji would be shy?" Jilin rolled his eyes in his heart. He thought to himself, of course he wouldn't be shy. He printed out every drawing that his sister drew and put it on his house. Of course, his assistant Xiao Ai coincidentally stumbled upon this matter. Xiao Ai stared at him suspiciously for a whole week as if to say, "Are you a narcissist or not?" Siyu nodded and agreed. "Yeah, he's shy." Later, I was invited to act in Fashion Strategy, so he was even more embarrassed to say it. In fact, it wasn't that the fans couldn't understand her. The main thing was that this was too flirtatious. In fact, after getting used to it, they found it quite interesting, so they didn't make things difficult for Siyu. Soon, someone asked another question. "Miss, actually your identity was exposed at first because of the ring you were wearing. Can you tell us if you're getting married soon?" When Siyu heard this question, her face turned a little red. She looked down and nodded gently. Then, she shook her head. No one understood what she meant. Siyu explained in a low voice, "It's a one-sided proposal. I haven't said yes yet." There was a wave of good-natured teasing from the audience. Siyu's ears turned red. She hurriedly waved her hand and said that they didn't want to discuss this issue anymore. She asked everyone to hurry up and line up to sign the autograph. Jilin pretended to buy a monograph and also joined the line. When it was finally his turn, Siyu saw her worrisome little brother. She sighed silently and squeezed out a gentle smile. "What do you want me to write?" Jilin rolled his eyes and said, "Just write, 'My little brother is the cutest person in the world.'" Siyu. How childish can you be? Of course, Siyu couldn't say anything to him in public. She could only give him a warning look. But in the end, she still signed according to Jilin's request. Jilin held the monograph and happily walked off the stage. Little did he know that after he left, 2 or 3 people took their turns. A tall man wearing a long trench coat walked in front of Siyu. Like Jilin, he was also wearing sunglasses. But even so, it couldn't hide his exquisite facial features. He stood still and said in a deep voice to Siyu, who had her head lowered and was writing furiously, "He's the cutest person in the world. What about me?" Siyu's hand that was holding the pen paused. Damn, was she hallucinating? Why did she hear her boyfriend's voice in this kind of situation? The man wasn't done yet. He looked at Siyu's stiff body through his sunglasses. His hands were empty. He didn't buy Siyu's monograph and didn't bring his own paper. The people behind him were getting impatient and kept urging him to hurry up. He was unmoved and smiled at Siyu. "I'm proposing one-sidedly? Siyu. This is bad." Fortunately, this man only wanted to show his presence in front of Siyu and didn't do anything out of line. He glanced at Siyu and slowly walked off the stage. Siyu. Siyu stiffly took the next fan's autograph board. She felt her back break out in cold sweat. On the other hand, Jilin, who was completely oblivious to the undercurrent on stage, was happily walking out. The mall was crowded with people, and the exit was completely blocked. Amidst the pushing and shoving, someone bumped into him, causing him to stagger. His sunglasses were also crooked, hanging on the bridge of his nose, unable to fall off. Jilin originally wanted to raise his hand to support him, but his back was pushed by someone else, causing him to stumble forward and accidentally tear off half of his mask. It's over. Just as this thought flashed through Ji Lin's mind, a sharp-eyed girl recognized his identity from half of his face, and a piercing shriek rang out. Ah! Quick, catch him. Ji Lin. Sister, save me. Siyu sometimes felt that her boyfriend was really willful, just like a child. For example, he didn't care who he was jealous of. In this regard, Lu Xingzhou, who had suffered greatly, had something to say. Siyu, no, sister-in-law, I beg you to consider our feelings. When will you agree? Lu Xingzhou sat across from Siyu. The dignified man was about to burst into tears. With a face full of the vicissitudes of life, he said, Fifth Master, he won't do anything to you, but he will do something to me. Siyu wondered how his words could be so easily misunderstood. She looked at Lu Xingzhou, who looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. She shook her head helplessly. Stop howling. Did that guy Lu Yuanhe send you here to persuade him? Lu Xingzhou's voice came to an abrupt halt. He glanced at Siyu with some bewilderment, as if wondering where he had exposed himself. I was right, wasn't I? Siyu calmly took a sip of her ginseng tea. Just tell him that a proposal needs to be sincere. Let him reflect on himself. Otherwise, I won't agree. Lu Xingzhou rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Since he had been seen through, he could only get out of the room. Although Siyu was very soft-hearted, Lu Xingzhou didn't dare to refute her on this matter. But speaking of which, it was strange. Who was Fifth Master? It was just a small proposal. Why had it dragged on for several months and still not been settled? Lu Xingzhou was very puzzled. According to his experience, a proposal was just setting up candles and holding roses, creating a romantic and luxurious scene, then kneeling on one knee, offering a ring, and confessing. Wasn't it over? Was it that complicated? Actually, Lu Xingzhou couldn't be blamed for not being able to figure it out. It was just that Fifth Master Lu didn't play by the rules. Siyu's mouth twitched when she recalled the so-called proposal. At that time, Siyu had already retired from the entertainment circle for a long time. Her daily job was to draw, and in her free time, she would go out to collect materials. Compared to the hardships she had when she was an actress, her days were much more leisurely now. Fifth Master Lu could no longer use the excuse that Siyu had too much work and couldn't accompany him often as an excuse to punish her. However, he wasn't someone who would let himself be taken advantage of, so he took this opportunity to openly move in with Siyu. In any case, the two of them had already done what they should and shouldn't have done. Siyu's physique problem had also been properly solved. After her protests were ineffective, she let Fifth Master Lu go. It was just a matter of adding an extra pair of chopsticks when cooking. Fifth Master Lu was really picky, but other than being picky about food, he was very easy to talk to in other aspects, so Siyu didn't have to worry about him. The two of them lived together for a period of time. One morning, when Siyu woke up, she found that there was an extra diamond ring on her finger. She was still in a daze when the man beside her turned his head to stare at her. He said in a calm but firm tone, I want you to be on the Lu family's genealogy. Although he said I want, his tone revealed that he had already done this matter. Now, he was just greeting Siyu so that she wouldn't be so surprised. Siyu. Genealogy? At this time, Siyu didn't realize that this sentence was equivalent to a marriage proposal in Fifth Master Lu's dictionary. She responded in a daze. Unexpectedly, the Lu family came to her door the next day to ask for her opinion on the wedding arrangements. While Siyu was in a daze, the Lu family saw that her expression wasn't right and said carefully, Fifth Master said yesterday that you have already agreed to his marriage proposal. Your name has also been added to the genealogy, so there's only one wedding left. Fifth Master said to do it according to your preferences, so he asked us to ask you. Is there something wrong with this? Siyu. That was too wrong. How could that be called a marriage proposal? She refused to accept it, so the situation was in a deadlock. The only person who could be happy was her biological brother, Ji Lin. He didn't want his sister to get married. Later, when he saw that Siyu was determined not to give in, Lu Xingzhou, as Fifth Master Lu's lackey, came to probe several times. However, Siyu held back and insisted that Fifth Master Lu figure it out himself. This time, not long after Lu Xingzhou left, Fifth Master Lu rushed back. You've been unhappy these past few days. Fifth Master Lu habitually pulled Siyu into his arms. He lowered his eyes and looked at the ring on Siyu's finger. A layer of warmth gradually appeared in his eyes. He asked, "What do you want to hear from me?" Siyu sighed silently in her heart. If it were someone with a bad temper, Fifth Master Lu would have been kicked out of the door by now. However, Siyu knew that this was his personality. He didn't mean to say this, but he really didn't understand and couldn't understand. The two people's way of thinking was actually very different. However, since they had chosen to be together, they had to get used to each other. Siyu had the patience, but she was angry at this man for not being enlightened. However, after so many days, that bit of anger had long dissipated. Siyu looked at Fifth Master Lu for a while, then suddenly reached out and hugged him. She buried herself in his arms and said in a muffled voice, "If you hadn't met me, you would have been single for the rest of your life." Fifth Master Lu tightened his grip on the back of her hand and replied indifferently, "If it weren't for you, why would I care about this kind of thing?" Although Fifth Master Lu didn't have any concept of romantic words, he could always say something that moved people's hearts inadvertently. Siyu simply couldn't do anything about it. "Forget it, I'll give you one more chance. If you can persuade me, I'll agree to marry you." This time, Fifth Master Lu was not perfunctory. He was silent for a long time, then lowered his head and kissed the corner of Siyu's lips. He said solemnly, "In this life, it has to be you. With you, life is complete." End of chapter 89. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.